My name is Tong Hua, and this is my story. I've been missing for 15 years, and when I returned, I thought my family would believe me and welcome me back. Instead, they accused me of lying and blamed me for everything. My mother, Wang Fong, hit me and called me evil for saying that Mixue, the woman who took care of my family in my absence, had actually sold me into human trafficking. She didn't even hesitate to treat me like her enemy, not her daughter. I begged my husband, Jinyue, for help, but he stood by coldly, saying Mixue was a kind woman who saved our family. Even my children, the ones I risked my life to bring into the world, rejected me. They called Mixue their real mother and told me to stay away. Their words shattered my heart, and I realized I had no one left. When I decided to leave, Mixue followed me. At first, she pretended to care, but then she showed her true face, full of hatred. She revealed a shocking truth. We were switched at birth. My real mother was Mixue's stepmother, and Mixue's mother was my stepmother, Wang Fong. She blamed me and my mother for all her pain, her illness, and her inability to have children. She even confessed to plotting against me, including on my wedding day, and laughed as she pushed me into oncoming traffic. I was hit by a truck. Lying there, bleeding and in pain, I saw my family rush to Mixue's side. They comforted her and blamed me for everything, calling my death deserved. Mixue smiled triumphantly, and I knew she had won. My heart broke as I realized I had lost everything, my family, my dignity, and my life. As my vision faded, all I felt was betrayal and despair. Today was supposed to be my wedding day, but it became a humiliation instead. My fiancé didn't even show up to pick me up, leaving me to face the embarrassment alone. My mother, furious and impatient, took out her anger on me, blaming me for everything, as if his actions were my fault. She kept yelling that my worthlessness was why the Gu family looked down on us. In the past, I would have silently endured her scolding, let her anger wash over me, and accepted the blame. But now, everything is different. I remember my previous life, how I endured this same humiliation, how I bent over backward to please everyone, only to end up broken and betrayed. This time, I won't let it happen again. When she tried to hit me, I grabbed her hand and stopped her. I looked her in the eye and told her the truth. The Gu family's disrespect wasn't because of me. It was because she and my father had no status or achievements to their name. I reminded her how I'd always been better than Gu Jinyue in every way except for his family's wealth. I excelled in school, was recognized at work, and I've always done my best. The only thing I couldn't change was my family background. Her reaction was pure shock. She wasn't used to me speaking up, and for a moment, she was speechless. Then she started ranting about how this wouldn't have happened if I were more like Mixue. That name alone made me laugh bitterly. Mixue, the woman who acts kind and perfect but hides her true, scheming nature. How could she compare me to someone like that? I pointed out that Mixue, who can't even have children, would never be a real match for the Gu family, no matter how much she pretends otherwise. My mother's fury only grew. She called me ungrateful and selfish. My father stood silently, unwilling to intervene, as usual. In my past life, I would have broken down, apologized, and begged them to stop. But not this time. If the Gu family wants to insult us, if this marriage is nothing but a sham to degrade me further, then I don't need it. I've spent too much of my life trying to please people who never cared for me. This time, I'm not bowing down. I've been given another chance, and I'll use it to protect my dignity and take control of my own future. If they can't see my worth, that's their loss. I won't let anyone drag me down again. My wedding day turned into chaos and humiliation. My mother was furious, accusing me of ruining everything, convinced I'd never dare cancel the marriage to Gu Jinyue, the factory director's son. She saw it as an opportunity too good to give up. When I said I'd call off the wedding, she mocked me and dared me to announce it to the relatives outside. Without hesitation, I walked toward the door, but my father stopped me, scolding me for causing a scene. My mother, even angrier, shouted that if I didn't cancel the wedding, I'd be nothing but a disgrace. That was the final straw. I opened the door and, with a calm but loud voice, told everyone that the groom hadn't shown up, the Gu family disrespected us, and the wedding was off, by my choice. Their shocked faces said it all. My father tried to hit me in anger, but I dodged, and his failed attempt made the situation almost laughable to the onlookers. He yelled at me, but I reminded him of my mother's earlier words, forcing him to admit their unfairness. My parents scrambled to save face, insisting the wedding could still happen if someone went to fetch Gu Jinyue. I didn't argue, knowing full well he was at the hospital with Mixue, the delicate woman he truly cared about. Back inside, my so-called aunt, Kong Mixue, tried to comfort me. She handed me a wedding gift, a pair of fabric dolls with unique buttons for eyes. Those buttons caught my attention. In my past life, Mixue used these very buttons to gain favor with a powerful figure in the Gu family. Those buttons caught. That connection gave her a significant advantage and made my life even harder. This time, I wouldn't let her have that power. I thanked Kong Mixue warmly, masking my true thoughts. An hour passed, and still no sign of the Gu family. The guests outside started whispering again. I stayed quiet, but inside I was preparing. This time, I wouldn't let anyone, not my family, not the Gu family, and certainly not Mixue, decide my fate. This life was mine to reclaim. The day was chaos, and my so-called wedding was falling apart. Gu Jinyue didn't show up, leaving me to deal with the humiliation and my family's anger. My mother, Wang Fong, insisted I still had to go to the Gu family's house, no matter how disrespectful they'd been. She thought forcing me there would solidify the marriage, as if my dignity didn't matter. But I wasn't the same person anymore. When she demanded I go, I refused outright. Why should I crawl to a family that doesn't even treat me like a person? I told her. She fumed, calling me ungrateful and a disgrace, even threatening to disown me. I wasn't fazed. If not marrying Gu Jinyue meant I wasn't welcome in my own family, so be it. I wouldn't beg to stay where I wasn't valued. The guests were restless, and my father was mortified by the situation. When Gu's side failed to even send word about Jinyue's absence, he lashed out at me, blaming me for the embarrassment. When he tried to hit me, I dodged, forcing him to take out his frustration on my mother by mistake. Watching the slap land on her face instead of mine was a small, dark satisfaction. Meanwhile, Jinyue was at the hospital, tending to Mixue, his true priority. She played her role well, acting fragile and apologetic, pretending to urge him to leave while ensuring he stayed by her side. He convinced himself I'd understand his choice and told himself he'd explain everything to me later. As if an explanation could undo the public humiliation. Back home, my mother still tried to force me to leave for the Gu family's house, but I held my ground. This wasn't about saving face for my family anymore, it was about me. If they wanted me to go, I'd demand what I deserved first. My dowry. After all, if I was going to be treated like an object, I'd at least ensure I took something for myself. The day turned out just as I expected, a mess of arguments, accusations, and money disputes. My mother, Wang Fong, and father were furious when I demanded a dowry of 2,000 yuan before I would consider going to the Gu family. I laid it out clearly. The bride price, the gifts, and my 3 years of wages added up to more than that. But my request enraged them. My mother accused me of being selfish and trying to drain the family dry. My father hesitated but ultimately caved, knowing I wouldn't back down. They reluctantly agreed, but I knew my mother was scheming to take back every penny. Once I left the house, she tore apart my room in frustration, looking for any hidden money. Her bitterness didn't faze me. I wasn't going to the Gu family to grovel and marry into a house that treated me like dirt. I was going to break off the engagement and secure what I deserved. On my way, I noticed a small, gray button on my braid that had caught my eye earlier. It was part of a pair, tied to a memory I couldn't ignore. In my past life, Mixue had used buttons like these to gain the favor of Gu Si, a powerful figure in the Gu family. This time, I wouldn't let her secure that connection. The button was mine now, and so was my chance to rewrite the story. As I walked down the dimly lit street, a car slowed beside me. To my surprise, it was Gu Si himself, the Gu family's rising star, and someone I both feared and needed to meet. He noticed the button in my braid, and his expression shifted. He asked me to get in, and I didn't hesitate. This was my opportunity. In the car, Gu Si studied me closely, asking why I seemed nervous. I wasn't sure how much he knew about the button's significance, but I needed to stay focused. When I told him I was on my way to the Gu family to break off the engagement, he seemed surprised. He reminded me of the risks. A woman ending an engagement would damage her reputation. But I didn't care. I'd rather face the gossip than tie my life to a man who abandoned me on our wedding day. Gu Si's reaction was unreadable, but his presence made me feel both wary and emboldened. This meeting wasn't just chance. It was an opportunity to take control. Whatever happened next, I was ready to face it. This time, I wouldn't let anyone decide my fate for me. When they arrived at Gu's house, Gu's mother was not surprised to hear that Tong was here. She was sure that even if the Gu family didn't send someone to pick her up, Tong would come to the Gu family by herself. But Gu's mother didn't expect that Tong would be sent by Gu Si. How did the two of them get together? Gu's father was very surprised to see Gu Si, and he ignored Tong and asked Gu's mother to get the best tea. Tong knew why they were so flattering to Gu Si. One was because of Gu Si's current status, and the other was because they owed Gu Si. Seeing the two people trying to please Gu Si in front of her, even if it wasn't her who was being flattered, she felt happy. Gu Si asked directly, "What's wrong with Gu Jinyue today?" Gu Jinyue had called home before and explained why he stood up today. Gu's father paused, and his eyes turned subtly on Tong Hua. Did Tong Hua go to Gu Si to complain? Did she want Gu Si to help her? Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why these two people who were completely unrelated came to Gu's house together. Tong Hua, Jinyue's called back before. He has been in the hospital all day, so he didn't miss your wedding intentionally. Father Gu was vague about the reason why his son was in the hospital, otherwise it would be his son's fault. Tong Hua was surprised and asked worriedly, "Did he really have a car accident? He can't even attend his own wedding. He won't die soon, right?" Mother Gu said angrily, "How can you curse your husband?" Father Gu only has one son, Gu Jinyue, and he was not happy to hear Tong Hua's words. Tong Hua disagreed. "Aunt, the wedding didn't take place, and he is not my husband yet." Mother Gu mocked. "Then what are you doing now?" "I'm here to cancel the engagement." Mother Gu was slightly startled, but then she thought of Tong Hua's entanglement with her son and determined that Tong Hua was just playing hard to get. "You and him have already obtained the marriage certificate. How can you cancel the engagement?" Mother Gu pointed out. Tong Hua smiled sarcastically in her heart. Logically, their marriage certificate should have been obtained a few days before the wedding. But Kong Mixue interrupted them again and again, so they didn't rush to get the marriage certificate. Tong Hua thankfully said, "Gu Jinyue and I haven't got our marriage certificate yet. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here to cancel the engagement today." Gu's mother's face froze, and she asked in surprise, "You haven't got the marriage certificate yet?" Tong Hua nodded affirmatively. Seeing that Tong Hua was ungrateful, Gu's father felt impatient. "You came here to cancel the engagement. Do your parents know?" Tong Hua said, "Now marriage is autonomous, and my father is the workshop director after all, so he will definitely follow the national policy." Gu's father looked at her sharply. "So, it was you who took the lead in canceling the engagement?" Tong Hua smiled sweetly, but there was a cold light in her eyes. "My parents don't object, but they are worried that my future marriage will not go smoothly, so I hope the Gu family can give me some compensation. After all, my reputation as an abandoned woman has spread today. If Gu Jinyue happens to be with other women today and delays the wedding, he will also be known as a person with improper conduct." Gu's father heard a bit of threat and narrowed his eyes slightly. "What compensation do you want?" Tong Hua said, "Gu Jinyue and I have been engaged for 5 years. The compensation for 5 years of youth, the compensation for reputation after the cancellation of the engagement, and the spiritual compensation, all added up to 5,000 yuan. Gu's mother looked at Tong Hua with eyes as sharp as a knife. If Tong Hua asked for a compensation of 1,000 yuan, she would still believe that Tong Hua really wanted to cancel the engagement. But she asked for 5,000 yuan as soon as she opened her mouth. Gu's mother sneered. Tong Hua was sure that the Gu family would not take out such a large sum of money to cancel the engagement. Okay. Gu's mother agreed. She wanted to see how Tong Hua would clean up the situation. Gu's father's face sank, and he was about to speak when he was interrupted by Gu Si indifferently, standing up someone on the wedding day and ruining someone's reputation. If it was a girl with a worse character, what the Gu family did today would be enough to force her to death. The 5,000 yuan is the money to buy her life. Gu's father laughed. You can't say that. She and Jinyue have been together for so many years. We can't wipe out their feelings for the past few years just because of a misunderstanding today. We have to give Jinyue a chance to correct it, right? The words were for Gu Si, but Gu's father's eyes were on Tong Hua. Tong Hua said sadly, so many years of love are not worth a few words from other women. Since they are so inseparable, I am willing to help them because we have grown up together for so many years. Gu's father was startled. Tong Hua really knew where his son was. So, when she said that his son had a car accident before, was she deliberately cursing his son? Mixue is also a good friend you grew up with. She had a heart attack. Jinyue is in the hospital today to take care of your friend. Gu's father's eyes turned cold, and his eyes carried the pressure of a superior. He was warning Tong Hua to stop and not make things out of control. Today is such an important day for your wedding. Why is Gu Jinyue with Kong Mixue? Let's say Kong Mixue had a heart attack, and after he rushed her to the hospital for emergency treatment, couldn't he notify her family to go to the hospital? Let's say again that he couldn't contact Kong Mixue's family, so he had to stay with Kong Mixue in the hospital all day? He didn't even go home at night? Is he a doctor? Or is he Kong Mixue's emergency medicine? Kong Mixue can't live without him? Maybe he can't live without Kong Mixue either? For Kong Mixue, he ignored the wedding, the face of the Gu family, the face of his future Yu family, and the face of me, his fiancée. Director Gu, please leave me the last bit of self-respect. Tong Hua stood up and bowed deeply to him, and asked. The sound of Gu Si putting down the teacup interrupted Gu's father and sneered. You have no sense of propriety, don't know the priorities, and have an improper lifestyle. Gu's father's face flushed. If Tong Hua was the only one there, he could use his status to suppress the matter, but Gu Si's attitude clearly showed that he wanted to take care of it. The money is not enough. I'll let Dad pay for you first, Gu Si said indifferently. At this point, Gu Si was obviously forcing Gu's father to make a decision. Gu's father gritted his teeth and asked Gu's mother to get the money. Tong Hua took the money and asked Director Gu to write a certificate to prove that the 5,000 yuan was the compensation for Tong Hua's loss of reputation due to the Gu family's cancellation of the engagement. Gu's father looked at Tong Hua deeply and wrote the letter of guarantee. As soon as the people left, Gu's mother scolded. What a thing! You don't even weigh yourself and dare to ask for 5,000 yuan. Gu's father said with a sullen face, It's all your son's fault. Father Gu didn't feel bad about giving out 5,000 yuan. He knew that Tong Dalai wanted the position of deputy factory director. At this time, let alone 5,000, even if it was 10,000, Tong Dalai would give it back to him. He was angry because Tong Hua was narrow-minded, petty, and didn't know the big picture. Even if his son was wrong today, she shouldn't have seized on this mistake and been so aggressive, making a scene in front of Sigu, breaking off the engagement and blackmailing. He only had one son, and in the end, wouldn't the money in the family still be theirs? In his opinion, Tong Hua was petty, short-sighted, had no vision in her heart, and was not presentable. After leaving the Gu family, Sigu handed Tong Hua another thick envelope. Tong Hua looked at him in confusion. Sigu said, Gu Jinyue is my nephew. He did such a thing, and I, as his uncle, am ashamed. This is a compensation for you. Tong Hua's eyes flashed. Sigu didn't have a good relationship with the Gu family. His compensation should be because of the button on her hairband. Take it. Gu Si put it in her hand. When Gu Si saw the little girl for the first time, He noticed the suffocating sadness in her and the uncontrollable hostility. "I'll take you home." Gusi had left a driver behind. Tong wanted to refuse. She couldn't go home now. If she went home, she would not be able to keep the money. "No need, Uncle Gu. I can go back by myself." Gusi opened the car door and said, "Get in the car." It's almost 9 o'clock in the evening now. She is a girl and has so much money with her. Gusi can't let her go back alone. Gusi just helped her a lot. If she insists on refusing, it would be a bit unreasonable. When she gets near her home, she will get off first, and then go to another place. Tong made up her mind before getting in the car. "Just ask the driver to take me back." Tong didn't finish her words, and Gusi had already got in the car. As soon as Gusi got in the car, Tong body tensed up. She was afraid that the other party would mention the incident when she saved people. In her previous life, Kong Mixue didn't specifically say how she saved Gusi, otherwise Tong wouldn't be so frightened. Fortunately, Gusi didn't say a word along the way. When they were almost at Tong's house, Tong shouted to stop the car, "Uncle Gu, my house is in front. It's not easy to turn around here. I'll get off here." Gusi nodded, and the car pulled over. Tong got out of the car. "Thank you, Uncle Gu." Gusi looked at her deeply and asked the driver to drive away. Tong stood still and watched Gusi's car leave. If it weren't for Gusi today, she wouldn't have been able to settle her marriage so smoothly in the Gu family, and it would be even more impossible for her to get 5,000 yuan without breaking up with them. Although she was almost breaking up with the Gu family, at least there was still a fig leaf. With this fig leaf, it would be easier for her to sell her job from the factory, and they wouldn't shamelessly make trouble for her. Tong waited for a while, and when she thought that Gusi's car was almost far away, she went out again with her bag on her back. When she went out, she was dumbfounded. The car parked on the side of the road was the car that had just sent her back. Gusi got out of the car and walked up to Tong. There was no blame in his eyes, but it made her feel uneasy, as if she was seen through. "A friend of mine is going on a business trip and asked me to take care of his house. He won't be back until about a month later. If you don't mind, you can stay there temporarily," Gusi said. Tong nose felt sore, and she pinched her palm hard, trying to hold back her tears with the sharp pain. Gusi sent people to another street. This area was full of buildings. Gusi's friend lived on the 3rd floor. The house had 2 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. Gusi asked Tong to live in the guest room, briefly introduced the house, and left the key to her. The people living next door and upstairs and downstairs are all police officers. You don't need to worry too much about safety. When leaving, Gusi mentioned it again. Tong Hua's eyes lit up instantly. The identity of the neighbor gave her a great sense of security. After Gusi left, Tong Hua's tense nerves relaxed. After getting familiar with the environment of the temporary residence, Tong Hua reviewed what happened today and took out the stone beads she picked up. As soon as she took it, something went wrong. Before, Tong Hua was afraid that Gusi would ask her about the origin of the button, so she kept scratching her palm until it bled. Later, Tong Hua was afraid that Gusi would ask her why she didn't go home, so she repeatedly scratched her palm until her palm was bloody. When picking up the stone beads, Tong Hua didn't realize that the blood in her palm was absorbed by the beads. After the stone beads absorbed the blood, Tong Hua's figure flashed and appeared in a space. Tong Hua, who thought she had seen a ghost, didn't figure out the situation until a long time later. This space is the stone bead. The heirloom of the Kong family. The space is infinite, and there is a well in it. She sensed that the water in this well is not ordinary water, and it has some other uses. With a flash of thought, Tong Hua came out of the space, and the stone bead in her hand sank into her broken palm right under her eyes. After the stone bead disappeared, the wound in Tong Hua's palm was also intact. Tong Hua clenched her palms. In the previous life, this stone bead was in Kong Mixue's hand. Did she discover this space? As long as she thought that Kong Mixue might have also obtained the space in the previous life, the hostility in her heart began to roll again. Very good, the hatred between them has deepened again. The next day, Tong Hua took the family's household registration book to the street office to sign up for going to the countryside. Because the marriage certificate with Gu Jinyue was delayed again and again, the Tong family's household registration book was temporarily kept in her hands. "Comrade, do you really want to sign up to go to the countryside?" The comrade from the office asked in shock. Now, it's not like a few years ago when everyone knew nothing about the countryside and went to build the countryside and take root in the countryside with a passion. The educated youth have been in the countryside for several years, and they know the situation in the countryside very well. Nowadays, not many people go to the countryside with a passion, and some even marry the elderly or the disabled in order to avoid going to the countryside. They can get divorced after getting married, but they may not be able to come back after going to the countryside. Tong Hua handed over her household registration booklet. Going to the countryside requires transferring the household registration, and she even brought the household registration booklet. Is it fake? Not only me, but also my brother. Tong Hua kindly signed up Tong Chunshu to go to the countryside. There is only one spot left in the north, said the clerk. He has been particularly afraid of the cold since he was a child. Let him go to the south and I'll go to the north. Tong Hua originally planned to apply for Tong Chunshu to work in the south. In the northeast, there is only one rice crop a year, while in the south there are 3 rice crops. He will be exhausted. Tong Hua handled the procedures for 2 people to go to the countryside by herself. The remaining thing to be solved was the work in the factory. Although she was a worker in the textile factory, her job was not given by Tong Dalai or the Gu family. She passed the exam herself. Kong Mixue was arranged by Gu Jinyue to work in the textile factory union and became a colleague of Gu Jinyue. The couple sat in the office and had an easy job. She was a female worker in the frontline workshop. Her work was hard, and she had to work hard, often working overtime, and all the overtime pay was paid to the adulterous couple. Tong Hua slowed down and continued to think. She could not suppress the wild energy in her body and poison the adulterous couple. After entering the textile factory, Tong Hua ignored the pointing eyes and found a person whose family needed a job based on her memory. In her previous life, when she was squatting on the way back to work, she heard others whispering that he spent 1,500 yuan to buy a job for his daughter-in-law from someone. The other party was the cashier of the factory. His last name was Luo. When he heard that Tong Hua wanted to sell the job, he was very surprised. "You want to sell the job?" "Yes." Tong Hua told him about the broken engagement with the Gu family. Cashier Luo was shocked again. "Break the engagement? Aren't you married?" Tong Hua smiled bitterly. "We haven't got the marriage certificate yet. I'm afraid he has had other ideas a long time ago." Navigator Luo understood. He didn't expect Gu Jinyue to be such a person. "Isn't this hurting people?" He was unwilling to say it earlier. How did it end today? It's not surprising that Gu Jinyue could do this. What's strange is that Tong Hua was willing to cancel the engagement. "We've called off the engagement. If we still work in the same factory, it will be too embarrassing to meet. It's better to find another job." Navigator Luo understood Tong Hua's feelings. After confirming that she really wanted to sell her job, he asked, 1,500 is okay? The market price of this job is around 1,500 yuan. Since Luo the treasurer wants to buy the job, his family must have prepared a sum of money. If it were someone else, he might have to bargain. But Tong Hua was a little pitiful. He couldn't bargain at this time. It wouldn't be a loss to buy it for 1,500 yuan. Tong Hua originally wanted to make a quick decision and planned to only charge 1,000 yuan plus some bills to give the other party some benefits. The 2 of them would become parties with common interests, and he would also work hard to make the handover between the 2 parties go smoothly. The other party offered a moderate price, and Tong Hua had no reason to push the money back. The 2 agreed on the price, and Luo the treasurer asked someone to go home to find his daughter-in-law to do the handover. Generally speaking, handover work is not difficult to complete if both parties are willing. It was just a formality. But who made Tong Hua's father the workshop director and Tong Hua's father-in-law the factory director? Secretary Meng, who was in charge of the handover, did not do it directly for them. Yesterday, the news that the son of Director Gu's family did not show up at the wedding spread all over the factory. Today, Tong Hua suddenly came to hand over the job. Could it be compensation from the Gu family, and there was a better place for Tong Hua? The cautious Secretary Meng asked them to wait a moment, and she went to ask Director Gu. Director Gu knew what Tong Hua was up to again, so he asked someone to call Tong Dalai. But Tong Dalai was embarrassed after knowing what happened at the wedding, so he took a few days off and did not come to the factory. Director Gu, should I do this handover or? Secretary Meng was glad that Director Gu seemed to be unaware of it, so she came to ask.
Who did you give the job to?
Asked Gu's father. Secretary Meng hurriedly said, it was the daughter-in-law of Luo, the treasurer. The factory was divided into two camps, and Luo the treasurer was on Director Gu's side. Father Gu looked deep in his eyes and said, just follow the process. After getting the approval, Secretary Meng handled the handover for Tong Hua. Tong Hua didn't feel relieved until she left the textile factory and put the money into the space. The fastest time to go to the countryside is 7 days later. If Tong Hua didn't get the space, she would take the interest, hide for 7 days, and then go to the countryside. But with the space, she knew all the places where Wang Fong hid the money, and she would be sorry for herself if she didn't do anything. When Tong Hua was preparing to go to the countryside, Gu Jinyue finally came home from the hospital. Mother Gu took a day off today, did not go to work, and waited for him at home.
Mom.
Gu Jinyue did not get enough rest in the hospital and looked a little tired. Gu's mother said angrily, you still remember to come back? Gu Jinyue knew that he had gone too far this time. Mom, I'm sorry. This incident happened suddenly. I didn't expect Mixue's condition would be so serious, so I delayed it for so long. Where's Hua Hua? Gu's mother frowned. Although she looked down on Tong Hua, she looked down on Kong Mixue even more. You caused such a big trouble this time. Your dad is very angry, and you have lost face for the whole family. Gu Jinyue said, I was also trying to save people. How can it be shameful to do good things? Gu's mother sneered. Good people and good deeds? If you disappear at the wedding, others will only say that you are irresponsible, abandoning someone after having an affair, and having a bad style. Gu Jinyue looked dissatisfied. Mom, you said too much. What do you mean by abandoning someone after having an affair? What do you mean by having a bad style? Where's Hua Hua? Where is she? The cold air kept coming out of Gu's mother. Why are you looking for her? Gu Jinyue thought his mother's words were a bit ridiculous. What else could he do when he looked for his wife? I was sorry for what happened yesterday. Give her some cloth coupons and make her a skirt. Mother Gu's face turned pale. A few cloth coupons? Her appetite is bigger than you think. Not only did she cancel the engagement, she also took 5,000 yuan in compensation from our family. Gu Jinyue was a little amused and didn't believe what she said at all. How could Tong Hua cancel the engagement with him? And how could she ask his family for 5,000 yuan? Tong Hua came to cancel the engagement last night, and your uncle was also there. Your father and I almost had our faces trampled under the feet of that little witch. I have never been so embarrassed in my life. It was so embarrassing. Gu's mother was so angry that she wanted to tear Tong Hua apart. Gu Jinyue's expression became serious, but he didn't understand. She's already married. Why cancel the engagement? Gu's mother paused and felt guilty for a moment. It was she who forced the family not to let anyone go to pick up the bride, but no matter what, Tong Hua's cancellation of the engagement was true, right? And it was also true that she asked for a huge sum of money, right? You haven't got a marriage certificate, so why can't you cancel the engagement? Gu Jinyue's face sank. I'll go and find out. Gu's mother said angrily. What else do you want to ask? I'm telling you, Tong Hua can never enter the Gu family again. And that 5,000 yuan, who does she think she is? Is she worthy of it? Hurry up and ask her to take it back. Gu Jinyue's face became more and more ugly. She actually asked his parents for 5,000 yuan in compensation. She was really crazy about money. Tong Dalai and Wang Fong stayed at home today and didn't go out. The groom didn't come to pick up the bride at the wedding yesterday. The Tong family lost an adult. Tong Dalai, who was very proud, didn't even go to work. When Gu Jinyue came, Tong Dalai thought he was here to apologize for what happened yesterday. who knew he was here to find Tong Hua. Didn't Tong Hua go to your house last night? Tong Dalai said in surprise. Jinyue grasped the key point. She went to my house last night? After integrating the information from both sides, Tong Dalai knew that Tong Hua did not go to get married last night, but to break off the engagement. Not only did she take the initiative to break off the engagement, she also asked for a huge sum of 5,000 yuan from the Gu family. As soon as Jinyue left, Tong Dalai pinched his philtrum and almost died of anger. This rebellious girl. Having offended Director Gu's family, will he ever be able to become the deputy director? Bring that little beast Tong Hua back to me. Tong Dalai roared. Jinyue returned home with a complicated expression. He didn't expect that he didn't go to the Tong family to pick up the bride, and his parents didn't send anyone to pick up the bride, so they left Tong Hua, the bride, out to dry for a whole day. But even so, Tong Hua was too willful. She broke off the engagement and blackmailed his parents for 5,000 yuan, and now she didn't come back all night. Seeing that he didn't bring Tong Hua back, Gu's mother was satisfied. Did you get the money back? Jinyue pinched his eyebrows and said, she didn't go home yesterday, and I didn't see her at Tong's house. Gu's mother's face darkened. It's outrageous. It's not decent for a girl to stay out all night. Mom, why didn't you ask someone to pick her up yesterday? Gu's mother said unhappily, you didn't even call back. How could I know whether you regretted not wanting to marry Tong Hua, or if something really delayed you? Jinyue said with a complicated expression, Tong Hua and I have been engaged for 5 years. How could I not want to marry her? Gu's mother said, the Tong family was the one who rushed to arrange this marriage. You have treated Kong Mixue and your friends better than Tong Hua in recent years. It's normal for me to think so, right? Jinyue felt it was a bit absurd. If he didn't want to marry Tong Hua, who would dare to force him to get engaged? Gu's mother warned, I don't care what you think now. The door of our Gu family is not a place where she can come in and go out as she pleases. Jinyue didn't get a good rest yesterday, and when he came back today, he encountered Tong Hua's temper again. Now he has a headache. Hearing this, he didn't speak up for Tong Hua. His mother was right. This time, Tong Hua went too far. If Tong Hua doesn't take the initiative to return the money and apologize to his parents, he won't speak up for her anymore. He must teach her a lesson. Tong Hua, who had a huge sum of money in her hands, went to the scrapyard. In this period of her previous life, there was a family-killing tragedy that caused a sensation. Someone bought a 7-gene iron rod at the scrapyard and found that it contained gold after returning home, and sold it for more than 10,000 yuan. At that time, the salary of a regular worker in the factory was only more than 30 yuan per month, more than 400 yuan a year. You can imagine how high the gold content of more than 10,000 yuan in 1975 was. It's a pity that the family of 9 was killed for money soon. Tong Hua went to 4 scrapyards, and when she was about to give up, she saw the iron rod she was looking for next to the legs of the old man sitting at the door. It seemed that this iron rod was the tool that the old man usually used to turn things over. Tong Hua picked some books and newspapers. Newspapers can be used to paste walls and start fires. As for books, she will always need them when the college entrance examination is resumed the year after next. Uncle, I need to pick some more. Can you lend me this? Tong Hua pointed to the iron rod beside him. You take it. The uncle glanced at Tong Hua and the books beside her. Tong Hua took the rod, confirmed the weight, and tapped it with her fingernails, but found that she couldn't tap the black stuff on it. She was not sure if it was what she was looking for, but it looked very similar. Tong Hua rummaged through the waste pile with the iron rod. Some of the books were banned books, and she smuggled them into the space when the uncle was not paying attention. As for the others, she really didn't find anything useful. Nowadays, there are many people with poor conditions, and many people come to the scrap station to pick up second-hand goods to use. The good things are either picked up by the people in the scrap station themselves, or by people nearby. Uncle, I've picked it out. Tong Hua picked up some books and 2 large bundles of old newspapers. When the old man was weighing the things, Tong Hua said, Uncle, can you sell me this iron rod? I think it's very handy, and it will be much safer to take it with me when I get off the night shift. This was a good reason, and the old man didn't doubt it at all. Okay. A few books, newspapers, and an iron rod, 80 cents. In addition, he put 5 yuan of compensation on the table. After going out, Tong Hua found a place where no one was and put the things into the space. Tong Hua had money in her hand, but she didn't have a single ticket. She handed over all the subsidies from the factory to her family. If she wanted to buy things now, she could only go to the black market. The prices in the black market were higher, and without tickets, they were even higher. But she still had to spend what she had to spend. The people in the rural office reminded her that before going to the countryside, she should make the quilt as thick as possible because it was really freezing in the north. Moreover, there was a price difference between the price in the city and the price in the countryside. After Tong Hua came out of the black market, she walked around a few times and confirmed that no one was following her before putting the things into the space. As soon as it got dark, Tong Hua stayed at home. She sat in the bathroom and rubbed the iron rod with the stone she had picked up until the black skin on the outer shell was worn off little by little, revealing the color inside. It was not golden yellow, but it definitely contained gold. Tong Hua let out a breath, and her eyes showed joy. Her thoughts were not in vain. Although she robbed the family's things, she also indirectly saved their lives. Tong Hua was working hard here, and the Tong family was so angry because they couldn't find Tong Hua. Tong Chunxu was outside all day to inquire about Tong Hua's whereabouts, and his feet were worn out. She even sold her job. She wouldn't run away with the money, right? Tong Dalai said with a gloomy face. I have asked the factory and the street, and she didn't go to get a letter of introduction. Without a letter of introduction, she could not leave Kyoto, and she couldn't even stay in a guest house. Is she having someone outside behind Brother Jinyue's back? Otherwise, where could she go if she didn't come back yesterday and didn't come back today? Tong Chunxu speculated with ill intentions. Tong Dalai smoked a cigarette and said irritably, Are you sure she is not at Michelle's house? Wang Fong said viciously, She is not at Michelle's house, and I don't know where she died. What a daring thing! I will break her legs when she comes back. Tong Chunxu thought of a good idea. Dad, why don't we call the police? Just say she stole money from the family and ran away, and let the police arrest her. Tong Dalai said, Once we call the police, the Gu family will be involved, and the Gu family can't afford to lose face. Wang Fong heard what he meant and said sarcastically, Do you still expect her to marry into the Gu family after extorting 5,000 yuan from the Gu family? Tong Dalai took a deep puff of a cigarette. Director Gu and his wife would definitely not want to, but from Gu Jinyue's attitude, it seemed that there was still a chance. 3 days later, the Tong family still hadn't found Tong Hua, and Tong Dalai couldn't sit still. Tong Hua grasped the bottom line of the Tong family and went home after 4 days of disappearance. If she didn't go back, Tong Dalai would call the police to find her no matter how much he cared about his face. It would not be her intention to implicate Gu Si at that time. Tong Hua had the key to the house. When she returned home, no one was at home, so she opened the door and went in directly. The house was in a mess. The floor was not swept, the table was not made up, and even the dirty clothes were piled up. When she was at home, she did all these chores. When she was not at home, naturally no one did them. Wang Fong had been relaxed for more than 10 years, so how could she become diligent in just a few days? The neighbor still knew about Tong Hua's running away from home. As soon as she came back, someone went to look for Wang Fong. After a while, the whole family came back. You still remember to come back. The 3 of them glared at Tong Hua fiercely. I was in a bad mood, so I went to stay at a classmate's house in the suburbs for a few days. Tong Hua gave a casual explanation. Tong Dalai frowned. No wonder everyone who knew Tong Hua in the city looked for her, but couldn't find her. It turned out that she ran to the suburbs. As soon as Wang Fong entered the door, her eyes scraped over Tong Hua like scraping the ground. Where's the money? Tong Hua has more than 8,000 yuan on her. She goes out to look for people every day, mostly because of the money on Tong Hua. As soon as Wang Fong finished speaking, Tong Chunxu's eyes lit up. That was 8,000 yuan. The money is mine, I hid it. Tong Hua said she would not take the money out. Wang Fong's eyes were filled with anger, which She dared to take the Gu family's money, and she really got it in her hands. Tong Dalai was very disappointed with his daughter. He said, "Lock her up for a few days first. You will know what is good and what is bad after being hungry for a few days." When Tong Hua was a child, if she was disobedient, Wang Fong would lock her up in the house, and she could not eat for a whole day. Once she was hungry for 3 days.
She was still young at that time.
She felt so hungry that she was about to die of hunger. From then on, the punishment she feared most was hunger. So she became more and more obedient and sensible. At that time, she would only be allowed to come out of the room when Gu Jinyue came to play at home. Gu Jinyue would bring some delicious food with him every time he came. To her, Gu Jinyue was an angel at that time. As long as he came, she would not be hungry. In her previous life, her feelings for Gu Jinyue deepened little by little. Gu Jinyue would not be hungry for her, but the hope of being full. That night, Wang Fong specially made braised pork, and the house was filled with the aroma of meat. Inside the house, Tong Hua was also eating. Time is still in space, and the food put in it not only keeps food fresh, but also keeps it warm. Now they still want to starve her, which is impossible. Gu Jinyue has been paying attention to the Tong family. When he heard Kong Mixue say that Tong Hua had returned, he almost rushed directly to the Tong family. But after thinking about it, he still didn't go. He was still angry. He learned from Kong Mixue that on the day of Tong Hua's wedding, she not only blackmailed his parents for 5,000 yuan, but also forced her own parents to give her 2,000 yuan as a dowry. It is said that Tong Hua threatened her parents with a knife to get the money at that time. She emptied the Tong family. Gu Jinyue was very disappointed. He didn't expect Tong Hua to be such a heartless and selfish person. Is there only money in her eyes? Did she marry him because he was the son of the factory director? Gu Jinyue stopped and didn't go to the Tong family. He wanted to wait for Tong Hua to come and explain it to him clearly. Gu's mother also heard that Tong Hua was found and predicted that Tong Hua would come to the Gu family to repay the money and apologize soon. If she comes to you, even if she returns the money, I will never agree to let her enter the Gu family again. Gu Jinyue did not agree, but did not refute. Tong Hua had been too willful these days, and he really had to give her the cold shoulder. Seeing her son's agreement, Gu's mother felt relieved. As long as her son saw Tong Hua clearly, it would be useless for Tong Hua to continue to pester her. If she still has a conscience, she should take the initiative to return the money. Gu's mother said. Although Gu Jinyue disliked that Tong Hua valued money too much, he also believed that as long as Tong Hua wanted to be with him, she would definitely return the money. Tong Hua, whose money was missed by the mother and son of the Gu family, pushed open the window after she estimated that everyone in the Tong family was asleep. Tong Hua was too docile in the past. When she was locked in the room, she never thought of leaving through the window, so the Tong family never thought of doing anything on the window. Tong Hua jumped out of the window gently. The moonlight outside was very good, and there was almost no visual impact. There are 2 bicycles in the Tong family. One is from Tong Dalai, and the other is a gift from Tong Hua to Tong Chunshu as a reward for being an advanced worker last year. She has not been willing to buy a bicycle herself until now. Tong Hua put the 2 bicycles into the space without hesitation, along with the empty water tank and pickle tank in the corner of the yard. The next morning, Wang Fong yelled and cursed in the yard, "Which unscrupulous rascal stole my 2 bicycles? Rascal! Don't let me know who it is. If I know who it is, I will tear your whole family apart." Tong Dalai had to go to work and had no time to stay at home. After asking Wang Fong to report the case, he hurried to work. Tong Chunshu had no job and had not gotten up yet. In a daze, he heard his mother cursing. "What bicycle is lost? It's lost. The old one will not go away, and the new one will not come. Does Aunt Tong Hua still have 8,000 yuan? Can't she just buy another one?" Even if Wang Fong regarded Tong Hua's money as her own, it didn't mean she didn't feel bad about the loss of 2 bicycles. The police from the police station came, but they couldn't find out anything. After all, the bicycle disappeared on the spot, leaving no trace at all, and the trace under Tong Hua's window was also cleaned up. Wang Fong kept cursing in and out of the alley this morning, and the curses were very ugly. In the afternoon, Wang Fong cursed the bicycle thief and Tong Hua at the same time. You sleep like a dead pig at night. You don't even know that your bicycle was stolen. If the whole house is stolen tomorrow, you won't know it either. Why don't you just die? If you are a dead person, you won't know anything. On the 6th day, Jinyue was a little surprised why Tong Hua didn't come to find him. He went to find Kong Mixue, and then he knew that Tong Hua was punished by her parents and locked in the room and not allowed to come out. Jinyue frowned slightly. Tong Hua made such a big mistake, but her parents just locked her in the room? No wonder Tong Hua is so willful. She was spoiled by her parents. Kong Mixue bit her lip and said, Brother Gu, Hua was really angry this time. I didn't dare to see her, nor did I dare to tell her that you were with me that day. I was afraid that she would never talk to me again. Jinyue didn't expect Tong Hua to be so angry, but he didn't think he was wrong. He was a good person and did good things, so how could he do something wrong? Then don't tell her. Jinyue originally wanted to explain to Tong Hua, but what Tong Hua did later made him too disappointed. He didn't want to explain, so as to avoid Mixue being angered by Tong Hua. Kong Mixue asked softly with gratitude and worry, Then how are you going to explain to Hua? Jinyue said, Just say that I had a car accident and injured my leg and was hospitalized. Then Tong Hua will know how unreasonable he is. Kong Mixue asked softly, Will Hua blame us for lying to her? Jinyue said disapprovingly, We told a white lie. Kong Mixue looked at him softly, I'll listen to you. Jinyue said again, Do you know how many days her parents are going to keep her? Kong Mixue shook her head. Maybe they will keep her until she admits her mistake? Jinyue said, Did she admit her mistake? Kong Mixue shook her head. Jinyue looked a little dissatisfied. Let's wait until she admits her mistake. On the 7th day, Wang Fong from the Tong family asked Tong Hua for money. The bicycle at home was stolen, and the money was emptied by you. Now your father, a workshop director, has to take the bus to work. You should quickly take out the money to buy bicycles for your father and your brother. Tong Hua took out 300 yuan and gave it to Wang Fong, but did not take out all the money as she thought. Tong Hua took out the money, and Wang Fong saw the remaining money and confirmed that Tong Hua did not hide the money outside or in the passbook, but hid the money at home. I still need to buy a bicycle ticket. How can this money be enough? You and the Gu family have broken off the engagement. Why don't you return the dowry? Wang Fong said angrily. Tong Hua looked weak, silent, and acted stubborn and uncompromising. Seeing her dead look, Wang Fong was furious and wanted to hit her and force her to submit with violence. Unexpectedly, Tong Hua threatened, If you touch a hair on my head, I will burn this money. Wang Fong laughed angrily. Burn it. If you don't burn it, I will take your last name. Tong Hua stood up and rushed to the kitchen. Tong Chunshu at the door blocked Tong Hua's way and said impatiently, Mom, she is mentally ill now. Why are you provoking her? Let's go buy the bicycle first. Wang Fong thought about what this dead girl had done recently, and her brain was indeed not very good. She gritted her teeth and said, I will deal with you when I come back. After threatening, Wang Fong locked the door again, and then took her son to buy a bicycle. As soon as the mother and son left, Tong Hua climbed out of the window, pried open the door of the main hall from the outside, and pried open the room of Wang Fong and Tong Dalai. Their room is the master bedroom and most of the furniture in the room is birch. However, Wang Fong has 2 rosewood boxes, and she once boasted that they were her dowry. In fact, Tong Hua accidentally learned in her previous life that these 2 rosewood boxes were the boxes that Kong Linling brought when she came to her. Tong Hua found the rosewood boxes under the bed, which were filled with fabrics that Tong Dalai had stolen from the factory. Tong Hua didn't think about it and put them all into the space where Wang Fong hid the money was known best to Tong Hua, who often cleaned their room. Seeing that there were traces of soil being moved under the bedside table, Tong Hua set his sights under the cupboard, where there was a pit for hiding money. However, Tong Hua was definitely not able to move the large wardrobe that was 2 meters high and 2 meters wide, so he simply put it into the space. A minute later, the room was empty, with only a spittoon left. Tong Hua dug out the things under the large wardrobe and buried 2 large rectangular tin biscuit boxes. Tong Hua pried open one of them with scissors, and it was full of money, all with yellow rubber bands. Tong Hua was a little surprised, and then he pried open another biscuit box, which was also filled with bundles of unity. Tong Hua, who thought she knew the Tong family fairly well, was wrong in her prediction. She didn't expect that the Tong family had such a rich fortune. There should be 20,000 yuan in the tin box. Again, the money was neat and tidy, with no change or other valuables. Tong Hua glanced around the empty room and stopped where the spittoon was. From what she knew about Wang Fong, Tong Hua walked over with a shovel, pinched her nose, and lifted the spittoon far away. Then he dug hard, and when he was tired, he poured some spiritual spring from the space to replenish his strength. Soon, Tong Hua really dug out another box. This box was an ordinary birch box with a lock on it. Tong Hua picked the lock and opened it. There were several paintings and 3 small boxes of about the same size, all with small locks on them. She picked them all. 1 box contains silver dollars, 1 box contains gold bars, and 1 box contains a pair of jade bracelets of excellent quality. Tong Hua was stunned for a while, laughing at herself that she really didn't know anything about the Tong family's net worth. With a wave of his hand, all these things entered the space. Looking elsewhere, Tong Hua dug another hole. This time the hole was very shallow, and he easily dug out a tin box. This time Tong Hua saw hundreds of dollars in cash and finally tickets. Among the pile of tickets, the most cloth and food stamps were found. There were even bicycle tickets, watches, radio tickets, and more than one. It was probably Wang Fong who prepared them for his sons. The bride price belongs to her now. Tong Hua dug twice more. After finding nothing, he stopped and went straight to other rooms. She has 2 older brothers in the Tong family. The eldest and the second are twins. One has joined the army, and the other has gone to the countryside. Tong Chunlei is the child that Tong Dalai and Wang Fong value most, and he is also the most promising one in the Tong family. Even if he was not at home, Wang Fong asked Tong Hua to go to the room to clean up every other day. Tong Hua knew better than himself what was in Tong Chunlei's house. Except for a few new, thick and large cotton quilts, I didn't look at anything else. But if you don't look down on it, you still have to accept it. It took too long to dig in Wang Fong's room, and there was not much left. Tong Hua made a quick decision and took in everything that could be accommodated in the room, including her own room. She didn't let go of the main room either and collected all the tables, chairs, and thermos bottles. The kitchen cannot be missed. The cupboards, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, tea, rice, white flour, sorghum, brown rice, and bacon are all integrated into the space. After the kitchen was empty, the 2 large iron pots on the stove became conspicuous. The 2 pots were pried up and stored in the space. Tong Hua did not forget the firewood under the stove. He also bought the firewood and collected it all with money. The coal stove and other things in the yard were all put away, and the children's paintings were all taken away, and the brooms and dustpans were not missed. After a general cleaning, except for the spittoon, the entire floor of Tong's house was scraped. When Tong Hua heard what happened when Wang Fong and Tong Chunxiu came back from buying bicycles, he took the prepared stone and knocked it on his forehead without hesitation, causing his head to bleed immediately. Tong Hua didn't faint, so he could only pretend to have fainted. "Mom, why is this door open?" Tong Chunxiu got out of the car and was shocked when he saw the courtyard door and the gate open. Wang Fong also felt something was wrong, especially since their home had already been robbed. Wang Fong's expression suddenly changed, and he rushed into his room. The room was empty. Several holes had been dug in the ground like gophers, and the places where she had hidden her things had also been dug up. Wang Fong felt so cold that she fainted. Tong Chunxiu came out of his room and jumped in anger. Oh shoot! Who emptied his house? There was only a spittoon left in the room. Children's paintings. Children's paintings. Tong Chunxiu suddenly thought of someone else at home. Before he could get angry, he saw Tong Hua lying in the empty room with a bloody head. Tong Hua's house was also evacuated, and someone even stabbed him in the head.
Mom.
Tong Hua was beaten to death. Tong Chunxu turned pale with fright and hurriedly went to find his mother. After searching, I found that his mother had fallen to the ground and passed out.
Mom.
What's wrong with you? Wake up. Tong Chunxu shook his mother vigorously. When he realized that it was not working, he pinched her middle. Wang Fong gradually woke up and saw her youngest son, Chunxu. Mom just had a nightmare. She dreamed that our home was evacuated, and Mom's house was also. Tong Chunxu interrupted her. She said in horror, Mom, you weren't dreaming. Our home was really robbed. Wang Fong felt so cold in her heart that she was about to faint again due to pain, panic, despair, shock, and other emotions.
Mom.
Tong Hua seems to have been beaten to death and shed a lot of blood. Tong Chunxu said anxiously. Wang Fong's many years of savings had been wiped out. She felt like she was on the eve of a volcanic eruption, thinking that Tong Hua was the only one at home before their mother and son left. If it wasn't for the useless children's paintings and the failure to check the door of the house, how could there be a thief in the house? Suddenly, all Wang Fong's hatred and resentment had a target to vent to. She said with a ferocious face, She's dead? A good death. A good death.
Mom.
Tong Chunxu was a little frightened. No matter how bad the children's paintings are, she is still his biological sister. Wang Fong painfully crawled to the holes one after another, leaving nothing behind. There was nothing left for her. Heaven. Earth. You don't have eyesight. Wang Fong cried out in pain. Her money. Her gold bars. All her treasures are gone. Wang Fong's hysterical screams attracted neighbors to come and see what was going on. This sight shocked them all. Not only had Tong's family been evacuated, but Tong Hua was still lying on the ground with no idea of his life or death. Wang Fong, your painting is still alive. Please send her to the hospital quickly. Mrs. Yu said hurriedly. Wang Fong has nothing, so she still cares about that little witch? That's right. Where is that little witch with more than 8,000 yuan? Wang Fong suddenly staggered up and ran to find the children's paintings. He found that the children's paintings room had also been moved cleanly, and his heart suddenly dropped. Maybe Tong Hua hid the money on her body? Wang Fong immediately started rummaging around Tong Hua's body. She turned a blind eye to the blood on Tong Hua's head. She only focused on the more than 8,000 yuan in Tong Hua's hand. Where's the money? Where's the money? She didn't wear much clothes in summer. She wanted to take off Tong Hua's clothes again to find money, but Mrs. Yu couldn't stand it anymore. Wang Fong, your daughter is almost dead. What else are you looking for? How much money can she carry with just a few clothes? Chunxu, go report the crime quickly, and we will help you send your sister to the hospital. Mrs. Yu can't just watch a young girl like Tong Hua die here. The neighbors around looked at Wang Fong, who had always been decent, and almost went crazy with anger. The house was empty, as if no one lived in it. They also felt a little sympathetic and agreed with the old lady Yu, helping to send Tong Hua to the hospital. Tong Hua was bandaged up from the hospital and went home. Tong Dalai had been called back from the factory. The police went to the hospital and Tong Hua explained everything that needed to be explained. The police suspected it was revenge theft. The thief has already stolen the bicycle, so he won't do it a second time. Who knew that Wang Fong had been cursing all day long? Maybe the thief hadn't left at that time, and after hearing Wang Fong's curse words, he became vengeful. Otherwise, which thief would even steal firewood and brooms? Coincidentally, there was a family of only children holding a wedding in the alley today. It was a big event. People were coming and going in the alley, and the firecrackers were locked and blown for a long time. The neighbors just didn't notice anything, and the Tong family was vacated. As soon as Wang Fong saw Tong Hua coming back, she cursed with a ferocious face. Why don't you die outside? You still have the nerve to come back. It's all your fault, you little witch. Waste snack. Useless at all. You can't even look good at home. If I had known that when you were born, I should have strangled you to death. Drowned you in a spittoon? Tong Hua's face turned pale, and tears fell like pearls. Compared with Wang Feng's ferocious old devil-like face, Tong Hua's beautiful little face with teardrops is particularly pitiful. Mrs. Yu said, "As the old saying goes, you are not afraid of thieves, but they are worried about them. The thieves are already worried about them. What's the use of painting?" The other neighbors also nodded, and the little girl's head was covered with tears. It was broken, and her body was crumbling after being hit by her mother, which looked very pitiful. Why don't you blame her? She is at home, and her home has been evacuated. Why don't you blame her? Wang Feng's eyes were as fierce as if she wanted to eat someone. I think she is the thief's accomplice. She is eating the shoot out of her. I'm going to find the police. Find the police to arrest her. Lock her up and shoot her. Wang Feng dragged Tong Hua like crazy, trying to pull her out, so fiercely his expression looked like he was sending a child's painting to die. Tong Hua threw her hand away and said angrily, "The police already said it was you. It was you who scolded others so badly. That's why they came back to take revenge on you. They emptied the house. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have any money either. It will be gone. I have nothing now. My reputation is gone, my job is gone, my money is gone. Who can I blame?" Wang Feng was so angry when she saw that Tong Hua dared to hit her and accuse her. Shivering, I scratched it with one paw. Tong Hua hid behind Tong Dalai. Wang Feng was now mad. He ignored Tong Dalai and scratched his paws several times, causing bloody marks on Tong Dalai's face. Tong Dalai slapped her away. Wang Feng screamed after being beaten, and Tong Dalai slapped her viciously several times in succession. Isn't it just 2 bicycles? If it's stolen, it's stolen. Could it be that just by scolding her she could get the thief to take the car back? If this is the case, why do we need the police? If she hadn't been such a bad mouth, how could the family have been retaliated by thieves? Wang Feng was beaten by Tong Dalai, and she was furious. The couple started fighting in front of everyone. Tong Chunshu was trying to mediate, and Tong Hua sobbed as she left the crowd and returned to the house. She didn't see the bicycles Wang Feng and her friends bought outside, so she guessed that they had put them at home. Sure enough, she saw 2 brand new bicycles in Tong Chunlei's room, and without hesitation, she put the last of the Tong family's property into the space. Tomorrow is the time for her to go to the countryside, and she told Tong Chunshu that it would be a week later. Tonight, she will not accompany the Tong family through thick and thin. Hua Hua. Kong Linling noticed her and hurried over. Are you okay? Is the injury on your head serious? Tong Hua didn't expect to see her before leaving. After they left the courtyard, her ears became quiet. Aunt Kong, I'm leaving. Kong Linling was shocked and hurriedly grabbed her hand. Hua Hua. Don't scare me. Don't think too much. Although something happened in your family, your father is still the workshop director of the factory, and your eldest brother is still in the army. We can always live a new life. Tong Hua knew that she was thinking wrongly, so she explained, I have signed up to go to the countryside as an educated youth, and I will leave tomorrow. Kong Linlang was immediately angry and annoyed. Girl, have you told your parents about such a big thing? Tong Hua remained silent. Kong Linlang gritted her teeth and said, No. I'll take you to ask if this quota can be withdrawn. Tong Hua grabbed her and shook her head at her. Aunt Kong, it can't be withdrawn. I can't stay in the city anymore. Kong Linlang felt distressed and angry. I think Jinyue has feelings for you. Maybe. Tong Hua interrupted her. On the day of the wedding, Jinyue was in the hospital taking care of Kong Mixue, who had a heart attack. Kong Linlang was stunned. On the day of Hua Hua's wedding, the groom Jinyue was in the hospital taking care of her daughter Mixue. This is impossible. Mixue is your best friend. She can't have anything to do with Jinyue. Kong Linlang grabbed Tong Hua's hand tightly and tried desperately to explain to her. Tong Hua's tears fell. Aunt Kong, Jinyue's parents have admitted it. Kong Linlang's face was pale. How could this be possible? How could her daughter be such a person?
Aunt Kong.
Tong Hua's voice was trembling and broken. Kong Linlang's heart was twisted. Could it be a misunderstanding? I'll go back and ask her. If it's true, I asked her to apologize to you. Tong Hua shook her head and said sadly, I have already broken off the engagement. If she wants it, Give it to her, but she and I can no longer be friends. Kong Linlang felt guilty and blamed herself in her heart. Aunt Kong promises you, if what you said is true, I will never agree to them being together. If she dares to marry Gu Jinyue, I will not recognize her as my daughter. Tong Hua felt complicated. When she came back in her previous life, Kong Linlang had died in an accident. If she were still there, maybe someone would stand by her side and say a fair word for her, and she would not be so desperate until her death. Kong Linlang pulled Tong Hua and wanted her to live at her home, but Tong Hua refused. I don't want to see Kong Mixue. Even if Tong Hua went to the countryside, she didn't want Kong Mixue to have a hard time. After dark, all the onlookers from the Tong family were driven away. Wang Fong and Tong Dalai also called a truce. Tong Chunshu called Tong Hua to borrow some medicine from the neighbor, and only then did they realize that Tong Hua was not at home at all. As Tong Hua had run away from home for several days before, they didn't suspect anything and just thought that she was scolded away by Wang Fong. Little rascal. You rascal. You're a born, ungrateful person. Wang Fong's scolding was very unpleasant. But the Tong family was used to hearing it and didn't realize how excessive it was. The Tong family had nothing to eat that night, and because they all had wounds on their faces, they were too embarrassed to go out for dinner, so they all lay on the ground hungry all night. Tong Hua did not go to say goodbye to Gu Si in person, and she did not take the 1,000 yuan that Gu Si gave her and left it in the house. She did not want money, or she did not want to end her relationship with Gu Si easily. Tong Hua also left him a letter to thank him for taking care of her. Putting the key under the flower pot by the door, Tong Hua carried a simple bag to the train station. When the train was about to leave, Tong Hua heard someone calling her. Tong Hua. Tong Hua. Kong Linlang finally found someone. Tong Hua stood up with some surprise and Kong. Kong Linlang stuffed a bag that she had prepared overnight into the car window. Hua Hua. Be careful of pickpockets on the road, don't talk too much with strangers, and write to me when you get to your destination. Before he could finish his words, the train started moving. Kong Linlang ran after the train and shouted, Remember to write to me when you get to your destination. Give me the address and I will send you something.
Hua Hua.
Take care. Kong Linlang was out of breath after chasing and finally stopped. She shouted and tears fell. Looking at the increasingly blurred figure, she didn't know why she was so sad, so heartbroken. Tong Hua's upper body was leaning out of the car window, and she kept waving at the figure that was getting farther and farther away. Take care of yourself, too.
Mom.
Tong Hua sat back down when she couldn't see anyone anymore. The bag Kong Linlang gave her contained a new imitation military uniform, 2 still warm lunch boxes, 2 rag dolls of the same size, and a wallet made of corduroy scraps, with about 50 yuan in it, as well as a few food coupons, sugar coupons, and cotton coupons. This was all Kong Linlang could get in a short period of time. Tong Hua stared at it in a daze, and a warm current flowed through her heart. Maybe they would be able to recognize each other in 2 years. Now Wang Fong's younger brother works in the ideological committee. This person is cunning and cautious. He is Wang Fong's confidence. But in 1977, he was shot for helping Kong Mixue and accidentally killed someone. If he hadn't died, Kong Mixue would have an extra backer in the future. On the surface, she is his niece, but he just dotes on Kong Mixue. Maybe he already knew that Kong Mixue is his niece. When Tong Dalai of the Tong family was going to work, he found that their 2 newly bought bicycles were stolen again. Wang Fong howled heartbreakingly. Curse those thieves for having sons without. Despicable scoundrels. Tong Dalai's face turned pale. You're still cursing. Will I lead the thief back to take revenge on you? Wang Fong's voice stopped abruptly, and she turned with resentment in her eyes. It's all Tong Hua's fault. White-eyed wolf. Little beast. Such a big thing happened at home, and she still hides outside to enjoy a good life. Shameless and cheap thing. If she dares to go home, I will break her dog legs. Tong Dalai didn't sleep much last night. So many things were stolen, and he was almost crazy with heartache. Some things couldn't be seen in the light, and he didn't dare to say how much was stolen when he reported the case. Even if the thief was caught in the future, these things would not come back. He was so frustrated, aggrieved, angry, resentful, and other emotions in his heart that he had nowhere to vent and was mad. Wang Fong was afraid to continue to curse when she saw his terrifying eyes, but the more she suppressed her aggrieved mood, the more painful it was. The fact that the Tong family was retaliated against by someone and their land was expropriated because of Wang Fong's foul mouth became a strange thing in this area. The Gu family naturally knew about it. At the dinner table, Gu's mother was unhappy. Could it be that the Tong family doesn't want to pay back the 5,000 yuan, so they're doing this kind of thing of thief crying thief? After seeing Tong Dalai, Gu's father became as depressed as a rotten pickle. The Tong family was indeed robbed. Mother Gu was gloating, but also worried. If everything is stolen, what about our money? Will it be stolen too? Father Gu said, not only the 5,000 yuan, but also the Tong family's money and the money Tong Hua earned from selling her work were all stolen. Mother Gu said with an ugly face, unlucky. The life of a maid. She has no blessing to enjoy the money even if she wants it. Gu Jinyue frowned, Mom. Mother Gu said unhappily, isn't what I said right? Gu Jinyue said impatiently, I've finished eating. Mother Gu was angry. Look at him. He is still thinking about Tong Hua. I tell you, old Gu, this family can only be mine without her. Father Gu said lightly, don't be so fierce. He may not care much about Tong Hua, but the more you oppose, the more he cares. Hearing this, Mother Gu became thoughtful. After dinner, Gu Jinyue went to the Kong family. Kong Linlang was working the night shift at the factory and Kong Mixue was the only one at home. Kong Mixue was very happy to see Gu Jinyue. It's so late. Why are you here? Gu Jinyue said, it's my birthday tomorrow. I came to inform you in advance. Let's have dinner together at the Chaoyang Road state-owned restaurant at 5 p.m. Kong Mixue probed, have you told Hua? Gu Jinyue's face faded, no. Kong Mixue was delighted and said with a smile, then I'll take Hua with me. Gu Jinyue did not object, which was considered as her acquiescence. Only after sending Gu Jinyue away did the smile on Kong Mixue's face fade. Last night, she and her mother had a big fight because of Tong Hua. She didn't expect Tong Hua to know that Gu Jinyue didn't go to the wedding because of her. She didn't expect Tong Hua to be so angry. Not only did she sell her job at the factory and go to the Gu family to cancel the engagement, she also asked for 5,000 yuan in compensation. But her mother said that Tong Hua had to go to the countryside because of their affairs, but she didn't believe it. Which fool is willing to go to the countryside now? On the morning of Gu Jinyue's birthday, every year, Tong Hua would come to his house to make him a bowl of longevity noodles. Gu Jinyue looked at the empty kitchen, the empty tables and chairs. No one came to prepare longevity noodles for him. The phone at Gu's house didn't ring all day. Gu Jinyue called the labor union and asked if anyone had come to the factory to look for him today. No one. At the appointed time, Gu Jinyue took his brothers to the state-owned restaurant. His friends all knew that Gu Jinyue didn't want to mention Tong Hua now, and no one dared to mention Tong Hua's name in front of him. Kong Mixue came late and apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm late. Gu Jinyue only saw her, not Tong Hua, and clenched the chopsticks in his hand. Kong Mixue looked at Gu Jinyue apologetically and shook her head slightly. She didn't find Tong Hua and didn't know where Tong Hua had hidden. But Gu Jinyue thought that Tong Hua was unwilling to come to celebrate his birthday. His face turned cold, and a sneer appeared in his heart. He shouldn't be soft on her. A few days later, Tong Hua finally arrived at her destination, Longping Commune. When getting off the train, Tong Hua took the opportunity to transfer the packed quilt out of the space. Captain Chung of the Red Bull Brigade, who came to the commune for a meeting, did not expect to come to a meeting and bring a female educated youth back. There were not many educated youth coming down this time, and the most 2 more could be given. It was already considered good that their brigade only had 1. Tong Hua said to herself that she was lucky that she was assigned to the Red Bull Brigade. The place where Tong Chunjing, the second child of the Tong family, went to the countryside was in the Red Bull Brigade. There was only 1 quota to come to the north. When she saw that it was Longping Commune in Qingping County, She felt lucky at the time, but she didn't expect that her luck was so good that she could really be assigned to the same brigade with Tong Chunjing. It seems that God is helping her. Tong Chunjing will have a hard time with her around. Captain Chung looked at Tong Hua's white and thin arms and legs and took several puffs of his pipe in annoyance. Tong Hua perked up, took out 2 packs of cigarettes from her bag, and stuffed them directly into Captain Chung, revealing 2 rows of white and neat teeth. Captain Chung, my name is Tong Hua, I'm 21 years old, and I will settle down in our Red Bull Brigade from now on. Please take care of me. Tong Dalai's cigarettes are not bad. 2 packs of cigarettes cost 70 cents without the ticket. Captain Chung looked at the 2 packs of cigarettes in his hand and heard her describe the Red Bull team as our Red Bull team and regarded herself as a member of the Red Bull team. Her words were beautiful, but I don't know if she can do things so beautifully. Let's go. After all, the hands are short of money. Captain Chung did not give the new educated youth a warning as he did in the past. Instead, he told the situation of the Red Bull Brigade Educated Youth Camp along the way. There are now a total of 18 educated youth in the Educated Youth Camp. Some rent houses in the brigade and live alone, some live with the villagers in the brigade who have good relations with them, some build their own houses and live by themselves, and some live in the Educated Youth Camp. Tong Hua thought in her heart that she would live with others for the time being. After she had a falling out with Tong Laowa, she would build her own house and live alone. In short, she must not let Tong Laowa take advantage of her for a penny. She went back to the Tong family later, and she also wanted to take the opportunity to solve the problem of the money on her body. Otherwise, these people would not easily let her go for the money. Anyway, she could not be any of the Tong family's one-person nanny. As for the source of the money, at worst she can say that she borrowed it from Gu Si. He shouldn't expose her, right? Gu Si, who was remembered by Tong Hua, happened to see the money and letter that Tong Hua left in his house. Gu Si has asked someone to check Tong Hua's affairs over the years in the past few days. 15 years ago, the Tong family went to Tong's hometown, Tongjiawan, Luan City, to attend a funeral. During the way, little Tong Hua disappeared for 5 days. These 5 days included the time Tong Hua saved him, and also explained why little Tong Hua was so embarrassed at that time, like a beggar. Gu Si went to the youth going to the countryside office to check the place where Tong Hua went to the countryside. He was a little surprised. It was the same place as Qingping County where he was transferred, but he was not in Longping Commune. Gu Si narrowed his eyes slightly. Longping Commune is not bad either. Tong Hua didn't know that the person she was clinging to would soon go to the countryside. She was already at the educated youth point and saw Tong Chunjing, whose eyes were almost popping out of his head in shock. The day before yesterday, Tong Chunjing called the textile factory labor union, and Kong Mixue told him everything that happened in his family. But at that time, Tong Chunjing just thought that Tong Hua was hiding somewhere because she was afraid of being punished. He didn't expect that she was not only selfish and greedy, but also bold and willful. In order not to bear the consequences, she hid directly in the countryside. Tong Hua saw his angry reaction and knew that he had called Kong Mixue again, and he must have known what happened in Kyoto. She didn't want to be hypocritical anymore and looked at him lightly. Tong Laowa. Tong Chunjing laughed angrily. What did you call me? Tong Laowa. Tong Hua used to call him the second brother, but now in her eyes he is only worthy of the 3 words Tong Lao heir. Tong Chunjing was angry and disappointed. He had suspected that there was some misunderstanding. Tong Hua had been docile and obedient since childhood. How could she suddenly change so much? The other educated youths then realized that the new educated youth was actually Tong Chunjing's biological sister. Su Man became more enthusiastic. It's my younger sister. That means she is one of our family. I'll take you to see where she lives. Tong Chunjing thought of Kong Mixue, who had been dragging her uncomfortable body to look for Tong Hua these days, and his anger rushed to the top of his head. She and I are not one of our family. I don't have a sister like her who is so heartless and selfish. Tong Hua took over his words. Everyone be our witness. I don't have a brother like him, who forgets his loyalty for the sake of beauty. It just so happens that he and I don't like each other, So let's break off the relationship. I'm not his sister. He's not my brother either. Tong Chunjing was almost angry and collapsed. Tong Hua. What nonsense are you talking about? Say it again, if you have the guts. Tong Hua looked at him coldly. I want to break off relations with you. I don't want a traitor like you. Tong Chunjing was angry and wanted to attack Tong Hua, but Tong Hua casually took out a knife from her body, which was the Tong family's kitchen knife. You dare to touch me? Tong Chunjing smiled angrily, stretched his neck, and said to her, Go ahead and cut. Cut my neck. If you don't chop, you're not a human being. Before she finished her words, Tong Hua chopped with a kitchen knife. The educated youth, Wang Qing next to her, was quick-witted and pulled Tong Chunjing away. Tong Chunjing's head was nearly chopped off by Tong Hua. Everyone took a step back. Is Tong Chunjing's sister serious? Tong Chunjing's face turned pale. He didn't expect Tong Hua to really use a knife on him. Tong Hua had just arrived at the educated youth point and became famous overnight, and became a celebrity in the entire Red Bull Brigade. Of course, it was not a good reputation. He used a knife to attack his own brother as soon as he arrived. Is he an ungrateful person? Or a psychopath? If he is a psychopath and there is a psychopath in their Red River Brigade, wouldn't everyone be in danger? Captain Chung didn't expect Tong Hua to cause trouble for her on her first day. No one in the educated youth point dared to live in the same room with her, and she had nowhere to live. Captain Chung could only take her to his own home first. Captain Cheng's wife saw the rumored psychopath coming and avoided him. Tong Jiqing, what's going on between you and your brother? Captain Chung looked serious. If Tong Hua was really mentally ill, he had to send this person back. Tong Hua told him about how she was betrayed by her fiancé and a friend who was like a sister at the wedding. She also told him about her parents' reactions. Captain Chung didn't expect this to happen and even forgot to smoke his pipe. But what does this have to do with your brother? Tong Hua smiled bitterly and told him everything, because he likes the friend who stole my fiancé. He liked her so much that after being rejected by her, he gave up his job and went to the countryside to become an educated youth. He treated my sister's words as and only believed her words. Captain Chung disagreed. Then you shouldn't have hit him with a knife. If something really happened, you would be responsible. Besides, no female educated youth dares to live with you in the educated youth site. Tell me what you are going to do now. Tong Hua lowered her head, her hands tangled together, and she looked pitiful. Aunt Chung, who was outside, overheard what was happening and was impressed by this delicate female educated youth who dared to love and hate. Don't we have an empty room in our house? Let her live there. Captain Chung didn't want to get involved in the affairs of the educated youth and was just looking for a reason to refuse. Tong Hua silently took out a whole pack of cigarettes from her bag, put it on the table, and then pushed it in front of Captain Chung. Captain Chung has no other hobbies, just loves smoking and drinking. Tong Dalai also loves these two things, and Tong Hua doesn't feel bad at all for using Tong Dalai's things to do favors. What do you mean? Do I need this pack of cigarettes from you? Captain Chung's face darkened, but in his heart, he really did need this pack of cigarettes from her. Cigarettes are harder to buy than alcohol, and he was reluctant to spend several times the money to buy cigarettes. Tong Hua said eagerly, Uncle Chung, no one loves me at home. When I see you, I feel like I've seen my own uncle, and the same goes for my aunt. You look so amiable, just like my own aunt. You don't need this pack of cigarettes, but this is my way of showing filial piety to you as your niece. It's my filial piety. Captain Chung has lived to such an old age, but he has never seen such a shameless girl. In the blink of an eye, he changed from Captain Chung to Uncle Chung, and from Uncle Chung to her uncle. Aunt Chung, who was upgraded to aunt, laughed. You are already an uncle. Why don't you agree? Captain Chung was still hesitating. Aunt Chung couldn't stand it anymore, and agreed directly.
Come.
Girl, I'll take you to see the room. Captain Chung opened his mouth wide. He didn't agree yet. Tong Hua's eyes flickered. She seemed to have flattered the wrong person. When Captain Chung saw Tong Hua leaving, he immediately picked up the cigarette on the table and sniffed it hard. Good cigarettes. Good cigarettes. This room was originally occupied by my old man. Cheng opened the door of the house. The Kong and cabinets in the room are ready-made. The room has good lighting. The space is not large, but it is larger than the room she converted from the storage room of Tong's house. The main thing is that she has a secret and she is very satisfied with having a space to be alone. Because of Tong Chunjing, the educated youths in the educated youth point are very repulsive to Tong Hua. For a person who stabbed his own brother, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is vicious. The female educated youth was unwilling to live with Tong Hua, which indirectly forced Tong Hua to apologize to Tong Chunxiu. But they didn't expect that Tong Hua would move directly to Captain Cheng's house after going out. There is an empty room in Captain Cheng's house. The educated youths in the educated youth point know it. I don't know how many people have set their sights on this room, but Captain Cheng didn't agree. But now the new educated youth Tong Hua, who has just arrived, has moved in. Wang Qing said, "Your sister is quite capable." She immediately flattered Captain Cheng's family. Su Man liked Tong Chunjing, but Tong Chunjing was almost killed by Tong Hua. Even though Tong Hua was Tong Chunjing's biological sister, she hated her. She is so vicious. Why did the captain let her move in? Tong Chunjing didn't expect his sister to have this ability. At first, he also had his eyes on Captain Cheng's house, but Captain Cheng refused on the grounds that he wanted to keep it for his married daughter to use as a room when she returned to her parents' home. Wang Cheng didn't think that a delicate city girl would adapt to life in the countryside. There is a long way to go. Maybe in a few days, she will come back to apologize to you and admit her mistake. Even he took half a year to adapt. Su Men also said, "Brother Tong, I'm not trying to sow discord. It's just that your sister is too vicious. You can't be soft on her. If you don't teach her a profound lesson, she can use a knife on you today, and she will use a knife on you tomorrow. If it weren't for Brother Wang today, you would be dead." Tong Chunjing nodded. "Don't worry, I won't be soft-hearted. Her parents are not around. I am her brother, and I have the responsibility to teach her well. Let her suffer a lot, and she will learn to admit her mistakes." That night, with the help of Aunt Cheng and Cheng's youngest daughter Cheng Xiuyu, Tong Hua's room was quickly cleaned up. The furniture was basically complete, and some small things were all in Tong Hua's space. Not to mention that Tong Hua would not let Tong Lauer enter her room. Even if he entered, he hadn't been back for several years and might not recognize the things of the Tong family. Tong Hua and Captain Cheng's family agreed that she would use 2 packs of cigarettes to pay for 1 year's rent, and then 1 yuan a month the following year. Fanio cigarettes cost 35 cents a pack, and you need a cigarette ticket. Ordinary people would not smoke this kind of cigarettes, and they would use them for personal relationships. In the black market, no tickets are needed. A pack of Fanio cigarettes can be sold for 50 cents. A pack of Fanio cigarettes is 5 yuan. 2 packs are 10 yuan, which is less than 1 yuan a month. But don't forget that Tong Hua had already rewarded Captain Cheng with a pack of Fanio cigarettes. Usually she smoked a pipe pod, and occasionally smoked Alba cigarettes at 16 cents. Now that she got 3 packs of Fanio cigarettes a day, Captain Cheng was so happy that he was grinning when he fell asleep at night. The next day, Tong Hua had just arrived, and like everyone else, Captain Cheng gave her a day off. Tong Hua used Wang Feng's vanishing cream to make friends with Cheng Xiuyu. Under Cheng Xiaoyu's leadership, she took the village's ox cart to go around the commune, familiarized herself with the environment, and knew where the black market was. Tong Hua asked Cheng Xiaoyu to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some meat, and she went to the black market herself. Many things could not be taken out of a space, so Tong Hua took out the big iron pot from Tong's family through the black market. Cheng Xiaoyu knew the salesperson of the supply and marketing cooperative and snatched a pound of meat and also bought kitchen condiments according to Tong Hua's needs. Tong Hua bought everything that was needed on the surface, and when to use it up in the future was up to her. Cheng Xiaoyu originally thought that Tong Hua would definitely not be able to buy an iron pot on the black market. How could an iron pot be so easy to buy? When she saw Tong Hua carrying an iron pot, she was shocked. She really bought it? Tong Hua smiled and said, "I'm very lucky today." Cheng Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. She was really lucky. Her father bought an iron pot last year, and he asked someone to queue for half a year before buying it back. It's expensive, right? It's secondhand. No industrial ticket is needed. He was in urgent need of money, so he gave it to me for 20 yuan. Chung Siu took a breath. It was expensive, and it was secondhand, but industrial tickets were hard to come by. The two of them still took the bullock cart back. Many people from the brigade on the bullock cart asked Tong Hua where the pot came from. Why did she live in Cheng's house? Why did she fight with her brother? Tong Hua and Chung Xiaoyu agreed that it was inconvenient to say that she bought it on the black market, so she said that she bought it through the relationship of Cheng's family. As for the quarrel with her brother, Tong Hua did not say it, but Chung Xiaoyu, who thought she had a good relationship with Tong Hua, was not convinced. Can only the brother beat the sister? The sister can't fight back? But you can't use a knife, right? Whose brother and sister fight with a knife? She is so weak that she doesn't use a knife to scare her brother. Won't she be beaten to death by her brother? Tong Hua was suspected of having a mental problem and wanted to kill her brother with a knife. In the eyes of the Red Bull Brigade, the big thing was turned into a small matter of scaring people. After all, only the educated youth saw it at the time, and no one else saw it. Tong Hua is an outsider, and the villagers may not believe what she says, but Chung Xiaoyu is different. She is a local and the daughter of Captain Chung. One word from her is worth 10 words from her. If Tong Jiqing is a psychopath or an ungrateful person, would Captain Chung still let her live in his house? Would he still let his daughter be friends with Tong Jiqing? Would he still use the Chung family's connections to buy a pot for Tong Jiqing? I just don't know if Captain Chung still has any connections.
Can he still buy a pot?
Those who are interested have already decided to go back to the Chung family to ask around. After returning to the Chung family, Tong Hua did not let Chung Xiu go, but asked her to help clean up the house. If you don't bother others, you can't build relationships. If it's not too much of a request, you can rest assured to bother them. In addition to the hatred left to Tong Hua in her previous life, the human relationships and worldly wisdom can be regarded as her reward for not living in vain. Tong Hua and Chung Xiaoyu worked hard for a day, and basically everything was settled. Tong Hua said with gratitude, "Xiuyu, if it weren't for you today, I wouldn't know what to do." Chung Xiuyu was carefree by nature and felt a little embarrassed to be thanked by Tong Hua. She helped because of the snow cream, but Tong Hua looked nice, and she would protect her in the future. "You live in my house now. I'm just helping you. You don't have to be too polite." Tong Hua smiled and said, "I delayed your work for a day. I'll treat you to a meal. I won't be polite to you, and you can't be polite to me." Chung Xiuyu wanted to refuse, but when she thought of the pork she bought herself, she hadn't eaten meat this month. Then she wouldn't be polite. Tong Hua's cooking skills were acquired in her previous life. The Gu family was very picky. She had been the daughter-in-law of the Gu family for 7 years, and she could open a store with her cooking skills. It was also this meal that completely won her a fangirl. Chung Xiaoyu was eating braised pork and was so moved that she almost cried. She only now realized that the food her mother cooked was like pig food, and the food Tong Jiqing cooked was for human consumption. Unconsciously, Chung Xiaoyu changed her name from Tong Jiqing to Sister Tong. According to Captain Chung, the rainy season is coming soon, so the potatoes in the field must be harvested quickly. Otherwise, when it rains continuously, the ground will be full of water, and the potatoes cannot be kept and will easily rot. As an educated youth, Tong Hua needed an old educated youth to take care of her and familiarize her with the work in the fields. But because of Tong Chunjing, the educated youth at the educated youth point were unwilling to take Tong Hua to work. Captain Chung felt that these scholars from the city had narrow minds, and what did the brother and sister's affairs have to do with them? They even isolated them. "Xiuyu, take care of the educated youth Tong." Chung Xiaoyu immediately agreed. "Sister Tong, follow me." Captain Chung looked at his daughter and Tong Hua with some surprise. In just one day, his daughter and Tong the educated youth had become so close. Tong Chunjing snorted coldly. Even if she had managed to curry favor with Captain Chung, what would it matter? If she didn't do the farm work well, could Captain Chung still give her a few more work points? Can Captain Cheng's family help her with farm work? Tong Hua looks fair and tender, with a slender figure, and it is obvious that she is not suitable for farm work. Many educated youth were waiting to see Tong Hua's joke. The villagers were used to it. None of these educated youth, whether male or female, could work. Chung Xiaoyu taught Tong Hua how to recognize potatoes and how to dig potatoes with A. After confirming that Tong Hua was fine, she went to do her own work. Tong Hua was not what they thought she was. In her previous life, she had done farm work in the mountains for more than 10 years. Tong Hua first put on gloves, pulled out all the grass and potatoes growing in the field at once, put them in the field, and then used A to dig out the potatoes that were not pulled out. Finally, she picked up the potatoes in the field with a basket. She tried it countless times back then, and this method could save some time. Chung Xiaoyu was stunned. She had only done half of the work. How could Tong Hua finish it? "Sister Tong, have you been to the fields before?" Chung Xiaoyu said in surprise. Sweat blurred Tong Hua's eyes. She wiped them vigorously with a towel hanging around her neck and turned her neck. "I've been a good student since I was young, and I learn quickly. Besides, this job is not difficult to learn, it's just tiring." Tong Hua's body couldn't bear it now, but except facing the Tong family, she had already made patience a habit in other things. Being a good student means being smart, capable, and able to endure hardships. The image of Tong Hua and Chung Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly flashed. After a whole morning, Tong Hua worked no slower than the local villagers, and she was also very busy when she picked up the burden. It was not like those educated youths when they first came, who either couldn't carry it or fell all over the place, looking funny and ridiculous. The educated youths who were going to watch the fun didn't see Tong Hua embarrassed, but slapped their own faces. Most of the educated youths among them didn't work as efficiently as the new Tong Hua. Wang Cheng's face was ugly and weird. "Has your sister been to the fields?" Tong Chunjing was even more puzzled than Wang Cheng. Tong Hua grew up in the city. How could she have worked in the fields? She has never worked in the fields. She just does housework at home. It's not tiring at all. The work that Tong Chunjing mentioned as not tiring at all included washing clothes for the whole Tong family, cleaning, and preparing 2 meals a day. These tasks had to be done before Tong Hua went to work and after work. If she didn't do it well, she would be scolded. Wang Chung was surprised. Then how can she do farm work so well? It's only the first day now. By tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, she will know that farm work is not that easy. Tong Chunjing sneered. Tong Chunjing remembered that when he came to the countryside, he finished work on the first day, and his arms and legs hurt so much that he secretly hid in the toilet and cried on the second day. He didn't believe that Tong Hua could bear this hardship. Even if she couldn't bear this hardship and asked him to help her, he would not help her. He would help her only after she had suffered enough for a year or two and truly realized that she was wrong. Tong Hua didn't know that Tong Chunjing was still thinking about how to make her suffer. She was now picking potatoes from the field and putting them into the corn bin. The potatoes were a little damp when they were just picked up, so they needed to be put in the corn bin to dry for 2 days until the skins were peeled and dried, and then they could be put into bags. If it weren't for the spiritual spring to replenish her energy, Tong Hua would have been in trouble. Tong Chunjing kept watching Tong Hua working, and whenever he found her slacking off, he would report her. But Tong Hua didn't slack off. Instead, she reported him for being lazy. It had been a whole day, and Tong Chunjing hadn't finished the work on the few acres of land, not as good as a new female educated youth. Captain Ching passed by Tong Hua's land several times and was very satisfied with Tong Hua's attitude at work. This was the first time he saw a female educated youth who was so good at working in the fields. Even his daughter was influenced and worked more seriously. Captain Chung was satisfied with Tong Hua, but not with another Tong educated youth. He criticized him severely in front of everyone. "Tong educated youth, you are an old educated youth, but look at how you did your work today. Your sister Tong Hua has already got 8 work points. Look at yourself, 5 work points are not enough." Comrade Tong Hua is hardworking and simple, down to earth and hardworking. Tong educated youth, you have to learn the spirit of hard work and perseverance from your sister. Tong Chunjing almost vomited and said with disgust, "Captain Chung, I don't have such a heartless and ungrateful sister. You should ask her why she came to the countryside." Captain Chung interrupted him impatiently. I don't care why she went to the countryside. I only believe what I see with my own eyes. Tong Chunjing sneered in his heart. Captain Chung was afraid that he had been deceived by Tong Hua. She was in the city. Tong Chunjing knew that what he said would ruin Tong Hua's reputation, but he felt that Tong Hua would not stay in the countryside for long. Even if her reputation was ruined, as long as she returned to the city, the things here would not have much impact on her. Tong Hua felt ironic. Chung Xiaoyu was a stranger she had just met. When she came back by ox cart yesterday, she did not tell her relatives about her broken engagement in the city. She concealed it on purpose and did not want to ruin her reputation. And Tong Chunjing, her brother, wanted to tell this matter in public to humiliate her. I broke off the engagement in the city because my ex-fiancé went to the hospital to take care of my close friend Kong Mixue at the wedding, which caused him to miss the auspicious time and not go home all night. Tong Chunjing's face changed. How could she ruin Mixue's reputation here? Tong Hua. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. Tong Hua said sarcastically. I'm talking nonsense? Didn't your good sister Mixue tell you why Jinyue didn't go to pick up the bride? Kong Mixue didn't tell Tong Chunjing, but Tong Hua's tone was too much like a villain's, which made him particularly disgusted. He was her brother. How could she talk to him in this tone? One of them is your fiancé, and the other is your good friend since childhood. How can you be so shameless to speculate about their relationship? Do you want to kill them? If she is really interested in your fiancé, why is she still dragging her sick body to look for you? Wouldn't it be better for her to just marry your fiancé? Tong Hua mocked. I haven't told you yet. What does my ex-fiancé's family do? His father is the director of a textile factory, and his mother is the vice chairman of the shoe factory union. He has no brothers, only 2 sisters. And my friend Kong Mixue, who grew up with me, comes from a single-parent family, and she has had a heart disease since birth. This disease cannot be cured, and she can't have children after marriage. She wants to get married, but does she want to? Tong Chunjing stared at Tong Hua with a sinister look in his eyes and surging anger. The woman he had been thinking about and protecting in his heart was insulted in public by Tong Hua. Tong Hua, you've gone too far. I will not forgive you. Tong Chunjing wanted to teach Tong Hua a lesson, but Tong Hua hit him in the face with a basket first. The next moment, Tong Hua slapped him again. Tong Chunjing was so angry that his body was about to explode, and he raised his fist to hit Tong Hua. Tong Hua was not afraid of him. Instead, she took a few steps forward and lowered her voice. Tong Lao Air. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, I will give the underwear worn by Kong Mixue to the scoundrels in the team. Tong Chunjing's mind exploded. He couldn't imagine how she could be so vicious and despicable. How could she do such a despicable thing? Tong Hua, if you dare to do this, I will kill you. Tong Chunjing's eyes were red with anger as he punched out. Tong Hua was pulled by Chung Xiaoyu, who came over and dodged Tong Chunjing's fist. Chung Xiaoyu said angrily, I finally know why Sister Tong wanted to fight with you. You always shout and kill, and you want to beat Sister Tong. If Sister Tong doesn't resist, you will beat her to death. Chung Xiaoyu's words completely cleared Tong Hua's reputation of being an ungrateful person or a mental patient. How could Tong Hua be bad? It was obviously Tong Hua's brother, who was a good-for-nothing, beating and killing his own sister for others. Seeing that the angry Tong Chunjing was held back by the educated youth who came over, Tong Hua said with a smile, Tong Lauer, don't worry. It's your business that you like Kong Mixue. As long as you can convince Mom to let her in, not only will I not stop you, I will also wish you a happy marriage. The siblings finally got married. Tong Chunjing's face turned very bad. He stared at Tong Hua, wishing he could rush over and strangle her to death. He had always carefully kept the fact that he liked Kong Mixue in his heart. He didn't expect Tong Hua to see it and say it in such a tone in public. Everyone thought that Mixue was the kind of fickle woman. This has nothing to do with Mixue. You are jealous of her. You are jealous that Jinyue took care of her and abandoned you. You want to ruin her reputation. I tell you, it's wishful thinking. Tong Hua said lightly, you are right. Gu Jinyue abandoned me at the wedding, so I don't want him anymore. Tong Chunjing didn't believe what Tong Hua said. From childhood to adulthood, everyone could see that Tong Hua liked Gu Jinyue. How could she give up Gu Jinyue just because of such a small thing? As long as Kong Mixue and Gu Jinyue explained it to her clearly, she would follow Gu Jinyue again. Not only Tong Chunjing thought so, almost everyone who knew Tong Hua thought so. But Tong Hua went to the countryside. When the people from the Youth League office came to inform Tong Chunju that he was going to the countryside, these people knew that Tong Hua was going to the countryside. Not only did she sign up to go to the countryside herself, she also took her household registration book to sign up for her brother to go to the countryside. Wang Fong collapsed at that time. This witch.
Beast.
How have I done anything wrong to her? How has Chunju done anything wrong to her? She actually did such a thing. Little witch. I should have thrown her away. Let her die outside. Sell her to the mountains to serve men. Wang Fong's cursing became more and more dirty, which was simply unbearable to hear. Enough. Tong Dalai shouted, his face livid. The most important thing now is to ask your brother if he can find a way to get Chunju to go to the countryside. Wang Fong felt a breath stuck in her chest, and she trembled with anger. But she had to go to her brother. Now only her brother could help the family. Kong Mixue knew that something happened to the Tong family again, so she asked for leave to see Tong Chunju. Chunko, did your sister really go to the countryside? Kong Mixue's pale face was full of worry. Ever since Tong Chunju knew that he was forced to go to the countryside by Tong Hua, he hated Tong Hua in his heart. Is there a sister who harms her own brother like her? She is not my sister. I don't have such a sister. Tong Chunju said angrily. Kong Mixue's eyes were full of worry. Did she really sign up for you to go to the countryside? Tong Chunju was dejected and didn't know if his uncle could help get him withdrawn. Kong Mixue was puzzled. She loved you so much before. How could she suddenly become like this? Tong Chunju couldn't understand. Tong Hua used to obey him. Why did she suddenly harm him now? Kong Mixue bit her lip. A fierce light flashed in her eyes. Tong Hua did such a ruthless thing. Didn't she plan to come back? No. Tong Hua must go back to the city and must be with Gu Jinyue. Otherwise, all she has done would be in vain. Soon Wang Fong came back, and Wang Guiren had no choice. Time was too urgent, and there was no way to change it. The most he could do was to change Tong Chunju from the south to the north and arrange him to Tong Chunjing's place. Tong Chunju was leaving the next day, and Wang Fong had to prepare things for Tong Chunju to go to the countryside. The Tong family was so anxious to prepare snacks for Tong Chunju that they didn't even have time to scold Tong Hua. Kong Mixue went to find Gu Jinyue and hesitantly wanted to say something. Gu Jinyue raised an eyebrow and guessed. She asked you to come and admit your mistake and apologize to me? There was also. This happened many times. She didn't have the face to come and apologize, so she asked Kong Mixue to apologize for her. But this time it was not the case. Kong Mixue bit her lip and said, Brother Gu, Hua knows that you missed the wedding because you were in the hospital taking care of me that day. This matter had been kept secret by Gu's father from Gu Jinyue. Gu Jinyue only learned from Kong Mixue today that Tong Hua had known why he was absent from the wedding and why he didn't go to pick up the bride. Gu Jinyue's heart tightened slightly, but even so, she should not believe him. Did she go to settle accounts with you? Kong Mixue shook her head, tears falling. No. Gu Jinyue didn't believe it. If she causes trouble for you, I will go to settle accounts with her. Kong Mixue grabbed him. Brother Gu, Hua really didn't cause me trouble. She went to the countryside. Gu Jinyue misunderstood. She went to her classmate's house in the suburbs again? Which classmate? What's her name? Kong Mixue shook her head sadly. Hua went to the countryside to be an educated youth. Gu Jinyue's face changed and blurted out, Impossible. It was impossible for her not to discuss such a big thing with him. Kong Mixue choked up and said, Brother Gu, it's true. She went to the countryside a few days ago. She also signed up Haruki to go to the countryside. Haruki will also go to the countryside tomorrow. Gu Jinyue's face changed from time to time, and he gritted his teeth in anger. What's wrong with her? Kong Mixue guessed. Does she feel that she lost so much money from her family and is too embarrassed to see you, so she hid in the countryside? Jinyue's face darkened. 5,000 yuan is not a small amount. His mother still mentions it at home. Every time she mentions it, she will scold Tong Hua. She made the decision herself and she should bear the consequences herself. Jinyue gritted his teeth. Kong Mixue grabbed his hand and pleaded, "Brother Gu, she is your wife. You can't just ignore her." Jinyue was very annoyed. The engagement has been called off. What kind of wife is she to me? Kong Mixue burst into tears. "Brother Gu, can you help Hua? It's all my fault. If I hadn't had a heart attack that day, you wouldn't have delayed the wedding, and Hua wouldn't have called off the engagement because of anger. It's all my fault." Jinyue was upset. "It has nothing to do with you. She is just too willful. If she had been half as sensible as Mixue, he and her wouldn't have come to this point. Brother Gu, I beg you, please help Hua." Kong Mixue was so anxious that she wanted to kneel down to Jinyue. Jinyue was deeply touched and said with emotion, "You silly girl. You were so good to her, but she still misunderstood you." Kong Mixue shook her head. "I only know that she is my best friend, and no one can replace her." Jinyue felt that she was too kind, so he backed down and said, "As long as Tong Hua admits her mistakes, apologizes to my parents, and apologizes to you, forget about the money. I'll find a way to bring her back from the countryside." Kong Mixue's eyes were filled with tears. She kept saying thank you excitedly. Jinyue pursed his lips. He had to find a way to get the 5,000 yuan back to Tong Hua's mother first, otherwise it would be difficult for Tong Hua to marry him again. The next morning, Tong Chunshu was sent to the train station by the Tong family. Kong Mixue also came hurriedly to see him off. After finding Tong Chunshu, her worried eyes were filled with shaky tears. Tong Chunshu looked at her for a long time. When the conductor urged him, he hugged her tightly. "Sister Mixue, I'm leaving." Kong Mixue also hugged him. "Xiaoshu, call me and write to me when you get there. Don't let me worry." Tong Chunshu didn't cry when he said goodbye to his parents, but now he was about to cry. "Sister Mixue, I will miss you." Kong Mixue's tears dripped onto Tong Chunshu's shoulders, scorching his heart. This was the first time that Sister Mixue had cried for him alone. Tong Hua didn't know that Tong Chunshu had come to her. Working during the day, she was tired and hot. Not only did her soles have blisters, but also a layer of skin was rubbed off her delicate shoulders. But these were just child's play in her eyes. When she was abducted to the mountains in her previous life, her legs were broken 3 times because of her escape, not to mention the other injuries on her body, which were densely packed layer upon layer. After closing the doors and windows, Tong Hua took out the bathtub from the space, put the spiritual spring in the bath water, and soaked for 20 minutes before the fatigue on her body disappeared. But this time Tong Hua did not use the spiritual spring to soak her feet directly or wipe her shoulders. Although she had never been to the north in her previous life, but after more than 10 years of living in the mountains, she only knew how to live in the countryside. Even if these wounds were healed by soaking in the spiritual spring, they would still be worn out when working. Instead of doing it over and over again, it is better to wait for them to adapt themselves. When calluses grow, they will not easily wear out the skin again. After taking a bath in the spiritual spring, Tong Hua did not feel the soreness that Tong Chunshu thought the next day. For several days in a row, Tong Hua has been diligent and efficient at work and has won the love of the villagers of the Red Bull Brigade. Farmers like people who can endure hardships and work efficiently. Some even doubted whether the educated youths in the educated youth point were deliberately not working seriously. Otherwise, Tong Hua was also a female educated youth from a big city, and her work was no worse than those country people. Su Man listened to the irresponsible speculations of the aunts and uncles in the village and gritted her teeth in anger. "Brother Tong, your sister is really amazing. Now everyone in the village thinks that we educated youths are just pretending to work. Lazy." Su Yan is an old educated youth in the Educated Youth Center. "Chunjing, you and Tong Hua are siblings. If there is any misunderstanding, just explain it clearly. She is also an educated youth and is in the same camp as us. Only if we unite together can we be together. In order to ensure the interests of our educated youth. Su-man looked dissatisfied. Didn't you see that she even stabbed brother Tong? Su-yan saw it, but she also saw Tong Chunjing's attitude towards Tong Hua. Tong Hua's attitude towards Tong Chunjing could not have been formed overnight. Tong Chunjing understood what Su-yan meant. I have been away from home for a few years, and I don't know why she has become like this. I am her brother, and her parents are not around. I have the responsibility to teach her well. Before that, she must recognize her mistakes. Tong Chunjing decided that if Tong Hua did not apologize to him, he would not take the initiative to find Tong Hua again. But soon Tong Chunjing broke this idea. As soon as he came back from the commune, he rushed to the field to find Tong Hua. The potatoes had been dug up, and now everyone was planting radishes, digging holes and filtering seeds. Did you sign up Xiaoshu to go to the countryside? It's my good deed. Tong Hua was a little happy. It seemed that the Tong family was unable to withdraw the matter of going to the countryside, and Tong Chunshu still went to the countryside. Tong Chunjing angrily accused, Tong Hua, are you still a human being? Xiaoshu is your biological brother. How old is he? Mom fainted from crying because of Xiaoshu's matter. Tong Hua felt even happier. Fainted from crying? How come she didn't cry herself to death? What's your attitude? Seeing that she didn't take it seriously, Tong Chunjing snatched her and threw it aside. Tong Hua picked up the again, raised her hand, and reported loudly. Accountant Yang. Tong Chunjing is not active in his work and always comes to disturb me while I'm working. Accountant Yang was also a scorekeeper. He usually supervised those who were not working seriously in the fields. When he heard the report, he came over with his hands behind his back. Tong Chunjing interrupted Accountant Yang before he could speak. I asked for leave this morning. Tong Hua sneered. You asked for leave, but I didn't. You're delaying my work now. Accountant Yang pointed at Tong Chunjing. What the educated youth Tong said is right. If you have finished your work, come back to work. Tong Chunjing was so angry at the two that he turned around and left with his fist clenched. All the educated youth in the educated youth point knew that Tong Chunjing's brother was also going to work in the countryside, and it was Tong Hua who had registered him on her own initiative. Su-man couldn't believe it. How dare she? Isn't she afraid of being beaten to death by her parents? Tong Chunjing couldn't figure out why she did this. Although Tong Hua was only 2 years older than Xiaoshu, when Tong Hua was 6 or 7 years old, she had already helped the family take care of her younger brother. Xiaoshu was almost brought up by Tong Hua. When he was still at home, Tong Hua loved Xiaoshu the most.
Su-man said again. She.
Is she crazy because of the broken engagement? Who would resort to knife playing when meeting his brother whom he hadn't seen for several years? Who would go to the countryside to be an educated youth at this time? Who would take the initiative to let his own brother sign up to go to the countryside? Tong Chunjing blamed Jinyue at this time. Marriage was such a big thing. Even if it delayed the time, he couldn't just not go. If he did this, where would Tong Hua put his face? Where would the face of the Tong family be? Whether she is crazy or not, your sister is a ruthless person. Wang Chung sighed. Su-man curled her lips. She is not only ruthless, but also vicious. What kind of grudge can she have to harm her own brother and younger brother? Wang Chung did not refute this. He thought it would be better if a troublemaker like Tong Hua did not come to the Educated Youth Center. In fact, it was just the opposite. Except when facing the Tong family and the Gu family, Tong Hua's personality could be described as gentle. The older generation in the village looked down on the educated youth in the Educated Youth Center who could not carry anything, but they all liked the little educated youth Tong. This child was diligent and polite. He did not have the arrogance of other educated youths, nor did he look down on them, the country people. Tong Hua usually carried some fruit candies in his pocket, the kind that cost 1 cent each. Whether going to work or coming home from work, if he met children on the road, he would take out a handful and share them with them. These little things were also seen by the villagers, and they had a better impression of the little educated youth Tong. Every household in the village has a private plot. Tong Hua is an educated youth, but he doesn't live in the educated youth camp, so he can't get a private plot. So every time Tong Hua returns from the field, when he passes by the villager's house, he will be given some vegetables and fruits to take back. Especially for families with children, the parents of children who have eaten the educated youth fruit candy will give more vegetables. Tong Hua put the vegetables that can't be eaten into the space, and these vegetables are hard to come by in winter. On this day, Tong Chunjing finally saw his younger brother Tong Chunshu at the educated youth camp. Tong Chunshu's hair was messy, his body was smelly, his face was untidy, and he was very thin. Those who knew clearly that he came here from Kyoto, and those who didn't know thought he was a refugee from somewhere.
Xiaoshu.
Why are you like this? Tong Chunjing was stunned. Tong Chunshu was so sad that he almost cried, but he didn't want to say anything now. He was starving to death. Brother, I'm starving to death. Is there anything to eat? Tong Chunjing said hurriedly. Yes. Yes. Tong Chunjing took his brother to his room and took out a biscuit box from the small cabinet on the Kong. He was a little dazed when he took it out. These biscuits were sent to him by Tong Hua last month. In addition to biscuits, there was also a can of malted milk and a new set of summer clothes. After he went to the countryside, in addition to his parents sending him a package every 3 months, Tong Hua would also send him a package every 6 months. Tong Chunshu hurriedly snatched it, pried open the lid with chopsticks, grabbed the biscuits, and gobbled them up. Tong Chunshu ate most of the box of biscuits in a flash, and his face turned red, and his neck became thick from choking. Tong Chunjing hurriedly poured him some water. Tong Chunshu drank it all in one gulp. Then, Tong Chunshu told about the sad things that happened along the way. Not long after he got on the train, his money and tickets were stolen. He couldn't stand the hunger these days, so he shamelessly begged for food on the train. Food is precious these days. Who can feed a big guy like him? When he got off the train, his quilt was taken away by someone unknown. Second brother. I was badly hurt by Tong Hua. Tong Chunshu suffered a lot on this trip to the countryside, woo. Tong Chunjing patted his head. He really suffered a lot. When you got on the train, didn't your parents tell you to be careful of pickpockets on the train? Of course they did, but Tong Chunshu felt that he was defenseless, and his bag was cut. Tong Chunshu came and found out that Tong Hua was here too. She came to rely on you? Tong Chunshu was angry and furious. It was all Tong Hua's fault that he fell to this point. Tong Chunjing was a little hesitant. At first, he thought that Tong Hua came here because his second brother was here, so she came to him for help, and the brothers and sisters could take care of each other. But it has been more than 10 days, and Tong Hua has never taken the initiative to find him. Thinking of this, Tong Chunjing felt a little uncomfortable. Tong Chunshu cursed and wanted to find Tong Hua to settle the score. Tong Chunjing asked him to clean up first and have a good rest before finding Tong Hua. But Tong Chunshu refused. He was in this state because of Tong Hua. He wanted Tong Hua to see clearly how much sin she had committed. Tong Hua was eating in the house. When she heard someone knocking on the door, she swallowed the last bite of white flour bun and picked up a cornmeal pancake to pretend. When she opened the door, there was a beggar outside. Tong Hua gave him the cornmeal pancake and closed the door. Tong Chunshu was stunned. What does she mean? Did she know she was wrong? Did she have no face to see him? Tong Chunshu smelled the aroma of cornmeal pancakes, which were still warm. He swallowed his saliva and started eating. He had not eaten enough just now, and the biscuits were too dry. Tong Chunjing was waiting outside the yard, thinking that they were about to quarrel. Unexpectedly, there was no movement. He went in to see what was going on, but he didn't expect that Tong Chunshu, a conspicuous person, was standing in front of Tong Hua's door eating pancakes. Tong Chunshu, what are you doing? Tong Chunjing's mouth twitched. Tong Chunshu didn't like cornmeal pancakes very much. They were not as delicious as steamed buns, but when he was hungry, everything tasted good. I'll settle the score with her after I'm done eating. Tong Chunshu knocked on the door again. Tong Hua seemed to have heard Tong Chunjing's voice just now, and the knocking sounded again. When she opened the door, she saw Tong Chunjing this time, and then looked at Tong Chunshu and recognized who this messy, sour, and smelly dog thing was. She laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her waist. Tong Hua. Tong Chunxu was angry. How dare you laugh? Who caused me to become like this? It's you. Tong Hua laughed at Tong Chunxu's misfortune, but she felt unhappy when she thought that Tong Chunxu did not go to the south but came here. I am helping you, not hurting you,
Tong Hua said lightly.
Tong Chunxu said angrily. You help me. You help me go to the countryside? You yourself. She really went to the countryside. You are crazy, and you take me crazy with you. You are sick, and you still give me medicine. How can you be a sister like you? Tong Chunxu scolded. Tong Chunjing, let's talk inside. Tong Hua didn't want them to go into her room, let's talk outside. But Tong Chunxu wanted to go in. She was eating, and he also wanted to eat. I haven't eaten yet, let me eat something first. Tong Hua refused directly. No, I don't have enough food to eat myself. Tong Chunxu thought he had heard wrongly. She had caused him to come to the countryside, and she didn't feel guilty at all. She didn't even want to eat a little of her food. Tong Chunjing looked at Xiaoshu sympathetically. Let alone him, Tong Hua had been in the countryside for more than 10 days, and he didn't eat a single bite of her food. Let's go to the educated youth point. Tong Hua didn't object and followed them to the educated youth point. The educated youths at the educated youth point saw that they, the brothers and sisters, had come back together, and their expressions were different. Su-man said sarcastically, Hey, isn't this the little educated youth Tong? What evil wind blew you here today? Tong Hua ignored her and asked Tong Chunjing directly, Where's your room? Tong Chunjing was a little dissatisfied. She had been here for these days, but she didn't know where he lived. Su Jiqing talked to you, and you couldn't hear? Where is your upbringing? Tong Chunjing criticized her. Tong Hua glanced at Su-man. I'm not looking for you. Why should I bother you? Su-man's face turned red after being scolded, and she glared at her angrily. You are not welcome here. Get out. Tong Hua looked at her with contempt. I am an educated youth. This is the educated youth site. I can choose not to come. You have no right to drive me away. Do you understand? Idiot! Tong Chunjing shouted angrily. Tong Hua. Who taught you to be so rude? Has your upbringing been eaten by a dog? Apologize to Su Jiqing right now. Su-man's angry face finally improved a lot. Tong Hua slapped her with her backhand. Tong Chunjing was slapped without any preparation, and a palm print immediately appeared on her face.
Su-man shouted, Tong Hua.
How can you hit people? How can you hit your brother? You are really a lunatic. Tong Hua looked at Tong Chunjing coldly. I have severed ties with you. Next time, don't let me hear you say such disciplinary words to me. You don't deserve it, and you're not qualified. Tong Chunjing's face was very gloomy. Okay. Tong Chunjing's lungs were about to explode with anger after saying 2 good words in a row. Su-man gritted her teeth in anger. Tong Chunjing gave in to his sister, but she wouldn't. She took a few steps forward and was about to avenge Tong Chunjing. Tong Hua looked at Su-man with a mocking look. She was dark and thin, with ordinary features. This was not the look Tong Chunjing liked. No matter how much you like him, he won't like you. He likes the kind of woman who takes 3 breaths after every step, cries when she wants to, and looks prettier when she cries than when she laughs. Su-man was aware of Tong Hua's intentions, and she was embarrassed and suspicious. She couldn't hit him anymore, so she turned around and ran away angrily. Tong Chunxu was stunned. He didn't expect Tong Hua's brain was still not normal. She even dared to hit his second brother. And she broke off relations with his second brother? Tong Chunjing's face was as dark as a cloud. Tong Hua, are you done? Tong Hua turned to look at Tong Chunxu. Do you want to know why your second brother came to the countryside? Tong Chunxu looked at his second brother, then at Tong Hua, who seemed to have ill intentions, not knowing whether he should nod. Tong Chunjing's face became even uglier, and he said sarcastically, Now it's your turn to explain to Xiaoshu why you forced him to go to the countryside. You are avoiding the question. Can't you explain it? Tong Chunxu thought, didn't his second brother take the initiative to go to the countryside because he didn't want Tong Hua, a girl, to go to the countryside? But now Tong Chunxu wanted her to give him an explanation. Tong Hua was not in a hurry. This matter is naturally related to what I want to say.
Dong Laosi.
Tong Hua was interrupted as soon as she opened her mouth. Wait a minute. Why do you call me Tong Lao Si? This is too ugly. Tong Chunjing snorted coldly. Didn't she also call him Tong Lao Er? Call me whatever I want. If you interrupt me again, I won't say anything. Tong Hua warned him. Tong Chunshu endured it and shut up temporarily. Tong Hua said lightly, Tong Lao went to the countryside because he failed to confess his love to Kong Mixue, felt ashamed and couldn't face Kong Mixue, so he chose to go to the countryside. The Tong family had 4 children. Under the circumstances at the time, one of them had to go to the countryside no matter what. How could Wang Fong bear to let her own child go to the countryside to suffer? Unfortunately, she was too young at the time, only 15 years old, and people didn't accept her at all. Therefore, Wang Fong tried to find her brother Wang Guoran for help and asked Tong Chunjing to pretend to be sick. Finally, she was dragged until she was 18 years old and could go to the countryside. Wang Fong considered everything, but she never expected that Tong Chunjing would take the initiative to ask to go to the countryside as an educated youth, and he acted on his own initiative, without regret. At that time, the reason given by Tong Chunjing was very high-sounding. He said that he was a brother and he couldn't watch his sister, a girl, go to the countryside to suffer. For this, Wang Fong hated her. From that time on, Wang Fong, who would have acted to her, was no longer willing to go to the countryside because of Tong Chunjing's going down the things in her hometown completely changed her attitude towards her. And because of this guilt, she gritted her teeth and saved things to send to the countryside. What Tong Chunjing said in her previous life moved Tong Hua for half her life. When she couldn't bear it, she would think hard that her eldest brother was a soldier. If her eldest brother knew she was here, he would definitely come to save her. If her second brother knew that she was bullied, he would definitely help her revenge. If her younger brother knew where she was, he would come to save her at all costs. When she finally escaped from the mountains, her eldest brother didn't come to see her just because she said that it was Kong Mixue who schemed against her. Her second brother gave her a sum of money and asked her to be more obedient and not to scheme against Kong Mixue. Her younger brother poured a bucket of cold water on her and warned her to stay away from Kong Mixue and not to disturb the happy life of Kong Mixue's family. In this life, she has not been reborn yet. Was also moved by Tong Chunjing. Although he had to hand over his salary every month, he saved money from his teeth to send things to Tong Chunjing in the countryside, once every 6 months. Tong Chunshu looked at his second brother in shock. Second brother.
You.
Do you like Sister Michelle? Tong Chunjing was angry and embarrassed. Tong Hua, I did it for you at that time. Tong Hua slapped him hard, her eyes as sharp as a knife. Say it again. At that time, one of the family had to go to the countryside, and I did it for you. Tong Hua slapped him in the face with a backhand, interrupting his unfinished words. Tong Chunjing clenched his fists, his angry eyes spitting fire. Don't think I dare not hit you. Tong Hua looked sarcastic. If you want to go to the countryside, you would have gone to the countryside at the beginning. Why did you pretend to be sick and wait until I was 18 years old? Tong Chunjing looked embarrassed. I was not in good health at that time if I was. Tong Hua slapped him again, making Tong Chunjing angry, and slapped him back. Tong Hua was quick to act and pulled Tong Chunshu over to block the disaster. By the time Tong Chunshu reacted, he had already been slapped in the face by Tong Chunjing, and his head was buzzing. Did the second brother hit him too hard? Tong Hua took advantage of the fact that Tong Chunjing had not reacted to the slap from Tong Chunshu and slapped Tong Chunjing again with her backhand, making Tong Chunjing's eyes bloodshot, and she wished she could slap her to death. Second brother Tong, do you like the things I sent you in the past few years? Tong Hua asked sarcastically before he could do anything. I couldn't bear to eat or wear them. In the past few years, I couldn't bear to eat even a penny popsicle in the middle of summer, just to save money for you and send you things. If you still have a conscience, just tell the truth. Did you really go to the countryside as an educated youth for me? Tong Chunjing mocked. You send me something once every 6 months. Is that a lot? Your monthly salary is not low, right?
And you still say you save money for me.
Tong Chunshu's face was swollen from being beaten. He was surprised and said, Second brother, Don't you know that her monthly salary is collected by Mom for her? Tong Chunjing panicked and said stubbornly, how is it possible? No matter what, Mom can't not leave some money for her. Tong Hua smiled faintly, with endless irony in her smile. Tong Chunxiu shook his head at his second brother with a complicated expression. He had instigated Tong Hua to fight for her own salary more than once, but Tong Hua did not dare to mention it. If Tong Hua could get her own salary, he would definitely be able to get a lot of pocket money from her. Tong Chunjing did not expect the truth to be like this. He used to think that Tong Hua only sent him things once every 6 months, which was too cold. After all, he went to the countryside for her. And now that the real reason for his going to the countryside has been revealed, she really gave everything she had to send him things. Tong Hua said lightly, if you still have a conscience, tell the truth. Tong Chunjing blushed and was silent for a long time before saying, she is right. Tong Chunxiu guessed this, but he was still very touched to hear his second brother admit it himself. It turned out that his second brother had confessed to Sister Mixue. Tong Hua finally said, the reason why I let Tong Laosi go to the countryside was also because of Kong Mixue. Tong Chuanxiu's expression changed, and he looked at her in horror. How? How did she know everything? Tong Chunjing thought that Tong Hua was still jealous of Kong Mixue because of Gu Jinyue, so he disagreed and said, you shouldn't involve her in everything. She did nothing wrong. Tong Laosi, do you want me to say it? Or do you say it yourself? Tong Hua gave him a chance to choose. Tong Chunxiu said embarrassedly, what? I don't understand what you are saying. Tong Hua's mouth rose with a bit of mockery. Tong Laosi has a crush on Kong Mixue. In order to prevent him from getting too deeply involved and making a big mistake, I kindly let him go to the countryside. Tong Chunxiu's face was as red as a monkey's. Tong Chunjing didn't need to ask any more questions. Judging from Tong Chunxiu's reaction, what Tong Hua said was true. Just because of this reason, you sent me to the countryside as an educated youth? Tong Chunxiu's mood exploded. Didn't he just like Sister Michelle? What big mistake could he make? Xiaoshu, although Tong Hua did the wrong thing, you are 2 years younger than Michelle. She is your sister. Tong Chunjing tactfully told him that they were not suitable. Tong Chunxiu was unhappy. What do you know? A girl who is 3 years older than a man gets a gold brick. I should at least get a silver brick. Tong Hua's expression was cold, and she raised the corners of her lips with a sarcastic arc. What would happen if they knew that Kong Mixue was their biological sister? Would they be ashamed to death? Or would they risk the wrath of the world? What would happen if Wang Fong knew that her son fell in love with her daughter? Would she regret it and want to die? Or would she just die? When the two brothers remembered Tong Hua, she had already left. Tong Chunxiu mentioned Tong Hua. Tong Hua was quite stimulated on the day of her wedding. She said a lot of things and almost her parents to death. Tong Chunxiu learned some of them and told them to Tong Chunjing. He asked him with a strange look on his face, do you think she became mentally ill because of Gu Jinyue's anger? Tong Chunjing got a strange sense of balance from Tong Hua's words against her parents. It turned out that Tong Hua was not targeting him in particular, but attacking him indiscriminately. She even criticized her parents, so it was normal for her to hit him. Tong Chunxiu felt that Tong Hua treated his younger brother differently. At least Tong Hua didn't slap him as hard as she did her second brother, nor did she get angry with him and scold him like she almost her parents to death. Tong Chunjing asked Tong Chunxiu to tell him everything that happened after he left home. Wasn't his mother very good to Tong Hua before? How could she do such an excessive thing as collecting salary for Tong Hua? His mother never asked for a penny of his previous salary and his eldest brother's allowance. Tong Chunxiu looked a little embarrassed. After you went to the countryside, your mother was very angry with Tong Hua. She thought that your attitude towards her changed a lot because she suffered because of her going to the countryside. In fact, he had listened to his mother's words a lot, and he also blamed Tong Hua in his heart. If it weren't for Tong Hua, his second brother would not have gone to the countryside, so his attitude towards Tong Hua was not very good in the past few years. Tong Chunjing frowned and said, do you always call her name at home? Tong Chunxiu's eyes flickered. Tong Hua and Sister Michelle were the same age, and they were good friends. He didn't dare to call Sister Michelle's name directly, so he called Tong Hua like this to satisfy his pleasure, but he must not let his second brother know this. Tong Chunjing asked about all the things at home. Kong Mixue was afraid that he would worry about the house being emptied, so she didn't tell him, but Tong Chunxu told him. Tong Chunjing. Will his family be able to send him things in the future? Not long after, Tong Chunjing took him to collect the subsidy for educated youth, 30 yuan, 20 kilograms of corn grits, and 30 kilograms of sorghum rice. Tong Hua also received these? Tong Chunxu looked at these coarse grains with disdain. Why were they all coarse grains? There was no rice or flour at all. Tong Chunjing took him back in a hurry. The subsidies for educated youth are all the same. The dinner that night was the first proper meal that Tong Chunxu had after he went to the countryside. There was corn porridge, steamed potatoes, steamed pumpkins, steamed eggplants, a plate of green onions and coriander, and a plate of egg sauce. In order to welcome Tong Chunjing's brother, Su Man also specially steamed a large bowl of egg custard. The egg custard was also different from the fragrant and tender golden egg custard steamed in the city. The egg custard was made with soybean paste and green peppers, which were unique to this place. The stewed egg custard was not as delicate as tofu. It was stewed for a long time and had holes inside like a honeycomb. As for soybean paste, most of the educated youths were very fond of it. At first, they couldn't accept it. Some educated youth even said that the soybean paste was too thin. But the winter here is long, and there are not many vegetables. In order to save the little soybean oil, the educated youth gradually began to learn not to cook, but to dip vegetables directly into soybean paste, or to eat soybean paste with rice. It goes well with rice and tastes better than just eating pickled cabbage. Tong Chunxu couldn't help but look disgusted. Isn't this too easy? A big pot is used to cook, and the food is all ready. Cook corn porridge at the bottom, and steam potatoes, eggplants, and small pumpkins on top. Let alone meat. There is not even a bit of oil smell. The stewed eggs are so old. The color has changed.
Can it still be eaten?
Tong Chunjing said awkwardly. He is new here and hasn't gotten used to it yet. He will get used to it once he gets used to it. Su Man understood very well. She was one of the people who went to the corner to when she saw soybean paste. Now she can make soybean paste herself. Xiaoshu, the stewed eggs are so delicious.
Try it.
Su Man took a spoon and poured him half a bowl of soup. Tong Chunjing kicked him under the table and asked him to thank him. Tong Chunxu gave his brother a face, thanked him, and ate the eggs reluctantly. If he was not hungry, if he had a choice, he would definitely not want to eat the stewed eggs. It's all Tong Hua's fault. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have come to the countryside to suffer now. Tong Chunjing tore the eggplant into pieces, tore the green onion and coriander into several sections, then poured some egg sauce, and mixed them for Tong Chunxu. Eat. Tong Chunxu. I really have no appetite. Tong Chunjing saw his face full of resistance, so he didn't force him. He ate it himself. After a long time, it would be what it should be. Tong Chunxu went to eat the steamed potatoes, and he didn't even clean the potato skins. Isn't this too messy? Tong Chunjing explained. The skins of the new potatoes are very thin. You don't need to peel them. Just wash them, and the skins will be rubbed clean. Tong Chunxu didn't think that this was called rubbing the skin clean. But the potatoes and pumpkins on the table were almost snatched away. If Tong Chunxu kept complaining, he would have nothing to eat. After finishing the meal with grievance, Tong Chunxu realized that not only his money was stolen, but also his quilt. How would he sleep at night? How could Tong Chunjing ignore his stupid brother?
You sleep with me.
Tong Chunxu breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't expect that a bed. It's not called a bed here, it's called a Kong. 6 people sleep on a Kong. At night, Tong Chunxu lay there with no desire to live. The air was filled with the smell of feet, and the deafening snoring came one after another. Early the next morning, Tong Chunxu ran to find Tong Hua. It rained last night, and the sky was gloomy today. Tong Hua made an appointment with Chung Li, Xiaoyu, and others in the village to go to the nearby mountains to pick mushrooms. What are you doing here? Tong Hua was still a little surprised. Tong Chunxu would never get up at home unless the sun hit his ace. Tong Chunxu said seriously. I have something to tell you. Tong Hua looked at him coldly. Coming to see her so early, probably he has nothing good to say. Tong Chunxu felt a little uncomfortable and subconsciously avoided her gaze. Give me this house. He really didn't want to live with the educated youth in the educated youth point. Tong Hua smiled. You want me to give this house to you?
Why?
Tong Chunxu widened his eyes. Is there any need to ask? Even if your second brother going to the countryside has nothing to do with you, but it was you who did me go into the countryside, right? As long as you give me this house, this matter will be written off, and I will also speak well of you in front of Tong Chunjing. Hey. Why are you hitting me? Tong Chunxu was beaten back by the carrying pole picked up by Tong Hua. After beating the man, Tong Hua put her hands on her hips and said, Tong Chunxu, I have severed ties with you brothers. We won't know each other in the future. Don't show up in front of me. Tong Chunxu was driven out of the yard, feeling pain and anger. I didn't provoke you. Why did you sever ties with me? It was you who caused me to go to the countryside. It wasn't me who caused you to go to the countryside. Tong Hua's face was cold. You are on the side of Tong Chunjing, so naturally I have to sever ties with you. Tong Chunxu was furious. Are you crazy? You caused me to go to the countryside. You still want to sever ties with me after you have harmed me to this extent? Tong Hua's eyes were indifferent. I said, I am doing this for your own good, so that you brothers won't turn against each other. Tong Chunxu only cared about getting the benefits in his hands. If you really want to do this for my own good, just give me this house. Tong Hua's eyes showed irony. In front of her, Tong Chunxu was smart and wanted to get the benefits. What about in front of Kong Mixue? There was no need to say anything good about Kong Mixue. All he needed to do was touch his upper lip and lower lip a few times and say a few nice words, and Tong Chunxu would be fooled. Tong Hua said lightly, if you stand on my side and break off relations with Tong Lao or Kong Mixue, you will still be my brother. Otherwise, I will not be your sister. Tong Chunjing, who came over, heard what Tong Hua said and his face turned ugly. Can't she be a little more cunning? How long will she bear a grudge against Mixue for the misunderstanding at the wedding? As expected of a brother, Tong Chunxu's thoughts were the same as Tong Chunjing's. It was impossible for him to break off relations with Sister Mixue, but Tong Chunxu felt that Tong Hua was soft-hearted. Anyway, he couldn't see Sister Mixue now, so he might as well lie to her first. He remembered that Tong Hua had only Sister Mixue as a friend since childhood. After a long time, he would help them resolve the misunderstanding and make them reconcile. Tong Chunjing came out and ordered directly, Xiaoshu. You don't have to beg her. Go back. Tong Chunjing ignored Tong Chunxu, a strong desire to live alone, and he lowered his voice, second brother. Let's live here together. Then we can eat whatever we want. Tong Hua was fed with lingquan, and now she had sharp ears and eyes. When she heard what Tong Chunxu said, she felt sarcastic in her heart. Tong Laosi not only wanted to live at her house, but also wanted to drag Tong Chunjing to live here. Did he really take her for granted? A firewood stick hit Tong Chunxu on the head, and he screamed in pain. Tong Hua, what are you doing again? Tong Hua said, Can't you see? I told you to get out. Tong Chunxu's eyes were filled with stubbornness. Didn't you let me choose? I haven't chosen yet. Tong Hua was about to say something, but suddenly narrowed her eyes. The woman who was led over not far away was Kong Mixue. Tong Hua retracted her gaze. How do you want to choose? Don't you like Kong Mixue? Are you willing to break up with her? Tong Chunjing really likes Kong Mixue, but when he heard this, he frowned and became unhappy. Xiaoshu is still a child. How could he know what love is? He just likes Mixue as a sister. Tong Chunxu rolled his eyes. Anyway, Sister Mixue was far away in Kyoto, and she couldn't hear what he said here. Sister Mixue ruined your marriage. How could I still like her? Tong Hua raised an eyebrow. How do I know if what you said is true? Unless you say a few bad things about Kong Mixue to make me happy. Tong Chunxu felt a little resentful. Tong Hua was too much. She even forced him to say bad things about Sister Michelle. But thinking about the living environment of the educated youth, he decided to let his conscience go. If Sister Michelle knew, she would definitely forgive him. After all, Sister Michelle was so kind. Tong Chunjing looked at Tong Chunxu with a warning, telling him not to talk nonsense. Tong Chunxu couldn't care less. He didn't have the conditions to build a house and live with the villagers. He was not as lucky as Tong Hua to live in a house of his own. Sister Michelle. Tong Hua sneered.
Huh? Kong Mixue. Kong Mixue.
Tong Chunxu immediately changed his words. Tong Hua smiled. Tong Chunxu knew that Tong Hua, who was mentally ill now, was not easy to fool. He apologized to Sister Mixue several times in his heart, and then he said, Kong Mixue is not as pretty as you. She always looks sad, as if someone owes her money. Tong Chunxu paused for a while, and for some reason, he felt a little uneasy. It must be because he said bad things about Sister Mixue behind her back, and he felt so guilty that he felt this way. Tong Hua smiled a little, not because Tong Chunxu's words pleased her, but because the expression on Kong Mixue's face was really very pretty. Tong Chunxu was happy to see her smile. It seemed that he and his second brother could move in today. As for why he wanted to drag his second brother along, of course, it was to find someone who could help him with the work. It is said that girls change a lot when they grow up, and they become more and more beautiful, just like Yu. Tong Chunxu only realized now that Tong Hua had been in the countryside for half a month. How come she was not dark at all? And she became whiter and whiter after being exposed to the sun? You are getting more and more beautiful. Like Kong Mixue before she was 18, she was a clown. After she was 18, she was a big, ugly freak. Tong Chunxu said to Tong Hua, while thinking Kong Mixue apologized and even scolded Tong Hua a few times. Tong Hua's smile deepened. Anything else? I'm happy to hear that, and I can even treat you to a meal of meat. What kind of meat you want to eat depends on what you say. Maybe stir-fried meat, maybe braised pork. Tong Chunjing warned. Tong Hua.
Stop it.
Tong Hua glanced at him coldly. What's your business? Then he smiled at Tong Chunxu. Go on. Tong Chunxu felt that the house issue was settled today, plus a meal of meat. It was worth it, but he had to warn his second brother later not to spread these words to Sister Mixue. Otherwise, he could kick his second brother out of the house at any time. Kong Mixue is not good at anything, and she eats everything without leaving anything. If you hadn't helped her find a job, she would still be eating bran and drinking porridge at home. Tong Hua's eyes were light, and her expression of wanting to laugh or not made Tong Chunxu a little uneasy. Wasn't what she said cruel enough? Don't you think she is a beautiful flower that needs to be cared for? Tong Chunxu immediately added, forget it. If she were a flower, cows wouldn't even shoot. Tong Chunxu. Kong Mixue couldn't hold back her choked voice. The weak, aggrieved, and resentful voice frightened Tong Chunxu so much that his whole body stiffened. How come he seemed to hear Sister Mixue's voice? Tong Chunjing turned around and saw Kong Mixue. His face changed slightly. He didn't have time to think about why she came here. He quickly recalled that he shouldn't have said anything he shouldn't have said just now. But seeing Mixue so sad, Tong Chunjing still felt very distressed. He glared at Tong Chunxu and strode over to comfort the traumatized Kong Mixue. Mixue, why are you here? Xiao Shu is just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Tong Chunxu's scalp tingled. It seemed that he was not dreaming. It was Sister Mixue who really came. Xiao Shu. Kong Mixue, my eyes were misty, and I bit my lips in grievance and sadness. Tong Chunxu turned around nervously and saw Sister Michelle crying because of what he said. He suddenly felt anxious and sad. Sister Michelle, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was Tong Hua who forced me to say it. She forced me to say it. If I didn't say it, I would have no place to sleep and no food to eat at night. Kong Michelle looked at him sadly, still a little skeptical. Really? Tong Chunxu nodded quickly. Really?
Really?
If you don't believe it, you can go ask Tong Hua. Tong Chunxu turned his back and winked at Tong Hua, asking her to help him pass the hurdle in front of him. As long as Sister Michelle was not angry with him, he would do anything. In the past, Tong Chunxu did something wrong. In order not to be punished, he desperately winked at Tong Hua and asked her to take the blame for him. Every time, Tong Hua would be soft-hearted and help him take the blame. But this time, Tong Hua would not be soft-hearted again. I didn't force him. Haven't you been listening for a while? Are you still pretending not to know? Tong Chunjing was glad again that he didn't talk nonsense just now. Now Xiaoshu is miserable. As a brother, Tong Chunjing naturally doesn't want Xiaoshu to be unlucky, but Xiaoshu is also half a rival in love. Tong Chunshu's face turned pale. Did Sister Michelle hear it? Sister Michelle. Tong Chunshu's voice was anxious, afraid that Sister Michelle would be angry with him. Kong Michelle also planned to play it so that she would appear more angry, and then propose to forgive Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu would be more moved and think she was better and kinder. Tong Hua taunted, "Don't worry. Your Sister Michelle is so kind and beautiful. Not to mention that you were just forced to tell a few lies. Even if you dug up her family's ancestral grave, she would forgive you tenderly with tears in her eyes." The timeline went back. Kong Michelle, who had just finished talking to Tong Chunjing on the phone, knew that Tong Hua had actually gone to the place where he went to work in the countryside. This witch broke off the engagement and went to the countryside, so that Gu's father had already made a call to transfer Gu Jinyue from the union in order to avoid suspicion. Director Gu's son naturally would not be a frontline worker, and he was transferred to the R&D department. Originally, Kong Michelle had expected Gu Jinyue to refuse, but who would have thought that Gu Jinyue actually agreed? Kong Michelle bit her lip. Without Tong Hua, a legitimate fiancé, she and Gu Jinyue had to avoid suspicion on the surface. Recently, she had less and less time to see Gu Jinyue. She decided that she would go to the countryside to bring Tong Hua back. She always felt that Tong Hua shouldn't go to the countryside, shouldn't break off the engagement, shouldn't have this reaction. When she finally traveled thousands of miles to the countryside to find the Tong family, she didn't expect to hear these words. She didn't expect Tong Hua's attitude towards her to be so sharp. "Hua, I know you are angry with me, but you must listen to my explanation." Tong Hua interrupted her. "What explanation do I want to hear? How did you hook up with Gu Jinyue and make him ignore the wedding and his fiancé for you, and insist on staying by your side to take care of you for a day and a night?" Kong Mixue's tears fell, and she looked at Tong Hua with a sad and aggrieved look in disbelief, as if she didn't expect Tong Hua to say such cruel words to hurt her. Tong Hua clicked her tongue a few times. "You cried as if you were wronged and sad. People who don't know would think you were the one who broke off the engagement." Tong Chunshu looked dissatisfied. "You were the one who wanted to break off the engagement. What does this have to do with Sister Michelle?" Tong Hua looked sarcastic. "Is it me who doesn't want to get married for no reason? Is it me who wants to break off the engagement for no reason? Is it me who wants to go to the countryside for no reason?" Tong Chunjing's face darkened. "What does Gu Jinyue's mistake have to do with her? Is it her fault that Michelle has a heart disease? Can't you have a little sympathy?" Tong Hua sneered. When she cried and tears came out of her eyes, "You all wanted to take out your hearts and give them to her. Does she still need my sympathy? I will only beat the water out of her brain." Tong Chunjing looked at her gloomily. "Tong Hua, where is your upbringing? Where is your cultivation?" "I have no upbringing." "What is cultivation?"
Can you eat it?
Tong Hua said bluntly. "No one in the Tong family has any upbringing.
No cultivación.
Each one is more despicable than the other. How can I stay clean in the mud?" She was so cruel that she didn't even let herself go. Tong Chunjing gritted his teeth. "I can forgive you for what happened before. If you apologize to Mixue now, I can." Tong Hua walked over and kicked Tong Chunjing hard in the crotch. Tong Chunjing gasped in pain, holding his crotch with a hideous face, blue and white. Tong Hua is so cruel. She really didn't show any mercy to him, but he was her own brother. Kong Mixue was panicked, worried, and guilty. Hua, if you want to hit someone, hit me. He is your brother. How can you treat him like this?" Tong Hua turned around and slapped Kong Mixue in the face. "You said it yourself. I'll hit you if I want to." Tong Hua slapped him again with her backhand. "I'll help you." Kong Mixue covered her slapped face, screaming wildly in her heart. Witch. She actually dared to hit her. She would not let her go. "Didn't you tell them that I have always bullied you? Now I am bullying you openly. Are you satisfied? Are you happy?" Tong Hua asked her. I didn't. I never said that.
Kong Mixue criait aggrievedly.
Tong Hua looked at her sarcastically. You are not stupid. Why would you say that directly? But you pretend pitifully. As long as you complain aggrievedly, saying that you can't learn well no matter how hard you try, and you are not as smart as me, they will force me to give you extra lessons, or hide my notebook and not let me review. If I am praised by the teacher, my homework book will definitely disappear in a few days, and I will be scolded by the teacher. I passed the exam and got into the textile factory, and you cried again, saying that your body was useless and that you were a useless person compared to me. Look, you even cried in the union office. Others either rely on their parents or their own abilities, but you are awesome. You are invincible just by crying. Kong Mixue was forced to retreat step by Tong Hua, tears flashing in her eyes, but her heart sank. How could Tong Hua know all these things? Suddenly, Kong Mixue tripped over a lump of earth and fell to the ground. Tong Chunshu was taking care of Tong Chunjing, and when he heard the noise, he turned around and saw Kong Mixue fall. He thought it was Tong Hua who pushed her, and he was immediately angry and scolded. Tong Hua, if you dare to hit Sister Mixue again, you are not my sister. Tong Hua said coldly. I was not. Tong Chunshu was shaking with anger. You want to break up with me, right? Okay, let's break up. I won't have a sister like you in the future. Tong Hua said lightly. I couldn't ask for more. Tong Chunshu was almost angry to death. Even if Tong Hua was mentally ill, he would not forgive her easily. Tong Chunshu glared at Tong Hua fiercely, left Tong Chunjing to help Kong Mixue. Sister Mixue, don't worry about her. Her brain has been damaged since the day she got married. Maybe only with Gu Jinyue, her brain can get better. Tong Chunshu helped the man up. Tong Hua sneered and ignored their nonsense, and went to find Ching Xiaoyu to go up the mountain to pick mushrooms. Ching Xiaoyu had been waiting for a long time, but had not come out, respecting Tong Hua's handling of her family affairs. Tong Chunjing was helped back to the educated youth point, and Tong Chunshu also talked about the fact that Tong Hua beat Kong Mixue, and he also broke off relations with Tong Hua. It didn't matter whether other people knew it or not. He just wanted to let Sister Mixue know that the person he cared about most was her, and all the things he said before were. After Su Man knew that Tong Chunjing was beaten by Tong Hua, she wanted to settle the score with Tong Hua, but Kong Mixue, who was crying non-stop, made Su Man alert all of a sudden, and put the matter of settling the score with Tong Hua on the back burner. Brother Tong, who is this female comrade? She is a friend who grew up with us. Tong Chunjing glanced at Mixue gently and said cautiously. Su Man looked at Kong Mixue and guessed, she can't be your sister's best friend, right? She remembered that Tong Hua mentioned that the friend who stole her fiancé also grew up with her. Growing up with her, doesn't that mean she grew up with the Tong brothers? Kong Mixue never thought that Tong Hua would disregard her reputation and tell everyone about the broken engagement, so she admitted it directly. Hua Hua and I are best friends. Tong Chunjing's heart sank, feeling something was wrong. Su Jiqing, I'm fine here. Thank you for your help. You go, and dear work. Su Man's face changed slightly. Brother Tong used to call her Su Man or Xiao Su, but now he deliberately called her Su Jiqing in front of others? Originally, Su Man might not believe what Tong Hua said, but looking at Tong Chunjing's attitude and reaction, he clearly liked Kong Mixue. I don't know if you are Tong Hua's good friend, but Tong Hua said that you stole her fiancé, causing her to break off the engagement, and she would rather go to the countryside than stay in the city and face you two dogs and... Kong Mixue's face suddenly turned pale. Tong Chunjing was very angry and his voice became much louder. Su Jiqing, how can you talk like that? This was the first time that Tong Chunjing spoke so loudly to Su Man, and it was for another woman. Su Man's jealousy surged. Did I say something wrong? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Brother Tong, you know me, I'm always outspoken. I don't think before I speak. I just say whatever I want to say. We are all women, and everyone knows this. Tong Chunjing choked. You shouldn't apologize to me. You should apologize to Comrade Mixue. Su Man looked at the tearful Kong Mixue with a fake smile. She was crying like a pear blossom in the rain. So lovely. No wonder she could Tong Hua's fiancé and Tong Hua's brother and younger brother. Comrade Mixue, I'm so sorry. If I said anything to embarrass you, I really didn't mean it, and everyone knows about it. Kong Mixue has always cared about her image in public, and now, without her knowing, her reputation has been ruined by Tong Hua. It's not like that. Tong Hua and I are as close as sisters, and her fiancé is my future brother-in-law. How could I have any relationship with him? Suman interrupted Kong Mixue's explanation. Comrade Mixue, you shouldn't say this to me. If it was just a misunderstanding, why would Tong Hua, a girl in her prime, think so badly and take the initiative to go to the countryside to be an educated youth, don't you think?
Kong Mixue grittet her teeth.
She could see that Suman clearly liked Tong Chunjing, so she deliberately made things difficult for her. There is a misunderstanding between Hua and me, and I will explain it clearly. Kong Mixue's weak face was full of strength, which was very touching. At least it touched the two stupid brothers of the Tong family. Tong Chunjing comforted her. I believe you. Tong Chunshu hurriedly agreed. Sister Mixue, I believe you too. Suman saw this. Her eyes showed a bit of coldness. She now understood why Tong Hua was so angry and wanted to break off relations with the Tong brothers. Kong Mixue stayed at the educated youth point, and Tong Hua had already gone into the mountains with the villagers. Before going into the mountains, at Chung Xiaoyu's reminder, Tong Hua her sleeves and trouser legs. There is a kind of insect called grass crawler here. When it doesn't bite, the grass crawler is flat, but once it bites, it will become round and bulging after blood. It can any hole, and it hurts a lot when it bites. If you are unlucky, it will cause fever. If you don't pay attention, this thing will crawl into your ears. When she first heard it, Tong Hua used cotton to plug her ears when she went to bed at night to prevent grass from crawling into her ears. The air in the mountains after the rain was fresh and comfortable, and a deep breath still carried the fragrance of grass and trees. Chung Xiaoyu taught Tong Hua how to identify mushrooms and wild vegetables. On the way, she met some educated youths from the educated youth point, but no one greeted each other. Tong Hua knew a lot of wild animals in the mountains, and soon she was able to separate from Chung Xiaoyu to find mushrooms. Before leaving, Chung Xiaoyu reminded Tong Hua to pick mushrooms on the outskirts of the mountain and not to run into the mountain. Tong Hua picked some black fungus and bracken, and also found a lot of hazel mushrooms on a dead tree. As she walked, Tong Hua found pine mushrooms around the roots of pine trees. Pine mushrooms have a tender and smooth taste, delicious taste, and high value. Tong Hua's basket could no longer hold it, so a lot of it was transferred to space. I don't know if the land in the north is good, or she is lucky. In her previous life, she ran in the mountains for a whole morning, but she didn't pick as much as she does now. As she walked further, the view became darker and Tong Hua found that she had unknowingly entered the depths of the forest. After hesitating for a moment, Tong Hua planned to go back. When she turned around, she saw a gray shadow flash by. Although the other party was very fast, Tong Hua still saw it clearly. It was a fat rabbit. Fat rabbit equals meat. Tong Hua put the basket into the space and freed her hands to catch the rabbit. But Tong Hua overestimated herself. No matter how careful she was, she still startled the rabbit in front of her. As a last resort, she pounced on it before she got to the front. Of course, the rabbit. Before running, she looked back at Tong Hua with contempt in her eyes. Tong Hua. I can't go in anymore. What if I encounter a wild boar? Turning around, Tong Hua met the eyes of a black wild boar weighing 300 or 400 kilograms. Are all the animals in the mountains in the north spirits? Can wild boars also ambush? The moment the wild boar rushed over, Tong Hua flashed into the space. After a while, Tong Hua came out. As soon as she came out, the wild boar rushed over again. The wild boar is still there. Tong Hua flashed into the space again. This time, before Tong Hua entered the space, she heard the sound of heavy objects hitting each other. 10 minutes later, Tong Hua came out again, and this time she was more cautious than before. She would enter the space immediately if there was an ambush. Fortunately, there was no danger this time. The wild boar just now hit a big tree and pretended to faint. Tong Hwa couldn't bear to part with the wild boar, so she went up carefully. After confirming that it was not pretending to faint, she took out a kitchen knife, cut it a few more times, and threw it into the space. Now, she had to go down the mountain quickly. The smell of blood here would attract other wild animals. It was not safe. If Chung Xiaoyu and the others were there, they might get into trouble for her. Going up the mountain and getting this wild boar would make her a big profit. Tong Hwa, who was overjoyed, tripped after turning around and taking a few steps. A fall in the mountains can be a big or small injury. If you fall on a thorn or a sharp tree, it will be a disaster. Tong Hwa's face was scratched by the thorns next to her, and her palms were also scratched by the stones on the ground. Tong Hwa, with her lips tightly pursed, climbed up with difficulty. Her knees were also broken and covered with a lot of broken stones. Tong Hwa sat on the ground and cleaned the wounds on her legs and hands with the spiritual spring. In a blink of an eye, Tong Hwa found a plant with a bunch of red fruits in the grass next to her. It was suspected to be wild ginseng. She swallowed her saliva, and regardless of whether the wild boar blood not far away would attract any wild animals, she bent down, stuck out her ace, and crawled over to carefully observe the bunch of red fruits. No one expected that Tong Hwa actually used a kitchen knife to carefully dig out 100-year-old ginseng weighing more than 1 pound and of excellent quality. With this appearance, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the king of ginseng. Sister Tong, Tong Jiqing. The faint shouting startled Tong Hwa, who quickly came to her senses, carefully wrapped the ginseng, and put it into the space. Then she took out the basket and hurried down the mountain. The more excited Tong Hwa was, the faster she ran, and soon she reached the bottom of the mountain. Chung Xiuyu finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Tong Hwa. I thought something happened to you. Why don't you understand what people say? Didn't I tell you not to run deep? If something happens, we will be unlucky too. Peng Damei said unhappily. Okay. Isn't she back? Chung Xiaoyu defended her. Peng Damei was unhappy. Before Tong Hwa came, Chung Xiaoyu had the best relationship with her, and now Chung Xiaoyu began to speak for Tong Hwa. Tong Hwa, I was wrong. Sorry, I will pay attention next time. Chung Xiaoyu felt that Tong Hwa was a good person, admitting his mistakes, openly and honestly. Peng Damei didn't want to pursue the matter any further after hearing what she said. Hurry up and go back. I have to go home to cook. Tong Hwa followed her down the mountain. Most of the baskets of those who went up the mountain early were full. After entering the village, Chung Xiaoyu and Tong Hwa went home together. On the way, Chung Xiaoyu talked to Tong Hwa about stewed chicken with mushrooms, and both of them were a little greedy. But there were no chickens in Tong Hwa's space, and Chung Xiaoyu's family would not kill a chicken just because she picked hazel mushrooms. At present, one household can only raise 4 chickens and 1 pig. If you don't raise pigs, you can raise 3 geese. Geese are also considered large animals and can eat a lot. Chung Xiaoyu's family didn't raise pigs, but they raised 3 geese, and they usually had goose eggs to eat. The two went home talking and laughing. When they saw Kong Mixue, Tong Hwa's face faded. Chung Xiaoyu gave Tong Hwa a look and asked her to call if she had anything. Tong Hwa nodded slightly. Kong Mixue had been waiting at Tong Hwa's door for an hour. Seeing Tong Hwa coming back with a village girl, she looked a little fragile. In the past, Tong Hwa had only one friend around her. Hwa Hwa. Kong Mixue called out weakly. Tong Hwa unlocked the door, opened it, and slammed it before Kong Mixue followed in. Kong Mixue didn't expect Tong Hwa to be so cruel. Her nose was hit by the door and bleeding directly. Tong Hwa heard Kong Mixue's screams, but didn't care. Kong Mixue touched her painful nose, and the resentment in her eyes became stronger. Little witch.
Hua Hua.
Open the door, I want to have a good talk with you. Kong Mixue suppressed her anger, and her voice became more and more sad and resentful. Tong Hwa didn't open the door and didn't respond. Kong Mixue felt very aggrieved. If you don't believe what I said, I'll let Gu Jinyue come to talk to you. She thought that Tong Hwa would always pay attention to her when she mentioned Gu Jinyue, but She didn't expect Tong Hwa to still ignore her. Before I came, Brother Gu told me that he would figure out a way to get the money, and you just need to apologize to his parents, and your marriage will still count. Kong Mixue had no choice but to use her trump card. Tong Hwa was sarcastic in her heart. The marriage has been cancelled, and the money is to compensate for my reputation loss. It's my money whether it's lost or not. What does it have to do with his parents? Kong Mixue thought that as soon as Gu Jinyue was mentioned, she spoke. She really still cared about Gu Jinyue. Hua, you really misunderstood between Brother Gu and me. We grew up together. Do you really want to see me as such a despicable person? When Tong Hwa heard Kong Mixue's voice, a violent gene was stirring in her heart, which was difficult to control. Kong Mixue, do you think I don't know what you arranged on Mingyang Street? Kong Mixue's pupils shrank, and she took several steps back in horror. Her eyes were full of disbelief. How could Tong Hwa know about this? On the day of Tong Hwa's wedding, she deliberately led Gu Jinyue away and deliberately delayed Gu Jinyue's time to go to the wedding. Although she was jealous that Tong Hwa could marry Gu Jinyue, in fact, she also wanted to destroy Tong Hwa, catch her handle, and wait for the opportunity in the future to push her to Hades. But that night, Tong Hwa did not take the road she usually took, and the people she arranged came to nothing. She thought Tong Hwa was just lucky, but now Tong Hwa meant. Did she know her plan at all? Only she and those two people knew about this. How could Tong Hwa know? Did those two people betray her? Kong Mixue was panicked. Hua, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? What Mingyang Street? What happened to Mingyang Street? Tong Hwa asked lightly. Lu Chong and Peng Cho, don't say you don't know them. If I go to report it, do you think they will confess what you asked them to do? Kong Mixue's heart sank. Tong Hwa really knew them? Did they really betray her? Hua, are they saying bad things about me? But I really don't know them. Don't believe them, okay? Tong Hwa found that Kong Mixue's face was so thick that even a knife couldn't pierce it. I don't know them. Do they have to lie to me? If she could use Kong Mixue's hand and let them fight each other, Tong Hwa could save some trouble.
Kong Mixue gnaset her teeth.
It was really these two rascals who cheated her. She gave them money, but they didn't do a good job, and they even sold her out. Kong Mixue has already thought about how to deal with these two rascals. Hua, you have a misunderstanding of me. You cannot forgive me, but I can't watch you suffer here. Kong Mixue took a deep breath. I'll give you the job. You go back to the city. She has done this. Tong Hwa should believe her, right? Tong Hwa saw through Kong Mixue's intentions. With her own strength, she would never marry into the Gu family. There must be a big enemy who trusts her to marry in and temporarily replace Gu Jinyue's wife. After giving birth to the child, the tool she married into the countryside, was useless and could be replaced. If she had a useful family, she might be able to block it, but the Tong family was Kong Mixue's old nest, and it would be difficult for Kong Mixue to find a great enemy who is more suitable than her. After going to the countryside, you can't return to the city within a year. Tong Hwa told her lightly. Kong Mixue's face changed. She really didn't know this. Hua, I'll find a way. I will definitely help you. Kong Mixue's tone was very firm. Tong Hwa sneered. Her expression was calm and calm. Tong Chunshi was worried that Kong Mixue would be bullied by Tong Hwa, so he followed Kong Mixue quietly all the way. He also heard these words of Kong Mixue. Sister Mixue is too good to Tong Hwa, right? She even gave her job to Tong Hwa. Tong Chunshi returned to the educated youth point before Kong Mixue and told Tong Chunjing what Kong Mixue said. Tong Chunjing was deeply moved. He knew that he had not made a mistake. Mixue had been so kind since she was a child. On the contrary, his sister Tong Hwa was not very obedient when she was young, otherwise she would not have always made her mother angry and locked up by her mother. We can't let Michelle give the job to Tong Hwa. Tong Hwa made her own mistake, and she will bear the consequences herself. Tong Chunshi nodded, but Sister Michelle cares too much about Tong Hwa. She will definitely help Tong Hwa. Tong Chunjing's face was gloomy. There is still a year, then let Gu Jinyue find a job for Tong Hwa. This is what he owes Tong Hwa. Tong Chunshi wanted to say that Tong Hua blackmailed the Gu family for 5,000 yuan. But think about it, if the Gu family didn't think Gu Jinyue was wrong, it would be impossible to pay this money. After Kong Mixue came back, the two brothers of the Tong family cared for her like spring breeze and drizzle. Su Man gritted her teeth when she saw it. What a shameless. I hope she'll get out quickly. There were 18 people in the educated youth point, and now there are 19 people, 11 male educated youth and 8 female educated youth. There is a big pot stove for eating, and the work is not heavy. It is barely 60% full to cook 2 pots. During the busy farming season, 3 or 4 pots of rice would be cooked to have a full meal. Kong Mixue had never eaten this kind of big pot meal before. Unlike Tong Chunshi, she disliked it in her heart but would not show it. She took the initiative to eat the egg sauce, swallowed the unpleasant taste, and showed surprise. It's quite delicious. Tong Chunjing's expression became gentler. When you go back, I will bring you some soybean paste, which we made by ourselves. Kong Mixue nodded happily. Okay, then I would like to thank Brother Tong first. Su Man's eyes flashed with disgust. Comrade Mixue, I think I saw you go to Tong Hua this morning. Did she forgive you? Kong Mixue lowered her head in disappointment. I will explain it clearly. Tong Chunjing hurriedly comforted her. She doesn't believe you. It's her fault. You don't have to blame yourself. Kong Mixue looked sad, but I feel very sad when I see Hua suffering in the countryside. I don't know how to help her. Tong Chunjing was angry that Tong Hua didn't know what was good for her and always made Mixue worry about her. With her character, if she doesn't suffer a little, she will suffer a great loss in the future. It's better to let her suffer a little. Kong Mixue glanced at Tong Chunjing unhappily, while Hua has a good character. She is unfamiliar with the countryside. As a brother, you have to protect her and help her. Su Man grabbed 2 potatoes before she had time to speak. Don't you know that Tong Hua broke off relations with their brothers because of you? Kong Mixue said, while Hua cares about her brother and younger brother the most. She said these words in anger. How can you take them seriously? Others also thought that it might be a rant. Tong Hua is a girl, living alone in the countryside. Without her brother, she would never have a good life in the countryside. But the fact is that Tong Hua lives as well as Tong Chunjing in the countryside, and may even live better than Tong Chunjing. After all, Tong Hua looks better than when she came, and she seems to have grown a little taller. While they were talking, the dishes on the 2 dining tables were all eaten. Kong Mixue only ate a potato. When she had gained enough favor from the Tong brothers, she wanted to eat something else. When they finished eating, the table was already a mess. Although Kong Mixue didn't like the food, she came from afar and was a guest. It was fine if she wasn't treated well, but now they didn't even show any courtesy and ate it all. They didn't respect her at all, did they? But the Tong brothers didn't notice Kong Mixue's grievance. Tong Chunjing was used to eating fast, rushing to eat, and talking didn't delay his meal. Tong Chunshi, the little brat, ate his father out of money. When he was hungry, he didn't care whether the food tasted good or not. He was lucky enough to get the food into his mouth without going hungry. Tong Huazhong for lunch, she had the soup sent by the Chung family. Chung Xiu told her that the soup tasted better after being boiled. With the hot and sour cabbage sent by the villagers, Tong Hua ate everything before organizing the things in the space. She sorted out the wild vegetables, black fungus, mushrooms, and other things and put them neatly into the space. As for the ginseng, Tong Hua took out a box from Wang Feng's cupboard and put it away. In the afternoon, Tong Hua took advantage of her break to go to the commune. She had to get the wild boar and sell it on the black market. She also had to find a way to take out some things in the space to use. Tong Hua took the village ox cart to the commune, and Kong Mixue took Tong Chuanshu's bicycle to the commune. Although Tong Hua did not go to the countryside in her previous life, she often went in and out of the black market. The city was more in need of things than the countryside. In the black market, Tong Hua covered her hair and half of her face with a headscarf, and she looked unfamiliar, so when she came out, someone stared at her. To sell goods in the black market, you have to pay a fee of 30 cents, but you don't need to pay a fee to buy things. You can sell and buy at the same time, and the seller pays 30 cents. Tong Hua paid 30 cents and then asked casually, Do you accept wild boar meat? The three monkeys guarding the gate looked Tong Hua up and down. Do you have wild boar meat? Tong Hua nodded. How much? A whole one. The three monkeys' eyes lit up slightly. How big? Between 350 and 400 kilograms. Tong Hua estimated. Wild boar meat is 0.58 per kilogram, but we have to see the condition of the wild boar first. If it is fresh, 0.6 per kilogram can also be sold. The third monkey glanced and said. Tong Hua thought that the refrigerator did not have her space to keep the food fresh, so how could a freshly dead wild boar not be fresh? Before Tong Hua came to the black market, she found a place to store the goods. She spent 2 cigarettes and temporarily borrowed someone's backyard. If this family is reliable, Tong Hua might rent it for a long time as a transit station. In the yard, Tong Hua let the wild boar out. After the wild boar was killed and put into the space, the bleeding stopped. Now that it is to be sold, Tong Hua has to bleed the wild boar to avoid being forced to lower the price by others because of the lack of bleeding. When the third monkey brought Ma Ge and others to see the goods, they were a little shocked. The blood of this wild boar is still warm? Just killed? Was this wild boar alive before? The third monkey asked in surprise. Tong Hua nodded vaguely. Let's take a look. Check it out. It's definitely fresh. When Ma Ge came in, he observed the surrounding environment. He knew that there were several people watching behind the window in the house, and he was not sure about the situation. However, he did not intend to rob the thieves. It's 60 cents per pound.
Weigh it.
The three monkeys weighed it and confirmed that the wild boar was 380 pounds, a total of 228 yuan. Ma Ge finally paid 230 yuan when he paid. If you have goods next time, you can go to the east end to find me directly. Tong Hua accepted it. If it went well this time, she was willing to cook it. The wild boar was carried away, and there was a basin of wild boar blood left. Tong Hua did not like to eat pig blood. She kept half for the owner of the yard and took the other half back to Cheng Xiuyu for a snack. Because of 2 cigarettes, Lao Zhuang, the man who rented out his yard, was scolded half to death by Aunt Zhuang. What if he got into trouble? But Tong Hua gave another half basin of wild boar blood, and Aunt Zhuang immediately changed her attitude. Girl, next time you have goods, you can put it in my house. My family are all honest people. We are tight-lipped and will not spread messages. Tong Hua nodded. Not long after leaving the house, she realized she was being followed. When she took advantage of the situation and quickly climbed over the wall to get behind the person, only then did she recognize who was following her. She thought it was the gang from the East Black Market who wanted to rob her gang, but she didn't expect that the person following her was Kong Mixue. Tong Hua picked up a stone from the roadside and threw it at Kong Mixue, causing her scalp to bleed, and she fainted on the roadside. She came here because there were fewer people. Now Kong Mixue was in front of her. If she killed her directly, then hid her in the space, and waited until the storm of her disappearance was over, she would throw her body away. Tong Hua was overwhelmed by this thought in her heart. As long as she killed Kong Mixue now, she could avenge her past life. The bloody stone in her hand was grasped tighter and tighter, and Tong Hua's red eyes were gradually filled with frightening cruelty and hostility. Maybe in the next moment, the woman lying on the ground would die in her hands. Tong Hua. A deep voice came from behind Tong Hua. Tong Hua slowly turned her head, and her dark eyes reflected a chilling anger, as if a trapped animal was struggling, screaming, and roaring, trying to break through the cage of restraint. Tong Hua. When Gu Si saw Tong Hua, he found that she was being followed, but he didn't expect this to be the result. Tong Hua gradually came to her senses, and Gu Si had come to her, and she couldn't escape in time. Gu Si's brows were locked into a line, and he pulled Tong Hua, who was stiff all over, up from the ground. Tong Hua felt like a trapped animal, and a desperate feeling of being desperate rose from her heart. She wanted to kill Kong Mixue, and was seen by Gu Si. What would Gu Si think of her? A murder? Vicious? Full? But he didn't know how Kong Mixue treated her in her previous life. She was not wrong. She was not wrong. Tong Hua bit her lips tightly, biting them until they were bleeding, and tears rushed down like a torrent that would never return. Gusi stretched out his hand, staring at her with dark eyes. "Give me the stone." Tong Hua's hand trembled slightly, and there was Kong Mixue's blood on the stone. Gusi took the stone, and it was not suitable to stay here for long, so he pulled her wrist and left. After throwing the bloody stone into the toilet on the road, Gusi went to find a person wearing a red armband to check on Kong Mixue. Tong Hua had calmed down and followed Gusi silently. Until Gusi brought people to Longping Commune, Tong Hua's mind was spinning rapidly. Gusi turned out to be the president of Longping Commune. In the previous life, Gusi did go to the countryside. She didn't pay attention to the specific location, but she knew it was in Qingping County. Originally, he was asked to go down to be a deputy county magistrate, but he took the initiative to ask to go to the grassroots and go deep into the masses, so that he could think about what the masses think and what the masses are anxious about. She didn't take the 1,000 yuan, just waiting for this day, so that she could get his protection when she went to the countryside. Unexpectedly, her luck got better, and she was afraid. He really chose to be the president of their commune. When she was at Gu's house, she often heard Gu's father's envy and jealousy of Gusi. Gu Jinyue was both respectful and fearful of Gusi. God has now sent a golden thigh to her. If she can't hold it, it means she is incompetent. "Sit down." Tong Hua sat at the table, looking a little restrained. Gusi poured her a cup of tea. "Have you calmed down?" Tong Hua pursed her lips and nodded slightly. A person who cannot control his emotions and is impulsive cannot win the support and help of others and will eventually lose support, Gusi said in a deep voice. Tong Hua bit her lip and turned pale. Did she disappoint him? So, he didn't want to support or help her anymore. When Gusi knew that Tong Hua was the little girl, he gave her 1,000 yuan to settle the favor. But the little girl didn't want the money, which meant that she still held on to his favor. Gusi chose Longping Commune out of an idea. He planned to take care of the little girl while working here.
But now,
Gusi looked at the little girl whose head was about to shrink under his neck, and the little cat that occasionally appeared in his memory reappeared. Have you thought about the consequences? Gusi asked again. Tong Hua pursed her lips. Of course she had thought about the consequences. After killing Kong Mixue and hiding her in the space, she could destroy the body and not be discovered. Gusi narrowed his eyes slightly, and he was more and more dissatisfied with Gu Jinyue in his heart. He almost ruined the little girl. She provoked you, you killed her. What about next time? Will you kill anyone who provoked you again? Tong Hua raised her head suddenly. No. She is not a murderer. Gusi looked at her deeply. After you successfully turn 0 into 1, it will be very difficult for you to stop. If there is 1, there will be 2, if there is 2, there will be 3, and so on. When you are completely controlled by your own desires, you can no longer be called a human being. Tong Hua's face was ugly, and she wanted to refute his words, but if she thought about it according to his words, if she just killed Kong Mixue like this and no one found out, then what about others? Wang Feng? Tong Dalai? Some people who blocked her revenge. Would she easily raise the butcher knife and kill them to destroy the traces? Are you going to do nothing? Tong Hua's eyes were burning with a fire that wanted to burn everything, and she looked at him steadily. Gusi said in a deep voice, I'm not asking you to give up resentment or revenge. I'm asking you to control yourself. Don't act impulsively when doing anything, just like just now, there are more than me who went that way. But he sent her away. He asked again, what would you do if the person you saw was not me? Silence him? Tong Hua's reaction at that time subconsciously reflected her trust in him, which made him soften his heart towards her. It was all Gu Jinyue's fault for being fickle-minded. There was also something wrong with that woman named Kong as the best friend of the little girl. Tong Hua's face turned pale, and she was a little panicked and at a loss. If someone saw her kill Kong Mixue, would she really choose to silence him? Would she really be completely controlled by her own desires and become a monster, as Gusi said? I sent that person away. Tong Hua's heavy heart relaxed a little. If I hadn't seen you, everything would have developed in an unknown direction. It's not worth it for you to ruin your life for them. There is more than one way to get revenge. Gusi hoped that she could think clearly. She has always been a smart girl, except for her poor vision. Tong Hua was silent for a long time before slowly raising her head, eyes full of tears. Uncle Gu, can you teach me? Her pale face, red nose, and eyes looked pitiful. It was his nephew's fault again. She was still the little girl back then. He would not ignore her. You have to learn to control yourself, control your emotions, desires, judgments, and other aspects. You can set a goal for yourself first, what you want to do, what you want to do, what you want to achieve. Maybe in the future, when you stand on a high point, you will thank her for letting you see the future clearly, and thank him for not marrying you now. Gu Si thought that Tong Hua's resentment towards Kong Mixue came from Gu Jinyue. In his opinion, Tong Hua was too impulsive. She impulsively chose to go to the countryside to become an educated youth, and she impulsively wanted to kill people. She originally planned to have someone take care of her so that she could live a better life in the countryside. But now Gu Si is worried. He has to watch her from time to time, otherwise a good girl will narrow her path. Gu Si was worried about Tong Hua's mental state and kept her in the office for a long time to comfort her. Tong Hua also successfully sent him a vague signal that she still cared about Gu Jinyue. On the other side, Captain Chung, who had come to the commune to wait for the meeting, found that the meeting was postponed and could only chat with the captains of several other teams while waiting for the new president to attend the meeting. Gu Si looked at the time, and it was almost time. Are you in the Red Bull team? Tong Hua's eyes flashed slightly. She didn't say which team she was in just now. Did he know it a long time ago?
Yeah.
Do you have a bicycle? Tong Hua shook her head. Tong Chunshu came, so it was difficult for Tong Hua to take out her bicycle. Captain Chung of your team will have a meeting in the commune this afternoon. I'll say hello to him and you go back with him. Gu Si made arrangements. Tong Hua nodded obediently. Thank you, Uncle Gu. I'm going to the meeting, you just wait in my office.
Gu Si said.
Tong Hua watched Gu Si leave, her heart beating a little fast. According to her identity, she couldn't have known that Gu Si was going to take up a post in the countryside, so Gu Si would only think that the address she left was a coincidence. Is it possible that Gu Si chose Longping Commune because of the address she left? After this thought came to her mind, a secret joy grew from the bottom of her heart. From childhood to adulthood, she had never been chosen or favored by anyone, not by her parents, not by her husband, and not by her children. Did he come to Longping Commune because of her? At this moment, Tong Hua's eyes were shining brightly. After the meeting, Gu Si left Captain Chung of the Red Bull Brigade. Captain Chung was a little nervous and kept recalling in his heart that their Red Bull Brigade had not caused any trouble recently and was reported to the commune, right? I have a junior who is assigned to your Red Bull Brigade. Gu Si started. Captain Chung was stunned. He was assigned to their Red Bull Brigade? Isn't that the educated youth who went to the countryside? President Gu is talking about the educated youth Tong? The most recent educated youth assigned to their brigade was named Tong. Gu Si looked helpless, but also indulgent. Yes, she is young. She ran to the countryside on impulse because she was wronged by family matters. Captain Chung knew what to do. He didn't expect that the youngster of the new president's family would come to their brigade. Then he would take good care of the youngster of the president's family. Even if the commune couldn't think of their brigade in advance for any good policies in the future, it would not make their brigade suffer, right? Captain Chung was excited. Tong Jiqing also has a sister and a brother who are also in our brigade. What a coincidence. The president's 3 relatives are all in their brigade. Who would believe that there was no deliberate arrangement by the president behind this? It seems that the new president is very discerning and thinks that their Red Bull Brigade is a good place, otherwise it would be impossible for all his youngsters to come to their brigade. Gu Si frowned slightly and said bluntly, Tong Hua is the only youngster in my family. Captain Chung suddenly realized that the president was talking about comrade Tong Hua, but weren't the brothers of the Tong family and Tong Hua real brothers and sisters? Although he couldn't guess, Captain Chung understood what President Gu meant. He just needed to take care of comrade Tong Hua and let others do what they wanted. What a coincidence. I personally took Tong Hua back when she was a sent-down youth. I knew she was a good comrade when I saw her. Facts have proved that I was right. She is down to earth and hardworking. She lives in my house now and is very close to my daughter. Our family also likes Tong Jiqing very much. Gu Si didn't expect it to be such a coincidence, so he asked a few more questions. When he heard that the whole brigade knew about Tong Hua's broken engagement, his face became serious. Especially when he heard that the two brothers of the Tong family broke off their relationship with Tong Hua for Kong Mixue, his face darkened. Originally, Gu Si only planned to say a few words to prevent Tong Hua from being bullied in the countryside. Captain Cheng, please help me take care of Tong Hua. If she has any trouble, she can come to me directly. This was the first time that Gu Si asked for help for personal matters since he started working. Captain Cheng was overjoyed. He had heard that the new president, Gu, was originally assigned to be the secretary of the neighboring commune. He didn't know why he came to their Longping commune. Longping commune had a secretary, so he became the president. He was a little suspicious now. Did President Gu come to Longping commune because of Tong Hua? If that was the case, he would have to worship Tong Hua when he returned. Seeing Tong Hua in the president's office, Captain Cheng's eyes were gentler than usual. Little Tong, the educated youth, come back to the brigade with me. Tong Hua looked at Gu Si deeply, knowing that this was the backer he found for her. Uncle Gu, then I'm leaving. Tong Hua's eyes were a little nostalgic. Gu Si, who was sensitive to people's emotions, took out a stack of money and a stack of bills from the drawer after being looked at by her with such a pitiful look. Tong Hua's eyes were red, and warm tears dripped on Gu Si's outstretched hand. Gu Si took her hand and put the money and bills at her palm. If you need anything, come to me or call me. Our team doesn't have a phone yet. I'll arrange it. Captain Cheng at the side was hit by the pie that fell from the sky, and his heart was overwhelmed again. Thank God. Thank the earth. Thank God for sending the young educated youth Tong to their Red Bull team. Their team can actually install telephones. People from other teams will be so jealous of their Red Bull team. Tong Hua's eyes were shining, and she couldn't hide the joyful smile on her lips. Is this the feeling of being favored? Seeing her so happy, Gu Si rubbed her hair with a bit of amusement. It was not her who installed the telephone for their brigade, so why was she so happy? Tong Hua's heart was throbbing, and she couldn't help but rub his palm. After rubbing, both of them were a little stunned. Tong Hua blushed and turned to leave. Uncle Gu, I'm leaving. Captain Cheng hurriedly followed him out. President Gu, we're leaving. Gu Si looked at his palm and shook his head slightly. He was still a child. On the way back, Captain Cheng wanted to find out what the relationship between Tong Hua and President Gu was so that he could have a sense of propriety towards the other two Tong educated youth. Tong Hua did not hide that Gu Si was the uncle of her ex-fiancé. Captain Cheng then connected Gu Si's words with Tong Hua's affairs. After the indirect evidence of President Gu, Tong Hua, and the words of the Tong brothers and Kong Mixue, what Tong Hua said was true. Otherwise, why would the uncle of Tong Hua's ex-fiancé protect his nephew's ex-fiancé? It's because his nephew did something unkind, and President Gu feels guilty. In addition, Captain Cheng is also worried about Tong Hua's innocence and frankness. She tells him whatever he asks. When Tong Hua first came, she stuffed him with cigarettes. He thought Tong Hua was a flashy and scheming comrade, who knew that Tong Hua was efficient, down-to-earth and hardworking, and didn't need his care at all. She even told others about her broken engagement, and President Gu asked about the relationship. Wouldn't it be better to say that they were relatives? Saying that she was the uncle of her ex-fiancé not only affected her reputation, but also made the relationship very distant. Fortunately, President Gu did not make things difficult for Tong Hua because of his nephew's broken engagement. Instead, he really felt guilty and took care of her as his own junior. As soon as the ox cart arrived at the brigade, he was told that there were comrades from the police station waiting for Tong Hua in the brigade. Captain Cheng looked at Tong Hua, and Tong Hua shook her head blankly. The two went to the brigade headquarters. Not only were the public security comrades there, but also the Tong brothers and Kong Mixue, who had a white bandage on her head.
Hua Hua.
Where have you been? Kong Mixue asked anxiously and worriedly. I thought something happened to you too. Tong Chunshu angrily suspected her. Sister Mixue was beaten in the commune. Was it you who did it? Kong Mixue tugged at his clothes. It can't be related to Huahua, Xiaoshu. You can't talk nonsense. Tong Hua ignored them. Comrade Gongan, what happened? Wang Gongan said, Comrade Kong said that after she saw you, she kept following you, and then you suddenly disappeared, and then she was hit on the head and fainted, and was finally sent to the clinic by passers-by. Tong Hua looked at Kong Mixue with disgust. You followed me? Kong Mixue shook her head hurriedly. Huahua, you misunderstood. I saw you in a hurry, and thought you had something urgent that needed help, so I followed you. Tong Hua raised an eyebrow sarcastically. Kong Mixue, you saw that I was in a hurry and didn't know what to do, so you wanted to catch me in something, right? That's why you followed me secretly. Who knows which hero happened to see you and thought you were a perverted stalker, so he knocked you out from behind to protect the good people. Kong Mixue gritted her teeth, secretly hating Tong Hua for not caring about her face and saying whatever she wanted. Wasn't she afraid that she would really get angry and ignore her in the future? From childhood to adulthood, Tong Hua only had her as a friend. If it weren't for her, Tong Hua would have no friends at all.
Huahua, you really disappoint me.
Why do you always think the worst of me? Do you really hate me so much? Tong Chunshu said with disgust. Sister Michelle is worried about you, so she follows you. Otherwise, why doesn't she follow someone else? Tong Hua picked up the water on the table that someone had drunk and splashed it at Tong Chunshu. I'm talking to her, and it's not your turn to complain. Who do you think you are? Tong Chunshu was so angry that he almost exploded. Tong Hua, are you crazy? You splashed me? Kong Michelle saw the quarrel between the siblings and felt a little relieved. Huahua, how can you treat Xiaoshu like this? Tong Hua sneered. Why can't I do this to him? I care about him. Otherwise, why don't I splash you? Not Tong Lauer? But him? Tong Hua returned everything Tong Chunshu had just said. Tong Chunshu's face turned red, and he didn't know whether he was angry or embarrassed. Kong Mixue showed some sincerity on her face. Whether you believe it or not, I was worried that you would get into trouble like me, so I reported it to the police. Tong Hua said lightly, people like you are fine. What can happen to me? If I am in trouble, it can only be you who caused it. Tong Chunjing was a little annoyed. Can't you speak properly? Do you feel uncomfortable if my words are not hurtful? Tong Hua nodded seriously. Yes, I feel itchy all over my body, uncomfortable, nauseous, and want to when I see you. Several people changed their faces and were very angry. Tong Chunshu said angrily, Wang Gongan, you see how much she hates Sister Michelle. She was the one who knocked Sister Michelle unconscious. Wang Gongan asked, Comrade Tong Hua, where have you been during the time you were in the commune? Did you find that Comrade Kong was following you? Tong Hua, I didn't find it. If I found that she was following me, I would beat her too. Tong Chunshu said in surprise. Wang Gongan, did you hear it? She admitted it herself. Wang Gongan looked at the excited Comrade Tong Chunshu with some doubts. Isn't he and Comrade Tong Hua's biological brother? Why does he always help an outsider? It seems that he wishes that his biological sister is the murderer. Tong Hua saw Wang Gongan's doubts and said with a smile, Wang Gongan, you can't figure it out, right? Why does my biological brother wish I was dead? Because they and my ex-fiancé like the same woman. This woman is the Kong Michelle in front of you. Wang Gongan, be careful. If you look at her too much, you will like her. Tong Hua reminded with a faint look. Wang Gongan's face tightened. Comrade Tong Hua, you are joking. I am already married. He was just looking at what kind of woman has such great charm. The Tong brothers stared at Tong Hua angrily at the same time. It was they who liked Kong Mixue, not Kong Mixue, who liked them. Why did she always pick on Kong Mixue? Kong Mixue's face turned pale. If she didn't handle this kind of thing well, she would be regarded as having a bad work style. Huahua, do you have to die before you believe that I have no relationship with Brother Gu? Tong Hua shook her head and said, I won't believe it even if you die. Kong Mixue's face turned pale, and tears rolled down like beads with broken strings. Don't talk about other things. You haven't answered the question Wang Gongan asked you. Tong Chunjing decided to be merciless. Tong Hua looked at Wang Gong'an. Let Captain Ching say this. They may not believe what I say. Captain Ching looked at them coldly and felt a little more pity for the young educated Tong. Wang Gong'an, the young educated Tong, has been in the commune. I came back from the commune with her after the meeting. Tong Chunjing questioned. What did Tong Hua do in the commune? She didn't go to the commune with the captain, did she? Captain Ching said. The young educated Tong is the younger generation of President Gu's family. She went to visit President Gu today. Tong Chunjing sneered. I have been here for a few years. How could I not know whether there are any elders in my family who are the president of Longping Commune? Captain Chung frowned. President Gu is the new president of the commune, and he only recognizes him as the elder of the young educated Tong. It is normal that you don't know. Tong Chunjing looked at Tong Hua sarcastically. Who is this President Gu? Is there any elder in our family who only recognizes you? Kong Mixue asked in embarrassment. Oh, do you have any reason for telling this lie? Tong Chunjing sneered. What reason does she have? I don't know when she fawned on the commune president. I think she is very capable. Captain Chung's face darkened. This is what President Gu told me in person. Questioning Tong Hua is questioning him. Tong Chunjing would not offend Captain Chung. He just stared at Tong Hua. Tong Hua, what are you doing outside? If you do anything shameful, don't blame me for cleaning up the mess for your parents. Kong Mixue said anxiously. Hua Hua, explain it clearly. It's not like what second brother Tong said, right? You didn't do anything stupid, right? Tong Hua saw that they were singing in unison to convict her, like singing an opera. Are you two questioning whether I have an improper relationship with a commune president? Kong Mixue bit her lip. Hua Hua, just explain it. What is your relationship with this commune president? Why did you go to find him? Tong Hua looked at Wang Gong'an, spreading rumors and fabricating criminal facts in public, making false accusations against government officials, and causing a bad influence on the government's credibility. Isn't this against the law? Although Wang Gong'an had not heard of this charge, it sounded reasonable and well-founded. His expression became serious. Yes. Kong Mixue's face turned pale immediately, and she looked at Tong Chunjing for help. This was what he said, and she was just asking according to his words. Tong Chunjing did not expect Tong Hua to be so eloquent. Tong Hua and I are siblings. I am reasonably questioning each other's identity. Tong Hua sneered and retorted. If you have reasonable doubts, you should question that he is not my elder, instead of questioning that the relationship between him and me is unclear. People with a bad heart think that everyone is dirty. Tong Chunjing's face was bad. Then tell me, who is he? He is Gu Jinyue's uncle Gu Si. Tong Hua said it sarcastically. Tong Chunjing's expression changed. How could it be him? Gu Si doesn't even care about Gu Jinyue's affairs. How could he care about Tong Hua? Tong Chunjing looked at Captain Chung. Captain Chung understood what he meant. The name of the president of Longping Commune is Gu Si. Kong Mixue bit her lip, feeling uneasy. Isn't Gu Jinyue's uncle the mayor's secretary? How did he come here to be the president? How did Tong Hua know Uncle Gu was here? When did she become so close to Uncle Gu? Tong Hua said seriously. Public security comrades, if what I said is confirmed, will they also have to pay the price for their rude remarks and malicious rumors? Otherwise, if everyone follows their example and fabricates false facts and spreads rumors to frame state officials, what credibility will the country have? Captain Chung was startled. Country people have made up so many nonsense, but no one would make a big deal about it. But spreading rumors to frame government officials, smearing the country's image, and affecting the country's credibility is different. It's still the scholars who know how to talk. No wonder the books say that the words from the mouths of scholars are sometimes like a murderous knife. After she said that, if Wang Gong'an still treated it lightly as before, it would mean that he did not take the country's credibility and image seriously. She would go to the relevant departments to complain and report, and Wang Gong'an would be in trouble. Wang Gong'an obviously thought of this and solemnly promised to find out the truth. Tong Chunjing looked at Tong Hua hatefully. He didn't expect that she really didn't care about the brother-sister relationship at all, and even added insult to injury. Kong Mixue looked at Tong Hua aggrievedly. Hua Hua, I really didn't spread rumors. Tong Hua looked at Captain Chung. Captain, can I go back now? Captain Chung nodded quickly and let her go back. Kong Mixue was about to cry again. Captain Chung didn't like it. She cried all day long for no reason. It was so unlucky. Comrade Kong, two Tong educated youth, do you have anything else to say? Kong Mixue looked at Captain Chung weakly. Captain Chung, I also know President Gu. He is also my elder. He may not know that I have also come to the countryside. Can you give me his address? Captain Chung, he is the president of the commune. You just need to find him in the commune. Kong Mixue bit her lip. Hua doesn't know where he lives either? Captain Chung, that's not clear.
You can go and ask.
Kong Mixue was annoyed. With Tong Hua's current attitude, if she could find out, why would she need to ask him? Thank you, Captain Chung. Kong Mixue thanked them softly, and then she and the two brothers of the Tong family left. Back at the educated youth site, Kong Mixue felt uncomfortable at the thought of not sleeping on the same Kong with other female educated youth. She suspected that they had fleas. But if she didn't live here, Kong Mixue thought of where Tong Hua lived and bit her lip. If she could live there, she would have time to talk to Tong Hua at night, and maybe they could resolve the conflict and make peace. Now, how can she live with Tong Hua? Kong Mixue's eyes lit up. Tong Hua said that she had broken off the engagement with Gu Jinyue, but in fact, she knew that Uncle Gu Jinyue was the president here, so she ran over to show her courtesy, didn't she? If Uncle Gu asked, Tong Hua should agree, right? Hug. With such a wonderful idea in mind, Kong Mixue stayed up all night at the educated youth point. Early the next morning, Kong Mixue asked to go to the commune to find Uncle Gu. But they had offended Captain Chung yesterday, and Captain Chung would not approve leave for the Tong brothers today. Kong Mixue hated him secretly in her heart. When she saw Uncle Gu, she insisted that Uncle Gu teach Captain Chung a lesson. On the ox cart, Kong Mixue was wearing a white skirt, so she was afraid of getting dirty, and she didn't want to smell the sweat of those around her. She didn't say a word to these people along the way. She had a long face, so naturally no one rushed to curry favor with her. After arriving at the commune, Kong Mixue threw down 3 cents and left. Uncle Neo picked up the 3 cents and said, "This female comrade can't be compared with the educated youth Tong." The young educated youth rode in his ox cart, and when he gave the money, he also said, "Thank you, Grandpa." The crisp and sweet voice made him feel comfortable. The educated youth in the city also respected him as an old man. That's right, just now when she was in the car, it was like a nail stuck under her ace. She can't hold 2 tails of fat on her face, and her eyes are too lively. She doesn't look like an honest person. If she was a good person, could the young educated youth's ex-fiancé and brothers be fooled by her? It was also Kong Mixue's bad luck. The aunts and uncles who took the car this morning were all famous loudmouths in the village. They would talk about it even if there was nothing to do, let alone if there was something to do. But now Kong Mixue didn't know anything. She looked in her small mirror, tidied herself up, and went to the commune. When the guard heard that Kong Mixue was the new kid from President Gu's family, he let her in. Gusi heard the knock on the door. "Come in." Kong Mixue smiled with surprise. "Uncle Gu." Gusi looked up and recognized that the female comrade in front of him was Kong Mixue, who had an unclear relationship with Gu Jinyue. It was he who had someone send her to the clinic yesterday. Logically, she should know that he had someone send her there, right? Gusi thought that the other party came to thank him for what happened yesterday. "Uncle Gu, I heard from Hua yesterday that you are the president here. I didn't quite believe it. I didn't expect you to be really here." Kong Mixue tried to bring up Tong Hua to get closer. Kong Mixue and Gu Jinyue have a very good relationship, but Gu Jinyue is very awed by his uncle and rarely gets close to him. Gu Jinyue's attitude naturally affected Kong Mixue. When they were in Kyoto, they didn't have many opportunities to meet. Gu Si raised his eyes slightly. It seemed that she didn't know about what happened yesterday. Moreover, Tong Hua's attitude towards her was not the attitude of Tong Hua in her words. His already indifferent face became a little colder. "Is there something?" Kong Mixue was embarrassed for putting her face in someone else's cold ace. "Uncle Gu, there is a misunderstanding between Hua and Brother Gu. I want to help them resolve this misunderstanding. Gu Si's eyes were heavy and deep. Kong Mixue subconsciously took a breath and lowered her eyes involuntarily. She didn't dare to look him in the eye. She always felt that she was seen through from inside out. This feeling really made her panic. Their engagement has been called off. Kong Mixue said hurriedly. Hua and I grew up together. I know her best. She must be reluctant to be separated from Brother Gu. She is just angry now. Once she and Brother Gu resolve the misunderstanding, they will be able to reconcile as before. Gu Si's eyebrows were cold, mixed with a bit of impatience. To resolve the misunderstanding, go find Gu Jinyue. This is my workplace. Please leave if you have nothing else to do. Kong Mixue hurriedly stated her purpose. Uncle Gu, I'm here to help them resolve the misunderstanding. Hua listens to you. Can you let me live with her? Before she finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Secretary Li came in, observed the atmosphere in the room, and took the initiative to whisper in President Gu's ear that the public security comrades came to understand the situation. Gu Si frowned and glanced at Kong Mixue. You go. Gu Jinyue has his own parents. Don't come to me to talk about his affairs in the future. Kong Mixue was anxious, Uncle Gu. She hadn't finished speaking yet. Secretary Li walked up to her. Comrade, our president has other things to do now. You should leave. Kong Mixue looked at Gu Si pitifully, but Gu Si had already pressed the phone button and asked someone to invite Wang Gongan in. Kong Mixue's face changed slightly when she heard that it was Wang Gongan. She wanted to explain what happened yesterday, Uncle Gu, yesterday. Seeing that she hadn't left yet, Gu Si's face darkened and ordered. Please go out. Secretary Li looked annoyed. What's wrong with this guy? Can't he understand what people say? Kong Mixue was forcibly pulled out by Secretary Li. As soon as she was pulled out, Wang Gongan came and saw this scene. Kong Mixue endured the huge pain in her arm and immediately tidied her clothes. Wang Gongan. Wang Gongan nodded slightly and entered the president's office. When Kong Mixue came, all her expectations were dashed. Secretary Gu didn't give Gu Jinyue any face at all. Tong came to see Secretary Gu, just to curry favor, right? Thinking of this, Kong Mixue felt much better. On the way back, Kong Mixue spent 50 cents to hire a bullock cart from the commune to take her back to the brigade. Who knew that when she got back, she saw Wang Gongan and his men taking the Tong brothers away from the field. Kong Mixue's face turned pale, and she subconsciously stepped back into the crowd. Tong Chunshu didn't notice Kong Mixue, but Tong Chunjing did. Before he could speak, he saw Kong Mixue retreating behind the crowd in a panic. Suddenly, Tong Chunjing felt a little uncomfortable. Kong Mixue didn't hide. There happened to be Ma Dalaba, who had taken the same car with Kong Mixue that morning, in the crowd. Seeing her hiding in the crowd, he pushed her out.
Kong?
You're the only one missing. Wang Gongan had Kong Mixue arrested as well. Kong Mixue had never thought that one day she would be arrested by the police. Her face flushed with shame and indignation. Wang Gongan, I haven't broken any law. Why are you arresting me? Wang Gongan said, fabricating false facts and spreading rumors that Comrade Tong had an improper relationship with the president of Longping Commune not only caused mental and psychological damage to the parties involved, but also seriously tarnished the image of the country, affected the government's credibility, and destroyed the image of government officials in the eyes of the people.
Kong Mixue was panicked. I didn't.
Wang Gongan didn't listen to her excuses. If you have anything to say, go to the police station. Kong Mixue's eyes suddenly turned red and tears welled up in her eyes, as if she had suffered great injustice and hurt. Suddenly, Kong Mixue saw Tong Hua. Please help us explain. Tong looked at them coldly, as a victim. Why should I help you explain? Kong Mixue looked innocent, as if she was very aggrieved. Hua. Even if you don't help me, you should help Brother Tong and Xiao Shu, right? They are your biological brothers. A hope rose in Tong Chunjing's heart. If Tong didn't care and went to ask Gu Si for mercy, wouldn't they be fine? Tong Chunshu also looked at Tong expectantly. Tong pursed her lips and smiled faintly. We have severed our relationship. Tong Chunjing felt some resentment in his heart. At this time, Tong Hua was still willful and wanted to make trouble with them. Blood relationship, broken bones are still connected by tendons. How can she sever it with just a few words? Tong Hua, stop making trouble. Tong Chunshu nodded hurriedly and said anxiously, if you keep making trouble, we will really be arrested by the police. Tong Hua's expression was indifferent. I hope you will confess and cooperate with the police comrades, and don't cause unnecessary trouble to others. Tong Chunjing's face turned ugly. Aren't you afraid that your parents will be disappointed in you if you do this? Tong Hua smiled. It's not me who made the mistake. Why are they disappointed in me? Are they disappointed that I should disregard national laws and regulations and put personal feelings above national interests? Or are they disappointed that I am not selfish, do not distinguish between right and wrong, and speak for you by turning black and white, and admit that I have an unclean relationship with the president of Longping Society? Tong Chunjing was extremely annoyed. It's just a small matter. Just resolve the misunderstanding. Why do you have to make a big deal out of it and hold on to it? You are simply taking revenge on your own. Tong Hua's face darkened, and she walked out of the crowd. Small matter? Do you know the concept of nip the disease in its infancy and prevent it from developing? Do you know the concept of a dam will collapse if it has an ant hole, and a leak in the air will be a needle hole? Do you know the spirit of nothing is more hidden than hidden, and nothing is more obvious than tiny? Start from the small things, improve from the bits and pieces, and focus on early, small, and strict. This is what people of our generation should do. Wang Gong'an's eyes lit up and he shouted, Good. Well said. Chung Xiaoyu in the crowd applauded first, and someone took the lead, and then everyone applauded. Someone behind the crowd whispered, Did you understand? I didn't understand, but I knew it was great just by listening. I admire scholars like Tong Hua, the educated youth. He can write with a pen and work in the fields. Tong Hua is right. Do we have to help them not distinguish right from wrong and confuse black and white? When the crowd was boiling, rotten vegetable leaves were thrown out and hit Tong Chunjing. With someone taking the lead, more people will throw leaves. Tong Chunjing had smelly rotten leaves hanging on his head, and his face was red and purple.
Tong Chunshu was about to cry.
When had he ever suffered such an injustice? Kong Mixue held back her tears, scared and nervous, trembling like a little white flower in the wind and rain. The three were taken away by the police. Su Man came to find Tong Hua and asked her to go to the police station to plead for the sake of relatives and friends. Tong Hua thought that these people were neither relatives nor friends. But if she really insisted on not caring about anything, others would think that she was cold-hearted and had no human touch. The focus of this matter is not on me. If the focus is on me, their scolding of me can only be regarded as a family matter. Su Man reacted and realized that the focus of their matter was on President Gu. After sending Su Jiqing away, Tong Hua felt a little excited. If it weren't for Gu Si, she was sure that Wang Gong'an would not take them away because of a few words. Is he helping her vent her anger? Right? Gu Si came down to do practical things. He would not just stay in the office. Wang Cheng, Su Man, and others went to the commune to wait for him for several days, but they did not wait for him. Gu Si either went to the county for a meeting or to the brigade. Wang Cheng and others wanted to plead for mercy, but they did not expect that they could not even see him. Su Man said, Isn't this President Gu deliberately hiding from us? Wang Cheng asked a lot about this new president. In one sentence, he came down to gild himself. After gilding, he would go back. Such a person would not hide from a few ordinary educated youth like them. It seems that we will not see President Gu today. Let's go to the detention center to see them before going back. Wang Cheng and Su Man went to the police station to see him, but they did not expect that the matter had been settled. Tong Chunjing and the other two were detained for 30 days and were sent to the Red Star Farm for reform.
Well,
the results are all out. Wang Cheng and Su Man do not have to wait for President Gu and go directly back to the Red Bull Brigade. Tong Chunjing and his brother were fine, as they were educated youth here, and they would suffer a lot if they were sent to labor reform for 30 days. But Kong Mixue was different, as she only asked for a month's leave. If it was 30 days of labor reform, Kong Mixue would not be able to go back in time no matter how she calculated it. Before going to the farm, Kong Mixue had no choice but to contact Jinyue and told him about what happened here in tears. Brother Gu, I really didn't make up rumors to frame Uncle Gu. Uncle Gu must have some misunderstandings about me. I don't know if it's because of what Hua said to him. Kong Mixue's every word revealed her grievances. She was so aggrieved. She was extremely aggrieved. Jinyue heard that his uncle was arranged to go to the grassroots, but he didn't expect that he would be in the same place as the Tong brothers, and he didn't expect Tong Hua to be there. But Tong Chunjing was there, so it was normal for Tong Hua to go to her second brother. But how could she say bad things about Mixue in front of his uncle? Did his uncle really believe it? Jinyue found a way to get the phone number of his uncle's workplace from his grandfather. Uncle, this is Jinyue. Si frowned slightly. His voice was cold. What's the matter? Jinyue subconsciously became nervous. Uncle, I heard from Grandpa that you went to the countryside. How are you doing in the countryside now? Is there anything you are not used to? Si said indifferently. I'm very busy. Don't call here if you don't have anything. Go to your dad if you have something. Jinyue. Hello. Hello. Uncle. Si had hung up the phone. Soon the phone rang again. Jinyue didn't dare to talk nonsense this time. Uncle, I have something to talk to you about.
Speak.
Uncle, do you have any misunderstandings about the Tong brothers and Michelle?
No misunderstanding.
Did Tong Hua say something in front of you? The things between Michelle and me are all misunderstandings. She and I. Si interrupted him impatiently. If you think they are wronged, it proves that you are the same kind of person as them. I can help send you in for reform together. Jinyue choked and didn't dare to mention it again. 1 month is not a long time after all. Uncle, has Tong Hua caused you trouble? I apologize to you on her behalf. Si's eyes sank slightly. Jinyue, you come to the countryside too.
Ah?
Jinyue didn't react. What did he mean by he came to the countryside too? Si leaned back in his chair. Aren't you bored? Come to the countryside as an educated youth. Jinyue hurriedly explained. Uncle, I'm not idle. I'm also very busy. Si said directly. It has settled. I will inform your father. Jinyue was hung up. He called to beg for mercy, but not only did he not get any mercy, he also got himself involved.
What countryside is he going to?
What Jinyue didn't know was that Gu's father was called to the old house by Grandpa Gu to talk that night. The two talked while playing chess. What Si said makes sense. Jinyue is still a restless child and not calm enough. Gu's father had only one son, and he was reluctant to let him go to the countryside as an educated youth. Grandpa Gu said, Isn't Si in Qingping County? With his uncle around, what are you afraid of happening to him? Gu's father was a little shaken. Because of the kidnapping incident, there was no brotherhood left between him and Si. But Si had a bright future, and he still hoped that his son could get along with Si.
Dad, let me think about it.
Grandpa Gu said, Jinyue is just too lucky. You only have one son, but you can't guarantee that you can take care of him for his whole life. Let him suffer a little so that he can deal with various emergencies in the future. Only by enduring hardships can you taste sweetness. Grandpa Gu was talking about the recent divorce of the Gu family. Jinyue's ability to deal with things and adaptability were not good. Gu's father was persuaded and agreed. On the other hand, Kong Mixue didn't get any heavy work on the farm because of her heart disease. Apart from feeding pigs, she just had to cut grass for pigs. But for Kong Mixue, who had never done farm work, she had never even seen a live pig, let alone feed pigs. After just a few days on the farm, Kong Mixue was ravaged by life like a lifeless flower, and her eyes had lost their light. She hoped every day that Jinyue would come down from the sky like a prince and save her from this dirty and smelly place. Days passed, and Jinyue was really about to come as she had been waiting for, and now he was on the train. Looking at the people and things falling backwards outside the window, Jinyue was reluctant at first, but had no way to resist. Now he has begun to imagine how shocked Tong Hua would be when he saw her in the countryside. As for Kong Mixue, she was temporarily forgotten by Jinyue. Tong Chunjing had the experience of being an educated youth in the past few years. Although the days of reform were harder, he was much more adaptable than the other two. Tong Chunxu had no time to transition and fell directly from heaven to Hades. He lived a miserable life on the farm. He worked from sunrise to sunset. The work he did in the first half of his life was not as much as what he did on the farm these days. Tong Chunxu borrowed 5 yuan from Kong Mixue for communication and phone calls. He called his father at the textile factory and cried on the phone about Tong Hua's ruthlessness and disloyalty to them and how much he and his brother suffered in the countryside. "Dad, please find a way to get me back. I'm almost dying of exhaustion." Tong Dalai didn't have the ability to bring him back from the countryside at any time. He had to stay for at least half a year, and that was on the premise that he had made meritorious services and had a job in the city. The later work problem could be arranged with his brother-in-law, but the front, it was not easy to operate. Especially now that he had made a mistake in the farm reform. Even if there was a quota for returning to the city after a year, it would not be his turn. "You hold on first, I will discuss with your uncle and see if there is any way." Tong Dalai could only try his best to comfort him. After hanging up the phone, Tong Dalai felt very sad. His 2 sons were suffering in the countryside because of Tong Hua. This dead girl, if she had the ability, she would hide in the countryside for the rest of her life and never come back. Not long after, Tong Hua received 3 identical telegrams from Kyoto. Telegrams sent by the Tong family. 1. Take good care of Chunjing and Xiaoshu, otherwise don't come back. 2. Take good care of the 3 of them, otherwise you are not a member of the Tong family. 3. Apologize to them and send them food at the farm. It costs 3 to 4 cents to send a word in a telegram, and more than 40 cents for 13 or 14 words. It costs 8 cents to send an ordinary letter. 3 similar telegrams cost almost $1.50. It can be seen how much Wang Fong and his wife resent Tong Hua and how much they value the other 3 people. They value their evil, and Tong Hua put the telegram under the stove to start a fire and burn the wood. Today, the team has an electrician to pull the telephone line, and the Red Bull team will have a telephone. Adults and children gathered at the team headquarters to watch the novelty and excitement. Since Tong Hua wanted to cling to Gu Si, she had to cling to him well. In addition, she had received money and tickets from Gu Si before, which not only made her not lack money and tickets on the surface, but also gave her a reason to make some food for him. She heard from Captain Chung that the county had recently approved Gu Si's plan to open the first ginseng farm in Qingping County in Longping Commune. Gu Si was so busy about this matter that he had no idea when to eat. After the meeting, Gu Si arranged work for his subordinates and planned to rush to Baixiang Brigade to inspect the geographical location. "President Gu, the educated youth Tong, is here today and is waiting for you." Captain Chung hurried over and whispered. Gu Si didn't have much time, but he still had to make time to meet the younger generation. Tong Hua was brought into the office when Gu Si came back. Gu Si greeted secretarially. "Next time she comes, let her go into the office and wait." Secretary Li glanced at Tong Hua in surprise, then agreed. Tong Hua tightened her grip, and her already bright eyes lit up for a moment. "Do you have something to talk to me about?" Gu Si took her into the office. Tong Hua took out all the prepared meals and placed them in front of him silently. Gu Si slowly raised his eyes. His pupils were very dark, and his tone was a little subtle. "Are you bringing me food? Don't come here for this kind of thing in the future. I don't need you to do anything." Gu Si's voice was a little cold. Tong Hua knew that he was difficult to please. In her previous life, Kong Mixue had put a lot of thought into pleasing him, but she only asked him to take care of her a little, but she never got close to him. But these few cares have already made her very face in front of the Gu family and the Tong family. So Tong Hua would not feel wronged or embarrassed because of his attitude. She knew what she was doing and what she wanted. This is what he taught her. "Uncle Gu, the body is the capital of the revolution." After Tong Hua finished speaking, she left without saying anything else. Gu Si stared at the 2 lunch boxes in front of him with a deep look in his eyes, wanting to ask Li to take them down to eat. Thinking of Tong Hua's concern, he opened the lunch boxes and a wave of heat mixed with the aroma of food hit his nose. One box contained white rice, and the other contained braised pork, green peppers, eggplants, and fried cucumbers with eggs, which were delicious. Gu Si's mouth was originally very picky, and he was new here, so he was not used to the northern scallion dip. Therefore, apart from a few steamed potatoes in his pocket to fill his stomach every day, he had no other needs. For him, other meals and steamed potatoes are not much different. Gu Si, who originally wanted to eat it or not, looked at the still hot food and picked up his chopsticks. Before eating, Gu Si realized that Tong Hua's cooking skills were not bad. After the first bite, Gu Si knew that he still underestimated Tong Hua's cooking skills. He thought that most of the food would be left over, but after eating, he found that he ate it all up and both lunch boxes were eaten clean by him. Maybe he was too satisfied with the meal, because the headache from staying up late for several days in a row also disappeared. Now Tong Hua has followed Captain Cheng's ox cart back to the countryside. From then on, Gu Si no longer refused the food that Tong Hua sent to him and never mentioned similar things again. Like, I don't need you to do anything. Just when Tong Hua thought she had pleased Gu Si, she saw Gu Jinyue. Gu Jinyue was assigned to the Red Bull team. Tong Hua stood there for a while, her eyes flickering, a strange smile quietly lingering on her lips. She did give Gu Si a vague signal before she still had feelings for Gu Jinyue. Unexpectedly, Gu Si was so powerful and packed up Gu Jinyue from Kyoto so quickly. Seeing Gu Jinyue here, without the Gu family and the aura of Director Gu's son, it's really
Great.
But Gu Si is not so easy to calculate. Before lying to him, she had to deceive herself first. Otherwise, when the backlash came, it would be her who was abused, not Gu Jinyue. Tong Hua's face changed, and she went to Captain Cheng angrily. Why was this person assigned here? Captain Cheng had no idea. He was already having a headache. There were already enough educated youth in their brigade. Tong Hua asked for leave in the afternoon to go to the commune. She wanted to ask Gu Si, how could he repay her with evil after eating her food and using her spiritual spring? Gu Si didn't know that Gu Jinyue had arrived, and was startled by Tong Hua's intrusion. Tong Hua's momentum to come and ask for an explanation was suppressed by Gu Si's unhappy eyebrows. Her momentum instantly fell 1,000 feet, and she slowly exhaled. Uncle Gu, I didn't offend you, did I? Gu Si was unhappy because of her tone, but he was also a little puzzled because of her tears in her eyes. What happened? Tong Hua gritted her teeth and asked, why did Gu Jinyue go to the Red Bull Brigade? Gu Si suddenly realized that Gu Jinyue had arrived. He met her gaze, almost looking into her black pupils that were deeply suppressing her emotions. I did it. Tong Hua was so choked up by his light tone. Had she been feeding the dogs all these days? Are you unhappy? Gu Si was puzzled. Tong Hua couldn't even fake a smile. Uncle Gu, do you think I look happy? He even used honorifics, and it seemed that he was very angry. Gu Si pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose and explained to her, he did something wrong and should be punished, so I sent him to the countryside as an educated youth. Tong Hua's eyes were heavy with suppressed emotions. Then why put him in the Red Bull Brigade? Can't he be sent to the south? Gu Si's expression paused, and the emotions in his eyes were clear. Tong Hua looked as if she hesitated again and again. He would not think that she and Gu Jinyue were just having a quarrel between lovers, right?
Gu Si did think so.
He found out that Tong Hua was deeply in love with Gu Jinyue. If Tong Hua had let go, why did she flee to the countryside? Why did she still want to kill Kong Mixue? It was because the feelings were too deep and she could not let go that she chose to exile herself and not face it. It was also because the feelings were too deep and she could not let go that she had the idea of burning everything together and wanted to kill Kong Mixue. Gu Si brought Gu Jinyue to the countryside, firstly to vent Tong Hua's anger, and secondly to give them a chance to reconcile. With him around, Gu Jinyue would not dare to let Tong Hua down again. Tong Hua turned around and walked back and forth several times, as if she could not bear it. All her flattery and respect for Gu Si in the past turned into unshakable anger and grievance. Do I have to have someone from your Gu family? Do I have to pick up the garbage I threw in the trash can? Am I only worthy of being with this kind of person? Tong Hua sneered, and there was a self-deprecating chill in her voice. Gu Si's stunned look made Tong Hua turn around and leave angrily. She even slammed the office door loudly. Officer Lee outside the door was so scared that he jumped up from his seat. What's wrong? What happened? Seeing Tong Hua leave angrily, Officer Lee looked confused. Is this person angry? Gu Si was silent for a moment, holding his forehead with his hand. A slight sigh fell from the silence. He might have misjudged her. But now he has brought her here, and he can't get rid of her in a short time. Tong Hua was very angry. She didn't care what others thought. Time is the answer. But why did he think so? Back at the Red Bull Brigade, Tong Hua calmed down and treated him as a stranger. Anyway, the marriage had been cancelled. Gu Jinyue came to the Educated Youth Point because of the Big Fong, and the educated youths at the Educated Youth Center got along well. He also easily asked about Tong Hua, the Tong brothers, and Kong Mixue. Tong Hua didn't get along with the educated youths at the Educated Youth Center. Although they didn't say bad things about her on purpose, they certainly wouldn't say anything good about her. Gu Jinyue didn't expect that Tong Hua, an educated youth, didn't even live in the Educated Youth Center, and she didn't expect that no educated youth at the Educated Youth Center would speak up for Tong Hua. If one educated youth didn't like her, it might be the problem of that educated youth, but if all the educated youths didn't dislike her, it could only mean that she had more problems. Wang Qing asked, "Did your wedding with Tong Hua really fail? Did you break off the engagement?" Gu Jinyue was very dissatisfied with Tong Hua publicizing their affairs. She has some misunderstandings. Su Man asked, "Did you break off the engagement with Tong Hua for Comrade Kong?" Who is lying? How could Gu Jinyue admit such a thing in public? If he admitted it, it might mean that he had an improper lifestyle. I had a car accident that day, so I couldn't go to the hospital. So he can't admit it. Wang Chung and other educated youth were dumbfounded. This was different from what they heard. Su Man questioned, "Didn't Tong Hua say that it was because Comrade Kong had a heart attack?" Gu Jinyue said helplessly, "She did have a heart attack, but I couldn't make it to the wedding because I had a car accident." Wang Chung frowned and said, "Comrade Tong Hua broke off the engagement with you without finding out the truth of the matter? And she also asked for a large loss?" Gu Jinyue frowned slightly. He didn't expect Tong Hua to say such a shameful thing. She has some misunderstandings. Su Man didn't believe it all, but the others basically believed it. Although some of them have good conditions, they are still not as good as Gu Jinyue, the only son of the factory director. With this identity, Gu Jinyue is like a fish in water in the Educated Youth Point. Gu Jinyue thought that Tong Hua knew he was coming and would come to him to explain the matter of Kong Mixue and the Tong brothers. But she didn't. Gu Jinyue went to the farm the next day, sent some things to the Tong brothers and Kong Mixue. The Tong brothers did not expect that Gu Jinyue also went to the countryside. Tong Chunshu was shocked and said, "Brother Gu, why did you go to the countryside too? It can't be Tong Hua's fault, right?" Kong Mixue looked forward to Gu Jinyue's arrival, and she was happy and sad. She couldn't say a word, and looked at Gu Jinyue with her watery eyes. He really came to save her. Gu Jinyue looked helpless. "I was originally here to plead for you, but who knew that I angered my uncle and was sent away?" Kong Mixue's eyes showed guilt. He went to plead for mercy because of her words. "Brother Gu, what are you going to do now?" Although she hoped that he and Tong Hua would reconcile, she didn't want them to reconcile without her. Gu Jinyue was not used to the life in the countryside, but it didn't make sense that the Tong brothers and sisters could adapt, but he couldn't, right? Let it be. The Tong brothers also felt a little guilty. Although Gu Jinyue didn't help, he got involved himself, so they appreciated it. Compared to Tong Hua, the biological sister, Gu Jinyue, an outsider, seemed so humane. Tong Chunshu said angrily, "We've been here for more than half a month, and Tong Hua has not come to see us once, nor has anyone sent us anything." Kong Mixue bit her cracked lips and said dejectedly, "It will be fine once the misunderstanding is resolved." Tong Chunshu said angrily. What misunderstanding? I think she is judging others by her own mean heart. She has a dirty heart and sees everyone as dirty. Gu Jinyue frowned slightly. The next day, when he went to work, Gu Jinyue deliberately walked in front of Tong Hua. It has been a month since Tong Hua came to the countryside. He thought that Tong Hua must have suffered a lot of setbacks and suffered a lot while farming in the countryside. When he went to see Tong Chunjing yesterday, Kong Mixue became dark, thin, and haggard. He didn't recognize it at first. The woman dressed like an old lady turned out to be Kong Mixue. He thought Tong Hua had stayed in the countryside longer and would definitely be living a worse life than Kong Mixue. But Tong Hua was still Tong Hua, and she was even in no worse condition than when she was in the city, as if the broken engagement had no effect on her at all. What he thought and imagined, none of it happened. It was the first time the two met after more than a month since the wedding day. Gu Jinyue was thinner than she was more than a month ago. Tong Hua looked indifferent. Comrade Gu, is there something wrong? Gu Jinyue frowned. What did you call me? Tong Hua raised her eyebrows. Comrade Gu? Is there something wrong? Gu Jinyue said dissatisfiedly. Tong Hua, how long are you going to be willful? Tong Hua asked casually as if she was too lazy to argue with him. Comrade Gu, is there something wrong? If not, I have to go to the fields to work. Gu Jinyue laughed angrily. I am just Comrade Gu to you? Tong Hua frowned. You won't tell me that after the cancellation of the engagement, we can still be good siblings and good friends. Such disgusting words? Gu Jinyue's face darkened when he saw her say the word cancel the engagement so easily. Mixue, and I have no relationship beyond friends. Tong Hua nodded. Looking indifferent, I know. Are you done? Gu Jinyue frowned. You still don't believe it? Tong Hua nodded. I believe it. Do you have anything else to do? Gu Jinyue was so irritated by her indifferent attitude. Come with me. Tong Hua avoided his hand, looking impatient. Gu Jinyue, you and I have no relationship now. I hope you can respect yourself a little. Gu Jinyue said angrily. I have nothing to do with you. Don't forget that we are already married. Tong Hua was almost disgusted to death by him. Are you sick? You were absent from the wedding that day, and the wedding didn't take place. I also took 5,000 yuan as compensation for breaking off the engagement. Didn't your parents tell you? Gu Jinyue stared at her intently. Tong Hua.
That day.
Tong Hua pushed him away impatiently. No matter which day, it has nothing to do with me now. Gu Jinyue was pushed away, and Tong Hua quickly went to the field to work, not affected by him at all, and talked to the villagers beside him from time to time, and their attitude was much more enthusiastic than towards him. Wang Cheng came over. Captain Cheng has noticed you. Go to work first. Gu Jinyue retracted his gaze and followed Wang Cheng to the field. Gu Jinyue had never done farm work before. He worked hard for a whole morning, and his palms were all rubbed raw. Wang Cheng was used to it. When everyone first came here, there would be such a day. I have medicine. I'll give it to you when I get back. Gu Jinyue refused. No, I'll go find Tong Hua. Tong Hua came out of the field with it on her shoulder, talking and laughing with Cheng Xiuyu. Her bright smile flattened the corners of Gu Jinyue's mouth. Hua Hua. Cheng Xiuyu saw Gu Jinyue, and her eyes lit up. Is this the new male-educated youth? What a handsome male comrade. Tong Hua's face faded. Gu Jinyue, you can call me Tong Hua or Tong Jiqing. Knowing each other for so many years, even if there is no relationship between men and women, it is not too much for the other party to call her by her nickname. But when Tong Hua saw him, she would think of what he said to Kong Mixue when he died in his previous life. He called her by her nickname, which only made her feel sick. Seeing this, Cheng Xiaoyu knew that the two knew each other. She winked at Tong Hua and found an excuse to leave first. Gu Jinyue stretched out his hand. Some of his fair and slender palms were covered with blisters, and some of the skin was worn out. Tong Hua glanced at him and said lightly, "This is what it was like when you first went to work in the fields. There is still a long time to go. Comrade Gu should adapt to life in the countryside as soon as possible." Gu Jinyue couldn't believe it. She just took a look and didn't care about anything. Tong Hua was very worried when he cut his finger while peeling an apple. I don't have medicine. Gu Jinyue looked at her steadily. Tong Hua smiled but didn't. Sorry, I don't have it either. I can't help you. Tong Hua chased after Chung Xiaoyu. Wait for me. Gu Jinyue stood there, feeling like there was a hole in his heart. A cold wind blew in. Chung Xiaoyu looked back at that Gu Jiqing. Do you know him? Tong Hua said indifferently, my ex-fiancé. Chung Xiaoyu's eyes widened. He is your worthless, rascal ex-fiancé? Tong Hua nodded. Yes, he is the rascal you mentioned. Why is he here too? To see you? Chung Xiaoyu looked angry. Tong Hua looked depressed. She was really going to be by Gu Si. Seeing Tong Hua's depressed look, Chung Xiaoyu thought she was angry because of that rascal, so she picked up a piece of dirt and threw it at the man behind her. Gu Jinyue was hit. Chung Xiaoyu cursed, shameless thing. I'm going to hit you. Gu Jinyue frowned. Tong Hua must have said something bad to her. He didn't understand. Wasn't it just a misunderstanding? If he really had a relationship with Kong Mixue beyond friendship, why did he come to her? Gu Jinyue thought of a way to get Tong Chunjing and the others out of the farm in advance, including Kong Mixue. If Gu Jinyue hadn't gone to the countryside, Kong Mixue would have returned to the city to deal with the two hooligans as soon as she came out. Now Kong Mixue can't leave. If she leaves, not to mention whether Tong Hua will complain, if she leaves now, will Gu Jinyue still have a place for her in his heart a year later? Gu Jinyue thought that if he got Tong Chunjing and Tong Chunxiu out of the farm, Tong Hua would be happy. But Tong Hua's attitude towards him became even colder. Tong Hua used to care so much about her brother and her younger brother, but now she doesn't seem to care so much. Gu Jinyue guessed that it was because of Kong Mixue. It seems that the matter between him and Kong Mixue must be explained clearly. After work, Gu Jinyue wanted to take Kong Mixue to find Tong Hua to explain things clearly. Tong Hua opened the door and saw them. Her expression was cold and annoyed. What's the matter? Gu Jinyue said. Let's talk inside. Tong Hua blocked the door. Just say whatever you want to say at the door. Gu Jinyue didn't expect that she wouldn't even let them in. Tong Hua, why have you become so unreasonable now? Tong Hua didn't care about his opinion. Yes, I'm unreasonable. Kong Mixue said hurriedly. Hua, don't be angry. Brother Gu didn't mean that. He wanted to say that there was a misunderstanding between us. Let's go in and talk it out, okay? What you want to say is that there is no relationship between you, and that Gu Jinyue saved you out of kindness on the day of the wedding, but it wasted time, and you missed the wedding. You are wrong, but it can't be all your fault. It's all your fault, or I'm too narrow-minded. Tong Hua said it all in one breath. Am I right? Gu Jinyue looked annoyed and angry. Don't believe it? Tong Hua looked at him coldly. I believe it. Kong Mixue was a little surprised. Hua, do you really believe it? Gu Jinyue didn't think that Tong Hua meant this because of the previous experience. Sure enough, Tong Hua nodded. I believe that you don't have a relationship between men and women now. Even if you have this idea, you are sick and can't have children. If you want to marry Gu Jinyue again, Gu Jinyue's mother won't let you in. Kong Mixue's face was pale, tears welled up in her eyes, and her body trembled because of sadness, as if she was hurt by Tong Hua's words. Gu Jinyue was disappointed and angry. Tong Hua, you've gone too far. You and Michelle are sisters who grew up together. How can you miss her like this? You know where she hurts, so you poke her there? How can you be so vicious? Tong Hua looked indifferent. I am vicious. I am cruel. So two great good people. Do you have anything else to say? I'm done. I'm closing the door. Calm Michelle's tears fell. Hua, I know my body well. I have made plans to stay single for life. You shouldn't speculate about me like this. I regard you as my best friend. I will never let you down. In Gu Jinyue's eyes, Kong Michelle's words were sincere, but in Tong Hua's eyes, it was Kong Michelle's sinister and complacent smile before she died in her previous life. Tong Hua was unmoved, so cold and unfeeling. Gu Jinyue took Kong Michelle's hand, turned around and left. Brother Gu. Kong Michelle's weak and worried voice was getting farther and farther away. Tong Hua rolled her eyes and closed the door. According to her dislike for them, she should have slammed the door, but she was afraid that they would think she was jealous, so she had to close the door gently. Gu Jinyue did not hear Tong Hua's footsteps chasing after him, nor did he hear the door closing. After walking a few dozen steps, Gu Jinyue could not help but look back, but found that Tong Hua's door had been closed. Brother Gu. Kong Mixue's pale face was covered with tears, and she looked pitiful. Gu Jinyue let go of her hand, feeling empty in his heart, and no longer had the mood to pity the weak. Let's go. Kong Mixue bit her lip. Hua misunderstood me too deeply. I really shouldn't have delayed you on the wedding day. Gu Jinyue had a blank expression on his face, and he didn't know what he was thinking. After turning to the educated youth point, Gu Jinyue suggested that Kong Mixue should not leave for the time being, and he would find a way to deal with the textile factory's holiday. Kong Mixue was more than happy to do so, as she had been looking for a reason to stay. Tong Chunjing didn't understand what Gu Jinyue meant. Why did you let Mixue stay? Gu Jinyue looked gloomy. I want her to see clearly. If he wanted to be with Kong Mixue, he could marry her home no matter what her health was like. As a man, Tong Chunjing could see that Gu Jinyue liked Tong Hua, not Kong Mixue, but wasn't it too hurtful for Gu Jinyue to do this? And doing so would also affect Kong Mixue's reputation. If things went wrong, they would be reported and easily be accused of lifestyle problems, which was too dangerous. I'm single now, and so is Mixue. Tong Chunjing objected. What about Mixue's reputation? Kong Mixue smiled bitterly and blamed herself. As long as Hua and Brother Gu can reconcile, I'll be satisfied otherwise. Tong Chunjing's heart moved slightly. As long as Tong Hua still had feelings for Gu Jinyue would not lose. Tong Hua liked Gu Jinyue so much. How could she just stop liking him? If Michelle's reputation was really bad, could he offer to take care of her? If this kills two birds with one stone, it would not be bad. Kong Michelle stayed in the Red Bull Brigade. She was not an educated youth, so she did not have to work in the fields. Although she could not get any food, she could be supported with Gu Jinyue around. Chung Xiaoyu and Tong Hua were working together, and saw from a distance that Kong Michelle was delivering water to Gu Jinyue and the others. They really are having an affair. Shameless. Chung Xiaoyu cursed angrily. Now they are unmarried, so they can do whatever they want. Tong Hua said indifferently. She wished they could do more, so that Gu Si would know what he did, and send this pair of dogs and in front of her eyes to disgust her. Since Tong Hua had a tantrum and left the commune that day, she had never delivered food to Gu Si again, nor had she asked Captain Chung to pass it on. Gu Si was in the office gnawing on steamed potatoes dryly, swallowing them with water, silently counting how many days the little girl hadn't brought him food. How to comfort the little girl if she gets mad. Secretary Li brought the document to the leader for signature. Secretary Li, do you have any younger generations in your family? Gu Si suddenly asked after reading the signature. Secretary Li, yes, I'm the fifth child and my brothers and sisters all have children. Gu Si asked, if you do something wrong and your niece is angry, how will you comfort her? Secretary Li thought to himself that the leader had already determined the gender, so didn't he specify that it would be Tong Hua, educated youth? Girls are easy to coax. Just buy them some nice clothes and some delicious food to coax them. His nieces and nephews can be coaxed with a piece of candy, but he doesn't know if it will work with Tong Jiqing. Gu Si has always been unpopular with children in the Gu family. It's not that he is unpopular with children, but he is unpopular with people regardless of age. He has never coaxed a child. Usually, a glance will make the child calm down. Tong Hua is the first child who gets angry with him for several days and even cuts off his food. Many vegetables in the fields of the Red Bull Brigade need to be harvested. If they are not harvested, they will get old. Tong Hua has no private plots. When she is free, she goes to the homes of her good friends to help pick vegetables. Every time she goes back, she brings back a large basket of eggplants, cucumbers, kidney beans, and other vegetables. The soil here is really good. The yield of the things grown, whether it is grain or vegetables, is relatively high. Tong Hua picks them every time and puts them neatly in the space, so that she will not lack vegetables in winter. After Kong Mixue came to the countryside, her skin became dark and rough. But when she looked at Tong Hua from a distance, She was the one with the bright white skin in the crowd. Why couldn't she get tanned? Why could she make friends in the countryside? Hua Hua. Kong Mixue couldn't help but call out to Tong Hua, who was walking back from the fields with her. Tong Hua ignored her and continued to talk to Cheng Xiaoyu, Prung Damei, and the others. Hua Hua, I have something to talk to you about. Seeing that she ignored her, Kong Mixue took a few quick steps and held Tong Hua. Cheng Xiaoyu looked at her unhappily, clenched her fist and gestured. Sister Tong doesn't pay any attention to you, but you always come to bother her. What's the matter? Do you want to be beaten? Kong Mixue seemed to be frightened. With a weak look, Hua Hua, I just want to ask you, did you pick up a wallet yesterday? Tong Hua looked at her lightly. No. Kong Mixue's tone was embarrassed. Think about it carefully. Yesterday I came back from the commune to buy things, and passed by the place where you worked. I really couldn't carry it anymore, so I temporarily put all the things there, and later it was Brother Gu who came to help me carry the things back. Cheng Xiaoyu looked dissatisfied. You can't even speak clearly. You stammer and speak intermittently, as if you can't stop peeing. Kong Mixue's face suddenly flushed, and she said it all in one breath. Nothing was missing at that time, but the wallet inside was gone. Tong Hua raised her eyebrows and asked disdainfully, Do you suspect that I stole the wallet? Kong Mixue shook her head hurriedly. I didn't. I know something happened at home. I didn't bring much stuff with me when I came here, let alone much money, so if you picked up the wallet, could you return it to me first? Cheng Xiaoyu and the others were not stupid. Kong Mixue kept saying that she didn't suspect that Tong Hua stole it. In fact, what she meant was that Tong Hua was short of money and things, so she stole her things? Who are you to say that someone stole things? Cheng Xiaoyu pushed Kong Mixue and pushed her down. Seeing this not far away, Tong Chunshu couldn't stand it anymore. He rushed over and kicked Cheng Xiaoyu. Cheng Xiaoyu was kicked back several steps without warning and fell down. Cheng Xiaoyu was Tong Hua's first friend here. She could stand up for Tong Hua, and Tong Hua would stand up for her as well. Tong Chunshu turned around and was kicked in the crotch by Tong Hua. Tong Chunshu immediately hugged his crotch, his face flushed with pain, veins popping out of his forehead. You kicked me like this for an outsider? Kong Mixue was angry and disappointed. Hua Hua, Xiaoshu is your brother. How could you do this to him? What if he really gets hurt by you kicking him? You won't have time to regret it. Tong Hua was not good at fighting, but she had been beaten a lot in her previous life, and she had summed up a lot of experience. When her body structure and physical strength were not at an advantage, dirty tricks were the most effective. Among the dirty tricks, Tong Hua was best at kicking the crotch and digging out the eyeballs. She was the most proficient in kicking the crotch, and she was very accurate in the two levels of kicking and kicking. For example, now, Tong Chunshu was in so much pain that he would rather die than live, but in fact, it was just pain, and he would not be disabled. This can be seen from Tong Chunjing's situation at the time. The pain will be gone after a few days. The outsider you mentioned is my best friend who believed in me and stood up for me when I was framed. Cheng Xiaoyu had already gotten up from the ground. When she heard Tong Hua say that she was her best friend, the light in her eyes lit up again. Kong Mixue said angrily, Hua Hua, I wanted to give you face, but since you are so ruthless, I will just say it directly. Please return the wallet you took yesterday to me. When Cheng Xiaoyu was about to refute, Prung Damei rushed out from the side. You're talking nonsense. Who took your wallet? Do you have any evidence? Who saw it? You have no evidence and are talking nonsense. I will arrest you and send you to the farm for labor reform and land reclamation. Cheng Xiaoyu was unhappy. She was Sister Tong's best friend. Why did Damei come out to interrupt? Kong Mixue said excitedly. Of course we have evidence. The evidence is that Hua Hua's second brother saw Hua Hua taking the wallet with his own eyes. Did anyone steal the wallet? How could Tong Hua not know it herself? But Kong Mixue was so confident, not only because Tong Chunjing was willing to stand up and identify her as her real sister, right? Tong Hua slapped Kong Mixue in the face, and then shook her hand. Your face has become thicker and thicker since you went to the countryside, and it hurts my hand. Tong Chunshu was angry and annoyed, and his teeth were about to break. Tong Hua, don't go too far. Tong Hua walked over and slapped her. I can go even further. Tong Hua slapped her again with her backhand. Kong Mixue covered her slapped face, and her eyes were filled with hatred and anger, and she stepped forward to fight back. But Chung Xiaoyu and Peng Damei blocked Kong Mixue like two big King Kongs, with a look on their faces. If you dare, try to beat us. Let's see if we can beat you. Kong Mixue took 2 steps back in humiliation and threatened, Hua Hua, don't force me to report the case. Tong Hua looked at her with her arms folded. Go. Whoever doesn't go is a grandson. Tong Chunshu glared at Tong Hua fiercely. Sister Mixue, you don't need to persuade her anymore. She won't give up until she gets to the Yellow River. She should also go to the farm to open up wasteland. Kong Mixue helped Tong Chunshu away. Tong Hua thanked Chung Xiaoyu and Peng Damei and went home. As soon as she got home, Tong Hua found that the door lock was not moved, but the window was moved. Someone had entered her room when she was not there. There was nothing valuable in the room, and Tong Hua put everything that should not be left outside in the space. So when Tong Hua realized that someone was in the room, she didn't worry too much about someone discovering her secrets, nor did she worry about losing anything. Thinking of what Kong Mixue had just done, Tong Hua searched the room and finally found a wallet that didn't belong to her in the cupboard on the Kong. Tong Hua also had a wallet made of corduroy cloth, which was given to her by Kong Linlang when she went to the countryside. When she opened the wallet, there were more than 100 yuan in it and a lot of bills. This kind of frame up. Tong Hua looked indifferent. She was not surprised by anything Kong Mixue and others did. In a blink of an eye, the wallet in Tong Hua's hand was thrown into the space. Tong Chunshu, who was in the educated youth point, screamed in pain, feeling wronged and angry. How could Tong Hua treat him like this? He is her own brother. Isn't she afraid that she will really kick him crippled by accident? Tong Chunjing had experienced this before and said with some sympathy, she thinks she has got along well with those country people and doesn't take us seriously. Why do you provoke her? Tong Chunshu gritted his teeth and said, how could I provoke her? Kong Mixue bit her lip and told Tong Hua that she had stolen the wallet. It was indeed Gu Jinyue who went to pick up Kong Mixue yesterday, and that piece of land was indeed where Tong Hua worked. Gu Jinyue frowned. She is not that kind of person. Tong Chunshu said angrily. What did she do now that she could have done before? Kong Mixue said self-blamingly. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for my weak strength, if it wasn't for my forgetting to take out my wallet, I wouldn't have. Tong Chunshu said angrily. What does this have to do with Sister Mixue? How could you have known that she could do such a petty theft now? Kong Mixue still felt very guilty. What should I do now? All the money and tickets that Brother Gu gave me are in it. Gu Jinyue frowned. He was not used to eating in a big pot, so he cooked alone with the Tong brothers. Kong Mixue stayed for the time being and was also responsible for their 3 meals a day. So Gu Jinyue gave Kong Mixue more than 100 yuan, and all his tickets were given to Kong Mixue. He still had some money on him, but all the tickets were gone. If they didn't get the tickets back, their future life would not be easy. Go and get it back. Tong Chunshu said angrily. She simply denied it and asked us to report it to the police. Didn't she know for sure that we wouldn't have the heart to report it? Gu Jinyue really didn't want to send Tong Hua to the farm to suffer, but he couldn't just let it go. Tears flowed from Kong Mixue's eyes. How about I go and beg her? At worst, I can kneel down for her. Tong Chunshu's face changed. Why did she steal things and act as if we owe her something? Just go and report it to the police. She can bear to send us to the farm. Why can't we send her to the farm? Maybe she can be reformed after a few days on the farm? When Tong Hua was working in the fields in the afternoon, Wang Gong'an from the police station and Tong Chunjing came back on the commune's tractor. When they arrived at the brigade, not only Wang Gong'an and Tong Chunjing got off the car, but also a tall and slender man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, a light green shirt, military green pants, and a black jacket. Who is this old man? He's so handsome. He's better looking than the new educated youth Gu. Men should be more mature and have more flavor. What's so good about that half-cooked green egg? Look at his briefcase, leather shoes, glasses, and style. You can tell he's an official. Look. Captain Chung and Accountant Sun have come to greet him. Gu Si came to the Red Bull Brigade to learn about the situation around the Red Bull Brigade, to see how much wasteland can be reclaimed, and to comfort the angry girl. Unexpectedly, on the way he ran into Wang Gong'an, whom he had met before. After asking, he found out that the man next to Wang Gong'an was the girl's second brother Tong Chunjing. Tong Chunjing went to the police station to report a case, and the report was of his own sister Tong Hua's theft. After greeting both of them on the tractor, Gu Si did not speak again. Wang Gong'an found that President Gu was much colder during this meeting than the last time they met. Tong Chunjing tried to strike up a conversation with Gu Si several times, but all failed, and his face flushed red. Captain Chung then realized that the purpose of Wang Gong'an's visit was that the educated youth at the educated youth point were making trouble again. They brought the police to their brigade again. Their brigade may not have a police station for several years, but these educated youth bring the police every few days. People who don't know would think that their Red Bull Brigade is a place where filth and dirt are hidden. I haven't heard anyone mention this before. Could it be a misunderstanding? Comrade Tong Hua has been in our village for 2 months. She works hard and is honest. No one has ever said that she has dirty hands and feet. Captain Chung felt a little numb when he saw the look in the eyes of President Gu, but he really didn't know about this matter. Captain Chung looked at Tong Chunjing with a very cold look.
Well,
the one who reported it was his own sister. What a beast. Not only Captain Chung, but also the surrounding villagers looked at Tong Chunjing with cold eyes and some disgust. Tong Chunjing also felt that he should not report the case. These villagers would not go to the police unless they had no choice. They believed that good news should not be spread far and wide, and bad news would ruin the reputation of the brigade, which would make it difficult to be selected as an advanced brigade. Last time, it was because the commune president was involved, and this time it was a matter of several educated youths. First, they did not notify the brigade headquarters, and second, they all came to the commune president. Wang Gong'an still remembered this educated youth Tong Hua. At that time, he had mixed impressions of her. The good thing was that she was highly conscious and had correct ideas, and the bad thing was that she was a little cold-hearted. After all, the Tong brothers were her brothers. This time, when Wang Gong'an saw Tong Chunjing coming to report Tong Hua's theft, he felt a little complicated. Let's call everyone over and ask them clearly. Public security. Wang glanced at President Gu, and when he saw that he didn't mention the work and didn't leave, he knew that he wanted to intervene. Tong Hua, Kong Mixue, and others arrived at the brigade headquarters one after another. Seeing public security Wang, Tong Hua knew that Kong Mixue and others had reported the case. The countryside is not like the city. People here believe that it is better to have less trouble than more, and to make big things small and small things nothing. Moreover, each brigade is vying for the title of Advanced Brigade. This is a collective honor, and the villagers care about it very much. People who make trouble for no reason are disliked. Gu Jinyue saw his uncle at a glance, and his heart suddenly jumped. Why did his uncle come to the Red Bull Brigade? Was he here to see him? It has been more than half a month since Gu Jinyue came here, and Gu Jinyue has been dragging it on and didn't want to see his uncle. Unexpectedly, they met on this occasion today. When Gu Jinyue was about to say hello, Gu Si looked away indifferently, and Gu Jinyue's unspoken title was choked in his mouth. What does uncle mean by this? Don't want to expose their relationship in front of others? Kong Mixue saw Gu Si and shouted in surprise, "Uncle Gu." The voice was a little loud, as if she couldn't wait to let other people present know that she knew the president of Longfeng Commune. "Uncle." Seeing that Kong Mixue had called out, Gu Jinyue had to follow suit. Gu Si nodded lightly, his eyebrows were indifferent and cold, revealing a sense of alienation. Tong Hua glanced at Gu Si, bit her lip, lowered her head with red eyes. Gu Si paused in his movements, his eyes became deep, and his gaze looked at Gu Jinyue, Kong Mixue, Tong Chunxu, and Tong Chunjing one by one. When his eyes fell quietly on each person, it gave people a sense of oppression that made their backs stiffen slightly. Wang Gong'an cleared his throat. Whose wallet is the one that was lost? Kong Mixue came out. "It's mine."
What was the situation at that time?
I bought. At the commune yesterday, did you see Comrade Tong Hua touch your wallet with your own eyes?
I didn't, but
Second brother Tong saw it. Kong Mixue looked at Tong Chunjing with watery eyes. Second brother Tong, you said you saw it, right? Tong Chunjing looked at Tong Hua. Tong Hua leaned against the wall, looking at him without any expression. Tong Chunjing looked at her deeply. Tong Chunshu pushed his second brother. Second brother, Wang Gong'an is asking you a question. Yes, I saw it. Tong Chunjing retracted his gaze. Even so, Tong Hua's expression was calm. She didn't feel surprised or angry at all, as if she had expected it. Wang Gong'an asked, did you really see Tong Hua take Comrade Kong's wallet with your own hands? Tong Chunjing nodded. Gu Jinyue looked at Tong Hua, who was so calm, and somehow felt a little uneasy in his heart. Hua, you can keep the money, and you can also keep some of the tickets. We won't pursue it. Gu Jinyue usually calls Tong Hua by her name, and rarely calls her Hua. Every time Gu Jinyue calls Tong Hua by her nickname, Tong Hua would be particularly happy, and she would agree to Gu Jinyue's requests. But this time was different. Tong Hua ignored Gu Jinyue and said to Wang Gong'an, Tong Chunjing and Kong Mixue are in the same group, and they both have a history of false accusations. Tong Chunjing's words cannot be used as evidence to prove that I stole something. Tong Chunshu said angrily, I saw it too. You can search her room. You will definitely find it. Tong Hua continued, in order to avenge the fact that I did not plead for them before, they fabricated facts to frame me. I hope Wang Gong'an will find out the truth and clear my name. Gu Jinyue frowned. Hua, as long as you take out a part of it, I can let it go. Kong Mixue also agreed. Hua, just take out your wallet? I know you didn't bring much money with you when you came. Brother Gu, and I will help you. Tong Hua said with annoyance. I am not familiar with you. I don't want you to say my nickname and tarnish my name. Gu Jinyue was a little angry. Why was she so stubborn? Kong Mixue looked at her sadly. Tong Chunshu was very angry and shouted, Wang Gong'an, go search her house. There is so much money in her wallet. She must not have spent it all. As long as she has money on her, the wallet must have been stolen by her. Gu Si said lightly, can't she have money herself? Tong Chunshu looked sarcastic. When she went to the countryside, something happened at home and she lost her money. Her parents didn't prepare anything or money for her. Even if she had some money on her, there wouldn't be much left after using it now. Captain Chung on the side was surprised. Apart from anything else, Tong Hua, the educated youth, had 3 packs of Fanio cigarettes in her hand when she arrived. It was not as the kid said that she had nothing prepared. If it was not prepared by Tong Hua's parents, who could have prepared it? Captain Chung looked at Gu Si on the side. Could it be that President Gu prepared it? Wang Gong'an suggested going to Tong Hua's residence. Tong Hua glanced at Gu Si. Her smart eyes seemed to be soaked in stream water, wet and bright, and seemed to tell him, look, this is the result of him bringing Gu Jinyue here. There will only be more people bullying her. Gu Si's mood fluctuated, as if he was stung by a bee. It was indeed his fault. Tong Hua did not appear aggressive in front of Gu Si, and directly agreed to take Wang Gong'an to search the house.
Gu Si's face sank.
When he left the brigade headquarters, he looked at Gu Jinyue and said sarcastically, you are really getting more and more promising now. Gu Jinyue's face flushed. Uncle. This matter. Gu Jinyue wanted to explain, but Gu Si did not give him a chance and left directly. Gu Jinyue frowned. Does my uncle think that we have conspired against Tong Hua together? Kong Mixue said, once the wallet is found, my uncle will know what is going on. Gu Jinyue still looked unhappy. He regretted it a little. He should not have embarrassed Tong Hua in public like this. Couldn't he have gone to get it back privately? Brother Gu, let's go too.
Kong Mixue urged.
But it was too late to regret now. Gu Jinyue could only speed up and chase after him. When they arrived at Tong Hua's room, Tong Hua did not allow Gu Jinyue and others to enter. Are you guilty? Tong Chunshu said gloatingly. He went to the farm for reform, and Tong Hua had to go once. Gu Si asked her to go in first, and he stood at the door. You just stay outside. Kong Mixue hesitated to speak, and stretched out her hand to pull Gu Jinyue. She was afraid that Wang Gong'an would let her go for Gu Si's sake. Gu Jinyue did not speak. Kong Mixue bit her lip, hating it in her heart, and asked with fear and nervousness on her face, "Uncle Gu, if it is for Hua Hua's innocence, it would be better if we were all present?" Gu Si raised his eyes and looked at him deeply. "Are you suspecting that Wang Gong'an and Captain Cheng abused their power for personal gain? Do you have evidence?" Wang Gong'an and Captain Cheng in the room turned around and looked at Kong Mixue at the same time. Kong Mixue hurriedly said, "That's not what I meant. I mean that a few of us can help look for it." Tong Hua looked at her with a smile and said in a firm tone, "I don't allow dirty things to enter my room." It's not just Kong Mixue who is not allowed to enter, but also the Tong brothers and Gu Jinyue, which means that all of them were scolded as dirty things by Tong Hua. Gu Jinyue frowned, but in front of his uncle, he didn't dare to say anything and could only look at her solemnly. Tong Hua's room was very tidy, with newspapers pasted on the walls. Wang Gong'an was looking in the cupboard on the Kong. The clothes and quilts inside were all neatly put away. After a while, neither Wang Gong'an nor Captain Cheng found the wallet, but they found 70 or 80 yuan and some bills in the drawer. Kong Mixue said excitedly, "This money is what we lost." Gu Jinyue looked at Tong Hua with disappointment. Although he guessed that she took it, he was still disappointed when he found out that it was really the money she stole. How could she become like this? Tong Hua said lightly, "Please help Wang Gong'an and Captain Cheng to see if the names of these people are written on the money. Any one of them will do." Wang Gong'an had already checked, and there was no trace.
No.
Tong Hua said with a mocking look, "Why don't you, Comrade Kong, shout out and see if they agree? If they agree, they will be yours." Kong Mixue was so ashamed and angry that her eyes were watery, as if tears would roll down her eyes the next moment. Seeing her bad attitude, Tong Chunshu said angrily, "We lost this money. You stole it. You don't have any money on you. It's impossible for you to have so many tickets." Gu Si's eyes were filled with hostility, and undercurrents piled up like thousands of waves. "I gave her the money and the tickets. Are you still going to say that I stole your money and tickets?" Tong Chunshu was shocked. How is this possible? Gu Jinyue was also surprised. Did his uncle take care of Tong Hua for his sake? Kong Mixue was annoyed. She had made small marks on the money and bills in the wallet that only she knew. As long as she found them, she would naturally find a way to make Tong Hua admit it. But the money that Wang Gong'an found did not have the marks made by Kong Mixue. In other words, was this money really given to Tong Hua by Gu Si? Kong Mixue felt more jealous. She was also a friend of Gu Jinyue. Why didn't Gu Si treat her differently? Captain Cheng stepped forward to testify. Tong Hua is President Gu's junior. When she went to the commune for the first time, President Gu gave her money and bills. I was there at the time. As the real junior of Gu Si's family, Gu Jinyue. Tong Chunshu looked at Tong Hua and Gu Si in doubt. These money and bills were given to Tong Hua by Gu Si, so what about the wallet he put in through the window? Hasn't it been found yet? Even if this money belongs to Uncle Gu, I don't believe there is nothing else in the room. I'm going to go in and look for it. Tong Chunshu was young and energetic. He was the one who did it. He knew the money must be in the house. Tong Hua said the same thing. Dirty things are not worthy to enter my house. Tong Chunshu glared at her angrily. Are you feeling guilty? Wang Gong'an's face was unhappy. We have already searched the house. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Tong Chunshu stiffened his neck. Anyway, I won't believe it unless I go in and look for it myself. My second brother saw Tong Hua steal the wallet with his own eyes. Seeing this, Tong Hua narrowed her eyes and had an idea. If you want to go in and search my house, you can. Kong Mixue looked at her defensively. She had been disagreeing before, but now she agreed. What did she want to do? Did Tong Hua find the wallet first and hide it? Or was it really not found by Wang Gong'an and the others? Hua, what do you want? Tong Hua looked at her indifferently. I'll let one of you go in to search the house, but I'll also search your house. Tong Chunshu said unhappily. Why should you search our house? Tong Hua looked as if she was smiling, because I suspect that you are accusing me of something in order to avenge the fact that you were sent to the farm for reform. After all, you all have this criminal record. Tong Chunshu was angry and said. Gu Si glanced at Tong Chunshu coldly. I think it's okay. Tong Chunshu dared to challenge Tong Hua, but didn't dare to contradict Gu Si. He could only grit his teeth and shut up. Anyway, they couldn't find anything. Who entered my house to search? Tong Hua asked directly. Before Tong Chunshu spoke, Kong Mixue spoke first. Hua, we're all girls, I will look for it, don't worry, I won't mess up your things. Gu Jinyue originally planned to speak, but Kong Mixue was indeed more suitable than him. Tong Hua also guessed that the person who entered the house would be Kong Mixue, and looked at Gu Si without comment. Uncle Gu, Captain Wang Onqing, and I are going to the educated youth site to search their houses. Can you please stay here to help me watch them? I don't want anyone else to enter my house. Gu Si nodded with deep eyes. Okay. Tong Chunjing asked Tong Chunshu to stay, and he followed Tong Hua to the educated youth point. There were not many people in the educated youth point, and they were all working in the fields. Gu Jinyue and the Tong brothers slept in the same room. As for the others who were supposed to sleep in this room, they had been sent away by Gu Jinyue with benefits. With Kong Mixue cleaning them up, the room was relatively tidy. Tong Chunjing watched Tong Hua and others start to search their room with a forbearing look. It was really uncomfortable to be treated as a thief, and Tong Chunjing couldn't help but look at Tong Hua. Tong Hua's expression was indifferent, and when she searched, her movements were very slow, but very careful. When searching the cupboard on the head of the Kong, Tong Hua glanced over and knew whose cupboard it was. When Tong Chunshu came, he gave all the money and tickets on him to the pickpocket. Now Tong Chunshu's food drinking, all of them were Tong Chunjing and Gu Jinyue's share. So Tong Hua was too lazy to look through Tong Chunshu's things. When she touched the canvas bag that Gu Jinyue hid at the bottom of a pile of clothes, it entered the space in an instant. Even if Tong Chunjing stared at Tong Hua, he could not find that Tong Hua's hand was reaching under the pile of clothes to steal things. According to Tong Hua's understanding of Tong Chunjing, he likes to hide things in biscuit boxes, just like his mother. Therefore, when Tong Chunjing was attracted by Captain Cheng's movements, the biscuit box where Tong Chunjing hid things entered the space in an instant. For now, Tong Hua's purpose of coming to the educated youth point has been achieved. But she is not in a hurry to leave. Nothing can be found in this room, and there is also Kong Mixue. Kong Mixue lives in the same room with other female educated youth. The other female educated youth Qing was not a suspect, so only Kong Mixue's location was searched. Kong Mixue is a woman, so Public Security Wang and Captain Cheng asked Tong Hua to search. Under the eyes of the three people, Tong Hua was not in a hurry. She pressed the quilt and touched the pillow with a normal expression. She found a stack of hard and heavy things in a piece of clothing in the bag. No matter what it was, after Tong Hua's fingertips touched it, the thing moved into the space, and the next moment, she opened her clothes. Kong Mixue didn't have much stuff, so the search was completed quickly. Several people returned empty-handed. Tong Chunjing breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Tong Hua would secretly hide the wallet back, so he kept staring at Tong Hua. Fortunately, she didn't do it, or didn't have the opportunity to do so. But vaguely, Tong Chunjing felt that he seemed to have overlooked something. On the other side, Kong Mixue searched in Tong Hua's room. At first, she was very confident, but after a long time, she still hadn't found what she was looking for, and she was a little panicked. She took out Tong Hua's clothes from the cupboard one by one, and even shook out the quilt and touched it piece by piece, fearing that Tong Hua would hide the money in a corner of the quilt. Not only clothes and quilts, but also some rice and grains of Tong Hua. If Gu Si hadn't stopped her, Kong Mixue would have poured them all out to look for them. Gu Si disagreed, so Kong Mixue could only put her hand in and stir the sorghum rice, searching very carefully. The salt jar, the pickle jar, and even the bottom of the pot under the stove were all searched by Kong Mixue. This serious attitude and meticulousness made Gu Jinyue's face change again and again. Kong Mixue licked her lips, her voice a little hoarse. I didn't find it. Maybe she has moved to another place. The presumption of innocence is one of the basic principles established in our country's criminal law. Gu Si interrupted Kong Mixue's words, and his cold eyes fell on Gu Jinyue's body. Take care of your people. Gu Jinyue's expression changed, and he looked at Kong Mixue with an indescribable look. We misunderstood Tong Hua. Kong Mixue couldn't help but said, but second brother Tong. Gu Jinyue interrupted her and shook his head at her. Since the wallet could not be found, the matter should end here. His eyesight is not good, he might have seen it wrong. Tong Hua and others also came back at this time. Seeing the mess in the house, their faces were as if immersed in ice-cold water. The expressions of Wang Gong'an and Captain Chung were not good either. When Tong Hua searched their things, she didn't touch their things much. On the contrary, Kong Mixue's search of Tong Hua's house was like the Japanese invaders entering the village for a large-scale raid. Tong Chunjing looked at Tong Hua's messy house in astonishment, and his face inevitably became a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, Hua. Did I move too much? Can I help you clean up? Don't be angry with me. Kong Mixue's face was pale, and her clear and moving eyes shrank slightly, as if she was very worried that Tong Hua would be angry with her. Gu Jinyue hurriedly said, I'll help her clean up for you. Tong Hua looked at them with a sneer. I have to perm and wash anything that has been touched by dirty things to get rid of the bad luck. Kong Mixue bit her lip. Hua, isn't it too much for you to say that? Tong Hua grabbed her hair and slapped her twice, catching Kong Mixue off guard. Gu Jinyue was extremely shocked. They were best friends. How could she do this to Mixue? When Gu Jinyue heard Mixue say that Tong Hua beat her before, he still felt a little unreal. He knew very well how good Tong Hua was to Mixue. But in this situation, Gu Jinyue had to believe that Tong Hua really beat Mixue. Gu Si grabbed the wrist that Gu Jinyue stretched out, his eyes revealing coldness. If you don't want me to chop off your claws, just be honest. Gu Jinyue's heart shuddered, but Gu Si let go of his hand. I'll give you two choices. One is to let her vent her anger and forget it when she's had enough. The other is to retaliate maliciously and frame her for rumors and arrest her however you want. Gu Jinyue's pupils shrank suddenly, and he explained to him excitedly. Uncle, Mixue's wallet is really lost and the money in it is mine. Gu Si slapped him. Half of Gu Jinyue's face was numb, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Gu Si turned his wrist, and his face did not show any anger for hitting his nephew.
Choose.
Kong Mixue's anger was boiling in her heart, and the anger occupied every cell in her body, making her crazy and mad inside. Second brother Tong. Tong Chunjing saw a pleading look in her eyes. He paused slightly, and an indescribable emotion surged in his heart. I was wrong. Gu Si looked at Kong Mixue with cold eyes. You don't want to make a choice? Let Tong Chunjing bear all the responsibilities alone? Gu Si saw through Kong Mixue's thoughts. She swallowed a mouthful of blood and hatred, with an innocent, aggrieved, and painful look on her face. No, I didn't. I just wanted to ask Brother Tong if he really saw Hua taking the wallet. Gu Jinyue also looked at Tong Chunjing. Chunjing, did you really see Tong Hua taking the wallet? If Tong Chunjing hadn't said this, he wouldn't have been sure that Tong Hua had stolen the wallet. Whether Tong Chunjing admitted it or not, it would not be good. Tong Chunjing looked at Tong Hua. There was frost between Tong Hua's eyebrows, and she didn't even look at him. I saw it, but maybe I was wrong. Gu Jinyue had a good relationship with him, so he could only sigh at this time. Hua, believe me, our money and tickets are really lost. You went to our house and looked for it. We really didn't deliberately frame you. Tong Hua looked indifferent. I don't believe it. Gu Jinyue felt anxious. If it wasn't true, your second brother wouldn't have said he saw you stealing a wallet. After saying this, Tong Hua glanced at Tong Chunjing mockingly. I rather believe that you guys are in cahoots with each other. You want to retaliate against me. You want to frame me. You want me to be unlucky and have to be reformed, but I just don't do what you want. You must be mad at me. Gu Jinyue was really mad at her. Just consider this as us being sorry and misunderstanding you. How do you want to vent your anger? Kong Mixue looked up suddenly. How could he say that? How could he agree to let Tong Hua vent her anger? Wouldn't it be better if Tong Chunjing could bear it alone? He is still Tong Hua's second brother and it's not a big deal. At most, he will go to labor camp for a few days. Tong Hua looked at Kong Mixue with a slight curl of her lips, revealing a bit of sarcasm and mockery, as well as a contempt of your nothing but that. Kong Mixue's eyes were frighteningly deep, and she felt her breathing was blocked, but she still had to fight for herself. Tong Hua would not do anything to her before, but who knows how Tong Hua will vent her anger now. Hua Hua, I see you don't have many things here. Why don't we buy some things and send them over, just as compensation to you? Jinyue nodded and agreed to the proposal. He could pay. Tong Hua refused directly. I dare not use your things. Who knows if they will turn the tables and say that I stole your things in the future. Si went out and took the things on the tractor over at some point. I was busy with work before and didn't have time to come to see you. This time I came to bring you a few things. According to Secretary Lee, we bought food and beautiful new clothes. As for food, Si thought that the food here was not as delicious as the ones made by Tong Hua herself. As for new clothes, they should not be given by him, and he doesn't know how to choose fabrics. According to his own ideas, he chose a radio and a watch for Tong Hua. The radio and watch cost almost 300 yuan without adding the ticket. Kong Mixue stared at the radio and watch placed on the small table on the Kong by Si. Her breath was filled with jealous smoke, and sparks of resentment flashed in her eyes. Why is Jinyue's uncle so good to Tong Hua? Uncle Gu, Brother Gu, and Hua Hua have nothing to do with each other now. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to be so good to Hua Hua? Kong Mixue didn't finish her words when Tong Hua poured a bucket of cold water on her. Kong Mixue felt a black screen in front of her eyes. Her whole body was wet. Her hair stuck to her face. She was in a mess, and her body couldn't stop shaking. Tong Hua's eyes were as sharp as a knife, and she looked at her with extreme disgust. Kong Mixue, you are a witch, so you think everyone in the world is the same as you? You and Jinyue are a bunch of rascals, so all men and women in the world are the same as you? You are a witch, so you think everyone in the world is a witch? I just don't want others to think too much. Kong Mixue bit her tongue, and the smell of rust came out. She barely kept her face steady and didn't go forward to fight with this witch. Jinyue's face was not much better than Kong Mixue's. Kong Mixue involved his uncle, which almost scared him to death. What Tong Hua said almost him off. How could she look at him like that? Captain Cheng's face turned black, and he looked like a storm was coming. Little Tong Jiqing, give me a face. I will handle this matter. The brigade has already sent people to the farm for transformation once. Is the Red Bull Brigade shameless to send them again in such a short time? He still wants to strive for the advanced production team and wants to get more jobs for the brigade when the farm is opened. Today, Jinyue and others have stepped on his bottom line. Tong Hua hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and gave Captain Cheng this face. Captain Cheng's good impression of Tong Hua instantly reached the extreme. It used to be because of those Fanio cigarettes, because his daughter was good friends with her, and because she was asked by President Gu to take care of her, and now Tong Hua, for the sake of his face as the brigade leader, endured the revenge on these people. He felt mixed emotions in his heart. Jinyue and others breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Cheng was not as difficult to deal with as Tong Hua, but they underestimated Captain Cheng's determination to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Kong Mixue's clothes were wet, and Tong Chunjing and his brother were a little absent-minded and did not notice that something was wrong with Kong Mixue. Jinyue could only take off his coat and let Kong Mixue wear it back. Kong Mixue was so moved that tears filled her eyes. She looked at him deeply and left with the Tong brothers. Uncle. Jinyue was uneasy. Mixue didn't mean what she said before. Tong Hua said lightly, it wasn't intentional, it was deliberate. Jinyue said with a headache, Hua Hua, stop making trouble. Tong Hua's face instantly became ugly as if she had swallowed a fly. Can't you just stop calling her by her nickname? Si stared at Jinyue with deep eyes, and Jinyue's back was bent down, and sweat oozed faintly from his forehead. Take care of your people. If you don't, I will deal with you. Jinyue's face changed. He wanted to explain that she was not his, but he couldn't say it. Gusi had said this to him because his friend broke a man's leg. But he didn't take it seriously. For the sake of his friend, he even used his family's relationship to threaten the man. Later, he was taken to the home of the man with the broken leg by his uncle, and in front of his family, his uncle broke his leg himself. He raised him for half a year, and it was also that time that he became frightened when he saw his uncle. Jinyue left with a pale face. Captain Chung and Public Security, Wang, also left. Only Gusi and Tong were left in the room. Gusi went out for a while, and then brought in a bag of meat. I asked Secretary Lee to buy me some pork fat and pork belly. Tong remembered that she once told Gusi that she liked to eat pork fat, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, but soon flattened. Why did you buy these things? Gusi was silent. I was wrong about Jinyue. Tong raised her eyes and met Gusi's gaze. There was an indifference and elegance on his handsome face that could not be ignored. He sat there casually but still made people feel that he was as steady as a mountain and could not be seen to the bottom. In her previous life, she had watched such a person from afar, watching him appear in newspapers, on TV, and in places she could not reach. So these are Uncle Gu's apology and confession of his mistakes? Tong asked boldly. Gusi lowered his eyes and did not deny, I was wrong. Tong mouth corners rose, and her eyes were full of tears. I forgive you. Gusi raised his eyes. She sneered, okay. Tong stood up and picked up her apron. I'll go cook for you. Gusi brought the pork belly. Tong thought that he must be craving the braised pork she made. She must make a few dishes that she is better at and completely control him. Gusi didn't know Tong's ambition. He helped Tong tune the radio to a channel that was playing music. Tong looked back and saw that Gusi had taken off his coat and was swinging the antenna of the radio. There was no cloud outside the window, and the bright sunshine shone in, setting a layer of gold on his body, making him look so handsome that he didn't seem to be a real person. Tong looked at him for a long time before she retracted her gaze under Gusi's surprised eyes. The atmosphere in the house here was harmonious and comfortable. The atmosphere at the Educated Youth Point was not very good. When Jinyue and his friends came back, they found that Tong and his friends had come to search, but nothing was moved. No wonder Tong was angry when she saw the mess in her house. No one brought it up, but Kong Mixue knew in her heart that they were blaming her for going too far, and it was a bit embarrassing. But if she didn't look for him seriously, would they be able to explain? I wonder what Captain Chung will do? Kong Mixue changed the subject. Jinyue looked at Tong Chunjing. Do you know what he likes? He planned to give some gifts, and his uncle was the commune leader. Captain Chung had to give his uncle some face. Kong Mixue thought of Gusi, feeling unwilling. Hasn't my uncle left yet? How about we treat him to a meal? Gusi must not be won over by Tong Jinyue didn't dare to face his uncle next time. Kong Mixue was dissatisfied. Why next time? Jinyue was a little annoyed. Don't you know what you said today? Will he give me face to come to dinner? Or will he give you face to come to dinner? Kong Mixue was rarely confronted by Jinyue, and her face flushed immediately. Tong Chunjing couldn't bear it. Get ready first. What if you can invite him? Tong Chunjing was going to get the biscuit box and took some money and tickets for Kong Mixue to prepare. At this time, Tong Chunjing realized that his biscuit box was lost. What are you looking for? Jinyue asked when he saw his face change. Tong Chunjing searched the room, but couldn't find his biscuit box. He said with a grim look, my biscuit box is gone. Jinyue reacted and went to look for his canvas bag. He opened the cupboard and reached under his clothes. The canvas bag he put down was gone. My canvas bag is gone too. Jinyue pulled all the clothes out of the cupboard, but still couldn't find it. Kong Mixue's face changed slightly, and she hurried to another room. After a while, she ran back with a pale face and said anxiously, my money is gone too. They looked at each other. Their things were stolen at the same time? Kong Mixue said as if she had made up her mind. It was Hua who did it, right? In order to retaliate against us for reporting her for stealing, she stole all our things. Tong Chunjing said, except for today, she has not come to the house. When she was looking for something today, I was always beside her, and she didn't take anything. Besides, not only was he there, but Wang Gong'an and Captain Chung were also there. It was impossible for Tong Hua to hide a biscuit box and a canvas bag under the noses of the three of them, right? Especially since his biscuit box was large. If Tong Hua took it, it would be impossible to hide it. Kong Mixue's mind was in a mess, but she was sure of one thing. It must be related to her. The canvas bag contained all of Jinyue's money. Once the canvas bag was lost, he was left with nothing. We said she stole our wallet just now, and we searched it, but we didn't find anything. Now you say she stole our things? Who would believe it? Jinyue said irritably. They didn't even know when the things were lost. If they go to find Tong Hua again this time, it would be strange if Tong Hua doesn't slap them in the face. Even if they report the case or go to Captain Chung this time, it will be useless. Jinyue asked in a deep voice. Mixue, tell me honestly, is your wallet really lost? The look in Kong Mixue's eyes changed again, and again, it's really lost. Tong Chuanchu's eyes flickered, but he didn't dare to speak. It was a lie that the wallet was lost before, but the wallet was really put in Tong Hua's house, but the wallet could not be found and now it can't be taken back. Now there is a thief in the house and they really lost their things, but because of the previous wallet loss, it is not easy to speak now. Think carefully about the last time you saw those things, and then find Captain Chung to find a solution. The loss was too great, so Tong Chunjing had to find Captain Chung to find a solution. Captain Chung was still thinking about how to deal with Tong Chunjing and his men, but he didn't expect that they would come to the door first. What did you say? Say it again. Tong Chunjing's tone was difficult, and he was 3 points shorter for no reason. Captain Chung, the money of me, Jinyue, and Comrade Kong was stolen. Captain Chung laughed angrily, his eyes wide as copper bells. Tong Jiqing, you might as well just say that it was Wang Gong'an and I who took Comrade Tong Hua to steal your things today. He knew that these people were no good, but he didn't know that they were so no good. He was even accused of fraud. Tong Chunjing was very embarrassed. If the loss was less, he would not have come with such a thick face. Captain Chung, most of our money is gone. Captain Chung was so angry that he clenched his big fist like a hammer, wishing he could beat this thing to death with one punch. Captain Chung. Captain Chung pointed at him with a sullen face and roared angrily, "Get out! Get out!" Tong Chunjing was also very embarrassed. All their money was really stolen. After being driven back by Captain Chung, Tong Chunjing and others fell silent. Tong Chunchu said in an embarrassed tone, "What should we do now?" I asked around quietly, and no one else has come to our room. Kong Mixue was filled with resentment. This matter was clearly related to Tong Hua. Who else but her would retaliate against them in this way? But she couldn't tell anyone about her scheme against Tong Hua, otherwise everyone would guess that it was definitely Tong Hua who did it. Report to the police? Tong Chunjing shook his head. Captain Chung doesn't care. Even if we report to the police and bring Wang the police back, the situation will only escalate to the entire Educated Youth Point and the entire Red Bull Brigade. Unless the money is definitely recovered, we will be condemned by everyone. Kong Mixue was filled with anger and unwillingness. We can't just throw away all this money in vain, can we? Everyone else fell silent. After a long time, Tong Chunjing said, "Let's investigate privately first, and then think of a way when we find some clues." Jinyue also spoke up, "I'll contact my family first and ask them to send some money and notes." The Tong family has nothing now, and they all rely on their uncle for support. Tong Chuanchu's money and notes were stolen by pickpockets before, and he didn't even have the face to ask his family for money and notes. Now the wheat harvest is about to start, and without money and note subsidies, and with Tong Chunchu, Tong Chunjing's life is about to become difficult. Captain Chung was very angry with a few educated youths, and Tong Hua invited him to dinner. Tong Hua's family also has President Gu, and Captain Chung used to accompany President Gu for dinner. Captain Cheng's mood immediately improved, and he went over happily. Tong Hua spent a lot of time thinking about this meal today. He didn't have time to go to the commune to buy vegetables, so Captain Chung was very angry with a few educated youths, and Tong Hwa invited him to dinner. Tong Hwa's family also has President Gu, and Captain Chung used to accompany President Gu for dinner. Captain Cheng's mood immediately improved. Braised fish body, fish head stewed with tofu, braised eggplant, braised pork, green pepper and egg, stir-fried kidney beans, stir-fried cabbage, twice-cooked pork, vinegar-fried potato shreds. Tong Hwa's home table was definitely not enough, so Captain Cheng's big round table was sent over. When there were guests at home in the village, the dishes were served on large enamel plates, which looked like enamel basins, but without edges. For dishes like Tong Hwa's, which were small and delicate, Captain Chung smiled on his face, but he was thinking in his heart how much oil would be used. Such a small plate, is it enough? Compared with a plate of dishes in the south, the amount of Tong Hwa's plate is much larger, but compared with the amount of a pot of dishes here in the Red Bull Brigade, it is still a little insufficient. If the amount is not enough, the variety will make up for it. The last hard dish is a chicken stewed with mushrooms, a whole pot. As soon as the lid of this dish was opened, several people present, including Gu Si, were secretly swallowing their saliva, and the fragrance was so delicious that their saliva was about to come out. The chicken was from Chung Xiaoyu's family, and the mushrooms were picked by Tong Hwa herself in the mountains. They were all very fresh dishes. Before the table was opened, Tong Hwa asked Chung Xiaoyu to take a lot of food home. As for Chung Xiaoyu, who was helping, she was kept by Tong Hwa. In addition to Captain Chung and Gu Si, there were also tractor drivers, Tong Hwa and Chung Xiaoyu at the table. Chung Xiaoyu usually eats with her family, but when there are guests, juniors like her don't sit at the table. But today, she was kept by Tong Hwa, and she felt a little uneasy. Not only her father was at the table, but also a big leader. Not only was there a big leader, but he was also so young and good-looking. How could she eat with the nerves? How could she eat comfortably? Tong Hwa used to remind her not to smack her lips when eating, and she didn't think it was a big deal. Today, watching the strong contrast between President Gu and her father eating, she suddenly felt that the sound of smacking lips seemed really bad. But the food made by Tong Hwa tasted so good. She smacked her lips after eating a few more bites. When she thought about it, her face turned red, and she doubted whether it was not decent. Not good-looking? Chung Xiaoyu felt like a needle piercing her buttocks, and she couldn't help but pick up a few dishes and ran away with her bowl. Captain Chung was a little disgusted with the amount of dishes cooked by Tong Hwa, but after picking up the chopsticks, he was amazed by Tong Hwa's cooking skills. Wasn't this kid a cook before going to the countryside? Captain Chung brought a bottle of medicinal wine with him. On weekdays, he would drink 2 cups during festivals, but today he contributed all of it. I understand why Xiaoyu eats here, every now and then. Captain Chung sighed. I thought there would not be enough wine, but when I started eating, I didn't care about drinking at all, and I was all for the dishes. Even the vegetables that I eat every day can taste surprising, not to mention those hard dishes, which are so delicious that even my tongue can swallow them. Gu Si watched Tong Hwa cook today, and she didn't put anything that shouldn't be put, but the taste of her dishes was so fragrant that people would miss them before they could eat them. Tong Hwa mainly invited Gu Si. People in the south are used to eating rice, so today's staple food, she cooked rice. Captain Chung was amazed. His family could only eat like this once during the Chinese New Year. When Captain Chung was serving the rice, he was still thinking, hold back a little after eating. He finished a large bowl of rice in a few bites. How can rice be so delicious? This is embarrassing. It makes him seem like he has never eaten it before and is too greedy. The tractor driver ate no slower than him. While Captain Chung was still comforting himself, he had already served the second bowl. Tong Hwa followed the local customs and served the rice in the pot in a basin for them to take. For the large bowls used by Captain Chung and his friends, Tong Hwa was full after eating half a bowl. But Captain Chung and his friends ate 4 bowls each. Even the skinny Gu Si ate 2 large bowls of rice with the braised pork broth. Tong Hwa saw it all. Is the rice usually sent to him enough for him to eat? After the meal, the wine was not touched much, and no words were spoken, but the bowls and plates on the table were empty. Captain Cheng couldn't even stand up because of his bloated stomach. It was so embarrassing. Fortunately, it wasn't just him. The tractor driver was also walking around outside with a bulging stomach. Captain Cheng was alert. He couldn't let Xiaoyu learn to cook from Tong Hua again. If the food was really like what Tong Hua made, no matter how much food there was, it wouldn't be enough for the family to make. No wonder President Gu was willing to eat the food made by Tong Hua and was willing to send it to people from far away. If he could afford it, had the conditions, and had such a junior, he would eat it too. He would send it too. When he went back, Tong Hua secretly brought back 2 lunch boxes for Gu Si, one of which was braised pork and one of which was stewed chicken with mushrooms. The tractor driver was already thinking about the next trip. President Gu, when will you come next time? Gu Si said with a smile. Next time? If you come every other day, you will eat them all up. The tractor driver said hurriedly, I will bring my own rations next time. To be honest, I have never eaten such delicious food in my life. It is better than the food in the state-owned restaurants. The rice is so fragrant that I want to chew the bowl. Do you think the steamed buns made by Tong Jiqing can be so delicious? The tractor driver's mouth was full of saliva as he spoke. Gu Si's eyes showed a little smile, and the smile spread to the corners of his lips little by little. In the breeze, under the mountains and rivers, his grace is unparalleled. After eating the little girl's food, he should do something for the little girl. At night, when Tong Hua closed the doors and windows and was alone, she turned on the radio, listened to the news, and took out the spoils she got from the educated youth point during the day from the space. First, she opened the biscuit box. There were about 7 or 8 great Unity coupons inside, as well as a lot of food coupons and bath coupons, but not many meat coupons. The canvas bag was filled with more, with 380 yuan in cash alone, a bicycle coupon, cloth coupons, etc., and a square sandalwood box with red silk cloth inside, which contained a jade bracelet of excellent quality. Tong Hua picked up the jade bracelet and sneered, revealing a sarcastic look. She had seen this jade bracelet in her previous life. She had seen it on Kong Mixue's wrist, but she didn't know it was given to her by Jinyue at that time. As for Kong Mixue's share of the money, it was less than 40 yuan, and there were some scattered food coupons and sugar coupons. Adding the more than 100 yuan in her wallet before, Tong Hua calculated that she had earned 631 yuan and 75 cents from them, 50 caddies and 7 taels of food coupons, 5 caddies and 3 taels of meat coupons, 3 caddies and 6 taels of oil coupons, half a caddy of sugar coupons, 3.5 caddies of cotton coupons, 10 bath coupons, 2 soap coupons, a bicycle ticket, 4 7-foot cloth coupons, and 3 cigarette coupons. While Tong Hua was calculating the income of the slush fund, several people in the educated youth camp tossed and turned and could not sleep at night. The next day, Captain Cheng punished Gu Jinyue and the others. Gu Jinyue, Tong Chunjing, and Tong Chunshu were all punished to spread fertilizer for a month. Usually, this kind of rough and dirty work was done by people from the whole village and the educated youth camp in turn. Now, it was all on the 3 of them. Being laughed at and gossiped about was one thing, and on the other hand, they really didn't know how to carry manure. Gu Jinyue's face was so sour. Tong Chunshu was even more furious. I won't go. I won't do it. Tong Chunjing, if you don't do it, you won't have work points, and if you don't have work points, you won't have food. Tong Chunshu ran out. I'll ask my parents to send something. Gu Jinyue followed him, and he had to call back. It costs money to call the brigade, so Tong Chunshu called his father and complained for a while. Tong Dalai also complained that the family was in a tight spot now, and there was no way to help them in the next few months. Tong Chunshu hung up the phone in despair. Gu Jinyue called home, but before he could complain, he was scolded by his father, who told him to behave himself in the countryside and not to provoke Tong Hua again. Although the matter of his divorce was suppressed, if it was dug up, he would not be able to escape the problem of improper work style. Gu Jinyue was hung up, his face turned a little blue. When Gu Jinyue called again, his father told him directly that Gu Si did not allow his family to help him when he was in the countryside, otherwise Gu Si would not interfere in Gu Jinyue's affairs in the future. Gu Jinyue was ashamed and annoyed. Now his uncle didn't care about him? Gu Jinyue's opinion was not important. Seeing that Gu Si's future was getting better and better, Gu's father wished that their uncle-nephew relationship would improve by leaps and bounds. Why would he go against Gu Si at this time? The two spent 30 cents on phone bills, but didn't get a penny back. Tong Chunshu panicked. Did he really have to support himself? Gu Jinyue thought about his father's words asking him to please his uncle, and he felt repulsive and disgusted. But without the help from his family, could he really survive in this countryside? The two of them were like cabbages hit by frost. Kong Mixue encouraged them. A girl who paints can live well here. I believe you can do it too. Tong Chunjing smiled bitterly in his heart. Things were not as simple as Kong Mixue thought. If there was no subsidy from his family, he would definitely not have a good life here. He went to the countryside for a few years. Just because his family had subsidies, he didn't have to work full-time like other educated youths, and he had to work 6 or 7 work points every day. Even so, he felt it was very hard. If he had to work full-time again, wouldn't he be exhausted? But if he had to work like before, the work points would definitely not be enough to fill his stomach. Let's work. Tong Chunjing took them to carry manure. When Gu Jinyue and Tong Chunshu went to the toilet to carry manure, they vomited several times, and the vomited acid water came out. After vomiting, how could they have the strength to carry manure again? Gu Jinyue carried the manure bucket crookedly, which was only more than half filled, and it was still a little far from full. The stench made his face look uglier than an eggplant. Tong Hua and Cheng Xiaoyu walked towards him from the opposite side. In the stinking environment, with green and blue smelly things still on his feet, Gu Jinyue saw Tong Hua, whose face turned pale with embarrassment and whose legs could not stand. Tong Hua wanted to laugh, and she did laugh. She knew that Gu Si had taken action. As long as the Gu family stopped providing support and these people had offended Captain Chung, their lives here would not be good. Is that unbearable? They didn't care how badly she had been harmed by Kong Mixue over the years and how painful her life was. She could only let them have a taste of it. Their current life is nothing compared to the life she lived in her previous life. Gu Jinyue said in shame and anger. Are you laughing at me? Tong Hua couldn't control her smile. Isn't it funny that the great Master Gu came to the countryside to pick up manure? Cheng Xiu laughed beside her. Master? He's just an idiot. He can't even pick up manure properly, and he picked up less than me. Gu Jinyue gritted his teeth. Tong Hua. What are you doing? What are you doing? Stay away. Don't let the manure scoop fall on us. Stay away.
It stinks.
Cheng Xiaoyu said with disgust, pulling Tong Hua away. Gu Jinyue was so angry that he trembled all over, and the manure bucket shook. Tong Chunjing behind him immediately reminded him, don't knock over the manure bucket, or Captain Chung will punish you to apply fertilizer for 1 more day. Gu Jinyue gritted his teeth and calmed down. He felt that today was the most aggrieved and angry day in his life. When Tong Hua passed by Tong Chunshu picked up less than Gu Jinyue. Cheng Xiaoyu was disgusted and shocked. Are you playing house? You only picked up this much? Are you a man? Tong Chunshu had been holding his breath and was so angry at Cheng Xiaoyu that he couldn't breathe anymore. All he smelled was a foul odor. He felt like vomiting and dry-heaved several times, tears coming out. Cheng Xiaoyu pulled Tong Hua away with a look of disgust on his face. I have to talk to Uncle Yang. With the way they pick things like this, 5 work points a day is too much for him. Tong Chunshu was angry and hateful. This Tong Hua was really too much. She even brought people to watch them laugh at their jokes on purpose. When they went back at noon, Kong Mixue had already prepared meals for them. This time they no longer had meat coupons, and they ate the ready-made vegetables from the educated youth point, but these vegetables belonged to the old educated youth Tong Chunjing. Gu Jinyue and Tong Chunshu had only been there for a short time and had not worked, so naturally they did not get any share. Not to mention Kong Mixue, she was not even an educated youth. After Tong Chunjing came back, Wang Qing pulled him over to talk. Tong Chunjing had no choice but to temporarily pay $1 as compensation for the extra food they had. At the dinner table, Kong Mixue sat next to a few people. The stench in the room made her face pale, and she couldn't even force out a smile. How about you go wash up first? How can we eat with such a strong smell? It's like eating facing a toilet. Tong Chunshu had been carrying manure for the whole morning and was already exhausted. His legs were shaking when he came back. He sat down and drank the porridge with big gulps. After he finished drinking it with a wheezing sound, he said, "If we change clothes, we have to wash them." Kong Mixue's face changed slightly. Did she have to wash these smelly clothes stained with manure for them? At this moment, Kong Mixue was thinking about going back. Her home visit leave was almost over, but if she went back, what if Jinyue and Tong reconciled? After a few days of this kind of life, Kong Mixue really couldn't stand it. She seemed to be pickled by the stench, and her whole body exuded a disgusting stench. She wanted to go back to the city. Even if Jinyue and Tong reconciled, she was confident that when they returned, she would be able to Jinyue back from Tong. It would only be one more time. But were things really as smooth as she thought? Gu Si of Longping Commune took the phone. "Thank you. What are you thanking me for? Why are you still being polite to me?" But someone in the ideological committee is protecting her, so her reputation will be affected at most. Gu Si asked, "Who in the ideological committee is protecting her?" "Wang Guiran. There is no need to offend this person, so don't mess with him." Gu Si narrowed his eyes. Wang Guiran, the deputy director of the ideological committee, is Tong Hua's uncle.
Okay.
Gu Si thanked him and hung up the phone. Not only did the Tong family have different attitudes towards Tong Hua and Kong Mixue, but even Wang Guiran was the same. Protecting a woman who ruined his niece's marriage. Gu Si leaned back slightly, his back relaxed slightly, and his cold and snow-colored pupils seemed thoughtful. Gu's father was very relieved to hear the news. He didn't know which rascal didn't like their Gu family and leaked the matter of Jinyue and Kong Mixue. If Jinyue hadn't gone to the countryside now, he would have been caught by the ideological committee for questioning. Gu's mother was furious. Now people outside say that Jinyue's lifestyle is not right, saying that he eats what's in the bowl and thinks about what's in the pot. Gu's father had a sullen face. Didn't he bring this upon himself? Gu's father and mother only had one precious son. How could they bear to see him have such a bad reputation? Otherwise, why did they give Tong Hua 5,000 yuan in the first place? They just didn't want the matter to get out of hand and ruin their son's reputation. With great difficulty, he managed to suppress the Tong family from saying anything, and the matter was about to pass, but it was dug up again. "Si Gu is still farsighted, and you still say that he deliberately punished Jinyue." Gu's father was still somewhat happy in his heart, as this showed that Si Gu still valued his nephew to some extent. Gu's mother did something wrong back then, causing Si Gu to almost die at the hands of the kidnappers, and causing Si Gu to have a rift with his family until now. She felt guilty, so of course, she wouldn't think positively of what Gu Si had done. How would I know there really were some rascals who couldn't stand seeing others doing well? Doing such wicked things. Mother Gu said with a red face. Father Gu's face was as gloomy as water. He had to find out who made a big deal out of this. Jinyue received a call from his father at the brigade headquarters. He thought his father was here to help him, but he didn't expect that he would be scolded by his father again. "You asked someone at the factory to handle the home visit leave that Kong Mixue applied for. Is she with you now?" Jinyue felt a little guilty. "She came before I came. She didn't come to see me, she came to see Tong Hua." Father Gu said in a deep voice, "I don't care who she's looking for. The matter between you and her has alarmed the ideological committee here. She can't come back now. I have already discussed with her mother that the job will be kept for her, but now I have to arrange for her to go to the countryside as an educated youth. She can come back after the storm is over." Jinyue was stunned.
Dad.
"What's going on?" Father Gu sneered. "What's going on? It's all your fault." Jinyue became more anxious, "But my relationship with her is innocent. We don't have any relationship between men and women. Even if they investigate." Gu's father hung up the phone directly. Jinyue called back anxiously. Gu's father didn't want to waste time talking to him. "You and Kong Mixue don't pay attention to the limits. Do you think other people are blind? You go to the movies with her more times than with Tong Hua, and you poke out her eyes and make her pretend to be blind and can't see? Jinyue's face turned red and pale. That was because Tong Hua often worked overtime and he was. Gu's father heard that he no longer quibbled and said, "Don't mess around in the countryside. Stay here quietly for a year or two and come back." Jinyue hung up the phone after listening to his father's scolding. Whether answering the phone or making a call, it costs money. Jinyue didn't have much money on him now, and he gave 70 cents with some pain. Jinyue himself never thought that one day he would feel bad about the 70 cents phone bill. Jinyue returned to the educated youth point with a terrible news. Tong Chunjing specially borrowed 2 tails of meat coupons from someone to see Kong Mixue off today. Kong Mixue will return to the city tomorrow. Tong Chunxue was full of envy. If possible, he wished he could go back to the city with Sister Mixue. "Brother Gu, what's the matter with your family calling you? Did they send you money?" Tong Chunxue asked impatiently. Jinyue shook his head. With his uncle here, his father would never help him. Tong Chunxue was discouraged. The Gu family didn't help, and his family didn't help either. How were they going to live? Kong Mixue felt that Jinyue's expression was different, and asked softly with concern, "Brother Gu, what's wrong with you?" Jinyue's eyes were a little hard to describe. The news that Tong Hua and I broke off the engagement was exposed in Kyoto. Kong Mixue's face turned pale, bit her lip, and said, "How could it be? Brother Gu and I are not that kind of relationship. We are upright and honest." Tong Chunxue was not as afraid of this place as ordinary people because his uncle was a member of the ideological committee. The ideological committee also talks about evidence. It's not that they say whatever they want. Tong Chunxue nodded. "With my uncle here, you don't have to worry, Mixue." Jinyue said with a complicated expression, "My father means that you should not return to the city first. He and your mother have already discussed it and will arrange for you to go to the countryside as an educated youth. When the storm is over, we will go back." Kong Mixue's head was buzzing, and she was shocked and looked dazed. She can't go back to the city? Did she go to the countryside as an educated youth?
Impossible.
Kong Mixue's face was pale, and her eyes turned red instantly. "I am an only child, and I also have a heart disease. How could I go to the countryside?" Jinyue said in a difficult tone, "Someone found out that we went to the movies more often than Tong Hua, and the things I gave you were also spread out." Kong Mixue's face turned from pale to red, and her black eyes were a little hurt. "It was Hua who told it, right? She still hates us." Jinyue's eyes were dejected. Tong Hua doesn't have the ability to make such a big deal out of it. "It may be related to my family's enemies." Kong Mixue bit her lip, her heart full of unwillingness that had nowhere to vent. "If it weren't for Tong Hua, who would know what you gave me?" Tong Chunjing looked at them and suddenly asked, "Why do you go to the movies with Mixue more often than with Tong Hua? Why do you give Mixue more things than Tong Hua?" Tong Chunjing looked at Jinyue, then at Mixue, with deep suspicion and inquiry in his eyes. Kong Mixue's tears of grievance were rolling in her eyes because Hua often works overtime and Brother Gu has bought the movie tickets. "If I don't go with you, the movie tickets will be wasted. Besides, I didn't hide the fact that we went to the movies together from Hua. She asked me to accompany Brother Gu to the movies." Tong Chunjing shook his head, but it was still wrong. "She asked you to accompany Jinyue to the movies? Why did she ask you to accompany Jinyue to the movies?" Jinyue was a little annoyed and questioned him in return. "Don't you trust us?" Tong Chunjing looked at him. "Why did Tong Hua work overtime? You went to the movies? Once or twice is fine, but what does it mean if it happens every time? Aren't you afraid that a single man and a single woman will cause gossip?" Jinyue was angry, but he still had to explain this matter clearly. Tong Hua worked overtime every other day to get the title of advanced worker. Every time I went to see her, she sent me away. Maybe she felt guilty for not being able to watch movies with me, so she asked Michelle to watch movies with me. As for the gifts, Michelle gave up her rest time to watch movies with me every time. As a friend, I should give her gifts to compensate her, right? Kong Michelle also explained aggrievedly, "Hua has never doubted us." Tong Chunjing looked at them. One was his good friend, and the other was the woman he liked. He was angry and disappointed. If Tong Hua had no doubts, why did she cancel the marriage with you? Why did she break off the engagement with you so resolutely? Jinyue's face turned ugly. What happened at the wedding was my fault, but is Tong Hua wrong? I never said to cancel the marriage. She was the one who didn't listen to the explanation and insisted on canceling the marriage and breaking off the engagement, making things worse step by step. Now, several of them have jumped to the countryside like dumplings. Tong Chunjing couldn't help but mock him. You didn't even go to your own wedding, you're not wrong. She canceled the wedding. What's wrong with her? Jinyue looked at him in disbelief. He didn't say that before. He clearly thought Tong Hua was too willful and making a fuss. Tong Chunjing said in a deep voice, the ice is 3 feet thick and it didn't freeze in a day. Now I think Tong Hua's cancellation of the wedding was not impulsive. Jinyue was so angry that his chest heaved several times. Tong Chunjing, you don't believe me, nor do you believe me, Shua? As a good friend of Tong Chunjing, although their relationship has become distant in recent years because Tong Chunjing went to the countryside, he knows Tong Chunjing's mind clearly. How could he like the woman his friend likes? Tong Chunjing is in a very bad mood now. He didn't expect Jinyue and Kong Mixue to be so ignorant and have no sense of boundaries. No wonder Tong Hua wants to cancel the wedding. Break off the engagement. Second brother. Tong Chunxu saw him walk away directly and shouted hurriedly. Tong Chunjing did not stop and strode out. Jinyue slammed the table in anger. He did not expect that Tong Chunjing did not believe him either. Kong Mixue was anxious and hateful. Isn't her going to the countryside the most important thing now? Brother Gu, is there really no other way? You all know my body. If I have to go to the countryside. Because Tong Hua canceled the marriage, broke off the engagement, and went to the countryside again. Your story spread widely in the factory, and the trade union has suspended your work. Jinyue held back the anger in his heart and said. Kong Mixue was hit hard. She sat down on the stool, her face getting paler and paler. Jinyue was worried that she would get sick and comforted her. Don't worry, when you go back in a year or 2, I will arrange another job for you. Kong Mixue bit her lip. Tears fell unexpectedly, and she hated it to the extreme. The reputation she had maintained for many years was ruined just like that. Is there really no other way? My body will be fatal if I stay in the countryside. Kong Mixue asked sadly with tears in her eyes. Jinyue had no other choice. This was a decision made by his father, and even Kong Mixue's mother agreed. Jinyue's silence made Kong Mixue feel bitter. Could she really not go back? Would she have to stay in this broken place for a year? While Tong Chunxu felt sad for Sister Mixue, he was also a little secretly happy. He couldn't go back now anyway. If Sister Mixue could also stay in the countryside, wouldn't it be nice for him to see Sister Mixue every day? After Tong Chunjing left the educated youth point, he walked aimlessly in the village. As he walked, he came to where Tong Hua lived. Tong Hua. Tong Hua was called out. Seeing that it was Tong Lauer, his face was a little impatient. What are you doing here again? Tong Chunjing looked at Cheng Xiaoyu, who followed him out of the house. Can I talk to you alone? Cheng Xiaoyu was also ready to leave tactfully. No need. Xiaoyu is my best friend.
She knows everything about me.
There is nothing between you and me that she can't know. Tong Hua stopped Cheng Xiaoyu. Cheng Xiaoyu's eyes were as bright as fireworks. Her parents always said that the educated youth from the city were cunning and dishonest, and asked her to have less dealings with them. But Sister Tong was different. She said more than once that she was her best friend. She also swore that Sister Tong was her half-sister. Tong Chunjing couldn't persuade her. She thought that Cheng Xiaoyu was Captain Cheng's daughter, and she would know about Michelle sooner or later. The breakup of your engagement with Jinyue involved Michelle. I don't know who reported them. Now Michelle can't go back to Kyoto and can only go to the countryside as an educated youth. Tong Hua showed obvious sarcasm. Involving her? Wasn't she involved from the beginning to the end? Tong Chunjing tried to explain, not knowing whether he wanted to convince her or himself. I didn't mean anything else, I mean. I mean, Gu Jinyue said that every time he went to see you for a movie, you were working overtime. He said it was you who asked Michelle to go to the movies with her. Tong Hua looked at him indifferently. Do you know why I have to work overtime every day? Tong Chunjing nodded. He knew that Gu Jinyue said she was doing it for the honor of being an advanced worker. Because the reward for an advanced worker is a bicycle, Tong Chunxu told me that he wanted a bicycle for his birthday. Tong Hua said indifferently. Because Mom collects my salary, if I don't work overtime on my day off, there will be no reward from the factory, and I won't be able to send things to the countryside for you. Tong Chunjing felt a bitter taste in his mouth. I didn't know your salary was in Mom's hands before. Actually, you don't have to. Tong Hua interrupted him. I was stupid before, but not now. Tong Chunjing's fingertips curled up, and a wave of regret surged in his heart. Gu Jinyue still cares about you. I can help you get back together. Tong Hua frowned as if she couldn't stand it. I finally canceled the marriage and broke off the engagement. Why should I go back? Eat the grass that has been with me? Tong Chunjing opened his eyes wide and moved the corners of his lips with difficulty. But you? Haven't you liked him since childhood? He thought that as long as she calmed down, she would definitely forgive Gu Jinyue. Because she has liked Gu Jinyue since childhood. How could she give up someone she has liked for so many years so easily? Not only did he think so, everyone in the Tong family thought so. Even Gu Jinyue himself thought so. Just because I was blind and blind before doesn't mean I will be a blind and blind person in the future. I'm only 21 years old, and I still have a long life. Why should I waste my beautiful youth and future on someone who doesn't care about me like this? Tong Hua's face was very serious when she spoke, and her dark pupils looked at Tong Chunjing, but he felt cold in his heart. Does she really not want Gu Jinyue anymore? It's not just a momentary anger and willfulness. What if you regret it? For the first time, Tong Chunjing faced the fact that Tong Hua broke off the engagement. Tong Hua smiled. I'm not a cheapskate. How could I regret it? Tong Hua looked so nonchalant, which made Tong Chunjing subconsciously think that she was just saying it out of anger. If human emotions can be controlled, then they can be controlled. And if they are gone, then why did he leave the city and run to the countryside to be an educated youth after his confession failed? Tong Hua said nonchalantly, It's not easy to find a three-legged toad, but is it not easy to find a two-legged man? Gu Jinyue doesn't have the ability to make me hang on his tree. Tong Chunjing couldn't tell what she was really thinking. Did she really not care at all? What if Gu Jinyue and Michelle are really together? Wouldn't you be angry? Wouldn't you regret it? Tong Hua said nonchalantly, If they really have such a day, I will give them a gift. Tong Chunjing stared at Tong Hua's dark eyes, trying to find clues from them, but there was nothing, no jealousy, no envy, no affection, no care. If there was anything in her eyes, it was indifference, as if Gu Jinyue was just a cat or dog in her eyes. He suddenly had a question to ask, she said. To sever the brother-sister relationship with him? Is that true too? Anything else? Tong Hua was a little impatient. Considering that he brought good news, she didn't chase him away directly. Tong Chunjing looked at her indifferent sister, feeling lost in her heart. She wanted to ask but didn't dare. He must be different from Gu Jinyue. He and Tong Hua are siblings. They have the same blood flowing in their bodies, and even if their bones are broken, their tendons are still connected. How can they be broken by a few words? Isn't this too ridiculous? Besides, he didn't feel sorry for Tong Hua like Gu Jinyue, right? Tong Chunjing shook his head in panic. He didn't dare to look into Tong Hua's eyes. He turned around and ran out. Back at the educated youth point, Tong Chunjing couldn't help telling himself that he was different from Gu Jinyue. He and Tong Hua are siblings, and no matter how fierce the quarrel is, they are still a family. Second brother, what did you do? Tong Chunxu complained. When Tong Chunjing saw him, he thought of Tong Hua working overtime every day because he wanted a bicycle. Can't you ask my parents for a bicycle? Why do you have to ask Tong Hua? Tong Chunxu was stunned by the fierceness. What happened? You went to find Tong Hua? Did she say bad things about me to you? Tong Chunjing looked at his angry look and felt a headache. She is your third sister. You should call her sister. Tong Chunxu's eyes flickered. I'm used to calling her that. Tong Chunjing glared at him. It's not okay to call her that. Next time I hear you calling her name, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Tong Chunju felt something was wrong. Second brother, why are you speaking for her? Have you forgotten how she treated you? And how did she treat us? Tong Chunjing certainly didn't forget, but no matter how hard family members fight, they are still family members. Kong Mixue can be with anyone, but she can't be with Gu Jinyue again. And she can't be with Gu Jinyue behind Tong Hua's back. Tong Chunju saw Kong Mixue coming over, his eyes rolled, and he assured, "Do you really take the matter between Brother Gu and Sister Mixue seriously? I've asked clearly, and they definitely don't have that kind of relationship." Tong Chunjing frowned and said, if they usually have a sense of boundaries and keep a certain distance, Tong Hua would not cancel the marriage just like that. The responsibility for breaking off the engagement is theirs. Tong Chunju smiled in his heart, but said unhappily, "Second brother, Sister Mixue will be sad if you say that." Tong Chunjing turned his head and saw Kong Mixue looking at him aggrievedly. Kong Mixue's eyes were misty, and her chest was stuffy. The reputation she had worked so hard to maintain over the years was inexplicably ruined, and now even Tong Chunjing was doubting her. "Second brother, I really didn't do anything to let Hua down. Don't you still not believe me?" Kong Mixue's eyes were full of tears. Tong Chunju hurried over to comfort her. "Sister Mixue, I believe you, and I believe Brother Gu too. If there is no innocence between you, there is no innocent person in this world." Kong Mixue was touched by Tong Chunju's comfort. She looked at Tong Chunjing pitifully, as if she was hurt by his disbelief. But this time, Tong Chunjing no longer came to comfort her and trust her like before. "If you and Gu Jinyue don't have that kind of relationship, keep your distance in the future." Kong Mixue not only did not get Tong Chunjing's apology and comfort, but Tong Chunjing asked her to keep a distance from Gu Jinyue.
But
Brother Gu said that no matter what we say, Hua will not believe in our innocence. So we have to fight poison with poison to make Hua believe that there is nothing going on between us. Kong Mixue said this resentfully, and she began to resent Tong Chunjing in her heart. Didn't he say that he would always believe in her? Wasn't that all? Tong Chunjing thought of Tong Hua's attitude towards Gu Jinyue. If Gu Jinyue continued like this, would he and Tong Hua still be able to be together? Even if Mixue had no feelings for Gu Jinyue, men understood men better. Did Gu Jinyue really have no other feelings for Mixue? Was Gu Jinyue really suitable for Tong Hua? Tong Chunjing began to doubt. No matter how unwilling Kong Mixue was, she couldn't go back. When Captain Chung received the assignment from above, tears were about to flow. Gu Jinyue wasn't to be mentioned, because that was President Gu's nephew, and he didn't dare to refuse. But this Kong Mixue was ill and couldn't do heavy work. Not to mention that she was a waste, her style was not upright. If this kind of person stayed in their educated youth point, who knows how much trouble would happen in the future. Captain Chung went to President Gu to plead for mercy for a long time. "President Gu, the number of educated youth in our brigade has exceeded the standard. Do you think this female educated youth can be placed in the Baixiang brigade next door?" Gu Si put down the pen in his hand, raised his eyes and looked at him. His eyes were deep, and there was an unspeakable sense of oppression. "Your team will be given 2 more places to participate." Captain Chung's expression became serious, and he said righteously, "Comrade Kong was originally visiting relatives in our team. Now he is placed in our team. This is also fate. Our team has no objection at all." Gu Si nodded slightly. Then Captain Chung took out the lunchbox handed over by Tong Hua from his bag. "There was 1 more lunchbox today, a total of 3 lunchboxes," he said with some envy and jealousy. "President Gu, this time the young educated youth Tong spent a lot of effort to prepare food for you. Luxury. It's really too luxurious. It's just that it may not be to your taste." Captain Chung has already made an agreement with Tong Hua that if President Gu doesn't want to eat it, he can eat it. Gu Si believes in Tong Hua's cooking skills. Although he is a bit picky, so far, the meals made by Tong Hua are very delicious, and he doesn't dislike them. When he opened the first lunchbox, it was the sauerkraut and pork ribs, which are very common in the local area. The aroma of sauerkraut and bones wafted into his nose. The smell of sauerkraut immediately opened Gucci's taste buds. His mouth began to secrete saliva, and the hunger in his stomach became obvious. The second lunchbox contained steamed buns stuffed with sauerkraut and oil residue. Unlike their local steamed buns, which are as big as a man's fist, the sauerkraut and oil residue steamed buns made by Tong are small and exquisite. The young educated youth Tong said that he was not sure whether the steamed buns stuffed with sauerkraut and oil residue would suit your appetite, so he didn't bring many. At noon, let Secretary Lee prepare some staple food for you in the commune cafeteria, Captain Chung said hurriedly. Gucci nodded, and he opened the last lunchbox with some curiosity. Inside were fried and fragrant silkworm pupae, and the aroma of pepper and dried chili peppers brought the fragrance of the silkworm pupae to the extreme. Captain Chung swallowed his saliva. The taste was delicious. President Gu, this is a famous dish here, fried silkworm pupae. It is the predecessor of the fluttering moth, also called a small bee. The silkworm looks like this after it spins silk. If you don't like it. Captain Chung hadn't finished speaking when Gucci picked up half a silkworm pupa and took a bite. The taste was indeed special, with a strong fried aroma. The meat was tender, smooth, sweet, and a little bit like chicken. Captain Chung knew that many people in the South were not used to eating silkworm pupae. Especially for a gentleman like President Gu, there is a high probability that he has never eaten it. Maybe he is disgusted by eating this kind of bug and feels that eating bugs will make him nauseous and want to. He watched President Gu eat another one and then another one. He also pointed at President Gu for not liking to eat it and took it back to eat with wine. Gucci ate several in a row, then nodded and praised, "It's really good." Captain Chung. You look at your thick eyebrows, big eyes, sword-like eyebrows, and star-like eyes. Why are you different from others? Why are you like this? Anything else? Seeing that he was still not leaving, Gucci gave him a puzzled look. Captain Chung. You even eat silkworm pupae. Are you still from the South? President Gu. I haven't eaten yet.
Can I?
Captain Chung licked his face and wanted to get some food. Gucci pressed the phone button. Secretary Lee, come here and take Captain Chung to the cafeteria for dinner. Captain Chung. Secretary Lee came in and gave Captain Chung a strange look. Captain Chung. I haven't eaten yet. Shall we go eat together? Captain Chung took a look at the silkworm pupae fried in a lot of oil. Finally, he looked at President Gu with resentment. What a rude person. He worked so hard to deliver them, but he didn't even give him half a piece to eat. When Gucci was the only one left in the office, he called the Red Bull team. Accountant Yang called Tong to answer the phone. Tong was a little surprised. Who would call her? She thought of the Tong family in Kyoto, but she didn't expect to hear Gucci on the phone. The afternoon sun struggled to climb into the house from the window. It gently stroked Tong's face and looked into her eyes, revealing a little scorching light. Uncle Gu? Are the dry fried silkworm pupae delicious? The voice in the microphone was a little distorted, but Gucci still heard a little bit of gloating in her voice. A helpless smile flashed across Gucci's eyes. It's delicious. Tong didn't quite believe it. She couldn't imagine that Gucci would like it. Although silkworm pupae are indeed a very nutritious food. But for those of them in the South, most people believe that insects cannot be eaten. Have you eaten it? Gucci took off his glasses, revealing a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes. The glasses suppressed the brilliance in his peach blossom eyes, and once they were removed, the compelling and charming beauty at the corners of his eyes and eyebrows was about to come out, and could not be suppressed. Tong's eyes flickered, and her tone hesitated. Silkworm pupae are rare, and it takes a lot of oil to cook them. How can I bear to eat them myself? Gucci smiled. His voice was low, as if it was right beside her ear. The lingering sound was far-reaching and touching. Tong's face suddenly turned red, and she felt a sense of shame and annoyance that she didn't know where it came from. We are about to start harvesting wheat. From tomorrow, I won't have time to cook for you. Okay. Gucci's voice was still smiling. If you like to eat silkworm pupae, I'll see if I can get some after the wheat harvest. I heard them say that this thing is very nutritious, high in protein, and good for the body. The smile at the corner of Gu Si's eyes seemed to deepen, and he was pinching a sauerkraut bun between his bony fingertips. I like sauerkraut buns, too. Then I'll make more for you next time. Uncle Gu, did you go to the cafeteria to get some staple food at noon?
Tong Hua asked. Gu Si said no.
The two talked for more than 10 minutes, without realizing it. Gu Si on the other end finished his lunch while talking to her. When Tong Hua hung up the phone, she promised him that she would make braised pork for him after the wheat harvest, and she would save all the meat coupons for him. Gu Si listened to Tong Hua saving the meat coupons for him, and the ink in his pupils seemed to be mixed with water and melted softly. Is it necessary for her to save money to make braised pork for him? Gu Si opened the drawer, took out the remaining meat coupons and grain coupons, and asked Captain Chung to take them to Tong Hua. Suddenly, Gu Si remembered that the purpose of his call was to tell Tong Hua about Kong Mixue's going to the countryside.
But
he talked to the phone for a long time, and all he talked about was food and drink. Gu Si pressed his eyebrows. He might have been a little busy and confused recently, and his brain was not enough. Captain Chung finished his meal and was about to go back when he was called over by President Gu. In addition to the meat coupons and grain coupons, Gu Si gave him a big unity. Let her eat better and eat more during wheat harvest, otherwise she won't be able to work in the fields. She is young and inexperienced, so Captain Chung will help me take care of her. Wheat harvest is a big event. No one is allowed to take leave at this time. Everyone has to go to the fields to harvest wheat. Captain Chung breathed a sigh of relief. If President Gu asked him to take care of Tong Hua and not let Tong Hua work during wheat harvest, it would be difficult for him. Wheat harvest has begun, and all the labor force in the village has to go to the fields to harvest wheat at dawn. Men are responsible for threshing wheat, which means cutting the wheat piece by piece with a large scythe. Women are responsible for bundling the wheat, and then the men stack the bundled wheat into stacks. In the past, Kong Mixue was visiting relatives, so she didn't have to work. But now Kong Mixue is an educated youth, so she has to work. Kong Mixue's scalp tingled at the endless golden wheat fields. Not only did she feel numb, but Tong Chunshu and Gu Jinyue, who had never experienced wheat harvest, were not much better. Gu Jinyue's face was solemn. He couldn't even use a scythe, so how could he cut wheat? Tong Chunshu had already imagined how tiring it would be, and his face was wrinkled so much that bitterness could be twisted out. Kong Mixue's face turned pale, panicked and scared. What should I do if I don't know how to bundle wheat? After all, Tong Chunjing had been here for a few years and had some experience. Captain Chung will send someone to take you. Gu Jinhua looked around and saw Tong Hua's position not far away, so he took Kong Mixue over. Tong Hua had no experience either, so she and Kong Mixue could help each other. Hua, what are you wearing on your face? Why don't I have it? Kong Mixue asked aggrievedly. She found that Tong Hua and Chung Xiaoyu were wearing something like a headscarf on their faces, covering most of their faces. Gu Jinhua frowned involuntarily. The girls with Tong Hua were wearing thin scarf-like cloth on their faces to cover their faces. Tong Hua still had a smile in her eyes that had not faded when she talked to other people, but she didn't have this attitude when talking to Kong Mixue. Have you asked yourself, why are you asking me? I'm not your mother. Kong Mixue's face turned pale, and her eyes immediately turned red, and tears of grievance were about to fall. Gu Jinyue's expression sank. Tong Hua, can you not talk so much? You were not such a person before. Tong Hua, I warned you not to say my nickname from your mouths. I will feel sick when I hear it. You disgust me, so naturally I will not give you a good face. Gu Jinyue didn't expect it to be because of this reason. He wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Tong Hua unceremoniously. It's wheat harvest now. I don't have time to argue with you. Shut up. Even if you have something to say, shut up. Chung Xiaoyu and others nearby laughed because it was so funny. Gu Jinyue's face became even uglier. In front of so many people, couldn't Tong Hua give him a little face? Kong Mixue bit her lip and finally changed the address and asked weakly, Tong Hua, what are you covering your face with? Tong Hua simply answered all the questions she asked and those that had not been asked. A headscarf. There is only one. I won't give it to you. Kong Mixue's unspoken words were stuck in her mouth, and her face was red and white. Gu Jinyue felt a little reluctant. Kong Mixue had never been to the fields, and it was wheat harvest time. Now everyone had a headscarf covering their faces, only she didn't. Tong rolled her eyes and said to Cheng Xiaoyu, "I have a bad feeling." Cheng Xiaoyu, what premonition? Tong, some shameless thing will ask me for a headscarf. Shameless Gu Jinyue. Cheng Xiaoyu glanced at Gu Jinyue with a surprised tone. No way. We all have one each. If we give it to others, what will we use ourselves? Gu Jinyue's face flushed with annoyance. He just wanted to ask them if they had any extra ones. Captain Cheng had already divided the groups at this time. It's a pity that Tong Hua is an educated youth. Usually, there are several educated youth in each villager group. But now is the wheat harvest, the time to rush to harvest. The educated youth can't work as fast as the villagers. If the villagers bring the educated youth with them during the wheat harvest, it will drag down the collective progress. Tong Hua still joined the educated youth team. Tong Chunshu gloated, "I thought someone would never come back. I didn't expect you to be driven back." Tong Hua had a faint expression and turned a deaf ear to Tong Chunshu's words. "Wouldn't it be better to save some energy for work?" Kong Mixue said, "Xiaoshu, don't talk like that, Hua. Tong Hua is an educated youth. If she doesn't come back, where else can she go?" Tong Chunshu sneered, "I'm afraid she has forgotten that she is an educated youth. If she mixes with those mud legs, how can others take advantage of her?" Wang Cheng and others were also very cold towards Tong Hua. When assigning tasks, Wang Cheng assigned Kong Mixue, Tong Hua, Su Man, and Su Yan to the same group. "Let's get started," Captain Cheng shouted with a loudspeaker. Although there were many old educated youth among the educated youth, the difference was apparent when they started working. In the wheat field belonging to the villagers, the male villagers kept waving the large cleavers in their hands, and soon a large piece of wheat fell. The female villagers behind them bent down to bundle the wheat, and their speed was fast and neat. Looking at the educated youth, the old educated youth were faster, but the new educated youth were not. Gu Jinyue and Tong Chunshu thought at first that this thing was the same as weeding. It would be tiring, but they should be able to learn it quickly. But reality gave them. They slapped. They knew how to use the big scissors, but they would only use them when the speed was extremely slow. Once the speed increased, the height of the wheat stalks they cut varied greatly, and they would often miss a bunch of them and had to cut them again, which was very time-consuming. Tong Hua learned how to bundle wheat from Su Man. With the experience of her previous life, her body had already adapted to the farm work in the countryside. After a while, Tong Hua was no slower than Su Man in bundling wheat. Su Man looked at Tong Hua in shock, her face changing from time to time.
She
was born to do farm work? Otherwise, how could she do it so skillfully? Looking at Kong Mixue again, she was far behind. Kong Mixue kept cursing the sky, cursing the earth, cursing Tong Hua in her heart. If Tong Hua had not cancelled the marriage, had not broken off the engagement, and had married Gu Jinyue obediently, would she have ended up bundling wheat in the fields today? Su Yan had taught Kong Mixue countless times, but Kong Mixue still bundled the wheat in a mess, which seriously slowed down her progress. Su Man and Tong Hua were much better than them. Su Yan was a little anxious. "Kong Jiqing, can't you be faster?" Kong Mixue was angry and tired. Looking at Tong Hua's quick and neat way of bundling wheat, her eyes were gloomy.
Which?
"You were born to do farm work." Tong Hua and Su Man were fast, but Tong Chunjing and Gu Jinyue in front of them were not working well, so they had to stop from time to time and wait for the people in front to finish cutting the wheat before they could continue to tie the wheat. Although Su Man was also a little anxious, it was not bad to be able to rest for a while when she was tired. As for embarrassment, aren't there Su Yan and Kong Mi at the bottom? Captain Cheng, Gu Jinyue, and his group have incorrect ideas. They are lazy and slack at work. It seriously affects my enthusiasm and progress at work. Tong Hua shouted at the top of her voice. Suddenly, everyone around looked at their group. In a large wheat field, Only Gu Jinyue and his group were at the end, and their progress was not as good as the group of the elderly and children in the village. It was really funny. The sarcasm, disdain, contempt, sneer, irony, disgust, and other eyes overwhelmed Gu Jinyue, making him difficult to breathe. As the son of the director of a textile factory, Gu Jinyue has always been praised, followed, and coaxed by others since he was a child. He has always been the most dazzling figure in the crowd. Even if he went to the countryside, as the son of a factory director with good conditions who would definitely be able to return to the city, he was still a figure in the educated youth camp and was looked up to by the educated youth. He had never wanted to crawl into the ground like today, and the indescribable shame kept coming out from the bottom of his heart. This group of people is not only Gu Jinyue but also Tong Chunjing, Tong Chunxiu, and Zhuodao. Although they also feel embarrassed and ashamed, compared to Gu Jinyue, who was named as the top priority, those who were not named shrank their necks and pretended to be quails. Tong Chunjing and his brothers were even thinking in their hearts that it was their biological sister, who didn't name them at this time. Gu Jinyue looked at Tong Hua behind him. She was wearing a headscarf, so he couldn't see her expression, but the quiet irony in her black eyes when she looked at him made him feel a dull pain in his heart. She knew that he cared most about his reputation in front of others. She knew that he had just come to the countryside and had no experience in wheat harvest. She knew that he had been working very hard. But she still pushed him to the forefront and made him the object of ridicule. Tong Hua had tried step by step to get them to the countryside, not to let them muddle through. Kong Mixue was panting, but the light in her eyes was particularly bright and dazzling. Tong Hua, you're going too far. We just went to the countryside and have no experience in wheat harvesting, so the speed will be slower. We didn't do it on purpose, and the slow speed is not just Brother Gu's fault. You can't just give up everything because Brother Gu broke off the engagement. Tong Chunjing stopped her with an unpleasant face. Mixue, stop talking. Kong Mixue was embarrassed, and her eyes were red because of grievance.
Why didn't I say anything?
It was obviously her fault. We admit that the speed was slow, but why did she only name Brother Gu? Why did she say that we have incorrect thoughts? Why did she say that we are lazy and procrastinating? We are not born to do farm work. We can't do it, and we are learning. We also work hard. Tong Chunxiu immediately supported him. That's right. Why do you say that we have incorrect thoughts? You are narrow-minded. No wonder Brother Gu doesn't want you. You deserve it. Tong Chunjing had a splitting headache. Tong Chunxiu, can you say less? Captain Chung came over with a sullen face. He didn't have time to deal with them now. He had long been dissatisfied with the work of this group of educated youth. Some of the educated youth were indeed novices and their speed was not fast, but it was understandable. Some of the educated youth were just throwing around, thinking that if they didn't do it anyway, someone would naturally do it for them. What are you arguing about? The educated youth Tong Hua does a better job than you. Faster than you. You are not ashamed of working like this, but you find excuses for yourself. You are even proud of it. Do you think they work too fast, not too slowly? You are incompetent? Are you proud? You think you are great? After Captain Chung's roar of criticism, Tong Chunxiu was not convinced and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Tong Chunjing. Shut up. Tong Hua, go to the group over there. Captain Chung directly transferred Tong Hua out of these people and assigned her to the group with the villagers. Tong Chunjing's face changed slightly. Captain Chung, Tong Hua is an educated youth. It's not appropriate to transfer her to the group of villagers, right? I'm afraid she will slow down the progress of others. Tong Hua works more efficiently, but compared with those villagers, she can't keep up with the speed. If she goes there and slows down the progress, won't she be scolded to death? Tong Chunxiu's eyes were full of anger, and he said deliberately, doesn't she dislike our group? Let her go. Try other groups. Then she will know how much she weighs. Kong Mixue's eyes flickered, but she didn't say anything. If Tong Hua dragged down the progress of the villagers' group and was disliked and scolded, she finally felt happy in her heart. Captain Chung wanted to help Tong Hua. He also saw the scene just now. These educated youths were prejudiced against Tong Hua. Although there are both Tong Hua's brother and Tong Hua's brother here, no one speaks for her. That's why Captain Chung wanted to transfer Tong Hua away, but the other party was right. If she was transferred to the village group, Tong Hua would not be able to keep up with the progress, and would be more tired. Before Captain Chung changed his mind, Tong Hua simply agreed, "Captain Chung, I'll go there right away." Seeing this, Captain Chung did not tell her to go to other educated youth groups. He warned Tong Chunjing and his group to speed up and took Tong Hua to the village group. On the way, Tong Hua gave Captain Chung an idea that would definitely increase the speed of wheat harvest. After listening to it, Captain Chung laughed and said, "Good idea." Captain Chung arranged Tong Hua in a group with Chung Xiaoyu and other girls, which was also considered to be taking care of her. Chung Xiaoyu patted her chest and said, "Sister Tong, don't worry, I will work faster. It doesn't matter if you are slower." Peng Damei and Wu Xiangxiu also said, "We can go even faster." A warm current flowed out of Tong Hua's dry heart. "I will also work hard and won't hold you back." Tong Hua originally thought that she would soon hear Captain Chung talk about what she just mentioned. But she never heard Captain Chung bring it up. Tong Hua was disappointed and gradually stopped thinking about it. This time she couldn't deal with them, and as long as she was here, they couldn't live a good life. As the head of the commune, Gu Si, according to the documents issued by the superiors, the commune cadres must go deep into the masses to better lead the masses. So every wheat harvest season, the commune cadres would go to the fields with the masses to work and rush to harvest. When Gu Si brought the commune cadres here, he saw Captain Chung dealing with the educated youth. He asked Officer Li to inquire about it, and then he knew what had just happened. So when he heard Captain Cheng's proposal for a wheat harvest competition, Gu Si added a bicycle ticket and 20 yuan in cash to the reward. At Gu Si's suggestion, the commune leadership team each chose a group to participate in the wheat harvest competition. In the wheat field, Tong Hua lay on the ground to bundle wheat, her hair wet and stuck to her face, and her white hands were rubbed with blood. Gu Si's heart tightened slightly, thinking of those people who were slacking off in the educated youth team, and his eyes were full of haze. Soon, Captain Chung spread the news about the wheat harvest competition. In the wheat harvest competition, the top 3 will receive rewards. The first place will receive a bicycle ticket, and everyone in the group can take a day off with work points. The second place will receive 20 yuan, and everyone can take a half day off with work points. The third place will receive 2 kilograms of meat tickets. The fastest will receive a prize, and the slowest will naturally be punished. Each member of the slowest group will not be allowed to participate in the selection of the next brigade teacher. The educated youth team exploded immediately. Wang Cheng was extremely jealous of the rewards, but no matter how hard their educated youth worked, they could not beat those old villagers. "Captain Chung, this is not fair. This is clearly aimed at our educated youth team." Tong Chunjing also hurriedly said, "There are still a few new educated youth in our group, so isn't it obvious that we are the last place?" "Yes. The punishment for the last place is that you will not participate in the school teacher quota. This is clearly aimed at our educated youth. You are engaging in dictatorship. It's too unfair. You are targeting our educated youth." There were too many educated youth who opposed it, and they were about to quarrel. Captain Chung said calmly, "The wheat harvest is treated equally. Whoever has the ability and works harder is eligible to get the top 3. Just like you educated youth are qualified to compete for school teacher positions because you have read a lot. Do the villagers think it is unfair? Who can you blame for not having read books and not being able to read? Who can they blame for not having the strength to work?" The educated youths blushed, their faces full of reluctance and dissatisfaction. "Those rewards are so good." Captain Chung added, "The last one will not only not be able to participate in the selection of school teachers, but each group member will have to apply fertilizer for a month, including the elderly and children." If it weren't for the last sentence, the educated youth team could still say that Captain Chung was targeting them. But the educated youth are all young and middle-aged. They can't beat the old people and children. How can they feel ashamed? Gu Jinyue still felt that something was wrong. Most of the villagers didn't need the quota of teachers, but most of the people in the educated youth team wanted this quota. That is to say, if the last one is the educated youth group, not only will the members of the educated youth group lose the quota of school teachers, but everyone will have to apply fertilizer. Jinyue is now applying fertilizer every day. This job is dirty and smelly. It is simply not a job for humans. If he had money and tickets, he could ask someone to help him. But he lost all his money, leaving only a little money he had in his pocket. His family didn't help him, so how could he let others work for him now? The villagers group didn't need the quota of school teachers, so if they lost, they would just need to apply fertilizer. For them, the educated youth, applying fertilizer is dirty and tiring, but perhaps it is nothing for the villagers who are used to doing farm work? Can we change the punishment? Jinyue specifically mentioned Kong Mixue and said meaningfully, she has a heart disease. If she is too tired, she might get sick. Captain Chung's brows were all knotted. How about this? Tong Hua from your group has left. I will add 2 educated youth to your group. Wang Chung and Xie Bin were arranged by the petty Captain Chung. He remembered that these 2 guys had a good relationship with Jinyue and Tong Chunjing. Wang Chung,
Xie Bin.
The other educated youth in the 2-person group were also arranged to be dispersed to other educated youth groups. It means that there are fewer educated youth groups, but the strength of the remaining educated youth groups has increased. At this point, the educated youths can't say that Captain Chung is targeting them. Tong Chunjing and others are still very happy. After leaving Tong Hua, 2 heavy laborers came. It's a good deal. The 2 heavy laborers. Not very happy. There are too many useless people and too many drags in this group. There was no time to talk nonsense. Wang Qing asked them to work hard, otherwise they would fall to the last place, and no one would be happy. At this time, Kong Mixue's words that I am weak, but I work hard would not work. Usually, you are weak and incompetent, which will delay your own work points and have no interest relationship with others and will not affect others. Now if you can't do it, it will delay everyone's interests. After the wheat harvest competition began, the wheat fields were busy. The educated youths in the educated youth team also worked like crazy. The sickle was more than 3 feet long, and the handle was a foot long. Holding it with both hands, it was swung forward, and a large piece of wheat was cut down. Jinyue hugged one side, took a step forward, and swung it again, and another large piece of wheat fell down. Jiqing, you are too slow. Wang Qing shouted to Jinyue behind him. Jinyue gritted his teeth and sped up again. One by one, the wheat fell down piece by piece. He thought he had done well before, but Tong Hua didn't see his efforts and was still questioning him and mocking him. Now, Wang Cheng's words hit him in the face like a slap. Others also disliked him. They thought he was procrastinating. They thought he was lazy. Jinyue gritted his teeth and worked hard. He wanted to let Tong Hua know that he was not the kind of person she said. It was not until Jinyue was so tired that he couldn't lift his arms that he stopped to rest for a while. Wang Chung looked back and found that Jinyue was still resting. He yelled irritably, Jiqing, if you rest like this, we will all lose. Can you be faster? Jinyue was yelled at, and his face was full of embarrassment. He was frustrated and annoyed. He had been working all the time, and his arms were numb. I just worked all the time and started to rest. During the wheat harvest period, there was no time for him to rest. Wang Chung gritted his teeth and said, as long as you don't die, you have to work to death. The 2 were still in the stage of quarreling, and Jinyue's identity also made Wang Chung take it into consideration. But Tong Chunshu was different. He was young and full of youthful vigor. After Xie Bin reminded him several times, the 2 started to fight. Tong Chunjing was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This is wheat harvest. You have to give in to anything when it comes to wheat harvest, and you can't delay the rush to harvest. And now they are fighting during wheat harvest. Tong Chunshu. Tong Chunjing was so angry that his teeth were about to break. Captain Chung was even angrier than him. The commune leader was in their brigade, and they had to make a fool of themselves in front of the commune leader. He was so unlucky to have so many educated youth. Facing Captain Cheng's angry eyes that seemed to want to eat people, Tong Chunshu had to restrain himself and continue to work. Tong Chunjing apologized to Xiebin on behalf of his brother. After all, it was Tong Chunshu who attacked Xiebin first. Xiebin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, shook off Tong Chunjing's hand, and continued to work. In addition to Wang Cheng, Xiebin and Tong Chunjing also have a good relationship, but now Xiebin doesn't want to give him this face. Tong Chunjing can't do anything, so he can only talk about it after the wheat harvest. Kong Mixue no longer had the energy to pay attention to whether Tong Hua was disliked or scolded in the village group. She was so tired that she almost died. I can't do it anymore. Kong Mixue covered her chest, her face turned pale, and she looked like she was sick. Su Yan was almost scared to death and hurried to find Captain Chung. Captain Chung was so annoyed when he saw that it was their group that had an accident again. Help her to rest in the woods over there, and don't let her participate in the wheat harvest competition. Captain Chung instructed Su Yan. Kong Mixue was delighted, and just as the joy rose in her heart, she heard Captain Chung say in a decisive tone, "In the future, any welfare quota in the team will not include Kong Mixue, the educated youth." Kong Mixue was unwilling. She also wanted to grab the quota of the old school teacher. How could she be excluded? She immediately covered her chest and spoke weakly. "Captain Chung, isn't this too unfair to me? I am also an educated youth. Why can't I enjoy the welfare quota of the team? I am sick, and it is not my fault. I want to have a healthy body, more than anyone else." Captain Chung said impatiently and left. "What does your illness have to do with our team? You must understand that you came to the countryside as an educated youth, not to recuperate." Kong Mixue's weak demeanor was suddenly torn apart at this moment, revealing a trace of poisonous resentment. Su Yan was frightened by her expression. "Kong Jiqing?" Kong Mixue came back to her senses. Her expression was the same as before. "I'm fine. Can you help me to the woods over there?" Su Yan thought she was tired, and Kong Jiqing in front of her was still weak and pale. Tong Chunshu rushed over. "Sister Su, you continue to work. I'll carry Sister Mixue over." Su Yan was more than happy to do so, and immediately gave Kong Mixue to Tong Chunshu. "Sister Mixue, I'll carry you." Kong Mixue looked at him worriedly. "No, you're already very tired. How can I let you carry me?" Tong Chunshu squatted down and said manly, "Sister Mixue, just get on. You're not heavy, but I'm very strong." Kong Mixue looked at Tong Chunjing and Gu Jinyue, who were not far away. They didn't seem to notice that something had happened to her, and she lay on Tong Chunshu's back with some grievance. Tong Chunshu stood up shakily with a grin. How could Sister Mixue be so heavy? The commune secretary next to Captain Chung saw the scene. "What's wrong with that comrade?" Captain Chung was so angry that he almost bled, and hurriedly explained a female comrade was in poor health, so she asked someone to help her to the woods to rest. The commune secretary reminded lightly, "Competitions are competitions, and the health of the educated youth is also very important." Captain Chung nodded repeatedly, and he made a note of the two educated youths in his heart. There will always be a time to deal with them. At noon, everyone ate the dry food they prepared at home. A big pot was set up by the forest. Those who had lunch boxes took it to heat it up, and the dry food that did not need to be heated could be eaten directly. Kong Mixue did not go to work in the fields later. Captain Chung couldn't stand her being idle, so he made use of her and asked her to help with logistics and boil water and heat up meals for everyone. Tong Hua took 2 lunch boxes to heat them up. After seeing Kong Mixue, she knew that her lunchbox would definitely have problems in Kong Mixue's hands. Tong Hua glanced at Gu Si, who was waiting for food with the commune cadres not far away, and an idea was about to come into play. Gu Si sensed something, raised his eyes and saw Tong Hua. His serious eyebrows were slightly stunned. His mind flashed through Tong Hua's white, blood-stained hands that were bundling wheat, and he felt a little touched. Captain Chung once mentioned to him that the girl was hardworking, down-to-earth, and able to endure hardships. At that time, he thought that Captain Chung was praising the girl because of him. But the Tong Hua that Gu Si saw with his own eyes today was a little different from what he imagined. The little girl was petite, fair and tender, and looked delicate, but she was very able to endure hardships, and her work was not inferior to that of the local villagers. Tong Hua had a smile in her eyes and raised the lunchbox in her hand to him. "Come if you want to eat." Gu Si didn't know whether to laugh or cry and shook his head at her helplessly. It was not appropriate for him to go over and have a meal with a junior here as a commune cadre. The light in Tong Hua's eyes dimmed. Gu Si paused slightly, but still suppressed his thoughts. The secretary of the commune happened to be talking to him, so his attention turned to him. Kong Mixue was filled with jealousy when she saw this scene. Why can Tong Hua, a witch, curry favor with Gu Jinyue's uncle? Gu Jinyue is blind. His uncle is also blind. How is she better than her? Kong Mixue's jealous fire was burning in her heart, and she stretched out her hand to Tong Hua with a smile on her face. "Tong Hua, I'll heat up the rice for you." Now Kong Mixue didn't dare to call Tong Hua's nickname directly, lest Tong Hua directly confront her and embarrass her. Tong Hua handed over the lunchbox with a faint expression. "It will be ready in 3 to 5 minutes." Kong Mixue took the lunchbox steadily with both hands and smiled at Tong Hua very sincerely. Tong Hua's attitude towards her has always been indifferent, which makes people feel sorry for Kong Mixue. Behind the scenes, Kong Mixue quietly opened Tong Hua's lunchbox, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Tong Hua had 2 lunchboxes. One of them had white rice on the bottom, with a layer of bacon and a fried egg on top. The other one was filled with braised pork. Kong Mixue hadn't eaten braised pork since she went to the countryside. Recently, her and Gu Jinyue's wallets were stolen, and there was no meat or even oil. Kong Mixue could still bear it when she saw the white rice and bacon. But she couldn't bear it when she saw the braised pork. She couldn't control the secretions in her mouth and almost flowed out from the corners of her mouth. When Tong Hua came to get the food, Kong Mixue handed her a lunchbox. Tong Hua frowned. "I gave you 2 lunchboxes." Kong Mixue was surprised and looked at her innocently. "Are you kidding me?" Tong Hua opened the lunchbox and there was rice, bacon, and no fried eggs. "I gave you 2 lunchboxes, one of which contained a fried egg, but no more, and the other contained braised pork." Kong Mixue's eyes were misty, as if she was very aggrieved. Are you saying that I stole your braised pork?" "That's what you said yourself,"
Tong Hua said lightly.
Kong Mixue choked and looked at the Tong brothers and Gu Jinyue, who came over with an aggrieved look, as if she had been bullied. Tong Chunshu was tired and hungry at this time, and seeing Tong Hua still coming to cause trouble, he pushed Tong Hua away in anger. "Are you done yet? Why do you always bully Sister Mixue? If you have the guts, come at me."
"Come on."
Tong Hua stumbled and fell to the ground with his strength. Tong Chunshu was stunned for a moment. Was his push so strong? Gu Jinyue and Tong Chunjing didn't react, and they didn't expect Tong Chunshu to push Tong Hua with such a strong force. Chung Xiaoyu saw this scene, pushed the lunchbox into her father's arms, and rushed over Tong Chunshu. Chung Xiaoyu kicked him, kicking Tong Chunshu back several steps and sitting on the ground. Tong Chunshu, who was kicked over by a woman, cursed in shame and anger. "Chung Xiaoyu, are you sick?" Tong Chunshu got up and wanted to fight with Chung Xiaoyu. Tong Chunjing grabbed him. They had already offended Captain Cheng. Do they have to beat Captain Cheng's daughter in public now? Tong Hua was helped up by Chung Xiaoyu, and Gu Jinyue was a step late. "Tong Hua, are you okay?" Gu Jinyue couldn't help asking. Tong Hua ignored him, supported Chung Xiaoyu's wrist, and stood up, blood flowing down from her palm. "It's bleeding." Chung Xiaoyu's face turned blue with anger. She turned around and glared at Tong Chunshu fiercely. "Tong Chunshu, I'm not done with you." Tong Chunshu also saw Tong Hua's bleeding hand, and his body froze. Wasn't she good at work? How could she fall down with just a push? Tong Chunjing's face was not good. "Tong Chunshu, she is your biological sister." Tong Chunshu was furious and said without thinking, "I just pushed her casually, and she fell down. Who knows if she did it on purpose? What can't she do now? She was just looking for trouble with Sister Michelle. Sister Michelle had a heart attack this morning, and she still comes to bully others." Tong Hua frowned. "Please stop hitting me first, and talk about my lunchbox first." Tong Chunshu was annoyed. "What do you mean I hit you? Tong Hua looked at Kong Mixue. I clearly heated up 2 lunchboxes. Why did you only give me 1 lunchbox? Kong Mixue looked innocent and confused, and her tone sounded much more aggrieved than Tong Hua's. You clearly only gave me 1 lunchbox, and I really didn't see the 2 lunchboxes you mentioned. Tong Chunshu asked angrily. What do you mean? Sister Michelle would steal your lunchbox?
What are you dreaming about?
Tong Chunjing also felt that it was impossible. Tong Hua, is there any misunderstanding? Jinyue frowned and looked at Kong Mixue, who looked as pitiful as a frightened little white rabbit. Why don't we look in the pot again? Kong Mixue said embarrassedly. She only gave me 1 lunchbox. Tong Chunshu said angrily. I said, she came here to make trouble on purpose. She was just taking revenge on us for going to her house to look for the wallet. Others didn't know, but Tong Chunshu knew very well that he had framed Tong Hua for the wallet. Isn't Tong Hua doing this now to learn from him to take revenge? She deliberately said she gave Kong Mixue 2 lunchboxes, but in fact she only gave her 1 lunchbox, so as to achieve her purpose of framing. There were many villagers and educated youth watching, and the wheat harvest was tiring. But eating while eating and watching the excitement made the food more delicious. Captain Chung had come over and returned Chung Xiaoyu's lunchbox to her, and almost all the lunchboxes in the pot had been taken away. Whose lunchboxes are the rest? Tong Chunjing said, they belong to a few of us. Captain Chung asked Tong Hua, what did you lose? Tong Hua said, braised pork. Captain Chung asked them to divide the lunchboxes, and then open them to see if there was any braised pork. Kong Mixue didn't expect Captain Chung to intervene again, so she gritted her teeth and took out all the lunchboxes. Everyone got 2 lunchboxes. Tong Chunjing's face was not right. He remembered that Kong Mixue didn't eat much, so she only prepared 1 lunchbox for herself? Whose lunchbox was the extra one? Tong Hua's. After opening the lunchboxes, all they saw were cabbage, radish, tofu, sorghum rice. The last one was a lunchbox of braised pork. Jinyue's pupils shrank. Was there really braised pork? Kong Mixue said first. Didn't I go to the commune yesterday? I bought the braised pork from the state-owned restaurant yesterday and saved it for today. Who can work without meat during the wheat harvest? Tong Chunshu was full of joy. Sister Mixue did go to the commune yesterday. It seemed that Sister Mixue hid the meat ticket and deliberately left it for them today to give them a surprise. Tong Hua didn't know where she got this information from, and she used it to frame them. It was so insidious. During the wheat harvest, families with conditions would prepare some delicious food. Just like Kong Mixue said, if you don't eat something hard for heavy physical work, how can you have the strength to work? Most of the onlookers believed Kong Mixue's words. The bacon and rice prepared by Tong Hua were already hard enough, and a portion of braised pork would be too extravagant. The dishes of Kong Mixue and the other educated youth were all vegetables, with only braised pork as a meat dish. It was obvious that the braised pork belonged to Kong Mixue and her friends. Wang Qing looked at Tong Hua with a bad face. Tong Jiqing, do you have anything else to say? Tong Hua was a little amused. What I lost was the braised pork. Here is a portion of braised pork. Why do you think that the braised pork is not mine but theirs? Did you see it with your own eyes when Kong Mixue bought the braised pork? Tong Hua looked at the educated youth present. Wang Chung said angrily, I didn't see it with my own eyes, but someone must have seen it. This is what Tong Hua wanted to say. She pursed her lips and smiled lightly. That makes sense. This reaction was really weird, and Wang Chung was confused for a moment. Tong Hua looked at Tong Chunjing. Tong Lauer, did you see Kong Mixue buy the braised pork from the commune with your own eyes? Tong Chunjing's heart was boiling like a raging sea. He was sure that Kong Mixue no longer had any meat tickets. Whose braised pork was it? It was too obvious. Why did she do this? Why did she steal Tong Hua's braised pork? Kong Mixue looked up at him slightly, covering her chest. Her eyes were red, and there were broken tears in her eyes. Tong Chunjing thought of Kong Mixue's heart disease, and the sound almost rolled on the tip of his tongue all the way to his mouth and swallowed it back. He didn't dare to look at Tong Hua's disappointed eyes. I saw it. Tong Hua looked sarcastic, and then looked at Jinyue and asked him sarcastically, Gu Jiqing, did you see the braised pork that Kong Mixue bought from the commune? Kong Mixue looked at Gu Jinyue. Her beautiful eyes were full of gratitude, pleading, grievance, hope, and thousands of words. Gu Jinyue felt bitter in his heart. If he told the truth, Kong Mixue would be ridiculed and mocked in public. Kong Mixue's heart disease had just flared up in the morning. If she was stimulated again, her heart disease would definitely flare up again and endanger her life.
I saw it.
Gu Jinyue looked at Tong Hua deeply. She shouldn't make a big deal out of it. If she asked privately, he would definitely return the braised pork to her. Wang Chun looked smug. Tong Jiqing, what else do you have to say? Tong Chunshu gloated. I've seen it a long time ago. She's deliberately looking for trouble with Sister Mixue. Kong Mixue looked at Tong Hua, who was being questioned and criticized, tears still shining in her eyes, but a victorious, weak smile appeared on her lips. Tong Hua had a faint expression, looking at Kong Mixue with an ambiguous expression, her voice so soft that it was creepy. Do you think I don't have evidence? Tong Chunshu snorted coldly. The vigilance and hostility in his eyes were not concealed. What evidence can you have? Captain Chung had already invited Gu Si over at this time. The last time Gu Si came to the Red Bull Brigade, Tong Hua was besieged and bullied by these people, and this time it was the same again. Tong Hua looked at him. The corners of her lips twitched, and her eyes flashed under her long eyelashes, as if some heat was evaporating. I have 2 servings of braised pork made in the state-owned restaurant of the commune. Gu Si took it and placed it next to Tong Hua's braised pork. Of the 3 portions of braised pork, 2 were of similar size and very dark in color, with the lean meat part being darker in color. The other portion was cut much more delicately, with each piece only a quarter of the size of the other 2 portions, and the color of this portion was also much brighter. In addition to the different sizes and colors of the braised pork also had different degrees of tenderness. The 2 portions of braised pork were tender, salty, and fragrant, and melted in the mouth. Tong Hua's braised pork had her own style, not soft and mushy, fragrant but not greasy, and with a hint of it has a little sweetness, but the taste is not inferior to that of the chef of the state-owned restaurant. Captain Chung had eaten the braised pork made by Tong Hua, so when he saw the braised pork in the lunchbox before, he knew who was right and who was wrong. But among those who had a grudge against Tong Hua was President Gu's nephew, and he was not easy to deal with, so he had to invite President Gu in person. Everyone heard what President Gu meant. The 3 servings of braised pork were indeed very different. If Kong Mixue said that she made the braised pork herself, it would be fine, but she said she bought it. Tong Chunshu was not as nervous as others because the other party was Gu Jinyue's uncle. Aren't there 2 state-owned restaurants in the commune? Maybe they were bought from different places. Gu Si raised his eyebrows and smiled casually. Which state-owned restaurant did you buy this braised pork from? Kong Mixue clenched her teeth. Her eyes hid the embarrassment of being seen through, an indescribable shame burning on her face. She looked at Gu Jinyue pleadingly. Now the only person who could make Gu Si stop was Gu Jinyue. Quickly tell Gu Si to stop talking. Seeing her pale face, Gu Jinyue hesitated for a moment. Uncle, I asked her to go to the state-owned restaurant to buy me the braised pork. Since he said so, his uncle should understand what he meant, right? Exposing Kong Mixue was equivalent to exposing him. Kong Mixue breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Jinyue was Gu Si's nephew. If Gu Jinyue was embarrassed, it would be Gu Si's embarrassment. Gu Si didn't want to embarrass himself in front of the villagers, educated youth, and commune cadres, right? Gu Si opened his eyes coldly and glanced at Gu Jinyue. His gaze was like substance, which made Gu Jinyue hold his breath and his heart beat wildly. He glanced at Kong Mixue again and asked with a cold look, "Which one?" "I'll ask someone to buy it, and let's have a look." Kong Mixue's eyes widened immediately. A chill penetrated from the top of her head, spreading along her spine to her whole body. Did Gu Si ignore Gu Jinyue's plea? Gu Jinyue was his own nephew. Gu Jinyue was ashamed and angry that his uncle did not give him face, and his face was extremely ugly. Kong Mixue's face turned red and white, and she wanted to speak or explain. But what could she say? What could she explain? Tong Hua and I grew up together, and the braised pork she made was not like this. Kong Mixue could not explain, so she could only shift the problem to Tong Hua. Captain Chung said at the right time, "The last time President Gu came, the educated youth Tong invited me to dinner with him. I have eaten the braised pork made by the educated youth Tong, the kind in the lunchbox. At that time, there were not only President Gu and I, but also the tractor drivers of the commune. The truth is out now." Everyone's eyes fell on Kong Mixue at the same time. Captain Chung and President Gu's words were equivalent to throwing evidence on these people. Wang Chung, who had helped them speak, squeezed out a sentence in anger. "I am blind." Jinyue and Tong Chunjing had nothing to say and could only remain silent. Tong Chunshu glared at each other. Kong Mixue clenched her fists, staring at Tong Hua with a fishy taste in her throat. She didn't understand. Why didn't Gu Si help his nephew? Why did he help Tong Hua, this witch? Could it be that his nephew is not as good as a former niece-in-law who has been broken off? Tong Hua glanced at her lightly, her thin eyelids slightly raised. "Kong Jiqing, since you stole my meat, do you want to apologize to me?" Jinyue couldn't bear it, and was also afraid that if Kong Mixue had a heart attack, Tong Hua would not be able to get rid of the responsibility. "Tong Hua, forgive her when you can." When Kong Mixue saw the sarcastic smile on Tong Hua's face, her chest choked, and then her eyes went black, and she fell down softly. "Mixue!" Jinyue exclaimed, and hurriedly hugged her to prevent her from falling to the ground, and promptly took out the first aid medicine on her body and fed it to her. Kong Mixue was pale, and leaned weakly on Jinyue. Seeing that Kong Mixue was almost in trouble, Jinyue looked at Tong Hua with an unsightly expression. "Do you have to force her to death?" The villagers and educated youth who had been pointing fingers at Kong Mixue and others now quieted down and dared not say anything more. If Kong Mixue really got into trouble, they could not bear the responsibility. "Just do what you should do. What are you all doing here? If you don't want to take a break, go to work in the fields." Captain Chung roared and shouted everyone away. As for Kong Mixue and the others, Captain Chung would first give them a severe lesson and deal with them properly after the wheat harvest. Kong Mixue leaned weakly in Jinyue's arms, but she was not guilty at all. The look in her eyes when she looked at Tong Hua revealed the word firmness. She didn't believe that Tong Hua was so cruel to force her to apologize when she was having a heart attack. Even if Tong Hua dared, Jinyue would not agree. The Tong brothers would not agree, and even Captain Chung would not agree. If something happens to her here, Captain Chung as the captain will be responsible. She is sick, but you are not sick, right? Since she is the most important woman to you, do you have to take responsibility for her mistakes? Tong Hua spoke in an unhurried tone, but her words were very harsh. "Tong Hua, we can't explain the situation clearly now. After the wheat harvest." Jinyue didn't want to argue with her at this time. It would affect the wheat harvest, which would not be good for them or her. Tong Hua squatted down. When Jinyue thought she accepted his kindness, Tong Hua raised her hand and slapped him with all her strength. On the other half of his face, she slapped him again with all her strength. 2 consecutive heavy slaps made Jinyue's ears buzz, and his face was in great pain and numbness. He looked at her in disbelief. She actually hit him? Tong Hua's words were full of ridicule and disdain. She is sick, and she is pretending to be dead, and doesn't want to apologize. Naturally, I have to ask you for interest. You just apologized for her, and now you owe me. Before Jinyue could speak, Tong Hua slapped him with all her strength.
Bah!
She slapped Jinyue in the face with all her might, causing blood to come out of the corner of his mouth and a sharp pain deep in his ear. When Tong Hua was about to slap him again, she was stopped by Kong Mixue, who grabbed Tong Hua's wrist. Before Kong Mixue could be happy that she had stopped Tong Hua slapped her in the face with her other hand. Kong Mixue was knocked down into Jinyue's arms. "TSK, I missed. Just consider it as an apology from both of you." Tong Hua didn't want to let either of these two go. She would just play slowly and see what happened. Tong Chunjing felt nervous when he saw Tong Hua coming over. It was indeed their fault in this matter, and they should apologize. I apologize. After Tong Hua slapped him, she said, I don't accept it. It was Tong Chunshu's turn. Tong Chunshu didn't want to be beaten. Only fools wanted to be beaten. If I don't apologize, who knows if the braised pork is? Tong Hua slapped him in the face while he was talking nonsense, stopping him from talking nonsense. Tong Chunshu was furious. He glared at Tong Hua and clenched his fists, as if Tong Chunshu's fists would hit Tong Hua in the next second. Gu Si's tall body blocked Tong Hua behind him and said to Captain Chung, the few educated youth who just participated in stealing the meat will not be able to fight for or participate in the brigade's welfare quota, including the quota to participate in the competition, within 1 year. Gu Jinyue looked up suddenly, staring at Gu Si. The punishment for being the last in the wheat harvest. Now, there is no result in the wheat harvest competition, and the punishment has fallen on them. Tong Chunshu was stunned and blurted out, we didn't steal the meat. Kong Mixue bit her lips tightly, her chest a little breathless. Is he blaming her? Gu Si forced an inhuman wrinkle at the corner of his eyes, and bit every word very heavily. The meat is Tong Hua's braised pork. Not only did you steal Tong Hua's braised pork, but you also turned black and white in front of everyone, spreading rumors to confuse the public. The thief cries, stop thief. Gu Jinyue felt extremely ashamed and angry about the word, stealing, mentioned by his uncle, and he gritted his teeth and said vaguely, Uncle, I didn't steal Tong Hua's body, I just didn't want to say it in front of others. Gu Si's brows were filled with anger. He didn't want to take the right path, but took the crooked path. As a friend, you not only didn't stop him, but also colluded to cover up for him. For your own selfish reasons, you put the victim in dire straits. Such a selfish person who can't distinguish right from wrong is unjust and turns out to be my nephew. You really make me lose face. Gu Jinyue's face was so red that it seemed like blood was about to drip out. The air in his chest was about to explode, and his fingers were trembling slightly. Kong Mixue clenched her gums and wanted to explain something. She didn't keep the meat just for herself. But Gu Si didn't give her a chance and asked Tong Hua to go with them to eat. Kong Mixue looked deeply at their backs as they left, with a cold light of jealousy in her eyes. She stared at the backs of Gu Si and Tong Hua with resentment. The more she thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. The relationship between Tong Hua, this witch, and Gu Si was not right. She must have known Gu Si before going to the countryside, and this place was probably arranged for her by Gu Si. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Tong Hua happened to go to the countryside to work as an educated youth in Longping Commune? Gu Si happened to be the president of Longping Commune here? This witch ran to the commune whenever she had time. She might have seduced Gu Si with her slutty body. Kong Mixue bit her tongue and endured the shock and jealousy that she could not suppress. Kong Mixue became even angrier and wanted to tear Tong Hua to pieces. Tong Hua, who was hated by Kong Mixue, followed Gu Si and became familiar with the commune cadres. The commune secretary said, Are you the younger generation of President Gu's family? Tong Hua said with some resentment. Uncle Gu and I know each other. Uncle Gu is not very old, but he is older in generation, so although we are about the same age, I am the younger generation. The commune secretary laughed and said, President Gu is indeed young, but he is very capable, calm and down to earth, and he is also vigorous and resolute in handling official affairs. He does what he says, and does it. He is a doer. Tong Hua showed a look of relief on her face. Fortunately, although we are about the same age, he is of a higher generation, so the one he is compared to is my father's generation. Otherwise, he is so powerful that we would be compared to the dust by him. Gu Si was a little stunned. He didn't expect Tong Hua to think so. The commune secretary laughed at the joke and said, Haha, then is there anyone in your father's generation willing to compare with President Gu? Tong Hua said playfully, No elder is willing to be compared with him, so he will be outdone in this comparison. But the elders like to compare their own children with other people's children.
What?
Look at how many points So and So's child got in the exam. How good are their grades? Look at how filial So and So's child is. How obedient are they? Look at what So and So's child did. We children also have opinions on these. Then, why don't you compare with Uncle Gu as a parent? Uncle Gu has been working in the municipal government since he was less than 30 years old. Why are you still tightening screws? Uncle Gu also knows the municipal party committee secretary. Why don't you know him? Uncle Gu often goes to the mayor's house for dinner. Do you know which way the door of the mayor's house opens? A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the commune secretary, and he was certain in his heart that behind President Gu was the mayor of Kyoto. He was indeed here to gild his reputation. He laughed loudly, pointed at her, and said, "You're right. I have mentioned some of these things to the children. Fortunately, they are not as smart as you. Otherwise, I would have no place to save my old face." When Gu Si saw that Tong Hua had made the commune secretary happy, a hint of smile flashed across his eyes. But in her eyes, he was just the same age, just an elder in terms of seniority. Gu Si, who always considered himself to be the girl's legitimate elder, was in a subtle mood. Not far away, Kong Mixue watched Tong Hua and the commune leaders talking and laughing, the muscles on her face tensed up, her eyes cold and vicious. Jinyue had worked all morning and was already tired and hungry. He ate voraciously when he ate, wishing he could fill his black hole-like stomach in an instant. As the son of the factory director, Jinyue had never been hungry, let alone so tired and hungry. The same was true for the Tong brothers. They ate together. If one person ate too much, someone would eat less, and if two people ate too much, someone would go hungry. After several people devoured the food, the dishes and sorghum rice in the lunchbox were all eaten up. When Kong Mixue came to her senses, there was no more food on the table, not even any juice. "It's okay. I have a small appetite. It's most important that you eat enough. You still have to go to the fields in the afternoon." Kong Mixue was angry in her heart, but she had to comfort them on the surface. Several people were hungry. After eating, they felt a little sorry for not leaving any food for Kong Mixue. But it was right to listen to what she said. She didn't go to the fields in the afternoon. Unlike them, they had to harvest wheat in the afternoon. It would be fine if there was no oil and water, but if they couldn't even eat enough, how could they work? Tong Chunshu saw that there was still a lot of sorghum rice left in her lunchbox. "Sister Mixue, can you eat any more?" Kong Mixue's expression was stiff. She only ate 1/3 of it. How could she not eat? She didn't go to the wheat field before, and Captain Chung didn't let her go. She was asked to pick firewood near the forest, which was also very hard for her.
"I can't eat anymore."
Kong Mixue gritted her teeth and squeezed out the words in the face of Tong Chunshu's eager and expectant eyes. Tong Chunshu's face was happy, and the words of asking for food came out. "I'll help you eat." He guessed that Sister Mixue was not feeling well and couldn't eat. It happened that he was not full, so he could eat more. Kong Mixue's stomach was still empty. "This is what I have eaten." Tong Chunshu took the lunchbox on his own initiative. "I don't mind what Sister Mixue has eaten." Kong Mixue was going crazy. "Is it okay if she minds?" Tong Chunjing saw it a little. But if Kong Mixue didn't go to the fields, Xiao Si still had to go to the fields to work in the afternoon, so he didn't care.
Kong Mixue touched her empty stomach.
Thinking of Tong Hua's big lunchbox of braised pork, she felt even hungrier. "Brother Gu, why did Hua become like this? It's okay that she hates me, but you and her brothers and sisters don't care about it either? There's so much braised pork. Why don't you give us some?" Jinyue was pressing his sore and swollen arm, and subconsciously looked in one direction when he heard the words. Tong Hua was distributing braised pork to everyone, and everyone who saw it got a share. Meat is delicious no matter how it is cooked. Tong Hua's braised pork is even more unique. It tastes so good that you want to swallow your tongue. Tong Hua's braised pork received praise in front of all the commune cadres. Originally, Tong Hua had sauerkraut and bone soup and bacon and white rice for lunch today. Seeing Gu Si coming, he changed his favorite braised pork from the space. Kong Mixue did not disappoint her and really jumped out to make trouble. Gu Si should not have a good impression of Kong Mixue now, right? Gu Si hates Kong Mixue, so the relationship between the two will become less and less, and the button incident will not be exposed. Tong Hua's face was full of smiles, and her eyes were full of smiles. The whole place was calm. She divided 2/3 of the braised pork. She left 1/3 of the braised pork for Gu Si. She also left him the braised pork broth that he liked. Gu Si did a lot of work today, and he got to eat his favorite braised pork, so he ate twice as much as usual today. However, the rice in the commune cafeteria is still not as delicious as the rice made by Tong Hua. But it is impossible for that little girl to cook for him every meal. Tong Hua poured water from her canteen into Gu Si's enamel cup.
Gu Si paused.
He was a bit of a germaphobe and would not touch water that others had drunk. It had been a whole morning, and it was impossible for Tong Hua not to have drunk the water in the kettle. Besides, the commune brought a few kettles over, so he had a place to drink water. Tong Hua's kettle was filled with spiritual spring water. Tong Hua had drunk up a kettle of water in the morning. She stole another one out of the space. I put a little sugar in the water. You should drink more to replenish your energy. Gu Si lowered his head and took a sip. The water did have a slight sweetness. The cool water slid into his throat, and the coolness it brought quickly spread to his limbs and bones, and even his spirits improved a bit. Gu Si didn't think much about it, thinking that the sun was too strong and too hot in the afternoon, and his body felt very comfortable after drinking a little cold water. Seeing that he only took a sip, Tong Hua couldn't help but say, "Drink a few more sips. You may not even have a chance to drink water in the afternoon when you are busy." Gu Si wanted to say that he wanted to drink water. Who dared to stop him? But the little girl looked at him with her watery eyes. These eyes were full of spirit, as if they could speak, and he really couldn't refuse. Gu Si drank a few sips in a row, and Tong Hua smiled. The scene of the two getting along was seen by Jinyue and Kong Mixue, who were not far away. Kong Mixue's eyes were red with jealousy, and she stared at Tong Hua and Gu Si. The more she watched, the more she felt that the two dogs and were having an affair. "Brother Gu, your uncle treats Tong Hua better than you, and he also takes her to meet people in the commune, and often gives her money and tickets." Gu Jinyue felt very uncomfortable. Just now he saw Tong Hua pouring water for his uncle. He remembered that when the factory was promoting activities, Tong Hua would also bring him water and put rock sugar in the water. But now Tong Hua doesn't bring him water. Kong Mixue mentioned a few things to let Gu Jinyue figure out himself. But Gu Jinyue didn't think about it in other directions at all. Although your uncle is your uncle, he is only 4 years older than you and 8 years older than Hua Hua, so they're actually about the same age. Kong Mixue said a few more words, but Gu Jinyue still didn't understand what she meant. "I think their relationship is not ordinary." Kong Mixue could only say it herself. Gu Jinyue looked at her with a bad face. "What do you mean by saying this?" "I think the relationship between the two of them is. Is it the kind of shameful relationship?"
Kong Mixue grittet her teeth.
Gu Jinyue widened his eyes, gritted his teeth, and looked at Kong Mixue viciously. From between his teeth, he blurted out a few words. "Kong Mixue, you have a heart disease. You're not mentally ill, are you? What nonsense are you talking about?" It was the first time that Kong Mixue was scolded by Gu Jinyue. Her face flushed with shame and anger. "I'm not talking nonsense. Don't you think your uncle treats her too well? Doesn't he see what kind of life your nephew is living? He doesn't care about you, but instead cares about a former niece-in-law whose engagement was broken off. Don't you think it's strange? Don't you think it's too coincidental that they are both in Longping Commune?" Gu Jinyue was furious. Kong Mixue was getting more and more excessive. He knew why his uncle was cold to him, but Kong Mixue didn't know. "Kong Mixue, stop talking nonsense. They are impossible." Kong Mixue stared at him closely. "What if what I said is true?" Gu Jinyue burst out a few words from the depths of his throat. "Absolutely impossible. Even if Tong Hua and I broke off the engagement, we have been engaged for 5 years. If my uncle is with Tong Hua, he must have given up his future. What's more, his uncle has health problems, so it is even more impossible for him to have a relationship with Tong Hua." Kong Mixue didn't know where Gu Jinyue got the confidence and self-confidence. But she still had doubts in her heart. because the two of them were too close. Don't let your imagination run wild, or if it gets to my uncle, I can't protect you. Gu Jinyue warned her with a deep look. Kong Mixue bit her lip, and when she looked over again, Tong Hua had already separated from Gu Si. Only Gu Si was there, pointing to the forests and mountains in the distance, and talking to the river and beach with the commune secretary. The weather here is cool in the morning and evening, and hot in the afternoon. Gu Si had taken off his coat, and was wearing a shirt with his sleeves rolled up to his arms. He looked gentle and refined, but he had an upright figure and was very resilient. Compared with the old secretary next to Gu Si, the young and promising Gu Si was a talented person. The more Kong Mixue looked at him, the more moved she became. She had never thought about it before, but Tong Hua could do it, so why couldn't she? But Kong Mixue looked at Gu Jinyue on the other side, and she still suppressed her eager heart. She liked Gu Jinyue, and she was confident that she could control Gu Jinyue.
Gusi.
She didn't dare to say that she had the confidence to control him. Captain Cheng took the loudspeaker and shouted loudly, "It's almost time to rest. It's time to go to the fields to work." Captain Cheng's roar disrupted Kong Mixue's wild thoughts. Everyone else went to work in the fields. Only Kong Mixue stayed in the woods because she was not feeling well. The female educated youth among the educated youths were really envious and jealous. The weather in the afternoon was much hotter than in the morning. The people working in the fields were sweating profusely, and their clothes were soaked with sweat. Gu Jinyue, the factory son, no longer cared about his face and self-esteem. No matter what Wang Qing said or how he motivated him, he couldn't speed up.
Gu Jinyue.
Tong Chunshu, are you dead? Hurry up.
Gu Jinyue.
Is your hand disabled? Can't you move? Tong Chunshu, if I see you slacking off or daydreaming again, I will tell Captain Cheng. Tong Chunjing, take care of your brother. If our group is last, we are not done with you. Tong Chunshu was scolded now, and he had no energy to fight with others. He was so tired, so hot. He was dying. Tong Hua, I really hate you. After Tong Chunshu stacked the weed in his hand, he was so tired that he couldn't help crying. If it weren't for Tong Hua, I wouldn't be an educated youth in the countryside now. If it weren't for Tong Hua, I would be sleeping and eating popsicles at home in this weather. If it weren't for Tong Hua, why would I run to this place? Tong Chunshu hated it so much that he scolded while working and cried while scolding. Tong Hua, who was scolded by Tong Chunshu, had discussed with Captain Chung before and went to the elderly and children group. She was redundant before an extra one. Therefore, she went to the elderly and children group, which was fairer to other groups. Kong Mixue found out that Tong Hua went to the elderly and children group and immediately went to report to Captain Chung. Captain Chung wiped the sweat from his face and was annoyed to see that it was this educated youth Kong again. I added 2 educated youths to your group. What's wrong with adding an educated youth to the elderly and children group? Am I the captain or are you? Just take care of your own business. It's not your turn to take care of other groups. Kong Mixue's face turned red after being scolded in front of everyone. She was extremely ashamed and angry. Throughout the whole day, although Wang Chung and Xieben, the old educated youth, worked hard, they still couldn't stand the fact that there were too many useless people in their group. In the wheat harvest competition, their group was still the last one. In the group of elderly and children, those grandfathers and grandmothers in their 60s and 70s worked just as well as the young and middle-aged group. They had more experience and were more skilled. Only the children were a little slower. But these children were very hardworking and worked faster and faster. In addition, Tong Hua, who was eager for them to lose, encouraged them from time to time. If you want to know how hard it is, think about the 25,000 Red Army soldiers. If you want to know how tired you are, look at the old revolutionary predecessors. Those educated youths are all from big cities. It's obvious that they can't work. If we work a little harder, we can easily beat them. If we are not the last one, we will win. Hard work pays off. They are not the last one, they are the third from the bottom. Everyone in the last group of the educated youth point looked unhappy. They lost. Not only did they lose the opportunity to participate in the school teacher selection, but they also had to do the work of applying fertilizer in the team. Seeing that everyone was in such a depressed atmosphere, Kong Mixue said, "There is only one quota for school teachers. Even if you can participate, you may not be selected." Su-man was sore, tired, and hungry all over. She was even more angry and disgusted with Kong Mixue, who did not participate in the wheat harvest. Kong, educated youth. Only if you can participate will you have a chance to be selected. Without a quota, we don't even have the opportunity to participate. I see that there are local people among the villagers who participated in the selection. I'm afraid the chance of us educated youth being selected is not high, right? Kong Mixue secretly instigated, saying in a roundabout way that the team's selection of school teachers must be mainly based on their locals. Su-man sneered. What do you know? Currently, all the teachers in the school are educated youth.
Kong Mixue blushed.
She really didn't expect this. Su-man said bluntly, "Of course you don't care. During the wheat harvest, you don't have to go to the fields, and you don't care whether you win or lose. No matter you win or lose, you have no chance to be a school teacher anyway." Su-man was mocking Kong Mixue, but Kong Mixue was not the only one being mocked. Tong Chunjing used to have some face in the educated youth point. But now that everyone's interests are affected, his face is not enough. "I can't do anything about the quota of school teachers, but don't worry about the fertilization. We'll do it." Tong Chunshu was so tired that he collapsed on the Kong. He jumped up when he heard the words and shouted with a look of horror, "Second brother." He didn't want to fertilize every day. Wang Cheng and the others looked at each other, not knowing whether what he said was true or just polite words, and no one spoke for a while. Su-man still felt a little reluctant towards Tong Chunjing. "Actually, there is no need to be like this. We can't blame you all for losing our group." Tong Chunjing still insisted, "Just do as I say." Wang Cheng's expression eased. "Actually, you don't have to worry too much. After the wheat harvest, it will be winter, and the fertilization work will have to wait until the spring." After the few people agreed, the estrangement was resolved and they all left. There were only a few of them left in the room. Tong Chunshu was almost angry to death. His eyes were red, and tears came out of grievance. "Second brother, why did you say you would fertilize them? In addition to our own punishment, we have to take care of all the fertilization next year?" Tong Chunjing's expression was deep. "We have already offended the public. What else can we do if we don't say this? Do you want to be enemies with everyone here?" Gu Jinyue also knew that what Tong Chunjing said was right. Otherwise, he would not have said nothing. Kong Mixue took the initiative to say, "I will go and cook for you first." In the past, Tong Chunshu would help her, and Tong Chunjing would also help a little. In short, she would not be left alone to work hard. But now the men were tired as dogs, and none of them could stand up to help. Kong Mixue could only work alone with grievance. When she finished cooking, the men in the room had already fallen asleep on the Kong, snoring so loudly that it hurt people's ears. The leaders of the commune did not come again for the next wheat harvest. After 20 days, the heavy wheat harvest period was finally over. Tong Hua cooked for herself every day, and she lost 3 or 4 pounds of weight. Not to mention the others, everyone was dark and thin, and some of them were so thin that they looked unrecognizable. For example, Gu Jinyue and the Tong brothers, these 3 people had a bland diet after the wheat harvest period, and they were almost as thin as adults. After the wheat harvest, there was a pig-killing banquet, and the team gave everyone a supplement. At the pig-killing banquet, Captain Chung paid out the rewards to the top 3 and explained, "The bicycle tickets and 20 yuan for the first and second place winners were personally given by President Gu to encourage everyone. The 2 kilograms of meat tickets for the third place winner were personally given by the educated youth Tong to cheer everyone up." "Captain Chung, the brigade didn't give anything? That's too stingy, isn't it?" Someone shouted. Captain Chung laughed and scolded. "Isn't taking work points for vacation a reward provided by the brigade?" The top 3 were all villagers from the Red Bull Brigade, and the educated youths were jealous. After this, the villagers of the Red Bull Brigade had an unprecedentedly good impression of Gu Si, the commune president who gave things, money, and effort. Tong Hua, who gave 2 meat tickets, was also recognized by the villagers of the Red Bull Brigade. Some of the smarter ones began to think about introducing a partner to Tong Hua. The older villagers didn't like the educated youth who couldn't carry anything, but they all liked Tong Hua, who worked neatly, steadily, and diligently. If their children or relatives were allowed to marry Tong Hua, an educated youth, they would be willing to do so. Unlike Tong Hua's good reputation, Jinyue, Tong Chunshu, Tong Chunjing, and Kong Mixue became the 4 famous meat thieves in the Red Bull Brigade and became 4 big jokes. At the pig-killing banquet, the air was filled with the aroma of meat. I don't know how many people were secretly swallowing their saliva. Jinyue, the factory master, probably never thought that one day he would be so greedy for meat that he would drool. It was really like a dream, a joke. Pickled cabbage and bone soup, pig blood sausage, big blood bag, potato stewed with meat, cabbage and tofu stewed with meat, radish stewed with meat. There is no such thing as not being used to it or not liking it.
Meat.
Even if it is just cooked, it is still meat. It is delicious no matter how it is cooked. All the villagers and educated youth had the same idea at this time.
Eat. Eat.
The villagers ate and drank heartily. The educated youth were no longer noble, they also couldn't enjoy the food and devoured it all. Even Jinyue and Kong Mixue were the same. Even if they didn't look good, they smelled really good. That night, Jinyue and the others had varying degrees of diarrhea, and all the fat and water they had eaten came out again. After not eating meat for a long time, how could their stomachs be better after suddenly eating so much meat? How could they not have diarrhea? After another 2 days of tossing and turning, Jinyue and the others were so thin that they looked like they had fled from famine. The clothes they had worn before were loose and were hanging. Tong Hua ate their meals with their current appearance and was happy to eat an extra bowl of rice every day. Finally, Gu's mother secretly sent money and tickets to her son in the countryside without Gu's knowledge, and some other things arrived. Jinyue had been waiting for his mother to send him money and things, and now he finally got it, and he felt a kind of joy of escaping death. Tong Hua came back from the commune, carrying a large sack of things. Passing by the brigade headquarters, she ran into Jinyue with red eyes. Tong Hua pretended not to see him and passed by. Jinyue called her and stopped her. Tong Hua, the things my mother sent me have arrived. Come with me to the commune to pick them up. Jinyue asked his mother to prepare a double portion, and he would give 1 portion to Tong Hua. No matter how angry he was, he couldn't really ignore her. The winter here is cold until April and May. The temperature can reach -40 or 50 degrees Celsius at the coldest time. If you don't have a thick cotton quilt or a cotton jacket, you'll freeze to death. Tong Hua didn't prepare anything when she came. If he didn't help her, who else could help her? At most, the uncle would only give Tong Hua some money and food coupons and meat coupons. Quilts and other things, he is a grown man, not a careful person, and he certainly wouldn't think of it. Besides, how rare are cotton coupons? Even the uncle doesn't have the ability to get so many cotton coupons in a short time, right? I'm afraid he won't have enough for himself. What is the things your mother sent you have to do with me? Kong Mixue was watching them not far away and interrupted them. Brother Gu. Tong Hua hoped that Kong Mixue would come out to disrupt the situation and take this opportunity to leave. Tong Hua, did you know that Brother Gu's family has sent something? Are you here to ask Brother Gu for a quilt? Kong Mixue called Tong Hua, staring at her with her dark eyes. At this time, cotton was no longer available in the supply and marketing cooperative. Not only had the price of cotton tickets increased several times on the black market, but it was still not certain that it could be bought. A thick quilt plus a cotton jacket and trousers would require at least 12 kilograms of cotton to get Tong Hua through this long winter. Kong Mixue had been staring at Tong Hua, and she had never seen Tong Hua buy cotton. She was sure that Tong Hua had not bought cotton yet. Tong Hua stopped and turned to look at Kong Mixue. What do I know? What did I ask for? Kong Mixue said with an understanding look on her face. Didn't you know that Brother Gu's family was going to send him a quilt? So you came to ask Brother Gu for it? Tong Hua rolled her eyes and said rudely, next time you speak, Pour out the water in your brain before you speak. When did I know about his family's affairs? When did I ask him for anything? Jinyue didn't like Tong Hua to distance herself from him so clearly in her words. Mixue is just guessing. You don't have to talk so harshly. Then he told Kong Mixue, she didn't ask me for anything. Kong Mixue looked at Tong Hua with regret on her face. It's my fault that I didn't understand the situation clearly. Hua, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I forgot. You don't let me call you Hua now. Kong Mixue covered her mouth again, looking like she had made a big mistake and was at a loss. Jinyue said, don't be nervous. It's just a small matter. She won't care. Tong Hua looked at them coldly. It was just after the wheat harvest and she wanted to take it slow, not to deal with them. She was afraid that she would really kill them by accident, but they had to be humiliated in front of her. What could she do? Of course, she would help them be humiliated. Jinyue didn't expect Tong Hua to turn around and leave without saying a word. Tong Hua, come with me to the commune. Tong Hua heard it like a dog barking. Tong Hua,
I'm talking to you.
I asked my mother to send me 2 winter supplies, and I'll give you 1. Jinyue stepped forward and grabbed the sack in Tong Hua's hand. Tong Hua pulled the sack, looking like she didn't want to deal with anyone. Please take your people away from me. Don't say I have it. Even if I don't, I won't take your things if you give them to me. After saying that, she left. Jinyue's face immediately darkened, staring at her back, not believing that these were the words she said. Kong Mixue was secretly delighted. Brother Gu, she may not need it. When are you going to pick up the package? I'll go pick it up for you. Tomorrow. Tong Hua paused as she left. Tomorrow, right? We'll see. The Tong family in Kyoto has 4 children, 3 of whom went to the countryside to become educated youth. This is rare in the local area, and the street office sent people to issue commendations, a banner for an advanced family, a towel, a bar of soap, an enamel pot, praising the children of the Tong family for their good spirits and positive thinking, and saying that they are good children of the country. Wang Fong and Tong Dalai were cursing in their hearts, but they had to accept this honor on the surface. Since they had gone to the countryside, they should at least get some benefits. Tong Chunjing had been in the countryside for several years, and Wang Fong knew the place where he went to the countryside very well, knowing that the winter there was long and particularly cold. Therefore, after Tong Chunshu went to the countryside, Wang Fong asked her brother Wang Guerin to get cotton tickets, and it was not until recently that they collected enough cotton quilts and cotton jackets, weighing 13 kilograms, and sent them to the countryside. Tong Dalai heard from his son that the place where he went to the countryside was dozens of degrees below zero at the coldest time. How could he not prepare cotton jackets and other things for Tong Hua to spend the winter? Wang Fong didn't say no. She said directly, if you want to send her something, you have to collect it yourself. Tong Dalai knew that cotton coupons were difficult to get, but didn't his brother-in-law have the ability to do so? If Tong Hua doesn't have anything to get through the winter, she won't have to ask the 2nd and 4th brothers for it. Wang Fong rolled her eyes. Her eyes looked like she wanted to eat someone. How dare she? If she dares to Chunshu's things, I'll tear her. If it weren't for this little beast. How could Chunshu, who is so young, go to the countryside to be an educated youth? Didn't you hear how Chunshu cried on the phone? He said he was tired and hungry and couldn't hold on any longer. Wang Fong's eyes became red after she finished speaking. The 2nd brother went to the countryside for her in the first place. She is the one who made a fool of herself and is not a human being. Not only did she send Chunshu to the countryside, but now Michelle has also become an educated youth there. Don't you know what Michelle's situation is? Can her body survive in the countryside? If anything happens, she will have harmed Michelle's life. Wang Fong's eyes were filled with hatred as she spoke, her face twisted and ferocious. If she were in front of me now, I would beat her to death. She selfishly extorted 2,000 yuan from her family. She was greedy and broke off the engagement to blackmail the Gu family, offending the Gu family. She was so vicious that she caused Chunshu to go to the countryside as an educated youth. She didn't even let Michelle, who was in poor health, go. Sooner or later, she would kill Tong Hua, the vicious dog. She would definitely kill her. Tong Dalai had mentioned it casually, but seeing that she was so emotional because of Tong Hua, he didn't mention it. He hadn't forgotten what the dead girl Tong Hua said at the beginning. She despised him for being just a workshop director. She despised him for not being able to help her go to the Gu family. She despised him for not being able to be the factory director. Tong Dalai was also angry. This dead girl. She should have been allowed to suffer in the countryside, without him, a workshop director father who couldn't be the factory director. She, Tong Hua, is nothing. Wang Fong thought about it, and still felt uneasy. What if that little witch Tong Hua really had the audacity to ask Haruki and the others? Haruki and the others were thin-skinned. What if they really gave it to her? The things she had finally obtained were not prepared for that little beast Tong Hua. And Michelle. Wang Fong also had to ask that old witch Kong Linlang if she had sent Michelle's things for the winter. When Wang Fong went to Kong Linlang's house, Kong Linlang was not feeling well and asked for leave at home. Why is a healthy person feeling unwell? Wang Fong saw that Kong Linlang's face was pale and looked weak, so she perfunctorily expressed her concern. Kong Linlang felt dizzy and poured her a glass of water. I'm fine. I caught a cold, and I've taken medicine. Wang Fong's purpose of coming here was not to care about her. Have you sent the things you prepared for Michelle? Kong Linlang responded a little slowly.
No.
Wang Fong immediately got angry. What's wrong with you as a mother? Didn't I tell you that it's very cold in the countryside where they go, and there are no winter clothes or quilts? Do you want to freeze Michelle to death? Are you still her biological mother? Kong Linlang's lips turned pale, and she smiled bitterly. The things she did. Wang Fong became even angrier. What did she do? It doesn't matter if others are talking nonsense, but you are her biological mother. You don't believe her. Are you trying to force her to death? Tong Hua is my daughter, and I don't even know who she is. She asked my family for a dowry, and she blackmailed the Gu family for money. And the things she did later, I don't even have the face to tell anyone. It's so embarrassing. Are those things that anyone can do? You believe everything she says? Don't you believe your own biological daughter? Kong Linlang also watched Tong Hua grow up. She always felt that there might be something unclear here. It was Michelle's fault for what happened at the wedding. She delayed Jinyue from going to the wedding. They were two single men and a single woman, so they should have avoided suspicion. Wang Fong's eyes changed again and again, and her heart seemed to be bitten by something, leaving 1,000 holes. When she was getting together with Tong Dalai, why didn't she think that single men and single women should avoid suspicion? Wang Fong sneered in her heart and said, if they had something, they would have been together a long time ago. Why would they wait until now? Kong Linlang also had this idea in her heart. After all, Michelle had never admitted that there was any illicit relationship between her and Gu Jinyue. Now that they are all together, it is also an opportunity. I hope they can resolve the misunderstanding between them. Where are the things you prepared? You are not in good health. I will send them to you. Wang Fong said. Kong Linlang felt a little itchy in her throat. I have already sent the things. Before she finished speaking, she couldn't hold back the cough in her throat and suddenly coughed, earth-shaking. Wang Fong took a few steps back, with disgust in her eyes. He was really sick, so she didn't want to infect her. Since you have sent it, I will go back. As for why Kong Linlang said she had not sent it before, Wang Fong guessed that Kong Linlang was afraid that she would be unhappy. After all, she was Tong Hua's mother, who let outsiders say that Kong Mixue ruined Tong Hua's marriage. Kong Linlang wanted to explain to Wang Fong that Mixue had prepared things for the winter and said that she did not need her to send these things, so she sent the quilt and cotton-padded jacket she had gathered to Tong Hua. Wang Fong could not wait to leave, and Kong Linlang was unable to explain it to her clearly. Wang Fong was so good to her daughter, and all Kong Linlang could do was to treat her daughter better. After leaving Kong Linlang's house, Wang Fong made a special call to the Red Bull Brigade to find Tong Chunjing. After Tong Chunjing answered the phone, he heard a lot of his mother scolding Tong Hua. Mom, get to the point. The phone bill was so expensive, and it cost money for her to scold Tong Hua on the phone. Don't be soft-hearted, both of you. Give Tong Hua the quilt and other winter supplies. Although she is your sister, she has made so many mistakes and refuses to repent. You must teach her a lesson. Wang Fong got to the point. Tong Chunjing was a little helpless, Mom. Didn't you say before that you only sent Chunchu a quilt and a cotton-padded jacket? We don't have any extra for her even if we want to. Wang Fong roared angrily. Don't even think about it. If she asks you for help at that time, don't be soft-hearted. This dead girl has a lot of problems. If you don't teach her a lesson and let her change, she will cause even bigger troubles in the future. If she hadn't offended the Gu family, your dad would be the deputy factory director now. What he's been looking forward to for so many years was ruined in her hands. Tong Chunjing's face changed several times, and he finally agreed that he would not help Tong Hua, but would teach her a lesson and change her selfish and greedy habits. Wang Fong asked with concern, How is Michelle doing in the countryside? Did Tong Hua bully her? Tong Chunjing paused. She is fine. She didn't participate in the wheat harvest. Compared to the others, Kong Michelle was indeed doing well. Wang Fong didn't know the details, but she felt relieved when he said that Michelle is in poor health and she was implicated by Tong Hua, so she also went to the countryside. You two brothers should take care of her more. If there is any heavy work, please help her. It's your sister's fault for letting her down. Tong Chunjing pursed his lips. I know. If Tong Hua bullies Michelle, you can't help Tong Hua just because she is your sister. Our Tong family is not the kind of people who recognize relatives, but not principles. Wang Fong gave another instruction. Mixue is a good child. She has been in poor health since she was a child. You brothers should be nicer to her, give in to her as much as possible, and take care of her as much as possible. Wang Fong has been brainwashing the Tong brothers with these words since they were young. The Tong brothers' kindness to Kong Mixue is also a habit they have formed since they were young. After hanging up the phone, Wang Fong spent a huge sum of 3 yuan, but she felt at ease. As long as Tong Hua doesn't live well in the countryside, she will be comfortable. As the party who answered the phone, there is also a fee, and Tong Chunjing felt painful when paying. The next day, Tong Hua said hello to Chung Xiaoyu and said she was going to the mountain to chop firewood. You can collect firewood on the mountain next to the Red Bull Brigade, but you can't cut trees. Half of the year in the north is winter, and heating in winter depends on firewood, so a lot of firewood is burned. If the mountain next to the village is cut down too much, won't it be bald? To chop wood, we go to the distant mountains. It takes several hours to go back and forth. This kind of work is done by men in the Chung family. Chung Xiaoyu wanted to accompany Tong Hua, but was rejected by Tong Hua. Now every family is preparing for winter reserves. Chung Xiaoyu is also very busy, washing cabbage and radishes every day to pickle vegetables for the family. Tong Hua dragged the borrowed cart out of the village, and when there was no one on the road, she casually entered the woods. When she came out again, Tong Hua had changed her clothes, wearing a hat on her head and a black and gray scarf around her neck, covering most of her face, and the cart beside her was gone. All the belongings of the Tong family were in Tong Hua's space. She found an old dress that Tong Lao wore when he was in his 20s and put it on. The hat was the hat that Tong Chunlei had worn at home before, the scarf was Tong Dalai's scarf, and the shoes were Wang Fong's shoes. In short, it is absolutely impossible to tell who Tong Hua is now just by looking at her appearance. Before Gu Jinyue went to the commune, he deliberately went to Tong Hua's house, but Chung Xiu told him that Tong Hua had gone up the mountain to chop firewood early in the morning. Gu Jinyue had no choice but to go back to the youth corps and ask Kong Mixue to go to the commune together. There were too many things, and he might not be able to get them back by himself. As for the Tong brothers, they went to chop firewood like the others in the youth corps. If there was no firewood to heat the Kong in winter, life would definitely not go on. When he arrived at the commune, Gu Jinyue first took the letter and remittance slip, and then took 2 huge packages. As Gu Jinyue said, he asked his mother to prepare double winter supplies. Kong Mixue felt relieved. She didn't ask her mother to send quilts and other warming things because she was targeting Gu Jinyue's things. She didn't believe that if she didn't have winter supplies, Gu Jinyue would not give her. When the two asked, they found that the things sent by the Tong family had also arrived, so they provided proof and picked up the packages for the Tong brothers. Kong Mixue had an idea and asked, "Is there a package for Tong Hua from the Red Bull Brigade?" The staff checked and found that there really was one. Yes. Kong Mixue's eyes flashed. Tong Hua, and we are from the same brigade of educated youth. We helped her to collect it together. The result of collecting it together was that several packages were piled up like a small mountain, and the two of them could not take it back alone. There are too many things. We can only take a bullock cart back. Jinyue wanted to find a bullock cart, but he was a little worried about Kong Mixue watching so many packages alone. Kong Mixue said without thinking, "Brother Gu, you go find the bullock cart. I'll watch the packages here." Jinyue didn't know what to say, and planned to go and come back quickly. "Then you watch it carefully. I will come over when I find the bullock cart. Don't worry. If the package is here, I'm here. If the package is not, I'm not here," Kong Mixue said playfully to ensure. As soon as Jinyue left, Tong Hua, who had been ambushing around here all morning, wiped her nose and walked out. Before Tong Hua came to the post office in the morning, she went to the supply and marketing cooperative on purpose. Other candies in the supply and marketing cooperative required candy coupons, but fruit candies were 1 cent each and did not require candy coupons. Tong Hua spent a huge sum of 50 cents to buy 50 fruit candies. "My family has only one son for 5 generations. Today we have a boy. Please have some candies." Tong Hua pressed a piece of fruit candy under her tongue and spoke in a thick voice, which was completely unrecognizable. When Tong Hua scattered these dozens of fruit candies on the street, people who heard it nearby ran over to pick up the candies. Some people even shouted politely, "Congratulations on the birth of your baby boy. Congratulations." Tong Hua stepped out of the crowd and approached Kong Mixue. Kong Mixue also stood on tiptoe and stretched her neck to watch the excitement of the candies shooting over there. "It's just fruit candy. What's the big deal?" Kong Mixue didn't recognize Tong Hua's voice, and a bit of disdain appeared on her face. Now that the Gu family and the Tong family have sent money and things, their lives in the countryside will definitely get better. She will definitely not this little bit of fruit candy. Although she said she didn't care, Kong Mixue's eyes were still attracted to it. Look at these people pushing and shoving to grab a few candies, and some people even started quarreling.
Poor.
Kong Mixue retracted her gaze only after the people who had grabbed the candies had dispersed. It only took 2 or 3 minutes in total.
Instant.
Kong Mixue opened her eyes wide in horror. Her body was as stiff as a piece of wood. Where were her packages? Where were all those big and numerous packages? After being stunned for 3 full seconds, Kong Mixue came back to life and screamed like a groundhog. "Ah, where's my package? Where's my package?" People around were attracted by her shouting. A kind comrade came over and asked, "Comrade, did you lose your package?" Kong Mixue looked around. She hoped that Jinyue was joking with her. It was him who hid all the packages. An old lady saw that she looked really bad and asked worriedly, "Comrade, are you okay?" "She's okay? How could she be okay?" Kong Mixue didn't see Jinyue around. It wasn't that Jinyue was joking with her. Kong Mixue's heart was terrified as if it was pierced by thousands of arrows. "My package is gone. I'm missing a lot of packages. I did see a lot of packages piled up next to this comrade before. I didn't notice. I saw it too. There were packages piled up next to this girl like a mountain. So many packages can't be taken away all at once, right? Did anyone see anyone taking the packages away? This is the post office. There are a lot of people taking packages away." A lot of people were talking at once, but no one was useful. Kong Mixue looked around and chased. When she saw someone taking a package, she grabbed him and checked. "Your package is mine." The person who was grabbed thought she was here to steal the package, so she pushed her away. "What's wrong with you?" She also showed the name on the package to the person next to her. "This is my package. My name is on it." Kong Mixue stared at the name on the package for a long time, then hurriedly pushed the other person away and went to look for it somewhere else. Kong Mixue looked for everything, but found nothing. She was almost beaten because she wanted to see the package. When she returned to the place, Kong Mixue's face was pale. Her weak eyes were full of panic, and her hanging hands were shaking slightly. Those packages were all the things that Jinyue and his family needed for the winter. If they were really gone, how would they survive this winter? If Jinyue knew that she had lost all their packages, what would he think of her? Useless waste? Unlucky things? Kong Mixue bit her lips tightly, and a bit of blood appeared on her pale lips. From a distance, Kong Mixue saw Jinyue walking towards them with an ox cart. Kong Mixue grabbed the clothes on her chest, and a trace of fear rose in her heart, and her face also showed a little bit, and her eyes were a little red. When Jinyue walked up to her, Kong Mixue's eyes rolled back and she fainted. Jinyue was shocked and thought that Kong Mixue was having a heart attack, so he rushed over.
Mixue. Mixue.
Do you know this female comrade? She picked up a lot of packages from the post office before, but the packages seemed to have been stolen. Jinyue looked up suddenly. What did you say? The package she picked up was lost, and I couldn't find it. Jinyue hurriedly looked for the package. There were so many packages. Even if they were stolen, only 1 or 2 were stolen, right? This was Jinyue's initial thought, but he didn't see a single package near Kong Mixue. Comrade, I think she's not in a good condition. You should send her to the hospital as soon as possible? Someone reminded him. Jinyue barely regained his sanity in his chaotic mood and sent her to the hospital first. Tong, who had retired after success, didn't care about their lives. She was now on the bus to the county. There are many things in the space, but many of them are from the Tong family, so Tong didn't sell much in the black market of Longping Commune. Now the country's development is mainly based on heavy industry. Because of some reasons during the war, there is a certain industrial foundation in the north. Most of the military-industrial enterprises built with Soviet aid are also located here. It can be said that the industrial base and supporting facilities here are the best in the country. In addition, this area is rich in mineral resources and has developed railways. Before the reform and opening up the north, it should be said that it is the most developed region in the country. With many workers, there is abundant money, and with abundant money, the black market is prosperous. Tong used half a pound of hazel mushrooms to pry open the mouth of an old lady and found out the locations of the 3 black markets in the county. Tong was well prepared and pushed an old bicycle that Tong Dalai rode into the black market in the east. Bicycles are bestsellers even if they're secondhand. When Tong started selling bicycles, someone came to ask the price. I've ridden the bicycle for 3 years, but it's well maintained. It's never been repaired and has never broken down. The price is 80 yuan. The middle-aged lady was not satisfied. I've ridden this for several years. No matter how well it's maintained, an old bike is still an old bike. Still 180. Tong Hua's eyes were red. She lowered her head, her voice choked with sobs. My father is dying of illness. The doctor said that he can't be cured, and he won't live for a few months. So I came here to sell the only bike in the family so that I can give him good food and drink. The aunt, who just complained that she sold it too expensively, was a little embarrassed. 80 yuan for a second-hand bike was not cheap, but not expensive either. When she said that, she just wanted to bargain. Who knew that this comrade, who was unknown whether he was a man or a woman, came to sell the bike because he wanted to give his father something good to eat and drink in his last days. She was just about to say that she wanted to buy it. Someone got there first. 80, right? I want it. The aunt was still a little hesitant at first, but when she heard someone was grabbing it, she got anxious. What's wrong with you? I wanted it first. Why did you grab it? Don't you think it's too expensive? I don't, the old man said, and gave the money to Tong Hua happily. Comrade, buy him whatever your father wants to eat, so that he won't have any regrets when he dies. The old man sympathetically advised. Tong Hua agreed very obediently. I'll go buy it now. The old woman saw that they had already made the deal, so she could only hold back her anger and look at other people's things. Tong Hua sold her bicycle and then took the money to buy it so that it would not be so conspicuous. The black market in the county has a lot more things. There are all kinds of mountain products, hazelnuts and hazelnuts, as well as snacks. Furnace fruit, 8-petal pastry, crispy twist, fruit cakes, and so on. Tong Hua picked out some of the things she had never eaten before and bought some. The prices were indeed more expensive than in the supply and marketing cooperative. Fruitcakes and crispy twists are 4 cents each in the supply and marketing cooperative, but 6 cents each in the black market. Assorted candies are 1 yuan and 20 per caddy in the supply and marketing cooperative, but 1 yuan and 80 per caddy here, but fortunately no tickets are required. Tong Hua negotiated the price to 1 yuan and 60 per caddy and bought 5 caddies in one go. Tong Hua went forward and saw rice. She was slightly happy and touched it. The rice was pretty good. There were less than 20 caddies of rice in the space, which could be replenished. The rice in the supply and marketing cooperative required a ticket of 1.4 cents per caddy, and Tong Hua bought 28 pounds of rice was sold at 1.7 cents per pound, a total of 2.8 yuan. Flour required a ticket of 1.5 cents per pound, and Tong Hua also bought 20 pounds, which was 1 cent per pound, a total of 3 yuan. Next, Tong Hua saw fresh pears, which were 5 cents per pound. She heard Chung Xiaoyu mention frozen pears, so she bought 20 pounds of fresh pears. After buying some fast-consuming necessities such as matches and salt, she took a shoulder pole and carried 2 snakeskin bags of things out of the black market. Not realizing that someone was following her, Tong Hua found an empty toilet and threw all the things into the space. When she came out of the toilet again, Tong Hua had changed into Wang Feng's clothes, a hat, and covered her hair and face with a scarf. She also pushed Tong Chuanshu's bicycle out of the space. The black market in the West was even bigger, and Tong Hua followed suit and sold bicycles. The last time it was her father who died. This time it was her mother's turn. My mother is sick and won't live long. The doctor asked me to feed her better during this period so that she can eat well and go on the road. My family has been drained of their savings because of my eldest brother's marriage, so I can only sell the only bicycle in the family that is worth some money. I bought this bicycle last year. It's a Phoenix brand, and it's hard to buy it even if you have a ticket. If my mother hadn't been seriously ill, I would never be willing to sell this bicycle. There were 8 or 9 people watching, but not many people could afford such a big item as a bicycle. Someone couldn't help but ask, and the young comrade didn't say the price for a long time. Young comrade, how much do you want to sell this bicycle for? Tong Hua made an offer, 120. Isn't 120 too expensive? After all, it's an old bicycle. A new bicycle is 150, plus the bicycle ticket. It's 200 yuan in total. 112 can buy a Phoenix brand bicycle that is 70% new. You won't suffer a loss. Another person also wanted it, young comrade. I see that you really want to sell it, so sell it to me for 111. Tong Hua shook her head and said embarrassedly, my father has set the price, and if I can't pay this money when I go back, I'm done. Hearing this, the auntie who had asked the price before gritted her teeth and said, okay, 120 is 120. Tong Hua processed another junk and made 120. An Annie among the onlookers said regretfully, my son is getting married, and all he needs is a bicycle ticket. If this bicycle is new, I would like to buy it. A new one won't be this price.
Someone nearby said.
Tong Hua's eyes rolled. Didn't she have bicycle tickets in her space? Not only bicycle tickets, but also watch tickets and sewing plane tickets, and more than one. They were all the bride price that Wang Feng prepared for her son. After the people around her dispersed, Tong Hua stared at the Annie and followed her. Annie, I have a bicycle ticket here. Do you want one? The aunt recognized her as the one who had just sold the bicycle, and her expression was a little surprised. I have an older brother who is not married, and my family prepared this for him, but my mother's current situation. Tong Hua lied without hesitation. If you look closely, there must be loopholes. But this is a black market. As long as the things you sell are real, who cares why you sell them? As long as it looks acceptable on the surface, it's fine. Tong Hua took out the bicycle ticket, lowered her voice, and said, it was 50 yuan when my family bought it. I'll give you 48 yuan. The old lady wanted to buy a bicycle ticket, so she naturally asked about the price and paid immediately. Tong Hua earned another 48 yuan in a blink of an eye. Next, it was Tong Hua's shopping time. The prices on the black market were not much different. Tong Hua bought 30 kilograms of rice and 30 kilograms of flour. Pork was 70 cents a kilogram, while it was 90 cents on the black market, but they didn't want tickets. She also bought 5 kilograms of pork belly, 5 kilograms of spare ribs, 2 kilograms of pork fat, and 20 kilograms of pears. This time when Tong was carrying her load out of the black market, she found that 2 people were following her. Tong was a little faster, and after going around for a few sections, she finally found an opportunity. At a corner, there was no one around, so Tong went straight into the space with her things. The 2 people who followed her after she entered the space. Where's the person? I saw her coming this way.
Chase.
After the footsteps faded away, the person came back after a while. Look around again. It seems that the woman is really not hiding here. She is carrying so many things. Where else can she hide? Let's go and look for them. After a while, the 2 men came back again. Is there really no one here? I clearly saw someone running this way. That's weird. Let's go, let's go. It took half an hour for Tong to come out of the space. The things had been put into the space. This time, Tong changed her clothes and changed into Tong Chuanchu's clothes. This time, Tong was carrying 2 radios from the Tong family. It was the 3rd black market she entered. New radios did not require tickets. The original price was 70 yuan for one and 120 yuan for the other. Tong sold the 2 second-hand radios for 80 yuan. The price was not high, but it was sold quickly. She still had to buy things and then rush back to the team. She bought 30 kilograms of rice, 30 kilograms of flour, 10 kilograms of bones, and 3 large grass carps. Coming empty-handed, Tong who returned with a full load, took a comfortable nap on the bus. There were the calls of chickens and ducks all around, and there were many different smells. Tong who only had a few cents in her pocket, was not worried about anything being stolen and slept very soundly. After arriving at the station, she was still woken up by the grandmother next to her. Girl, we're here at Longping Commune. Tong got off the bus, stretched, and found a suitable place, took out the new bicycle she bought behind Tong's house, and rode back to the place where she chopped wood. Tong who made a lot of money from the no-cost business, felt very energetic when chopping wood, as if she had endless energy. Chopping wood was not tiring, but dragging it all the way to the team was tiring. Fortunately, Tong space was very good at getting rich, and hoarding things was even more of a piece of cake. As for how Jinyue and Kong Mixue would explain after being stolen, she didn't care. Kong Mixue was sent to the hospital, so it was naturally no big deal. But she was fine, and there was really something wrong with the package. Jinyue had no choice but to go to the police station to report the case. Public security Wang. I see them every other day. After Wang Gong'an asked Kong Mixue some questions, he felt something strange. You mean someone was throwing wedding candies at that time? Kong Mixue nodded affirmatively, tears flashing in her eyes. Yes. I just took a look, and the package was gone when I turned back. Not to mention Wang Gong'an frowning. Jinyue also frowned tightly. How could it be possible that the package was gone after just one look? Even if there was an accomplice who stole the package, it would not be gone in the blink of an eye. Wang Gong'an asked, You didn't hear any movement? Didn't you see it? The package was so close, and it was a large package like a cotton blanket. How could you not feel any movement? Unless Kong Mixue also mixed in with the crowd to grab the candies at that time. Jinyue thought so too, otherwise it didn't make sense logically. Kong Mixue was used to lying, but no one believed her when she told the truth. Wang Gong'an, can our package be found? Kong Mixue asked in a panic. Wang Gong'an asked for a long time, but Kong Mixue didn't know anything. How could he find it? We will try our best to help you find it, but before we find it, you still have to prepare the things you need for the winter. Wang Gong'an reminded. Both of them understood what he meant. Jinyue sent Wang Gong'an away and returned to the ward. Kong Mixue's eyes were red and swollen from crying, and she felt very aggrieved. Why did those thieves come to steal when she was here? If Jinyue was there, the responsibility would not be on her alone. Jinyue saw her crying so hard and was in no mood to persuade her. Now the problem is that everything is lost. What should I do? Ask my family to send another copy? But cotton coupons are calculated per person, whether in the city or in the countryside. If you want to buy a cotton padded jacket, you not only need cotton coupons, but also a one-person roll. One roll is for a set of cotton padded jackets and cotton pants. There are no more. If you don't have a one-person roll, you can only use cotton coupons, cloth coupons, and thread coupons to buy cotton cloth and cotton thread, and make them yourself. People in the countryside basically make them themselves, but they don't know how to make cotton padded jackets. Jinyue opened the envelope and didn't even have time to read the letter and just flipped through the tickets his mother sent him. There were food coupons, meat coupons, cigarette coupons, etc., but there were no cotton coupons, thread coupons, etc. Kong Mixue saw Jinyue staring at the coupons in a daze. His eyes were red, and his breathing was heavy. "Brother Gu, are you blaming me?" Jinyue came back to his senses and didn't say anything. Kong Mixue's face turned pale. Did he really blame her? He left her there alone to look at so many things. Was it her fault that the things were stolen? Why blame her? She didn't do it on purpose. How are you feeling now? Jinyue looked up and asked her. Kong Mixue covered her chest and said softly, "I still feel a little depressed." Jinyue said, "Then I will go back first. You stay in the hospital and wait until the situation is better, then you can go back." Kong Mixue opened her eyes wide. "Brother Gu, you want to leave me here alone?" Jinyue was a little annoyed. "My things are lost. I have to go back and tell them. I'll leave you 5 cents. Buy whatever you want to eat." Jinyue put two liang food coupons and 50 cents next to her. Kong Mixue grabbed his wrist and looked at him pitifully. "Brother Gu." Jinyue pulled down her hand and ignored her resentful eyes. "Brother Gu." Kong Mixue raised her voice and became a little sharp. Jinyue felt inexplicably harsh and became more annoyed. "When you go back to the brigade, ask Tong if she came to the commune today," Kong Mixue said. Jinyue turned around. What does this have to do with her? Kong Mixue's eyes were full of stubbornness. "I have an idea in my mind. I don't know whether I should say it." Jinyue frowned. "What do you want to say?" Kong Mixue bit her lip. "Why were our packages stolen by such a coincidence? Could it be related to Tong Hua? She knew we came to the commune to pick up the packages today." Jinyue saw that she just said this. "I'll go back first." Kong Mixue saw that he didn't believe it at all and became anxious. "You go back and ask. Maybe she really came to the commune today?" Jinyue stared at her impatiently. "So, what if she came to the commune? Can she take all those packages away by herself?" "I can't do it." Kong Mixue didn't know why, but she still felt that it was related to Tong Hua. But here, no one wants to retaliate against us more than Tong Hua. She has such a good relationship with those villagers. Maybe they are in cahoots. Jinyue interrupted her. "Don't say anything without evidence." This time, Jinyue left without saying goodbye. Kong Mixue clenched her fists and looked at Jinyue's back, with anger surging in the depths of her eyes. When she had a heart attack, he didn't even go to her wedding with Tong Hua and stayed in the hospital to accompany her. And now she begged him to stay with her, but he didn't want to. Just because those packages were gone, he was angry with her? Those things are indeed important, but can they be more important than her? Before returning to the team, Jinyue thought about it and went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some food and meat. They were too tired during the wheat harvest and didn't get enough nutrition, so they needed to replenish it. Tong Chunjing and Tong Chunshu chopped a cart of firewood in the morning and a cart of firewood in the afternoon, and took turns dragging them back to the educated youth site. Tong Chunjing, Tong Chunshu, and Jinyue shared a room with a Kong, which was convenient for sleeping. But for winter heating and cooking, 6 or 7 people would prepare the firewood together. Since the 3 of them were sleeping together, they had to prepare enough firewood by themselves. Not only that, Kong Mixue's body was in poor condition, so they still had to rely on her to chop firewood. She would faint in a minute. In other words, the 3 of them had to prepare firewood for Kong Mixue to survive the winter. Tong Chunshu's eyes turned green when he saw the meat. He didn't even notice that Kong Mixue was not there. Later, they also planted cabbage and radish in the private plot of the educated youth. Tonight, stew meat with radish and cabbage and stew bones with sauerkraut? When Tong Chunchu spoke, there was too much saliva in his mouth, and he couldn't control it and sprayed it out. It was a bit embarrassing, but not much.
The others were about the same.
I'll go call Sister Mixue to cook. Tong Chunchu couldn't wait to find someone. Jinyue said, she has a heart attack in the hospital and can't come back today. Tong Chunchu was anxious. Is Sister Michelle okay? No big deal. She's just being hospitalized for observation.
Jinyue said.
Tong Chunjing asked in surprise, why did she have a heart attack again? Kong Michelle has always done a great job in establishing her character. She is very smart and won't use this disease to achieve any benefits unless the benefits are big enough. So when she was in Kyoto, Kong Michelle rarely had a heart attack. On the day of Tong Hua's wedding, Kong Michelle had a heart attack. In her previous life, no one suspected that Kong Michelle did it on purpose. After arriving in the countryside, Kong Michelle's heart attacks became more frequent. Seeing that they asked, Jinyue could only tell them that they had taken the package and it was stolen again. Tong Chunchu didn't take it seriously and laughed. Brother Gu, are you scaring me? Or are you kidding? Jinyue looked at him silently. The certainty on Tong Chunchu's face froze, and he forced a smile with a dry throat. Are you kidding? No, the package was really stolen. Your package was stolen? No, our package was stolen. The package my mom sent to me was also lost? Jinyue acquiesced. Tong Chunchu couldn't laugh anymore, and veins on his forehead jumped. How could it be lost? How could it be lost? Jinyue explained it in detail, and he said affirmatively. Mixue must have fallen into someone's trap. When she went to pick up someone's wedding candy, the package was stolen. There must be more than one person who stole the package. Tong Chunjing's brows were full of fatigue, and he sighed deeply. Let's cook and talk about it after we eat. Tong Chunchu clenched his hands into fists at his sides, obviously trying his best to suppress his anger. If these things had been lost in the past, they would have been lost. Just like the 2 bicycles in his house, when they were first stolen, his mother cursed for a long time. He felt that it didn't matter if they were stolen, he could just buy them again. He knew that money was important, tickets were important, but he had no concept of how hard it was to make money. Now that he had suffered, he also knew how difficult it was to buy these things back. He thought that every penny he had was earned with painstaking efforts. Jinyue and Tong Chunchu couldn't cook, but Tong Chunjing had been in the countryside for a long time, so he knew a little. Sour cabbage and pork bones, stewed radish and cabbage with meat. Tong Chunjing also stewed a pot of white rice. Although it was a rare meal for them, the saliva in their mouths was constantly secreted. But the matter of the package weighed heavily on them, and they didn't eat to their heart's content. On the other side, Tong Hua had dragged a cart of firewood back to the team. On the way, he met Prung Damiai's elder brother Prung Dazhuang. Little educated youth Tong, let me help you. Tong Hua, who was originally struggling to drag, could now jog with Prung Dazhuang pushing her from behind. Tong Hua. No comparison. No comparison. Brother Prung. Thank you. Prung Dazhuang left as Tong Hua entered the yard. Tong Hua chased him to the gate of the yard to thank him. Prung Dazhuang's face flushed. The young educated youth Tong was just too polite, and she called him Big Brother Prung. She was the first female educated youth to call him Big Brother. Others either followed the villagers in calling him De Peng or De Zhuang. Even Su Jiqing, whom he liked, called him De Prung. Tong Hua put the firewood on the cart next to the yard and would put it in the backyard after chopping it. Back in the house, Tong Hua closed the doors and windows, wiped the sweat off her face, and took off her coat. The clothes inside were all soaked with Tong Hua's sweat. After drinking a glass of spiritual spring water, Tong Hua eased her breath. It was really tiring. But Tong Hua was not afraid of this kind of tiredness. What she was afraid of was the kind of tiredness in her previous life that had no end, no bottom, and no hope. She washed her face a little. Tong Hua took a large bowl of rice from the space, with braised pork on top and white rice on the bottom. Although she borrowed Guxi's name, she cooked meat quite a lot. But every time she would cook a lot more at a time and store the extra food in the space. Firstly, It is not conspicuous, and secondly, when she doesn't want to cook like now, she can just take it out and eat. The food in the bowl is still hot. After dinner, Tong Hua's fatigue was gone. She put the day's packages out of the space. The Gu family's package was the largest, so she opened it first. 2 new, white and soft quilts. Weighing them, both should weigh 6 kilograms. The cotton padded jackets and trousers are both black, and there are also 2 sets. A cotton padded jacket is about 4 kilograms, and a pair of cotton padded trousers is 3 kilograms. In addition to these, there are 2 pairs of cotton shoes and 4 kinds of fabrics. These things prepared by the Gu family are all excellent things, and now they are all hers. After they are packed up, they are put into the space. Next is the Tong family package. It was also something like a quilt, but it was much lighter than what the Gu family prepared. The quality of the cotton was also 1 grade lower. If you don't compare it with the Gu family, it's still pretty good. Whose is the last one? Kong Mixue's package, right? After reading it, Tong Hua began to grit her teeth. These 2 rascals. What qualifications do they have to pick up the package for her? There was no specific sender's name written on the package, only that it was sent from Kyoto. But Tong Hua knew who was sending it to her without having to think about it. The Tong family would never send her anything. The only person who would send her something and knew where she was Aunt Kong. Tong Hua opened the package, which contained a set of thick cotton jacket and trousers, a quilt, a new imitation military uniform, and a set of quilt covers and sheets. In the cotton jacket, Tong Hua found a note in her pocket. Hua, I wonder how you are doing after going to the countryside? Regarding your brother, I don't know why you did this. But I know you are not a bad kid. Aunt Kong believes you must have your reasons. Your parents are very angry with you, but there is no overnight hatred between parents and children in this world. After a long time, they will forgive you, and I will persuade them more. Let your brother and brother stay with you. You are all brothers and sisters. There is no grudge that cannot be overcome. You should not be as strong-willed as you are at home, and you should be soft when you should be. They are your brother and your brother. If you are tired or have difficulties, go to them to help you. Don't bear it alone. Use the quilt and other things by yourself. Don't tell anyone. Tong Hua finished reading the letter and felt mixed emotions. The next morning, Tong Hua heard Chung Xiu say that something happened at the Educated Youth Point again. Gu Jinyue and Kong Mixue went to the commune to pick up the packages, but they didn't expect that the packages were stolen. Kong Mixue was so angry that she had a heart attack and was hospitalized. Why do they always lose things? I don't think it's what you call the thief crying thief. It's just that they have done too many immoral things, and they are getting their retribution. Tong Hua thought to herself, isn't it retribution? She is their retribution. Tong Hua still has to go chop wood today. Chung Xiaoyu sealed the windows at home, and by the way, sealed Tong Hua's windows as well. In winter, the corners and gaps of the windows here must be sealed, otherwise the wind will leak in, and it will be too cold. Seal them with newspapers or old clothes torn into strips. If conditions permit, you can add a layer of plastic to seal. When Tong Hua left, she grabbed a handful of assorted candies and stuffed them into Chung Xiuyu's pocket. At first, Chung Xiuyu thought that Tong Hua gave her dried sweet potatoes or melon seeds, but when she touched them, she found that they were candies. Or the most expensive assorted candies sold in the supply and marketing cooperative. Chung Xiuyu jumped up with joy, and she knew that Sister Tong was the best to her. Tong Hua didn't know how happy Chung Xiuyu was. As soon as she left the village, she ran into Gu Jinyue, who was also leaving the village. Tong Hua saw Gu Jinyue on the ox cart. Gu Jinyue also saw Tong Hua, who was supposed to be chopping wood with a cart. Gu Jinyue frowned and said, Tong Hua, you're going to chop wood? Didn't my uncle give you money? Before, the money from their family hadn't arrived, so they had to chop wood. Now that Gu Jinyue has received the money from his family, he didn't let Tong Chunjing and the others go to chop wood. Instead, in exchange, he asked someone to help them chop wood. Tong Hua's face turned cold. What did this rascal mean by saying these words in public? She didn't need to analyze his words carefully and treated them all as malicious. I heard that you went to the commune to pick up a package yesterday. Gu Jinyue's face was gloomy and difficult to describe. They did pick up a package yesterday. But all the packages were stolen. Tong Hwa looked at him with a light but sharp gaze. I remember that I will have a package these days. When you went to the post office to pick up the package, did you see my package?
Jinyue was surprised.
He didn't expect Tong Hwa to ask him this question. He seemed to have forgotten that when Kong Mixue was at the post office yesterday, she specifically asked the staff at the post office if there was a package for Tong Hwa.
So,
they lost not only their own packages yesterday, but also Tong Hwa's package. Jinyue was a little frightened and embarrassed, as if he had made a mistake and was caught on the spot. Tong Hwa's eyes searched Jinyue's face sharply. It's hard to answer? If you know, then you know. If you don't know, then you don't know. Jinyue coughed as if to cover up something and asked her back, is it a package sent by your parents? What did they send? Tong Hwa's eyes overflowed with a hint of sarcasm. I asked someone to buy a quilt and a cotton jacket for the winter in Kyoto. Jinyue could probably tell that these were the things yesterday. He thought that Tong Hwa's parents sent them to her, but she didn't expect that she asked someone to buy them herself.
Who did you ask?
Jinyue looked suspicious. Why didn't he remember that she had such a friend to ask? His mother spent a lot of thought on preparing these things for him. Where did she get such a good and capable friend? Who I entrusted has nothing to do with you. I just asked if you saw my package. Why are you so guilty? Jinyue was indeed feeling guilty. All their winter stuff had been stolen. These things were hard to get, and now they had lost Tong Hwa's winter stuff. No, I didn't see it. Under Tong Hwa's silent gaze, Jinyue subconsciously denied it. Tong Hwa's eyes were cold, and the corners of her lips were raised with a sarcastic arc. I'll go ask myself in the afternoon. Jinyue's face changed again. His already tense nerves reached their peak, and even his body became stiff. Looking at Tong Hwa's receding back, Jinyue was extremely depressed. Originally, he wanted to give Tong Hwa a set of winter supplies. But now he had lost Tong Hwa's winter package. Jinyue sat on the ox cart, feeling uneasy, annoyed, and frustrated. He even lied to Tong Hwa. The funny thing is that this lie was exposed as soon as it was poked. They picked up the package for Tong Hwa, and it was registered at the post office. Tong Hwa could find out who took her package as long as she asked. Jinyue only thought that Tong Hwa would look at him with contempt and disdain after learning the truth. His extreme anxiety made him feel uncomfortable even breathing. All the way to the commune, Jinyue got off the ox cart with a heavy heart. Before meeting Tong Hwa, Jinyue went to the black market in the commune to see if he could buy things like quilts. The prices were high. A little bit is fine. Now Jinyue is carrying the winter stuff for 4 people on his back, and the huge pressure has overwhelmed him. He had to shamelessly ask his uncle for help. First, he had to get together Tong Hwa's set of winter stuff and give it to her. As long as he returns the stuff to Tong Hwa shouldn't be angry that he lied, right? Si was in a meeting and didn't know that his nephew, who was collecting debts, had come to him. Today, Director Li had to take leave for something at home, so Director Zhao temporarily took over Director Li's position. Si heard from Director Zhao that someone was waiting for him in the office, a junior in his family. Isn't the junior in his family Tong Hwa? Only when Tong Hwa came to the commune to find him would she be arranged to wait for him in the office. Si, whose nerves had been tense because of work, relaxed. When he entered the office, Si didn't see Tong Hwa, but the annoying nephew Jinyue, and his eyebrows suddenly became colder. Jinyue immediately stood up. Uncle.
Yeah.
Si glanced at him indifferently, then frowned slightly. Si had not seen Jinyue since he met him during the wheat harvest. Although Jinyue looked a little haggard at that time, he was not as thin and sunken as he is now, and he looked emaciated. Si raised his eyebrows. What's the matter with you? Jinyue lowered his head in shame, his shoulders slumped, his back slightly hunched, his eyes were blue, and his face was dark yellow. He didn't want to come to his uncle like this. During the wheat harvest, he was tired like a dog, but he gritted his teeth and didn't come to his uncle for help. Now he really has no choice, otherwise he would definitely not want to embarrass himself in front of his uncle. especially since his uncle has explained to his family that they should try their best not to subsidize him anymore. But in his current situation, if his family doesn't subsidize him anymore, he will die.
Reality.
Uncle, my mother sent me a package. Gusi looked at him indifferently. It was impossible for his nephew to run to him and fall into his trap just to send him a package.
But
When I picked up the package yesterday, it was stolen. Jinyue said with a flushed face. Gusi frowned. Have you reported it to the police? Jinyue nodded. Not only my package, but also the Tong family's package was stolen. What is the purpose of your coming to me? Gusi asked directly. Since he had lost face to this point, Jinyue could only bite the bullet and say, Uncle, do you have any ready-made quilts or something? I want to make up for Tong Hua's package first. Gusi looked at him sharply. Tong Hua didn't ask you to pick up the package for her. You took the initiative to pick up the package for her, right? Jinyue's face was flushed to the extreme. Although he was vague about many questions, his uncle could still see it at a glance. Uncle, I beg you, I will find a way to do the other things myself. I want to make up for Tong Hua's package first. Gusi was disappointed. He was not even as good as a female comrade as they both came to the countryside as educated youth. Tong Hua, a female comrade who worked as an educated youth in the countryside, not only did she not give up on herself, but she quickly integrated into the local villagers and was good at farming and doing housework. Captain Chung would praise Tong Hua every time he came to the commune, saying that she was smart, capable, and a good comrade. A good, educated youth. Isn't such an outstanding female comrade more than enough for him? Jinyue? But Jinyue didn't cherish her. No, it was him who was not blessed. Gusi finally agreed and gave Jinyue the set of winter supplies that he had originally prepared for Tong Hua. Thank you, uncle. Jinyue's eyes were red with excitement. He was very moved. His uncle still cared about him. He was his uncle's nephew, his only nephew. In the future, he would take care of his uncle and see him to the end of his life. How could his uncle not value him? Jinyue instantly regained his confidence. Gusi asked someone to take back the quilt and other things. If anyone in the Gu family saw Jinyue in the state, they would probably take him back to the city immediately. Seeing that Jinyue didn't come to argue with him about going back to the city, Gusi didn't pursue the matter of Gu's mother secretly subsidizing Jinyue this time. Gusi suspected, with Jinyue's brain, even if the Gu family subsidizes him openly, it will not be enough for him. When Jinyue came, he was unsure, afraid that his uncle would not help him. Now that he has got the things, Jinyue is alive again, and he finally doesn't have to face Tong Hua's disappointed and mocking eyes. Jinyue's things are too big to go to the black market, so he went to the hospital to pick up Kong Mixue and take him back to the village. Kong Mixue learned from him that Gusi gave him a set of things for the winter, and she was very surprised. Kong Mixue wanted the things that Gusi prepared. Jinyue didn't pay attention to Kong Mixue's expression. These should be enough for Tong Hua. Do you want to give it to Tong Hua? Kong Mixue shouted out of control. Yes. Kong Mixue didn't understand and looked at him with a look of shock and grievance. Why do you want to give it to Tong Hua? This is something your uncle gave you. Jinyue's face faded. Did you forget? Didn't you insist on taking the package for Tong Hua back yesterday? Although Jinyue didn't blame her explicitly for not taking good care of the packages, how could she not have complaints in her heart? Kong Mixue certainly didn't forget, but their packages were lost, so why should she give all these things to Tong Hua?
But
we don't have anything to survive the winter, and now you're giving all these to Tong Hua. What should we do? Jinyue frowned. We lost her package, and we should compensate her. Kong Mixue bit her lip. Brother Gu, I'm not saying we shouldn't compensate her. It's just that we've lost so much ourselves now. We should help Tong Hua first while taking care of ourselves. We were kind-hearted at the time. Such a big package. Aren't we worried that it would be inconvenient for her to carry it back by herself? Kong Mixue said softly. Jinyue's expression turned cold. She will come to the post office to pick up the package in the afternoon, and you can't just not give it to her if you want to. Kong Mixue's face changed slightly, revealing a look of distress. If it was the Tong Hua in the past, Kong Mixue would naturally not worry about what would happen if Tong Hua found out. But the current Tong Hua would not give them face. Jinyue suddenly remembered. Where are your things? Didn't your family send you anything? Kong Mixue's expression stiffened. She knew that the Gu family sent 2 packages of things to the countryside, and she also knew that the other package of things Jinyue prepared for Tong Hua. So she deliberately didn't let her mother send anything to her. When the time comes, she has nothing to spend the winter, and she is sure that Jinyue will give her the other one. Who knows, now even Jinyue himself has nothing to spend the winter, let alone give it to her. Brother Gu, you know the situation in my family. My mother and I depend on each other. I am not Tong Hua, who has my parents who love me, and my brother who spoils me. Jinyue's cold face eased a little. I will think of a way again. Give these things to Tong Hua first. Kong Mixue saw that he still didn't change his mind. She felt uncomfortable and jealous in her chest, as if it was on fire. But these things were given to you by your uncle. If you give them to Tong Hua, will he be angry? Jinyue said. He won't be angry. I told him about our package being lost. Kong Mixue's face turned pale, and her voice became sharp. You told him everything? Jinyue nodded. If he didn't tell him, would his uncle give him things? Jinyue still had some idea in his mind. Kong Mixue was very embarrassed. So even Si knew that those packages were stolen because of her? Since he knew it, these things must have been given to you by him. Jinyue was a little impatient. No matter who my uncle's things are for, I will give them to Tong Hua. Kong Mixue widened her eyes in disbelief. Could it be that he only had eyes for Tong Hua? For whom did she go to the countryside to be a poor educated youth? For whom did she ruin her reputation? Didn't he know that she had a heart disease? She was the one who needed these things the most. Kong Mixue covered her chest. Her face looked very uncomfortable. Jinyue was startled. Xiaoxue? Xiaoxue, what's wrong with you? Kong Mixue held back tears shaking in her eyes. Brother Gu, my body is useless. I'm a burden to you. Jinyue immediately wanted to take her to the hospital to see a doctor. Kong Mixue grabbed his arm and shook her head. I'm fine. I'll be fine after a rest. Jinyue was worried. Let's go see a doctor? Kong Mixue bit her lip and tears flowed down. I saw the doctor, but the doctor couldn't cure it. It's still the same old story. Take good care of yourself. Don't do strenuous exercise, don't get emotional, don't get cold. Jinyue looked gloomy. Kong Mixue's disease couldn't be cured in Kyoto, let alone this place. Along the way, Kong Mixue leaned on Jinyue with a weak look. When they arrived at the educated youth point, Jinyue sent Kong Mixue back. Kong Mixue gritted her teeth, and the look in her eyes changed from time to time. Until now, Jinyue has not changed his words and said that he would leave these things to her. She suffered for him in the countryside, but he still only had Tong Hua in his eyes. Kong Mixue's hands hanging by her side were clenched into fists, and a ball of fire was burning in her heart. Brother Gu, can you give me this set of winter supplies? Jinyue looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect her to ask. She knew that he wanted to give these things to Tong Hua. Kong Mixue looked at him weakly. For the first time, she was so humble and begged him like this. Brother Gu, can you leave it to me? Jinyue struggled in his heart. These things were left by him, for Tong Hua. If he hadn't wanted to return them to Tong Hua, he wouldn't have run to his uncle to beg for help. Tong Chunshu and Tong Chunjing were washing cabbages and radishes at the educated youth camp. There were no vegetables to eat in winter, so they had to pickle vegetables to survive the winter. Tong Chunshu heard the noise and left the educated youth camp and saw Kong Mixue coming back. Sister Shuer, you're back. Are you okay? Kong Mixue wiped away her tears and shook her head. Tong Chunshu saw that her eyes were red and thought she was feeling guilty about the lost package. Go in and rest first. Kong Mixue looked back at Jinyue with pleading in her eyes. Did Brother Gu buy these things? Tong Chunshu saw the things Jinyue moved down from the ox cart and ran over in surprise. Kong Mixue got there first. It's mine. Brother Gu prepared them for me first. As soon as he finished speaking, Jinyue's eyes widened and he stared at her fiercely. He clearly hadn't agreed yet. Kong Mixue looked at him, and with some stubborn purpose, asked him, "Brother Gu, don't you think so?" Gu Jinyue's words turned around in his mouth, as if he felt dejected and held them back. Tong Chunshu thought he had agreed, and diligently moved the things to Kong Mixue's house. Brother Gu is so capable that he bought so many things for the winter in just one day. I think Brother Gu can buy all the things they are worried about for the winter. Tong Chunshu was relieved, and now he didn't have to worry about being cold during the winter. Kong Mixue also breathed a sigh of relief, and felt a little secretly happy in her heart. She knew that she had a place in Gu Jinyue's heart. "Brother Gu, where are you going?" Gu Jinyue took a deep breath. His chest rose and fell, and trembled twice. "I'm going to find Tong Hua." Kong Mixue did not stop her this time. With Tong Hua's current temper, if Gu Jinyue went to find her now, the two of them would only quarrel. Gu Jinyue prepared all kinds of words along the way. He would definitely be able to prepare a set of winter supplies for Tong Hua. Tong Hua dragged another cart of firewood back at noon and was exhausted. But she brought a lot of firewood back from the space and mixed it in, so it looked like she dragged back a lot of firewood. The villagers still had some sympathy for this little educated youth Tong. She obviously had a brother and a younger brother in the educated youth point, but they didn't help her at all. When Gu Jinyue came, Tong Hua was sitting at the door drinking water and resting. When she saw him, her beautiful almond eyes were clear and cold, like a stranger. Gu Jinyue found her cold and indifferent and felt it was difficult. But he didn't say it now. When Tong Hua went to the commune post office to ask, she might report the case directly to the commune. Gu Jinyue gritted his teeth. "Tong Hua, have you eaten?" Tong Hua didn't have a good face towards this unlucky thing. She raised her eyes casually and said very sparingly, "No." Gu Jinyue immediately said, "How about I treat you to dinner at the state-owned restaurant?" Tong Hua sneered in her heart. She wanted to exchange so many things for a meal.
No.
Gu Jinyue was overwhelmed and said with a stiff upper lip, "Braised pork, braised fish, spare ribs. You can eat whatever you want. What have you done to let me down? Could it be that when you picked up the package yesterday, Kong Mixue also picked up my package as well?" The sneer on Tong Hua's mouth and the coldness in her eyes were clearly piercing. A feeling of panic arose in Gu Jinyue's heart. How did she guess it all? She guessed that he helped her pick up the package. She also guessed that it was Kong Mixue who proposed it. Tong Hua stood up. "Did you lose my package yesterday too?" Gu Jinyue took a step back. She guessed it right again. Facing Tong Hua's gloomy eyes that seemed to bring down a knife wind and a rain of swords, Gu Jinyue trembled in his heart. "I can give you back anything you lost." Tong Hua's eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc. "What can you give me as a supplement?"
When will you give it to me?
Gu Jinyue opened his mouth to say that he would try his best, but due to Tong Hua's expression, within a month. He would ask his family to send more. Tong Hua sneered. "1 month? I would have frozen to death in 1 month." Gu Jinyue could only shorten the time by half a month. He could only find a way from the black market. If he couldn't buy it on the black market in the commune, he would go to the black market in the county. The black market in the county was said to be much larger than the black market here, and he didn't believe that he couldn't buy it. 7 days. I want it in 7 days. Tong Hua's tone did not allow him to question. These few days, Tong Hua planned to find a way to go to the black market and sell the expensive quilts and other things to him. Gu Jinyue was in the wrong first, and Tong Hua's attitude was so firm, so she could only grit her teeth and agree. Tong Hua went back to the room and wrote something, on which the specific weight of the quilt, cotton jacket, and cotton pants were written. If Gu Jinyue did not compensate her on time within 7 days, she would be compensated 5 times the value of the things. Gu Jinyue's face looked a little ugly. "You don't believe me?" Tong Hua raised her eyebrows, as if to say, "Is there any need to say this? Are you going to sign it or not?" Gu Jinyue felt that she was ruthless, pointing at the paper in her hand. "We grew up together, and this is how you look at me?" Tong Hua sneered. "Don't want to sign? Or don't dare to sign?" The muscles around Gu Jinyue's lips were tense, and he signed his name, without saying a word. "Is it okay now?" Gu Jinyue stared at her, His eyes seemed to be spewing raging fire. Tong Hwa put away the IOU and was indifferent to his reaction. Okay, get out. Gu Jinyue went back angrily. Kong Mixue was already cooking, and seeing Gu Jinyue's face, she knew that he and Tong Hwa had quarreled again. Tong Chunshu was helping Kong Mixue to light the fire. Tong Chunjing knew that he went to find Tong Hwa, argued with Tong Hwa again. Gu Jinyue pressed his swollen and painful temples in frustration. Don't mention it. In the afternoon, he had to go to the commune black market to find the things to return to Tong Hwa. As for Tong Hwa, Gu Jinyue left just as Tong Hwa was called over by the brigade headquarters. After Gu Si handed the things to Gu Jinyue, he thought about it and was still a little worried. Gu Jinyue and Kong Mixue had an unclear relationship, and the Tong brothers also had a strange relationship with Kong Mixue. Will the things he prepared for Tong Hwa reach Tong Hwa's hands? After all, their own things were lost. After hesitating for a long time, Gu Si still made the call. When Tong Hwa heard Gu Si say that he had prepared a set of winter things for her to compensate Gu Jinyue, she was so angry that her hair was about to smoke. He didn't give it to me. Ask him to give it to me? Isn't that like throwing meat buns at a dog, which will never come back? He just told me. Gu Si was silent for a long time on the other end of the phone. He was a little suspicious of Gu Jinyue, but when he really heard Tong Hwa say it in person, he still felt a little speechless. Didn't Gu Jinyue go to him just to compensate Tong Hwa? He said one thing in front of him and did another behind his back. Gu Si pushed the frame of his glasses, and a layer of gloomy hostility flashed in his eyes. I'll go and get it back, he said. Tong Hwa said directly. I will go and get it myself, but I have to make it clear first, if I do anything to your nephew, Uncle Gu must not be angry with me. Gu Si's pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes blinked into an unkind arc. Spend your life. Tong Hwa's mouth corners raised, then pressed down. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Tong Hwa went straight to the educated youth point.
Gu Jinyue.
Gu Jinyue and others were eating in the house. It seems to be Tong Hwa? Tong Chunjing said in surprise. Gu Jinyue was still a little surprised that Tong Hwa took the initiative to find him. Kong Mixue was much more perceptive. She realized something in a flash and felt uneasy. Sure enough, Tong Hwa's voice rose again. Gu Jinyue. Get out here. Gu Jinyue's face was slightly condensed, and he was a little disappointed that Tong Hwa was here to cause trouble. Tong Chunjing looked at Gu Jinyue. What's going on? Gu Jinyue was also confused. Wasn't the package issue resolved? It hasn't even been 7 days yet. Kong Mixue put down her chopsticks and went out with them. Tong Hwa stared at Gu Jinyue, who looked confused, and said sarcastically, You are really shameless. Gu Jinyue was scolded in public by Tong Hwa for no reason, and said angrily, Tong Hwa, explain clearly, how did I provoke you? Didn't we agree? The time hasn't come yet. What are you making trouble for? Kong Mixue noticed that the educated youth in other rooms also came out with their bowls, so she grabbed Tong Hwa's arm and tried to pull her into the house. Let's talk inside. Tong Hwa shook off Kong Mixue's hand. Don't touch me. Kong Mixue staggered for several steps before she stood firm, her face a little pale. Seeing her so willful, Gu Jinyue was disappointed and angry. Tong Hwa kicked Gu Jinyue off the unfinished words. Tong Chunshu opened his mouth just as he was about to speak, and inhaled a mouthful of cold air. And swallowed it. The men present subconsciously closed their legs. Gu Jinyue covered his crotch, hunched over, his whole face and neck flushed, veins protruding, his mouth opened in pain, and his breathing was almost cut off from the pain. Tong Chunjing took a step back slightly. He understood this pain. Tong Chunshu retreated behind his second brother. He also understood this pain. Kong Mixue hurried over to support him and roared at Tong Hwa. Tong Hwa, you rely on the friendship you had with everyone before to bully others again and again. You've gone too far. Tong Hwa's fair cheeks were tightly tightened, and she sneered. I went too far? Why don't you ask what Gu Jinyue did? Kong Mixue said angrily. No matter what Brother Gu did, you shouldn't hurt him like this. If something happens to him, you can't escape. You and I are no longer friends. Tong Hwa looked at her impatiently. You and I have not been friends for a long time. Don't discuss me here. Tong Hwa stared at Gu Jinyue with gloomy eyes. Gu Jinyue. Where are the things you took from your uncle in my name? Gu Jinyue's face changed, and a chill crawled along his spine to the back of his head. Tong Hwa knew? Tong Chunjing looked at Gu Jinyue, then at Tong Hwa. Jinyue, what did Tong Hwa mean? The double torture of physical and mental made Gu Jinyue's face even uglier. Kong Mixue raised her lips and sneered. Tong Hwa, what you said is ridiculous. You said that he asked his uncle for something in your name? Tong Hwa narrowed her eyes slightly. Her expression was cold, and her words were sharp and ruthless. Gu Jinyue, if you are a brave person, come out and explain it yourself. Don't be silent and let the dog out to bite people. Don't wait until I really beat the dog and then you come out and say that you have to look at the owner before beating the dog. Kong Mixue felt extremely humiliated. Her face was red and almost bleeding. Tong Hwa, you are going too far. Tong Chunshu hid behind Tong Chunjing and shouted at Tong Hwa, just speak nicely. Who are you scolding? So unreasonable. You are a shrew. Does the uncle need to use your name to give him things? Gu Jinyue almost fainted from the pain, but he still stared at Tong Hwa. How could she be so cruel to him? How could she be so cruel? Tong Hwa looked as cold as ice and smiled coldly. What kind of reason and manners should I use with a bunch of meat thieves like you? All eyes fell on them. Ever since the meat theft incident, the popularity of these people in the educated youth camp has been much worse. Especially no matter what they do it behind their backs, on guard. It seems that they are afraid that they will eat their food, steal their things. Now that the incident has finally passed, no one has mentioned it openly. But Tong Hwa brought up the old matter again. Tong Chunshu's face was ashamed and angry, and his teeth were gritting. You are the meat thief. Your whole family is a meat thief. Kong Mixue's eyes were bloodshot, and the huge humiliation made her tremble all over. Tong Chunshu and the others were fine. They lived in a separate room. Kong Mixue lived in a room with other female educated youth, but she was treated as a thief by them, alienated and isolated. Even if she took some effort to get along with them later, they would still secretly guard against her behind their backs. Once someone in the room was missing something, everyone would look at her first. It seemed like she was the one who stole the things. Kong Mixue laughed in anger. Do forget that your marriage with Brother Gu was called off long ago. You and Brother Gu have no relationship now. You have no relationship with Brother Gu's uncle either. He asked his uncle for something. Why do you say that he asked for it in your name? Why do you think his uncle gave it to you? On the one hand, you cut off your relationship with Brother Gu, and on the other hand, you approached Uncle Gu under the identity of Brother Gu. From beginning to end, you, Tong Hwa, are the most shameless person, the most despicable person. A witch should act like a witch. Since you are groveling and fawning in front of Gu Si, then you will never think of standing up and being a human being. Tong Hwa took in all the ridicule and malice of Kong Mixue. This seemed to be the first time that Kong Mixue put aside her false benevolence and attacked her fiercely in front of others. It seems that Kong Mixue has suffered a lot in the educated youth point during this period. Just based on this, Tong Hwa's mood improved a bit. As for what Kong Mixue said, she just listened but didn't take it to heart. No matter who she didn't care about, nothing could hurt her. Uncle Gu takes care of me because he still has a conscience. He knows that Gu Jinyue has betrayed me and that the Gu family owes me, so he takes care of me a little. Kong Mixue sneered. Brother Gu betrayed you? Isn't it because you acted on your own will, disregarded the reputation of the Gu family, disobeyed your parents, and insisted on breaking off the engagement? You also extorted 5,000 yuan from Brother Gu's family, and took 2,000 yuan of dowry from the family. Gu Jinyue endured the severe pain. Xiaoxue. Don't say any more. Kong Mixue saw that he was unable to take care of himself at this time and had to conceal it for Tong Hwa, and she became even angrier. Since you have decided to cancel the engagement, why did you force Uncle Tong and Aunt Tong to give you a dowry? 2,000 yuan. You have emptied all the Tong family's assets. Don't forget that your 2 elder brothers and 1 younger brother are not married yet. You are still not satisfied with this, and you even go to blackmail Brother Gu's parents. Now you are turning the tables and saying that Brother Gu has betrayed you? It is obviously you who are greedy. You are obsessed with profit. You are selfish. Gu Jinyue was in unbearable pain and could not speak for the time being. After Kong Mixue finished speaking, he looked painful and had some reluctance in his eyes. He had never mentioned in front of outsiders how much money Tong Hua had extorted from his family. He also did not mention how much dowry Tong Hua forced her family to give before she got married. After all, she was the woman he liked, and he did not want to do anything too extreme. The educated youths at the educated youth point were instantly ignited by Kong Mixue's words. Extorting 5,000 yuan from the husband's family? Forcing parents to give a dowry of 2,000 yuan? Under normal circumstances, if there is 50 or 100 yuan in dowry, it is considered a good family. 2,000 yuan. How dare Tong Hua ask for it? How dare the Tong family really give it? This time it is 7,000 yuan. A huge sum of 7,000 yuan. Everyone's face changed. Some people looked at Tong Hua with fiery eyes. Some people looked at Tong Hua and felt a little shameful. Too greedy. Too shameless. Tong Chunjing's face changed again and again. What Kong Mixue said was also what made him angry. He thought the same as Gu Jinyue and never revealed the matter of the money. But now Kong Mixue said it all in one breath. Tong Chunjing couldn't help but look at Tong Hua with some worry. Kong Mixue exposed many things, but Tong Hua had a faint expression, as if she didn't care at all. Bringing up old accounts, right? Tong Hua glanced at Kong Mixue mockingly with her extremely cold and thin eyes. Tong Hua glanced at the educated youth around. Some people watched the excitement openly. Some people were embarrassed and listened behind the door evasively. Tong Hua invited them all out generously. Don't stand at the door and watch. Bring stools and chairs to listen, and bring some melon seeds, fried dough twists, and dried sweet potatoes to eat while listening. Su Yan behind the door couldn't help but smile. This educated youth Tong Hua is really special. Kong Mixue's eyes were filled with anger, and she felt that her teeth were about to bleed. This witch. She actually let them come to watch the show. Is she an actress? She likes to let others watch her perform.
Despicable thing.
For the astonishing sum of 7,000 yuan, these educated youths brought small stools over one after another. Educated youth Tong Hua, did you really take the 7,000 yuan? Su Yan couldn't help asking. It's like listening to a book. It sounds too fake. If Tong Hua herself denied it, there would be many people who believed Tong Hua. Most people think about problems from their own situation and inherently put themselves in their own environment. Because the amount of money is too large, it does not conform to the economic conditions of ordinary people. She is right, I did take the money at that time. Tong Hua did not deny it. Suddenly, there was an uproar. Su Yan had a good impression of Tong Hua, so she asked a question. They are willing to give this money. There must be a reason, right? Tong Hua smiled faintly. Everyone, be quiet first, and listen to me slowly. On the day of my wedding, Kong Mixue happened to have a heart attack. It happened that my ex-fiancé was not at home to prepare for the wedding, and he wandered over to her and sent her to the hospital. It happened that my ex-fiancé is more useful than the doctors in other hospitals. With him around, Kong Mixue will not die. It happened that my ex-fiancé is a good man, a very good man. In order to take care of Kong Mixue, who had a heart attack, he happened to abandon everything in the world and forgot everything on his body. What is a wedding? What is marriage? What is a fiancé? What are parents? It happened that they forgot all of them. They only have each other in their eyes. A series of coincidences made everyone laugh. Kong Mixue stared at Tong Hua. Tong Hua did not give her a chance to speak. Let me ask everyone present. When you get married, will you delay your wedding because of a friend who is not your boyfriend or girlfriend? After sending someone to the hospital, will you forget your own wedding because you are worried about the other person and stay with the other person in the hospital for a day and a night? Kong Mixue said angrily. We are different. Brother Gu and I are friends who grew up together. Our relationship is like that of brother and sister. It is obviously you who have dirty thoughts. Dirty thoughts. Gu Jinyue gritted his teeth and looked at Tong Hua. He admitted that he was wrong at the wedding. He had no other thoughts about Kong Mixue, absolutely not. Tong Hua would not be led by Kong Mixue, but asked other educated youth, "Will you stay out of your home for a day and a night on your wedding day for a childhood friend?"
Oh.
And this childhood friend has family to take care of him. If your wife or husband spends a day and a night with a friend of the opposite on your wedding day, are you willing? Su Yan looked grim. No.
Suman also said no.
Others said no. One after another. Wang Qing said, "Isn't it too much for you to empty your family's pockets for a dowry of 2,000 yuan? Tong Hua smiled. "I asked for a dowry of 2,000 yuan, but do you know under what circumstances I asked for it? Under normal circumstances, if Gu Jinyue is absent for some reason, wouldn't his parents find someone to go to the bride's house to pick her up?" "Yes. That's right. That's it." Tong Hua curled her lips and smiled. Very mocking, but the Gu family didn't explain, didn't admit their mistakes, didn't apologize. It was like the wedding that day was my wedding, my family's wedding. Wang Chung admitted that the Gu family had gone too far. The Gu family went too far. But what does this have to do with you asking for a dowry? Tong Hua's eyes were extremely cold, and her words were ruthless, because I want to cancel the engagement. This kind of in-laws who don't take me seriously. This kind of husband who doesn't take me seriously. I don't want to marry. Even more disdain. Gu Jinyue stared at her intently, and at this moment, he suddenly had a real understanding. Tong Hua really didn't want him anymore. Gu Jinyue felt uncomfortable, his chest seemed to burst, and tears fell uncontrollably. Tong Hua said indifferently, "My own conditions are not bad, and I can find a good in-law family even if I don't marry Gu Jinyue. But my parents don't agree, let alone say it's for my own good. My father is now the workshop director, and he has been wanting to be the deputy director in recent years. He dare not offend the Gu family. He dare not stand up for me. He dare not ask the Gu family for an explanation for me. They force me to go to the Gu family alone overnight. To please the Gu family. To work like a cow and a horse for the Gu family. Even if their son-in-law hooked up with another woman before getting married. In their eyes, how I live after marriage, whether I can live, is not important. It's not as important as whether he can become the deputy director. If I don't go, they will not recognize me as their daughter. They gave birth to me after all. No matter how reluctant I am, I can only swallow my tears and go to the Gu family. Because as a daughter, I have no choice." Some of the female educated youth had tears in their eyes and quietly wiped away their tears. As daughters and women, they could understand. Some of them had experienced similar things as Tong Hua. Marrying a daughter and exchanging gifts for a son is not uncommon in any place. Kong Mixue stared at Tong Hua with her eyes wide open.
She even said this.
Isn't she afraid of embarrassing Uncle Tong? Has she not been afraid of making the Tong family be laughed at? She even made public the family's dirty laundry and didn't care about her parents' face? Wang Jiqing, you have a sister, right?
Tong Hua asked.
Wang Qing nodded. He has a sister. Tong Hua smiled faintly. Under what circumstances would your family empty out the house to give them dowry? Wang Cheng's face changed little by little. Under normal circumstances, let alone his sister, is not so valued at home. Even if his sister is favored at home, the family will not empty out the house to give her dowry. Unless the sister can bring greater benefits to the family if she marries. Not only Wang Qing understood, but most people present understood. There were a few who couldn't think straight. After all, people are diverse. If you grow up eating a variety of food, you will naturally become a variety of people. Kong Mixue lowered her voice, but she couldn't suppress the anger in her heart. Since you don't want to get married, why do you insist on this dowry? Are you deliberately cheating your family's money? Tong Hua glanced at her, and her cold eyes were full of disdain and contempt. On the night of the wedding, I went to the Gu family alone. I had thought that since my parents didn't take me seriously, I would be better to myself with this money. It doesn't matter where I live. The shame and humiliation in Kong Mixue's heart grew like weeds, growing stronger and stronger. Tong Hua said indifferently. But the attitude of the Gu family dealt me another. I am a daughter-in-law that they don't even want to receive. A woman who they think is cheap and insists on marrying into their family. You can imagine how they treat me. In this kind of situation, women can still empathize with women. The female educated youths imagined all kinds of scenes in their minds where the Gu family looked down on Tong Hua, especially the evil mother-in-law, the nightmare that all unmarried women worry about. They don't admit that it was Gu Jinyue's fault for missing the wedding, and they don't admit that Gu Jinyue was taking care of Kong Mixue in the hospital. They don't think it was wrong for the man's family not to go to the woman's house to pick up the bride. They just think that a daughter-in-law like me who rushed to the in-law's house is paying for it. Despicable. I thought they didn't know about Gu Jinyue and Kong Mixue. Who would have thought that they knew about it, and even concealed their affairs? They also lied to me that Gu Jinyue missed the wedding because of a car accident. How dare I stay in such an in-laws who don't know right from wrong? I'm afraid that one day I will suddenly die in the Gu family and be replaced by someone else. Tong Hua's expression was extremely ironic. Kong Mixue's heart skipped a beat, her eyes changed, and she looked at Tong Hua, looking into the pair of black pupils that suppressed deep emotions. An inexplicable thought arose in her mind. Could it be that Tong Hua knew what she was planning? The next moment, she denied it again. Tong Hua couldn't understand or guess what she was thinking. No matter what, Kong Mixue would refute what Tong Hua said. You re-talking nonsense. You're framing. You're talking nonsense. Tong Hua's expression was indifferent. Her eyes were sarcastic, let alone anything else. Why do you think the Gu family is willing to compensate me 5,000 yuan? If your fiancé breaks off the engagement, will you pay such a large sum of money? Tong Hua looked at the educated youth present. The educated youth all shook their heads. Not to mention that their family didn't have the money. Even if they did, they wouldn't pay it out. Then why did the Gu family pay such a large sum of money? With the dowry incident before, they would naturally draw inferences from it. It must be that Tong Hua has a huge handle on the Gu family. This handle is... Everyone's eyes turned to Gu Jinyue and Kong Mixue at the same time. If you are caught with lifestyle issues, it's no small matter. Kong Mixue was furious. Veins bulged on her forehead, and her expression was very gloomy. Tong Hua, stop talking nonsense here. You are exaggerating. You are making excuses for your own words and deeds. No one will believe your one-sided story. Tong Hua's eyes were filled with deepening color. Kong Mixue, you have a heart disease, and you are an only child. No matter which one, you don't have to go to the countryside. Why did you stay here as an educated youth? Not only Kong Mixue, the person who is least likely to be an educated youth, stayed in the countryside as an educated youth. Wasn't it Gu Jinyue who did the same? He was the son of a factory director. He wouldn't lose his job and go to the countryside as an educated youth when he didn't need to go to the countryside, right? These two people went to the countryside as educated youth because of their lifestyle problems, and they hid in the countryside.
No. Kong Mixue retortait angrily.
Tong Hua didn't take her rebuttal seriously. Everyone in the Red Bull team can see what the relationship between you and Gu Jinyue is, and the people at the Youth League Point are not all blind. Gu Jinyue wanted to fight poison with poison before. He deliberately took good care of Kong Mixue in front of others to make Tong Hua jealous. He deliberately made Tong Hua feel that he could do without her. He deliberately appeared to be very close to Kong Mixue in front of others. This was seen by everyone in the Red Bull team. The Youth League Points Youth League members saw it even more clearly. The relationship between these two people is indeed unclear. Until now, Gu Jinyue has dug a good hole for himself. Now this hole has buried him. Tong Chunjing opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found that he had nothing to say. He couldn't say that Gu Jinyue did this on purpose to make Tong Hua jealous. It sounds like he has a brain disease. Why did he think this method was good at the time? Is his mind not normal? Tong Hua continued, my parents were furious when they knew I broke off the engagement and took the compensation from the Gu family. They locked me up at home for several days without giving me food or water. Gu Jinyue raised his head in shock. No food? No water? Tong Chunjing was also shocked. He looked at Tong Chunshu, asking him if what Tong Hua said was true. Tong Chunshu was a little embarrassed. Isn't it her own problem? If she admitted her mistake and handed over the money, wouldn't mom let her out? Tong Chunjing's face was complicated. Have you ever thought of secretly sending her some food? Tong Chunshu said angrily. Why should I send her food? As long as she admitted her mistake, wouldn't she be released? But she refused to admit her mistake, and she almost her parents to death. Tong Chunjing fell silent. His mother mentioned on the phone that Tong Hua had ruined his father's job as deputy factory director. He couldn't tell who was right and who was wrong now. Jinyue felt a salty smell in his throat, and his chest felt like it was about to explode. He didn't know that his parents had no one to pick him up. He didn't know that his parents treated her badly. He didn't know that her parents locked her up and didn't even care about her food or drink. If he knew, if he had known earlier, he wouldn't have ignored her. He really wouldn't have ignored her.
Painting.
Jinyue felt that his internal organs were soaked in coptis water, and even the breath he exhaled was full of bitterness. Tong Mingmian mentioned the follow-up expressionlessly. When I was locked up at home, thieves broke into my house. My bicycle was stolen, and my mother scolded for a whole day, angering the thieves. Later, the thieves took advantage of the fact that no one was at home and broke into my house. Maybe they didn't expect that there was another person locked up at home. I was hit on the head and passed out. All my money was robbed, and my house was emptied out of revenge. My mother blamed me for this, thinking that I didn't take good care of the family. She took me to the police station and wanted to shoot me. Many people gasped. Even if it wasn't their money, they felt distressed. All the 7,000 yuan is gone? Such a huge sum of money is gone? Su Yan felt sorry for it. With so much money, she couldn't help asking, didn't you save it? Tong Hua smiled bitterly and said, I was going to give all the money to my parents. After all, the marriage was cancelled, my reputation was ruined, and it affected the reputation of my family and my father's work. I hoped to use this money to buy a place to stay at home. But their attitude disappointed me so much that I gritted my teeth and didn't admit my mistakes. I was angry and confronted them. No matter what she thought in her heart, what she said on the surface was what it was. Tong Chunshu couldn't help wondering if Tong Hua thought so. But you didn't go home immediately after you broke off the engagement. Tong Chunshu questioned her. Tong Hua asked him back, if I had gone home at that time, wouldn't my parents force me to go back to the Gu family? Tong Chunshu opened his mouth to say something, but he couldn't. If Tong Hua had gone back at that time, her parents would definitely have asked her to go back to the Gu family. Tong Chunshu asked angrily, why do you want to go to the countryside? And you sign me up to go to the countryside. Do I have a grudge against you? He didn't believe the talk of considering him. Tong Hua gave him a look that said, good question. What did she want to say? What did he ask? Tong Chunshu was confused by her look. Because I took the money from the Gu family and promised them to go to the countryside. Tong Hua put the blame on the Gu family couple who were far away in Kyoto. The educated youths gasped. So that's it. Bullying. No wonder they were willing to give such a large sum of money. The female educated youths secretly clenched their fists. Evil mother-in-law. Evil father-in-law. Jinyue widened his eyes. He never thought that it was his parents who forced Tong Hua to go to the countryside. Why did they do this? Thinking of how his mother couldn't wait to introduce him to a blind date after the marriage was cancelled. Jinyue seemed to have figured it out. The feeling of powerlessness and anger in his heart rose sharply. They were too much.
Impossible.
Kong Mixue interrupted Tong Hua. They can't do this. Kong Mixue's expression was angry, and her eyes looking at Tong Hua were as cold as ice. It's obvious that you extorted so much money from Brother Gu's family, and you didn't dare to face Brother Gu, so you had no choice but to choose go to the countryside. Tong Hua said sarcastically, if you calculate the time I went to the countryside, you will know that I signed up to go to the countryside after I got a sum of money from the Gu family. At that time, the money was there and my family was fine. What should I be afraid of? Kong Mixue's face changed, and her chest was pumping with heavy breathing. Then why did you want Xiaoshu to go to the countryside? He is your own brother. Tong Hua raised her eyebrows, and her eyes became sharp, looking murderous, because he is blind and fell in love with you. You have ruined Tong Lauer. Let him stay in the countryside for so many years and dare not go home. I can't let you ruin Tong Laosi again. Tong Chuanshu's eyes widened.
Could it be?
Could it be that Tong Hua really sent him to the countryside because he liked Sister Shuer? Is she really doing this for his own good? No way. Tong Chunshu refused to admit that Tong Hua was doing this for his own good. Even if I like Sister Shuer, so what? Sister Shuer doesn't like the second brother, but that doesn't mean she doesn't like me. It's true that Tong Chuanshu's life after going to the countryside was not a life for a human being. He was so tired that he wanted to go back to school and be reborn a second time. No matter whether Tong Hua had good intentions or not, he didn't want to listen. His life was too miserable. Tong Chunjing was unhappy when he heard this. If Shuer didn't like him, how could she like him? Tong Chunshu was quite confident. He felt that Sister Shuer treated him differently from others and was very gentle to him. From childhood to adulthood, when he was happy, Sister Shuer was by his side to be happy with him. When he was angry, Sister Shuer was also by his side to comfort and encourage him. When he had a hard time in the countryside, Sister Shuer was still with him to share the joys and sorrows. Tong Hua said directly, Kong Mixue, which of these fools in the Tong family do you like? Or, do you not like any of them? Tong Chunjing's face was embarrassed. Tong Hua, what nonsense are you talking about? Is this an occasion to say such things? Tong Chunshu angrily scolded. You are the fool. Your whole family is fools. Tong Chunjing's face turned black, and he hit Tong Chunshu with a brain slam, making him jump around with his head in his hands. If you can't speak, don't speak. Kong Mixue was angry and hateful. I'm different from you. I'm not your kind of person. Tong Hua asked lightly. What kind of person am I?
What kind of person are you?
Kong Mixue's breathing was urgent, and she gritted her teeth angrily. You have no shame. Saying these words in public. Tong Hua sneered. I dare to ask, do you dare to answer? Tong Chunshu looked at her expectantly, hoping that she could tell the truth. She was not without feelings for him. Tong Chunjing looked at her with complicated eyes. She rejected him directly back then. Why didn't she reject Xiaoshu directly now? Did she really have some special feelings for Xiaoshu? Kong Mixue blushed and turned around suddenly. Xiaoshu, do you want to be led by her by the nose? Tong Hua fanned the flames and said, Tong Laosi, you big fool. She never liked you. How could she like you, a stinky boy who hasn't even fully grown all his hair? Tong Chunshu's face turned red with anger, and he looked at Kong Mixue angrily. Sister Shuer, tell her. Who do you like? Do you like me? Kong Mixue was almost mad at Tong Chunshu. Oh my God. Who gave him the confidence? Who told him that she liked him? Xiaoshu. Look at what kind of occasion this is. Kong Mixue gritted her teeth and reminded. What, like or not? Can you say this in front of people? Aren't you afraid of being reported? Tong Hua added fuel to the fire. Everyone present is a young intellectual who doesn't have a little romance in their heart. Now the policy encourages freedom of love and freedom of marriage. If you like it, you like it, and if you don't like it, you don't like it. What can't you say? Are you still trying to find a partner while you're still looking for one? Kong Mixue's face was exposed by Tong Hua, and she cursed in shame and anger. Tong Hua, you are shameless. Tong Hua sneered. Her indifferent eyes were unusually sharp, although I also look down on the fools in the Tong family who are being toyed around by you. But I look down on women like you who play with people's feelings even more. Tong Chunjing, he seemed to be protected by his sister, but he also seemed to be scolded. Tong Chunshu, you are the fool. Your whole family is fools. Kong Mixue was ashamed and angry. She looked at Tong Chunjing, her big eyes filled with grievances and helplessness. Under normal circumstances, Tong Chunjing would stand up for her. Tong Hua interrupted him. Second idiot. Shut up. Tong Chunjing's face was ashamed and angry. How could she scold him like that? He is her second brother. Tong Hua sarcastically said, Don't you want the fourth idiot to see clearly and think clearly? Do you want him to be like you?
trapped in it.
And then be her yes man for the rest of her life? Tong Chunshu was furious. Tong Hua. Are you done? Who is the fourth idiot? If I am the fourth idiot, you are the third idiot. Tong Chunjing. The IQ of the fourth brother. Tong Chunjing changed his mind. Swear, tell the fourth brother. Kong Mixue looked ugly. How could he help Tong Hua? Second brother. Kong Mixue looked at him with resentment. Tong Hua said with a smile, "It seems that you like Tong Laosi? Otherwise, you wouldn't be unable to say it?" Just like what the fool Tong Si said, a woman 3 years older than you is holding a gold brick. If he doesn't dislike you, just think of it as holding a silver brick. More than half of the people around could see that Tong Hua was provoking Kong Mixue. Kong Mixue was in it, emotionally excited, and there was little rationality left. I just treat him as a younger brother. Tong Hua laughed and looked at the stunned Tong Chunshu sarcastically. Tong Chunshu looked at Kong Mixue hesitantly. Sister Swear, you just treat me as a younger brother? Kong Mixue was angry and ashamed, but now she must make it clear with Tong Chunshu, otherwise the consequences will be unpredictable. I watched you grow up. In my eyes, you are like my own brother. Tong Chunshu looked at Tong Hua, then at Kong Mixue. But I have a sister. Kong Mixue's expression was gentle. Isn't it good to have another sister? I grew up with you. In my eyes, big brother Tong is my real big brother. Second brother Tong is my real second brother. You are my real brother. Tong Chunshu's face was ugly. Of course it was not good. He felt that he was different. He was special to Sister Swear. She was obviously the most gentle to him. Tong Chunjing interrupted the farce. Okay, just make it clear. Tong Hua smiled sarcastically. Kong Mixue's heart skipped a beat. She was worried that Tong Hua, this witch, would ask her in public whether she liked Gu Jinyue or not, just like she asked Tong Chunshu. Everything has been clarified. Gu Jinyue, where is the package Uncle Gu gave me? Tong Hua's cold eyes were filled with indifference. Gu Jinyue is in a much better condition now. He looked at Tong Hua, trying to find some feelings for him in her eyes. Tong Hua asked impatiently, Gu Jinyue, do you still have any sense of shame? Gu Jinyue came back to his senses. His heart was more bitter than Coptis chinensis. He looked at Kong Mixue, motioning her to take out the things. Kong Mixue was so angry that she was caught off guard by Tong Hua today. It was not enough to be humiliated and ridiculed by Tong Hua. She also wanted to return the things to Tong Hua.
Impossible.
Brother Gu, this thing was given to you by Uncle Gu. You've already given it to me. If you want to give it to Tong Hua, I'm afraid it's not appropriate, right? Gu Jinyue frowned. I'll find a way to prepare it for you later. Kong Mixue shook her head. Brother Gu, I just like this set. Kong Mixue didn't lie. The winter stuff prepared by Gu Si was definitely much better quality than what they prepared themselves. Not to mention anything else, just that military coat made Kong Mixue like it very much. The ones sold on the market are all imitation cotton military coats. The military coat prepared by Gu Si is a real military product, with wool lining, warm and windproof. People who don't have military service at home can't buy this kind of military product even if they have money. Gu Jinyue felt guilty about Tong Hua now, and he insisted, give it to Tong Hua. Kong Mixue's head was buzzing. She said she liked it. He actually asked her to give it to Tong Hua. Brother Gu, I'm not feeling well. Gu Jinyue's face became serious. I said give it to Tong Hua. The hatred in Kong Mixue's heart surged like a tide. Tears rolled down, and she looked at him heartbroken. Gu Jinyue's face eased a little. Give the things to Tong Hua. I promise to prepare another set for you. In the past, Kong Mixue was in front of Gu Jinyue, although Tong Hua was Gu Jinyue's legitimate object, but when her needs and Tong Hua's needs collided, she always let Gu Jinyue take care of her first. Even at the wedding, she had the ability to keep Gu Jinyue in the hospital. But now, Gu Jinyue and Tong Hua are not engaged. Instead, he chose to take care of Tong Hua first between them. Even if you have to compensate her for the package, there is no need to compensate her with this set. CA, and do you prepare another set for her? Brother Gu, are you really going to take back the things you have already given me? Where do you put the face you gave me? Seeing Kong Mixue crying and looking very aggrieved, Gu Jinyue was a little irritated. Then she thought that it was not right to ask for something back after giving it away. Seeing that Gu Jinyue was wavering, Kong Mixue immediately said to Tong Hua, "We lost the package. Don't worry. We will compensate you. But I can't give you the things Uncle Gu gave you. Since you and Brother Gu have broken off the engagement, you don't have any relationship. You two should not have these lingering connections anymore." Tong Hua's eyes were cold, and her gaze was as sharp as a blade out of its sheath. "What Uncle Gu gave me, even if it's just a pair of socks. Don't even think about keeping it." Kong Mixue sneered, with darkness in her eyes. "Uncle Gu is Brother Gu's uncle. What does he have to do with you? He gave you some face for Brother Gu's sake. You look down on Brother Gu, bully him, and scold him if you have the ability. Don't take advantage of him. Don't use his identity to get close to Uncle Gu. Without Brother Gu, who do you think you are in front of Uncle Gu?" Gu Jinyue didn't expect Kong Mixue was so emotional today that he hurriedly stopped her from talking.
Xue.
"Don't say any more."
Gu Si came in from outside.
He was very tall, with a pure temperament and a handsome face. His deep peach blossom eyes were covered by the glasses he wore all year round, hiding his thoughts like the sea in his eyes. "She didn't use Gu Jinyue's identity to get close to me. She is a junior I recognize." Gu Jinyue's face changed. "Uncle." "Uncle." The educated youth present all stood up at once. "President Gu. President Gu." After a few greetings, the educated youth quickly moved the small stools for eating melons and ran away. Some excitement can be watched, but some excitement cannot be watched. Gu Jinyue quickly brought his uncle into the house. Gu Si glanced at Gu Jinyue. His eyes were completely cold. Gu Jinyue's eyelids twitched, and two words jumped out of his heart. "It's over." Gu Si sat on the Kong and the others stood on both sides. Tong Hua didn't get along with anyone except Gu Si. She stood next to Gu Si. Gu Si was only a few years older than these people, but his experience and knowledge were not comparable to those of ordinary people. He finished college at the age of 20. Although he was young, he had been in the official career for nearly 10 years. He was obviously a young man of the same age. He sat in front of them, but few dared to treat him as a peer. Gu Si exuded the majesty and heaviness of his official career, and his powerful aura was unleashed. "Tell me, what's going on?" When Gu Si came, he only heard a short part, not the whole thing. Gu Jinyue's face was stiff. He stammered and couldn't say anything. "Uncle." Gu Si narrowed his narrow eyes slightly. His eyes were like a knife. "What do you mean?" Gu Jinyue's face flushed. "I asked you for a set of winter quilts and other things from you before." Gu Si interrupted him. "Did I ask you to give Tong Hua the winter quilts and cotton jackets?" Gu Jinyue's face became even redder, all the way to his neck. Gu Si's eyes were sharp. "Did you give it to her?" Gu Jinyue subconsciously looked at Tong Hua, and seeing her indifferent and cold eyes, he withdrew his gaze dejectedly. "I haven't given it to her yet." "Why not give it to her?" Kong Mixue's mind made a chaotic ringing sound, and darkness surged in her eyes. She finally heard it. Gu Si came to stand up for Tong Hua. Before Tong Hua came to the educated youth point. I'm afraid she had already informed Gu Si. Kong Mixue gritted her teeth in anger. There must be some shameful relationship between this witch and Gu Si. Uncle Gu, Tong Hua and Brother Gu are not an engaged couple anymore. They have broken off the engagement. Why do you protect and take care of Tong Hua so much? I see that you don't care much about Brother Gu. Why do you want to take care of a person who has broken off the engagement? Ex-niece-in-law? Gu Jinyue's face changed, and his eyes turned sharp when he looked at Kong Mixue. "Kong Mixue, this is my private matter, and has nothing to do with you." Kong Mixue was not afraid of Gu Jinyue being angry, nor was she afraid of Gu Jinyue getting angry. She looked at Gu Si stubbornly. Gu Si's eyes fell on her lightly. "With what identity are you talking to me? Gu Jinyue's marriage partner?" Gu Jinyue glanced at Tong Hua and hurriedly distanced himself from the matter. "She is not." Kong Mixue was ashamed and angry, and almost bit her back teeth with hatred. "Does this have anything to do with the question I asked you?" Gu Si glanced over, and his patience was exhausted bit by bit. "This is the Gu family's business. What does it have to do with you, an outsider?" Who do you think you are, running in front of me and pointing fingers? Who should I take care of? Who should I take care of? Do I need to explain to you? Jinyue looked shocked. His uncle was a career official. Although he was cautious in his daily life, he was extremely restrained in his words and deeds. He had never heard his uncle say such ugly words in front of others. Kong Mixue's face turned red. Embarrassment, humiliation, jealousy, resentment, and other negative emotions accumulated and took root in her heart. I don't know what Tonghua said in front of Uncle Gu, but I have a clear conscience. Jinyue looked depressed. Uncle, aren't you going a bit too far? Gu Si interrupted him. Where are the things? Jinyue looked at Kong Mixue. Swear, take out the things and give them to Tonghua. Kong Mixue bit her lips tightly, jealousy raging in her heart. I can give it to her. I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of others, but I have a question for Uncle Gu. Gu Si looked at her coldly. My things. I can give them to whoever I want. Jinyue hurriedly said. Swear. What's wrong with you? Give the things to Tonghua. Kong Mixue was extremely angry.
Gu Si.
He is a blind man who can't tell right from wrong. Kong Mixue asked in one breath. Tonghua said that she went to the countryside because Brother Gu's parents forced her to. I heard that Uncle Gu was also there at the time. I want to ask you, is what Tonghua said true? If it was anything else, Jinyue would have stopped him, but he also wanted to know if his parents really forced Tonghua to go to the countryside. Gu Si's dark eyes fell on Tonghua. Tonghua lowered her head, and Gu Si couldn't see her expression, but the bones of her fingers behind her back were clenched white. So what if it's true? Gu Si's tone of voice was the same as usual, and even his expression didn't change, as if that was the case. Kong Mixue looked at him in shock. How is that possible? Gu Si's words were like a slap on Jinyue's face. At this moment, he didn't dare to look up at Tonghua's face. Tonghua's drooping eyebrows flashed a faint smile. She carefully studied the memories of her previous life. Just based on those two buttons, Tonghua didn't think that Gu Si could be her backer. Just like in her previous life, Kong Mixue could only borrow Gu Si's face to bully others. So if she wants to rely on someone, Tonghua has to be more careful. For example, Jinyue's arrival made Gu Si feel that he had done something wrong and was ashamed of her. For example, the things that Jinyue got involved in made Gu Si feel that it was his problem, which led to her being bullied by Jinyue in the countryside. For example, her cooking skills, which made Gu Si hang on Si's stomach. For example, she would never take the initiative to ask him for anything. At present, Gu has only compensated her financially. But she didn't even accept the original 1,000 yuan. So, what is this little compensation? These can only make Tonghua 60% sure that he'll help her, and the rest is Gu's disgust for the Gu family. After she married into the Gu family in her previous life, no matter whether it was the New Year or the holidays, Gu had never had a reunion dinner with the Gu family. Jinyue pulled Kong Mixue, who still wanted to talk, to get something. Tong Chunjing was a little embarrassed. He didn't know these things. He thought Tonghua had fled to the countryside to avoid trouble. Tong Chunshu didn't know about this either, and Tonghua never said it. I didn't expect the Gu family to be so excessive. Why didn't you tell me when you went back? Tong Chunshu said with some complaints. Tonghua opened her eyes and looked at him. What will happen if I tell you? Tong Chunshu opened his mouth for a long time, took a breath, and swallowed it. Yes. What's the use of saying it? Jinyue's father is the director of a textile factory. His father is only the workshop director of a textile factory. What Tonghua said at the beginning was quite reasonable. Why can't his father be a factory director? If his father can become a factory director, the children, will not only benefit from it, but at least they will not be bullied, right? I'll go and see. Tong Chunjing didn't know what to say in front of Gu Si, so he went to find Kong Mixue. The things must be returned. Tong Chunshu hurriedly followed. Only Gu Si and Tonghua were left in the room. Gu Si did not have the immaturity of a young man. His aura was enough to make people ignore his age. Aren't you quite talkative? Why don't you dare to look at me now? Tonghua lowered her head, with an attitude of admitting her mistakes and accepting the punishment. I'll make you a large portion of braised pork later. Gusi was so angry that he laughed at her cowardly and flattering attitude. Tong Hua pursed her lips and smiled lightly, her eyes sparkling like stars. Extremely agile. Another serving of chicken, fish, toe jump? I specially went to learn this local dish from someone, and I heard it as very delicious, even better than braised pork. A faint smile appeared in the corner of Gusi's eyes, but he quickly glanced at her again, not angry, but with a bit of displeasure of loss of face. Why in her eyes? He is the kind of person who can't be satisfied with one meal, but can be satisfied with 2 meals. What kind of dish is chicken, fish, toe jump? Tong Hua suppressed her smile and explained to him seriously that it was not easy to make this dish. While the two were talking, Jinyue had already gone to Kong Mixue's room. There were other female educated youth in the room. They were still talking, but they stopped talking when they saw Kong Mixue coming in. Jinyue was right behind her. Kong Mixue would not let Jinyue force her to take them out in front of them if she had any face. She took out the quilt, cotton-padded jacket, and other things and handed them to Jinyue. Jinyue breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Schwer was not so unreasonable. Seeing Jinyue carrying all the things out, Kong Mixue's beautiful mouth flattened, revealing a little bit of subtle coldness. Tong Hua, shall I send the things to you? Jinyue wanted to talk to Tong Hua alone. Tong Hua heard the noise and went out. I'll take it back myself. You are not needed. Jinyue said hurriedly. Let me help you. I have something to say to you. Tong Hua frowned. I have nothing to say to you. Jinyue wanted to explain to her seriously that he and Kong Mixue really didn't have that kind of romantic relationship between men and women.
Schwer and I.
Tong Hua turned to look at Gusi, pointing at the pile of things. Uncle Gu, can you do me a favor? Gusi paused, thinking of the braised pork and the chicken, fish, and toad jumps she mentioned. I came here on a bicycle. The bicycle is outside. I'll put it on the bicycle and push it back for you. Seeing that Tong Hua was using his uncle as an excuse to avoid him, Jinyue took the initiative to say, Uncle, I'll help her push it. Tong Hua glanced at his lower 3 roads. Don't they hurt anymore? Jinyue's face turned pale and then red in an instant. How could it not hurt? It must still hurt.
But
he couldn't wait to explain to Tong what happened between him and Kong Mixue. Gusi had a puzzled look on his face. He put the quilt and other things on the back seat of the bicycle and tied it with a cloth rope. The Tong brothers stood aside. It was not that they didn't want to help. They just didn't dare to speak. Who knew whether Tong Hua was willing to let them help? If she was unwilling, they still asked, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Uncle Gu, help me push these back first. I'll carry the coat back by myself. Tong Hua said. Gusi took a special look at Jinyue and warned him not to cause trouble for Tong Hua again. Then he pushed his bicycle away. Tong Hua put down her coat and came to Tong Chunshu. Tong Chunshu didn't understand and thought she was going to persuade him not to think about Sister Schwer anymore. He had already thought about how to answer her. As long as Sister Schwer was unattached, he could continue to pursue Sister Schwer. Sister Schwer would like him sooner or later. Tong Hua curled her lips and smiled, her watery eyes looking deep into his eyes. Tong Laosi, do you still remember what you owe me? Tong Chunshu was stunned. I owe you. Before he finished speaking, Tong Hua kicked him. The same position, the same pain, the same taste. Tong Chunshu's face flushed, so red that it turned purple. Tong Hua, I your uncle. Tong Chunshu's forehead was bulging with blue veins, and he was in so much pain that he could hardly breathe. Tong Hua said lightly, during the wheat harvest you pushed me to the ground. My palm was scratched and a lot of blood flowed. The wound on the palm of the hand is not easy to heal. Besides, it is wheat harvest period. How can she wait for it to heal? During the wheat harvest period, she did not affect the collective interests and let him go. But the debt must be repaid sooner or later. Tong Hua kicked the man and left. Tong Chunshu was in so much pain that he could not speak. He grabbed Tong Chunjing and ordered him with his eyes to catch Tong Hua. Beat him up. Tong Chunjing looked at the sky. The cabbage and radish are not washed yet. Tong Chunshu looked at Gu Jinyue again. Brother Gu, you have to teach her a lesson. Teach her a lesson. How can she specialize in attacking people's 3 ways? Tong Hua chased after him with a military coat. Gu Jinyue wanted to follow, but thinking of Tong Hua's ferocity, he did not dare to lift his feet. Let's wait a little longer. After Gu Si helped Tong Hua deliver the things, he left in a hurry because he had something else to do at the commune. Tong Hua had prepared the recipe in her mind, but the man ran away. Back in the house, Tong Hua sorted out all the things. Kong Mixue's military coat was very rare. Tong Hua turned over the wool inside and put her hand in. The wool was soft and warm. No matter how much Tong Hua used Gu Si, when he was good to her, she would not treat him badly. In the afternoon, Tong Hua put the axe behind her and carried the basket up the mountain. Tong Hua went up the mountain more often before the wheat harvest, but she didn't go up the mountain much after the wheat harvest. The ecological environment here is better than other places, and there are many kinds of wild animals. However, she never encountered wild ginseng like the first time she went up the mountain. Fortunately, Tong Hua discovered another use of the spiritual spring. All the grass that has been watered by the spiritual spring not only grows exceptionally well, but also attracts small animals. Many people in the village have caught prey such as pheasants and rabbits in the places where Tong Hua intentionally watered in the mountains. Tong Hua herself was in a remote place deep in the forest, and she used the spiritual spring to water a lot of land there. Others dared not go into the mountains, but she had the space, so she dared. Tong Hua threw all the dead branches she encountered on the road into the space. When she was getting closer to the place she was looking for, she saw a bear. Tong Hua was shocked.
How could there be a bear?
Generally speaking, bears live in the jungles of mountains above 1,000 meters above sea level. Why did it come down now? Tong Hua flashed into the space and waited for a long time before going out. After she went out, the bear also left. She continued to go to her destination. After more than a month, the green grass in this place was particularly pleasing. Compared with the withered grass in other places, the green here is lush and green, which is simply another spring in nature. Tong Hua saw pheasants flying away, rabbits running, and wild foxes. Abundant food and water sources are the most basic material conditions for attracting wild animals. This place has become their paradise. Tong Hua found 4 pheasant nests around and collected 50 or 60 pheasant eggs. If she is asked to catch a rabbit, she may not be able to catch it with her speed. Just like when she tried to catch a pheasant just now, she caught nothing, but she can find rabbit holes. After searching around, Tong Hua found a rabbit hole. The terrain was high, the hole was a little small, and it was slightly slanted downward. There was a new pile of soil next to the hole. Covered with weeds, the hole was raked open, and a thin layer of hay was piled on the soil wall, which is the rabbit hole. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Tong Hua found another rabbit hole nearby and blocked 2 holes with stones. Then he dug the hole to match the size of the basket, grabbed a handful of birch bark from the space, lit it with a match, and threw it into the rabbit hole. When the thick smoke came out, Tong Hua was fully prepared. After a while, a bunch of things crashed into the basket. Tong Hua put the basket into the space in a blink of an eye. In the space, living things will die if they enter, which is also the experience that Tong Hua learned later. Counting 4 hares and several nests of pheasant eggs, it is not a wasted trip. However, Tong Hua saw the environment here and wanted to dig a trap here. When it was getting dark, Tong Hua arrived home. Chung Xiuyu looked for Tong Hua several times in the afternoon, but didn't see anyone. Now Tong Hua finally came back. Tong Hua put a hare in the basket and a lot of small garlic. Small garlic can be used for dipping sauce, making soup, stuffing, or stir-frying, and can also be pickled into pickles or salted vegetables. Chung Xiuyu saw the hare and widened his eyes in surprise, lowering his voice. "You caught a rabbit?" Tong Hua nodded with a smile. The brigade was the backer, and the brigade headquarters turned a blind eye to simple things. But the smell of meat cannot be covered by closing the door. This is why Tong Hua always makes a lot of meat dishes and hides them in the space. Try the spicy rabbit meat I made tonight. Chung Xiaoyu swallowed her saliva, still shook her head, and said embarrassedly, "You should eat it yourself. Last time, didn't your family also send me a portion of rabbit meat?" But Chung Xiaoyu was still embarrassed and ran back home without saying anything. Tong Hua cleaned up and cooked all 4 rabbits. The spicy aroma made Captain Cheng's family drool. Brother Chung swallowed the potatoes, took a deep breath of the spicy smell in the air, and put the remaining potatoes in his hand into his mouth with the aroma. Chung Xiaoyu was so greedy that she couldn't sit still. If she went to Sister Tong's house for dinner now, would it be okay? Sister Chung took a big mouthful of corn porridge. "Mom, you sent half a bowl of rabbit meat to Tong Hua last time." The last time Aunt Chung sent half a bowl of rabbit meat to Tong Hua, Sister Chung was always unwilling. This is meat. It's not enough for her family to eat, and she has to give it to others. In the following days, when Chung Deseo saw Tong Hua, her smile disappeared from her face. Chung Deseo ate the small mountain garlic with sauce. Isn't this what Tong Hua sent? Chung Deseo curled her lips. How could small mountain garlic be compared with rabbit meat?
Mom.
Don't be so stupid to send your own meat to others next time. We don't have enough to eat at home. You treat them as your own family, but they don't treat us as their own family. After a while, Tong Hua sent a big bowl of spicy rabbit meat. Chung Deseo came into the house with a big bowl of rabbit meat in her hand, and her face was indifferent, as if she had expected Tong Hua to send it. At first, Chung Deseo sent only a small bowl of rabbit meat, but now Tong Hua sent a big bowl. How big is a rabbit? Tong Hua sent at least 1/3. Chung Deseo looked embarrassed. She didn't expect Tong Hua, the educated youth, to be so generous to their family. If someone else was trying to curry favor with her father-in-law, it was possible, but who didn't know that Tong Hua, the educated youth, had a close relationship with the commune director? Does Tong Hua still need to curry favor with her father-in-law? Sister Chung scratched her head in embarrassment. Tong Hua is a very generous, educated youth.
Eat.
Talk less and do more in the future, Aunt Chung said lightly. Sister Chung looked at her mother-in-law's calm appearance and felt like a clown. Her face flushed. Aunt Chung quietly suppressed her daughter-in-law. Tong Hua didn't know the situation of the Chung family, so she packed a box of rice and a box of spicy rabbit meat and put them into the space. The next day, Tong Hua went to the commune early in the morning and asked Li to pass the 2 lunch boxes to Gu Si. Tong Hua left without seeing anyone. Tong Hua went to the county town. Gu Jinyue and Tong Hua appeared in the commune one after another. But Gu Jinyue went to his uncle today to ask his uncle to get him another military coat. Gu Si took the lunchbox and asked Li to drive Gu Jinyue out. Gu Jinyue was so angry in front of his uncle that he vented his anger at his mother when he called home, questioning why they forced Tong Hua to go to the countryside, questioning why they humiliated Tong Hua so much, questioning why they treated his wife like that. Mother Gu was accused by her son for no reason. What did she mean by forcing Tong Hua to go to the countryside? Mother Gu didn't admit anything she had done, let alone things she hadn't done. Gu Jinyue also knew his mother, so he believed his uncle's words and didn't believe his mother's explanation. Mother Gu was hung up on and almost fainted. Tong Hua, who arrived in the county, found the county's ideological committee and submitted a letter of complaint about the lifestyle of Gu Jinyue and Kong Mixue at the Red Bull Brigade of Longping Commune. If the complaint letter failed once, she would come more often. After finding a toilet, Tong Hua went in and changed into an old coat of Wang Feng's from more than 10 years ago and put on the mask she made on her face. Tong Dalai's black framed glasses were turned out by her and put on. The glasses had no degree, and Tong Dalai wore them just to show off and make himself look like a cultured person.
Tong Hua can use them now.
The second time she went to the black market, Tong Hua was more familiar with it. She pushed her new bicycle into the black market. It took a lot of time for Tong Hua to go to the county town and back. In order to make a quick decision, her price was not high. The bicycle did not require a ticket, and it cost 130 yuan. Many people wanted it, but not many people carried so much money with them. Someone from the black market went into the alley on the side. In the room in the alley, a strong man who was about 1.9 meters tall was sitting by the window, smoking a cigarette. The door was slammed open. Sanbengzi hurriedly said, "Brother Xiangdong, a seller is here. She is small, probably a woman. She probably needs money urgently. The bicycle does not require a ticket for 130 yuan. Shall we buy it? How new is it?" Qin Xiangdong asked. Sanbengzi said, "I checked it. The bicycle is more than 90% new. It should not have been ridden many times. New bicycles that do not require a bicycle ticket are sold at their highest price of 230 yuan, and the lowest price is not uncommon." Qin Xiangdong could make a net profit of more than 50 yuan from the transaction, so why should he hesitate? She counted out 13 big unity bills from the drawer and threw them to Sanbengzi. Sanbengzi bought the bicycle from Tong Hua. The last time Tong Hua came to the black market, she went to all 3 black markets. The one that impressed her the most was the East Market, with 1 entrance and 2 exits, and people watching at all 3 places. When she was collecting the money just now, the other party reminded her to take it well and put it separately. Tong Hua lowered her voice. "I have old clothes and old furniture and other things. Will you accept them?" Sanbengzi looked at her strangely. "Our boss usually doesn't accept things himself, unless the goods you bring are good." Tong Hua lowered her voice. "They are all wearable clothes, and they are all goods from the city." The pile of things in Tong's house made her feel annoyed. It would be better to sell them at a lower price. It is impossible for her to travel so far to the county town to set up a stall in the black market every day. Sanbengzi looked at the dwarf inquiringly. His eyes looked very innocent and a little silly. He just reminded her to put the money away, but he didn't expect that she might still have ability. "Where did you get it?" Tong Hua whispered. "I have relatives in there. I got it from the house search. Wang Feng's brother did this, too. But these things were confiscated by her own family." Sanbengzi's face changed slightly. Although the situation has improved a lot now, in those years he was terrified. Tong Hua went out for a while, carrying 2 large sacks and dragging another sack, and came back. Inside were clothes of the Tong family, young and old, scattered and piled inside. Compared with ordinary families, the clothes worn by the Tong family are not bad. Tong Dalai is the workshop director of the textile factory. He has the priority to buy some defective cloth. In addition, Wang Feng's younger brother Wang Guoren, who has no children, treats the Tong brothers as his own sons and subsidizes the Tong family. There are many good clothes of Tong Dalai and Wang Feng in the 2 sacks of clothes. Tong Dalai and Tong Chunshu each have an old military coat, which was sent back by Tong Chunlei from the army. There were 3 sets of new work clothes from the textile factory alone, which were brought back by Tong Dalai. There were also some old clothes from a long time ago, clothes that the Tong brothers had worn out. Tong Hua kept a few suitable ones for changing clothes and sold the rest for a package price of 150 yuan. Tong Hua also bought a batch of rice and flour. As for coarse grains, she received coarse grains from the team. Sanbengzi was happy, because the price of these things could be multiplied several times. "My name is Sanbengzi. If you have any goods in the future, just come to me." Tong Hua really wanted a lot of things. With a connection, it would be much easier for her to get things in the future. After leaving the East Market, Tong Hua did not find that she was being followed, so she found a place where no one was around to collect her things. Then she went to the toilet and changed her clothes. After walking for a few minutes, Tong Hua met Gu Jinyue. After following for a while, she found that the direction was to the West Market. Tong Hua found a place, took out the quilt in the space, and carried it to the West Market. The quilts were all tied in a tic-tac-toe pattern with cloth strips. The Tong family's quilts, with the quilt cover removed, did not look special. There are almost no people like Tong Hua who sell second-hand quilts. Gu Jinyue came here to buy a new quilt and a new cotton padded jacket, but how rare are cotton coupons? No one sells cotton except those who are short of money or dealers. Once dealers take it out, it is easy to sell it and you may not be able to find what you want. Buying things on the black market also requires luck. Gu Jinyue really had no choice but to stop in front of Tong Hua, who was selling second-hand quilts. Tong Hua's scarf wrapped her head and face tightly, and her eyes could only see half of it. Although Gu Jinyue had suffered enough, He still felt a little uncomfortable sleeping on a quilt that someone else had slept on. These are all old quilts. Do you have a new quilt? Jinyue asked with hope. Tong waved her hand. No. He didn't deserve a new quilt. Jinyue hesitated for a long time. What's the price? Tong gestured 15 yuan. Jinyue frowned. The quilts were all old. Wasn't it a bit expensive? But he bargained, and he didn't have the face to bargain. Sell them at a lower price. I'll buy all these quilts. Tong shook her head and gestured 3 quilts for 45 yuan. Not a penny less. Jinyue asked hesitantly. Can't you speak? Tong lowered her head and said nothing. Your whole family can't speak. Jinyue imagined that this disabled comrade who couldn't speak had no problem with his ears. It wasn't a congenital disability, but something happened to him that made him dumb. He even sold his quilt. It must be that his family couldn't make ends meet, right? Jinyue gave 45 yuan and bought 3 old quilts. Tong took the money and took out 2 new cotton jackets and trousers from the 2 sacks behind him. One set was prepared by the Gu family and the other set was prepared by the Tong family. No matter whether he could recognize them in the future. Anyway, he certainly couldn't recognize them now. If he could recognize them in the future, he would recognize them. Jinyue looked surprised. You're selling new cotton padded jackets too? This was really strange. Why would you put them out if you don't want to sell them? Compared to the 3 old quilts, the new cotton padded jacket and cotton pants really made Jinyue excited. Are these the only 2 you have? If there are any more, I'll buy them all. Jinyue said generously, without hesitation. Tong waved her hand. There were no more. What's the price? The 2 cotton padded jackets, Gu's was much thicker, and Tong's was 1 or 2 pounds lighter. Tong sold them at the same price. 2 sets of cotton padded jackets. She asked for 100 yuan. Jinyue didn't understand, and couldn't tell the difference. Seeing that the size was about the same, he didn't think too much. But he wasn't a fool. He knew how much 100 yuan was. This was too expensive. Tong picked up the heaviest cotton padded jacket of 4 pounds and asked him to try it out. Jinyue lifted it, and it was very heavy. He was afraid that he would be exhausted if he wore it. But I heard that the coldest time here in winter is -50 degrees. Although he had never been in such a cold place, he knew from the number that it was too cold to keep warm and could kill people. Tong asked him to pick up a pair of 3 kilograms of cotton trousers to try. Jinyue held the cotton jacket in his left hand and the cotton trousers in his right hand. They were large and heavy. Jinyue was still hesitating. Seeing this, Tong snatched the cotton jacket and trousers back. I didn't say no. Jinyue said hurriedly. Tong handed the cotton jacket and trousers forward again. Jinyue took them in his hands again. He couldn't tell the quality of the cotton, so he could only pretend to pat and pinch the cotton jacket.
Then,
Jinyue pinched something in the inner pocket of the cotton jacket. He reached in and took it out. They were all big unity. What's going on? How could there be so much money? Tong's eyes widened. He snatched the cotton jacket and the money in Jinyue's hand. Then he took out a few big unity notes from the other side of the cotton jacket. He couldn't help but feel lucky.
Ooh.
Fortunately, it has not been sold yet. Jinyue's family has been doing business for generations. During the special period, the family donated all the money. But his family conditions are still good. He has seen money and had money, so he still has vision. He is not jealous of the little money hidden in the cotton padded jacket. He is just a little curious. Don't you know there is money in the cotton padded jacket? Tong thought, nonsense. If she knew, could she sell it like this? Could she give him a bargain? Who knows what Jinyue's mother is thinking? If she has money but doesn't remit it, why hide it in the cotton padded jacket? Tong found 60 yuan in the cotton padded jacket and 40 yuan in the pocket of the cotton padded pants. There is money in the cotton padded jackets and trousers of the Gu family, but there is nothing in the cotton padded jackets and trousers of the Tong family. Tong It was too dangerous. Selling 2 sets of cotton padded jackets to him for 100 yuan, almost giving him another 100 yuan. If this is the case, It would be fine if she didn't know, but she would be so angry if she knew. Jinyue watched the other party turn over and over his clothes, and when he couldn't find the money, he handed the cotton jacket back to him. This time, Jinyue didn't hesitate at all, and didn't even mention the price. He immediately paid for the cotton jacket. He was afraid that the other party would have money and no longer need to sell the cotton jacket and trousers. So she decisively paid for the purchases and left. Jinyue happily left the black market with a lot of things on his back, on his shoulders, and in his hands. Tong was also very busy, and many people saw the scene just now. As soon as Jinyue left, she left the black market. After taking a few detours, she changed her clothes and went to the city, where she paid 50 yuan for the watch ticket and the sewing ticket. She also bought a batch of rice, pork, and 2 chickens. She was lucky enough to buy 30 snow clams. Now she can make chicken, fish, and frog jumps for Gusi. Finally, she went to the supply and marketing cooperative to use up the tickets that were about to expire. As for food coupons, she didn't have many on her. Most of the food coupons of the Tong family were for local use, and there were not many that were valid nationwide. Before going to the countryside, she had used up all the food coupons she should use. She cleared a lot of things on this trip, and a total of 375 yuan was deposited. But she also spent more than 100 yuan to go out. Now there are 200 kilograms of rice in the space, 120 kilograms of flour, more than 20 kilograms of pork, more than 30 kilograms of bones, 10 kilograms of lard, 3 fish, 2 chickens, 50 pheasant eggs, 60 eggs, 40 kilograms of pears, 20 kilograms of persimmons, and various mushrooms and vegetables, 3 spicy rabbits that are ready, 5 kilograms of braised pork that are ready, 3 kilograms of pickled cabbage bones that are ready. This trip to the county town was not in vain. It was dark when I rushed home from the county town. It was too far to go to the county town, and too much time was wasted on the road. Tong had a lot of gains here. After returning, she went to look for another cotton padded jacket in the Gu family. As expected, there were 10 big unity hidden in it, just like the other cotton padded jacket. It was really easy to get. In the educated youth point, Jinyue divided the quilt and cotton padded jacket. He had already spent more than half of the 200 yuan his mother sent him, and his mother had mentioned to him before that she would only send him money this time. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain to her uncle. Kong Mixue only got an old quilt, and her face turned cold no matter how reluctant she was. Tong Chunshu said with a tactful look, "Sister Shuer, don't worry, Brother Gu will definitely get you a military coat." Tong Chunjing came early and knew more about the things here. The second son of Captain Chung is a soldier, but they offended Captain Chung to death. Tong Chunshu's eyes rolled around. If he could get the military coat back from Tong Hua, Sister Shuer would definitely look up to him. But he had to keep this secret in his heart first, lest they all go to Tong Hua. Kong Mixue was relieved to see that they still cared about her affairs. However, she certainly couldn't rely on them alone. The next day, Kong Mixue went to the brigade headquarters and called her mother's factory. Kong Linlang answered the phone, and Kong Mixue asked her mother for money. Now it would be too late for her mother to prepare and send things. So she asked for money. All the money in Kong Linlang's hand was stuck on the things she sent to Tong Hua. "Then I'll remit you 50 yuan, and I'll send you more when you've used it up." Kong Linlang had to borrow the 50 yuan from her colleagues in the factory. It wasn't that Kong Linlang was unwilling to borrow more, but she still had to go to get medicine for Kong Mixue. The medicine Kong Mixue was taking now was all prepared by Kong Linlang, who spent more than half of his salary every month. The medicine contained ginseng and was not cheap. Sometimes the family didn't have enough money, so Kong Linlang had to sell blood to make up for it. When Kong Mixue heard that her mother could only remit her 50 yuan, her face suddenly became ugly. What could 50 yuan do? The Gu family remitted 200 yuan to Jinyue. The Tong family had all been robbed, and the Tong family's parents also remitted 100 yuan to the Tong brothers. Kong Mixue felt extremely aggrieved and hung up the phone without saying a word. Kong Linling held the receiver and called out anxiously twice. Hello.
Mixue? Mixue.
Kong Mixue almost cried after hanging up the phone. She thought about it, and the only person who could help her and had the ability to help her was probably him.
But
Kong Mixue bit her lips, hesitated for a long time, and finally clenched her fists and made up her mind to call another person. Wang Guerin from the Ideological Committee had just come back from outside and was making a cup of tea and preparing to take a break. The phone in the office rang. The person who transferred the call said that the other party was a female comrade, surnamed Kong, calling from the countryside in the north. Wang Guerin was a little surprised. He didn't expect Kong Mixue to call him on her own initiative. As soon as Kong Mixue answered the phone, she heard Wang Guerin's voice and her throat choked. Xiaoxue? What's wrong? What happened? Kong Mixue cried for a long time, and then sobbed and told Tong Hua that he misunderstood her, didn't forgive her, and had a falling out with her. There was also the matter of the lost package. In her words, everyone else was blaming her and complaining about her. Wang Guerin listened calmly, leaning back on the chair, rubbing his fingertips with an unpredictable look. Kong Mixue felt wronged for a long time, cried for a long time, sobbed for a long time. Wang Guerin did not get impatient and listened to her quietly. Kong Mixue asked in self-pity, Uncle, am I really that annoying? Am I really unable to do anything right? Wang Guerin leaned back slightly, his back slightly relaxed. Things that I can't do can be learned slowly. Everyone has something they're not good at. Kong Mixue bit her lips. Uncle, will you hate me because of painting? Wang Guerin fiddled with the tea lid with one hand. How could that be? As for the painting problem, I will tell her later that you are friends who grew up together and should trust each other. Kong Mixue said aggrievedly. She doesn't believe me, and she misunderstands me about many things. I can't explain it clearly. Wang Guerin narrowed his eyes to only 2 slits. Xiaoxue, tell Uncle, do you really have no other thoughts about Jinyue? Kong Mixue licked her lips, her eyes changing and her voice became more grieved. Uncle, even you don't believe me? You are the same as Tong Hua. Do you also think that I want to steal her partner? Wang Guerin's tone became completely gentle. What I think is not important. What's important is what Xiaoxue thinks. Kong Mixue said aggrievedly. Since you asked that, doesn't it mean you don't believe me? Wang Guerin lowered his eyes and took a sip of hot tea. Xiaoxue, the matter between you and Jinyue was brought to me, and I was the one who suppressed it. Kong Mixue's eyes flashed under her long eyelashes. Uncle, my health is not good, and I can't live a normal life. I have never thought about getting married. What kind of woman is a woman who can't have children? Who would want her? Across the telephone line and across the space, Wang Guerin seemed to see a pair of eyes as soft and innocent as a deer, as if there was no hypocrisy at all. In that case, you wait in the countryside for a while, and I will find a way to bring you back to the city. You are not in good health, and during this time, I will let Tong Hua and others take good care of you in the countryside. But Hua, Wang Guerin said without question, she will be obedient. A bright light appeared in Kong Mixue's eyes. Tong Hua was most afraid of her uncle, and she also listened to her uncle the most. This time, Tong Hua would definitely bow to her. The package is lost. Don't you have anything to last the winter? Wang Guerin asked. Kong Mixue felt aggrieved again, saying that her mother didn't love her at all. Sometimes I doubt if she is my biological mother. How can a biological mother love her child so much? It's really freezing cold where I am, with the lowest temperature reaching -50 degrees. She doesn't worry about whether I'm cold or not, and doesn't feel sorry for me suffering in the countryside. She doesn't send me a quilt, nor does she prepare a cotton padded jacket for me for the winter. Wang Guerin didn't agree with her words, but said, It's not easy for your mother to raise you alone, and she may have neglected some aspects. Kong Mixue took a deep breath, with a strong nasal tone. I know it's not easy for my mother. I was just impulsive just now. In fact, I understand that I'm different from others. They all have fathers, I don't have a father, and I don't have brothers or sisters. I'm different from them. Wang Guerin sighed slightly. Xiaoxue, you will have what others have, and you will also have what others don't have. Kong Mixue's eyes were bright, and a hint of joy flashed through her heart. Tong Hwa has an Uncle Gu. She also has an Uncle Wang. After the call, Kong Mixue's eyes were red and swollen, but she was in a good mood. However, she was very disappointed with Gu Jinyue and the Tong brothers. At the critical moment, none of them could be relied on. He couldn't even handle a military coat. He made her lose to Tong Hwa. On the other side, Gu's mother, who was far away in Kyoto, calmed down. She sorted out her son's words. She found something wrong. How could Gu Si say that it was the Gu family who forced Tong Hwa to go to the countryside? Gu Si was clearly present at the time, and he forced them to compensate Tong Hwa 5,000 yuan. Who forced whom? Gu's mother could tolerate Gu Si and other matters, but Gu Si provoked the relationship between them. She would never forgive him. Gu's mother called Gu Si directly to his workplace. Gu Si answered the phone, and Gu's mother questioned him on the phone. Gu Si, why did you lie to Jinyue and say that it was me and Jinyue's father who forced Tong Hwa to go to the countryside? It was you who brought Tong Hwa to Gu's house at that time. Which eye of yours saw us forcing her to go to the countryside? We gave her 5,000 yuan. Except that she stopped talking nonsense outside. We didn't put forward any conditions. Gu Si's expression was indifferent. Compared with the anger and questioning of Gu's mother, he seemed unhurried. Do you know how much Gu Jinyue did after going to the countryside? Gu's mother said angrily. What does this have to do with your nonsense? What benefits did that which give you to let you help her talk like that? Thinking of her son quarreling with her on the phone yesterday, Gu's mother felt very uncomfortable. This was the first time her son quarreled with her. And it was for a woman. An outsider. Gu Si leaned back in his chair and dropped the enamel pot in his hand heavily on the table. Let Gu Changzong come and talk to me. Gu's mother's face was stiff, and her momentum dropped. She said in a stern voice, even if you let your eldest brother say it, I will still say the same thing. You are the ones who are lying. You are the ones who are trying to sow discord between us mother and son. I know you resent me for what happened back then. But at that time, Gu Si tapped the table with his fingertips a few times, and he had no patience to deal with it. Gu Jinyue thought that he had lost his self-esteem and face because Tong Hwa broke off the engagement and blackmailed him. So he kept making trouble for Tong Hwa in the countryside. What my son said is right. She was the one who broke off the engagement and blackmailed our family for 5,000 yuan. When Gu's mother heard that her son was making trouble for Tong Hwa in the countryside, she felt strangely balanced. Gu Si sneered. Gu Jinyue and Kong Mixue wrongly accused Tong Hwa of stealing a wallet and reported it to the police, but it turned out to be false. During the wheat harvest, they went to steal the braised pork made by Tong Hwa. They were caught on the spot. Now your son and his friends are well-known losers in the local brigade. Famous meat thieves. Gu's mother said angrily, impossible. 2 days ago, Gu Jinyue and his friend stole a package from Tong Hwa's post office. After being caught by Tong Hwa, he came to me and begged me for help, asking me to compensate her for Tong Hwa's package first. Gu's mother looked grim. He was her son's uncle, so why should she beg? Didn't she arrange her son with him so that she could find someone to help when she had problems? Gu Si continued. He turned around and gave my things to someone else, causing Tong Hwa to come to settle the score. Mother Gu said angrily, Tong Hwa, that witch, she took 5,000 yuan from my family. This money is enough to buy her a few. What's wrong with my son taking some things from her? Gu Si sarcastically said, if your son continues to make trouble for Tong Hwa, his result will be to go to the farm for reform. Mother Gu's face changed drastically, thinking that what the other party said was too unlucky.
Gu Si.
Stop talking nonsense. Gu Si's tone was gentle and firm. Gu Jinyue always felt that Tong Hwa owed him, so he wanted to retaliate against Tong Hwa. If Tong Hwa didn't know him, he would naturally not retaliate against Tong Hwa again, and he wouldn't cause so many problems again. Mother Gu's face was livid, her teeth were clenched, and her mind was in a mess. Her son didn't retaliate against Tong Hwa. Wouldn't he come to make trouble with her? Argue with her? What sin did she commit? If it was really her who forced Tong Hwa to go to the countryside, she would admit it. In her opinion, Tong Hua had extorted 5,000 yuan from her family. She would have let Tong Hua die, not to mention just going to the countryside as an educated youth. But in that situation, it was obviously her family that suffered the most. Now she has to take the blame. Gu, he is your nephew. You can't just ignore him. Mother Gu gritted her teeth and reminded him. Gu Si looked indifferent. I am just taking care of it now. Mother Gu choked. What he meant by taking care of it was to sow discord among their family members and frame his parents. Before Gu Si hung up the phone, all right. Think about it carefully. Mother Gu was so angry that the phone was hung up. Although she was angry, she still took what Gu Si said to heart. At noon, Gu Jinyue was called to the brigade to answer the phone. Mother Gu asked, Jinyue, what kind of meat thief is your uncle talking about? What about stealing packages? What a joke. What's going on? Gu Jinyue's face flushed instantly. His uncle actually complained to his mother. It was too much. My uncle is in the commune, not in the brigade. It's all misunderstandings. It's not my fault. This matter has nothing to do with you. Why do you care so much? Gu Jinyue was too embarrassed to admit it. Gu's mother was furious. You are my son. How can this have nothing to do with me? If you want to come back early, do make trouble in the countryside. Strive to become an activist so that your father and I can easily get you back. Gu Jinyue did not refute this time, and he didn't want to stay in the countryside all the time. Gu's mother understood that if there were no such things, her son would never say it was a misunderstanding, but would directly deny it. She took a deep breath and put the blame on her head. You were right before. I forced Tong Hua to go to the countryside as an educated youth. Don't bother Tong Hua anymore in the future. If her son really had the ability to bother Tong Hua, she would have wished it. But he didn't. She couldn't let him mess around in the countryside anymore. If he was really sent to the farm for reform, even for a short time, it would be in their files, which would not be conducive to bringing him back to the city in the future. She now hoped that even if he didn't become an activist in the countryside, he would not become a backward element. Gu Jinyue was still holding a glimmer of hope yesterday, but today his eyes went dark. His mother really dug a big hole for him. What happened between you and Tong Hua is over. Your father has sent you to the countryside. This matter ends here. I will not accept Tong Hua marrying into the Gu family again. And Kong Mixue, it's even more impossible for you and her. You will be able to return to the city soon. Don't find me a daughter-in-law in the countryside. Gu's mother's motherly instructions, but Gu Jinyue didn't listen and hung up the phone directly. Gu's mother's face was livid, and even he hung up her phone. She didn't raise a son. She raised an ancestor. Angrily, Gu's mother remembered one thing. She hadn't told Gu Jinyue that there was money hidden in her cotton-padded jacket. She was afraid that if she remitted too much money, Gu's father would say that she was a spoiled mother, and Gu Si would also bring up the previous agreement. But she only had such a son. How could she bear to let him suffer in the countryside? But thinking of the phone that had just been hung up, Gu's mother frowned. He was not a fool. He would always know to put away the money when he saw it, right? In the afternoon, the brigade distributed reserve vegetables for the winter, and they went to collect them according to work points. Cabbage, radish, and pumpkin. Captain Cheng's family dragged back 500 kilograms of cabbage alone and received a lot of other things. In addition to their private plots, the cellar was full. But these were winter reserves, and Captain Cheng's family was not small. These things, plus the loss over time, were really not enough. Tong Hua also dug a cellar with the help of the Chung family as a place to store vegetables. A shallow cellar would not work, and a deep cellar would be inconvenient to enter and exit. Fortunately, she didn't know how to do it, and Aunt Ching would give her some advice, so she didn't have to worry about it. Tong Hua stored about 100 kilograms of fresh cabbage in her space, and she also pickled more than 100 kilograms of sauerkraut. By chance, she got all the cabbage from other families in the village for 1 cent per kilogram in the name of pickling sauerkraut. Compared to what she pickled, the Chung family had 6 large jars of pickled vegetables in the corner of the yard. Now Tong Hua didn't plan to pickle the cabbage she got from the brigade anymore and put it directly in the cellar. When Gu Jinyue was queuing up to get the cabbages, he saw Tong Hua leaving after getting them. His attitude was better than ever before. Tong Hua, I'll help you carry them back. Tong Hua refused without even raising her head. No need. But Gu Jinyue didn't listen and insisted on helping her carry the cabbages back.
Gu Jinyue.
You don't understand what people are saying, do you? Tong Hua said angrily. Gu Jinyue looked bitter. He just wanted to help her. Chung Weiguo was pushed over by his younger sister to help, and when he saw the male, educated youth who seemed to be looking for trouble, he stepped forward and protected Tong Hua. Little educated youth Tong, do you need help? Chung Weiguo is the second son of Captain Cheng's family. He served in the army before and was discharged from the army a few days ago. He contributed a lot to the cellar dug by Tong Hua's family. Tong Hua saw that he also brought a cart and said in surprise, "Please help me with a second brother Chung." Many families in the village have carts, which can be borrowed at ordinary times, but now they need to use them themselves, and Tong Hua is embarrassed to borrow them. Chung Weiguo has been working on the demobilization since he came back, and Gu Jinyue has not seen him yet. Now Tong Hua actually calls him the second brother Chung? Tong Hua even calls her own brother Tong Laoer. Why does she call this man the second brother Chung? Chung Weiguo looked at Gu Jinyue, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Tong Hua. Tong Hua said directly, "Don't worry about him. I don't know him well." Upon hearing this, a sour feeling suddenly exploded in Gu Jinyue's chest. He then vaguely remembered that Tong Hua used to call him Brother Jinyue. How long has it been since Tong Hua called him Brother Jinyue? Tong Hua, who is he? Chung Weiguo said, "I'm Chung Weiguo." Gu Jinyue clenched his fists. Are you Captain Cheng's son who retired from the army? Doesn't that mean he lives very close to Tong Hua? Gu Jinyue felt sour again, secretly looking at Chung Weiguo's appearance. He looked dark, tall, and simple. Not as good-looking as him. Tong Hua is petite, fair, and tender, and she would definitely not fall in love with a man who looks like a bear. Tong Hua and I are friends who grew up together. You don't need to help here. I'll help Tong Hua. Chung Weiguo heard about Tong Hua and Gu Jinyue from his younger sister. But he hasn't seen Gu Jinyue since he came back. Are you Gu Jiqing? Chung Weiguo asked uncertainly. The Gu Jinyue in his sister's mouth was a who looked elegant and refined. The man in front of him was very thin, with a sallow complexion, long hair, and a decadent state. Chung Weiguo did not see any elegance in him, but he could see some gentleness. Gu Jinyue's face changed. His reputation was not good now. The other party knew him, and must have known his reputation. Maybe he also knew about his previous relationship with Tong Hua. Suddenly, Gu Jinyue gritted his teeth, his momentum fell to the ground, and he lacked confidence. I am Chung Weiguo. The little educated youth Tong lives in my house. It will be more convenient for me to send her back. Chung Weiguo believed that if he left Tong Hua to Gu Jiqing, his sister would give him a beating when she returned. After that, Chung Weiguo didn't care about Gu Jinyue's attitude, and began to help Tong Hua move the cabbage he was allocated to the cart. Gu Jinyue also wanted to go over to help, but as soon as he squeezed in, he was pulled out by Tong Hua.
Get out.
Tong Hua scolded impatiently. Gu Jinyue's whole body was stiff. The sour feeling in his heart because of Tong Hua's call of second brother Chung not only did not disappear, but became even sour. The two picked up the cabbages very quickly. After a while, they were all moved to the cart. Chung Weiguo carried the rope on the cart on his back and nodded to Gu Jinyue, who was standing on the side, motioning him to go first. Gu Jinyue looked at them, one pulling the cart in front and the other pushing it in the back, and his heart was so upset. "Brother Gu, what are you doing?" Tong Chunshu shouted not far away. "The radishes will be distributed soon. We have to send the cabbages back first." Gu Jinyue had no choice but to go back over there. There was also a cart at the educated youth site, but it was taken by other educated youth. They could only carry the cabbages back in baskets by themselves. Kong Mixue asked, "Brother Gu, did you go to find Tong Hua just now?" Gu Jinyue felt sour in his heart and didn't want to talk, so he ignored her. Kong Mixue bit her lip. "I saw that Tong Hua was not using a cart. Instead of moving things back again and again, why don't we borrow a cart from her?" Tong Chunshu's eyes lit up. I'll go borrow it. The cabbage, radishes, and other things they had added up were quite a lot. It would be much more convenient to push them back with a cart. Tong Chunjing reminded him a few times. She also borrowed from others. If she can't borrow it, forget it. Don't make a fuss. Tong Chunshu ran out before he finished listening. Tong Hua sent the cabbage back and went to line up with Chung Weigua and his sister to get the radishes. Tong Chunshu easily found Tong Hua in the crowd. The whitest one among a bunch of black and yellow skin must be her. Tong Chunshu's eyes lit up, and he ran over quickly. Tong Hua. Tong Hua knew who the annoying voice was without turning around. Tong Chunshu shouted twice, and the person came to the front. Chung Xiuyu stared at him. What's this person doing here again? Was he here to help Sister Tong move the radishes? Let me use the cart. Tong Chunshu saw the cart nearby and took it without saying a word. Tong Hua also did the same, without saying a word, and hit it with the rope on the cart. Tong Chunshu was caught off guard. Being hit directly, she cried out in pain. Tong Hua, what are you doing? Tong Chunshu said angrily. Tong Hua stared at him. What are you doing? Tong Chunshu said angrily. We haven't even shipped the cabbage back yet, and we're asking you to borrow a cart. Tong Hua's it? No. Tong Chunshu widened his eyes, as if to ask why she was so stingy. I'll just borrow a cart for a while, and I'll return it to you after I'm done. Tong Hua grinned, with a bad smile in her eyes. No. Tong Chunshu was so angry. Don't make a fuss. I'll return it to you in a while. At most a quarter of an hour. Chung Xiaoyu smiled even more gloatingly. You want to borrow a cart? Why don't you find out who the cart belongs to? Tong Chunshu knew that the cart definitely didn't belong to Tong Hua. But as long as Tong Hua agreed, she had such a good relationship with the Chung family. How could the Chung family not agree? Tong Hua, just tell me whether you will lend it to me or not. Tong Chunshu asked angrily. Tong Hua looked at him strangely. Didn't you understand? The cart is not mine. Even if it is mine, I won't lend it to you. Tong Chunshu said angrily. You said you would lend it to me. How could she not agree? Tong Hua sneered. Why should I lend it to you? Why would she agree to lend it to you? Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Tong Chunshu felt that Tong Hua was too unreasonable. She had no feelings for her brothers and sisters. When they were beaten by her, no matter how painful it was, they never really fought back. How could she be so heartless? Will you lend it to me or not? Tong Chunshu turned around and asked Chung Xiaoyu angrily. She had such a good relationship with Tong Hua, and he was Tong Hua's biological brother. She should know what to do, right? Chung Xiaoyu put her hands on her hips. No. Tong Chunshu was so angry that he lost his mind. Why don't you lend it? Aren't you Tong Hua's friend? Don't you always call Tong Hua sister? She is my real sister. Tong Hua laughed angrily, bent her fingers, jumped up and hit Tong Chunshu the head. A crisp sound of a head bursting was accompanied by Tong Chunshu's cry of pain. Seeing this, Chung Xiaoyu couldn't help laughing. Why should I lend it to you? Because you pushed me down? Because you hit me? Chung Weigua's face changed, and he said angrily, You hit my sister? Tong Chunshu's face turned pale. Chung Weigua was a soldier, half a head taller than him, strong and good at fighting. He was no match for him. Who hit her? A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Tong Chunshu left the words, covering his head, and squeezed out of the crowd. Chung Weigua's face was unfriendly. Did he really hit you? It seemed that if Tong Chunshu really hit Chung Xiaoyu, Chung Weigua would break his legs. Chung Xiaoyu hugged her second brother's arm. He did hit me, but Sister Tong avenged me. I didn't suffer any loss. Thinking of the time when Tong Chunshu was kicked and hurt so badly, she laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. Seeing this, Chung Weigua rubbed her head, and his impression of Tong Hua improved a little. Tong Hua looked at the two siblings, and the corners of her mouth gradually rose. Suddenly, she thought of Tong Chunlei, who was also a soldier in the army, and the corners of her mouth gradually flattened. On the other side, Tong Chunshu went back dejected. Not only did he fail to borrow a cart, but he was also beaten by Tong Hua. How unlucky. Kong Mixue saw him return empty-handed and said disappointedly, She doesn't want to lend it? She's not willing to do such a small thing? Tong Chunjing interrupted what Tong Chunxue was about to say. Xiaoxue stays here and watches. We just need to make a few more trips. Kong Mixue sighed lightly. With our relationship, why bother to this point? I wonder when Uncle Wang will contact Tong Hua? How will Tong Hua react when she hears Uncle Wang asking her to take care of her? Kong Mixue was secretly delighted and looked in the direction of Tong Hua. When she saw Tong Hua, who was several shades whiter than others, she couldn't laugh anymore. Tong Hua. How did she get such white and tender skin? Did she soak it in milk? Tong Chunxue was annoyed and said nothing. He walked away carrying the basket of cabbage in a sullen manner.
Kong Mixue.
Okay. They got angry in front of Tong Hua, and they turned around and vented it at her. How hateful. After Tong Hua received the radishes, she first packed the weighed radishes in snakeskin bags and carried them to the cart. 4 large bags of radishes and 2 large baskets of pumpkins were tied tightly with ropes. Sister Tong, let my second brother help you pull them back. Cheng Xiaoyu gave Cheng Weiguo a look, telling him to work smarter. Don't be like an old cow, taking a step when she whips him, and standing still when she doesn't whip him. You haven't finished transporting the goods yet. I only have this one cart. I can do it. Tong Hua put the rope on her chest, waved at them, and walked away with the cart step by step. Cheng Xiaoyu stomped her feet in anger. Look at you. Are you a man? Can't you show your courtesy? Can't you coax a girl? Cheng Weiguo felt that it would have a bad influence in public. But Cheng Xiaoyu didn't care and kicked him. Go. Do you still need me to beg you? Cheng Weiguo was speechless. His sister was still so fierce. Tong Hua's forehead began to sweat after she had been pulling the cart for a while. She had to use all her strength to take each step. If she wasn't careful, the cart would pull her back. When Tong Chunjing saw Tong Hua struggling to pull the cart, he quickened his pace. He planned to send the basket of cabbages on his shoulder back to the educated youth site first, and then went to help Tong Hua push the cart. Cheng Weiguo had already caught up with Tong Hua, and he put a strong arm on the cart and pushed it. Tong Hua's body suddenly felt lighter, and the burning sensation on her shoulders was much better. Second brother Cheng. I can do it. You don't have to help me. Xiuyu hasn't been done yet. Tong Hua turned around and saw that it was Cheng Weiguo and wiped the sweat off her forehead and said, if it was when she first went to the countryside, Tong Hua would definitely not be able to pull this much. But she eats well and drinks well here, and she thought she didn't grow taller, but she did grow a little. In addition, time is still in the space, and she used rice bags to practice her strength in the space. She was alone in the countryside, and it was not safe to rely entirely on the space, and she had to be able to protect herself. She practiced until her limbs were weak and sweaty, and then soaked in the bathtub with spiritual spring water.
It was so sour and refreshing.
Brother and sister-in-law are also over there. You don't have to worry about her. Cheng Weiguo was a man of few words, and he didn't say much now. He helped her push the cart after he finished speaking. Tong Hua had no choice but to give up. At worst, she could go back to help the Cheng family. Cheng Weiguo pushed the cart behind Tong Hua, and occasionally his eyes fell on Tong Hua. She had a beautiful black bun on her fluffy head. Her neck was long and straight. Her profile was delicate and beautiful, and her nose was very delicate. Cheng Weiguo had never seen a more beautiful than Tong Hua. She looked so out of place in this land. When Tong Chunjing trotted over, he saw that someone was already helping behind Tong Hua's cart. But since he was already there, he decided to lend a hand. As soon as Tong Chunjing helped, Tong Hua felt it and turned to see Tong Chunjing. What are you doing here? I don't need you here. Tong Chunjing didn't say anything and silently helped her push the cart. Cheng Weiguo frowned, pushed hard, and walked away with big strides. Tong Chunjing was caught off guard, and his push missed, and he staggered and almost fell. Just as he was about to get angry, he was blocked by Cheng Weiguo. Tong, educated youth. We don't need your help here. Tong Chunjing went to the countryside early, and Cheng Weiguo knew him. There were only 3 people with the surname Tong in the entire educated youth site. Cheng Weiguo didn't need to guess. He knew that this one must be the Tong Lao heir mentioned by his sister. A brother with a crooked elbow. If this happened in their family, their parents would break their legs. Tong Chuanjing's face was dissatisfied. He was Tong Hua's second brother. It was his duty to help Tong Hua. Second brother Cheng, let's go faster. Tong Hua shouted. Cheng Weiguo silently added strength, and the range of his step was a little larger. Tong Chuanjing's face was a little dark. He was her second brother. Since Tong Hua went to the countryside, she never called him second brother again. When Tong Chuanjing came to her senses, Tong Hua and Cheng Weiguo had already walked far away, and their speed was extremely fast, as if they were avoiding trouble. Trouble? Is he trouble? He is her second brother. Second brother. Kong Mixue shouted. Others were almost finished moving, but theirs was still piled up. Tong Chuanjing looked at the back of the figure going away. His heart was empty, and he had nowhere to put his strength, floating and lost. In order to get rid of Tong Chuanjing, Tong Hua and Cheng Weiguo pulled the cart back in one breath. After loosening the rope, Tong Hua took a deep breath. Second brother, I'll pour you some water. After shouting, Tong Hua suddenly realized that she had shouted the wrong thing. Cheng Weiguo wanted to say no, but Tong Hua called him second brother, and her crisp voice sounded better than her own sister's. Just drink water. Tong Hua went into the house and added some lingquan to the boiled water. When she took it out, the water temperature was just right. Cheng Weiguo looked at her deeply. When he was digging a cellar for her, she brought him water to drink, which was also warm. He had been drinking cold water directly from the well since he was a child. When he was a soldier on duty, he would grab a handful of snow in the snow and put it in his mouth. The only time he really drank warm water was when he was sick and needed care. Usually, no one was so gentle and considerate to him. After drinking the water, Tong Hua wanted to go with him to help the Chung family. Cheng Weiguo said, "You also need to clean up the things you moved back. We have enough manpower in our family, so you have to come back even if you go." Seeing him say this, Tong Hua was not polite and stayed to clean up the cellar. There were still many people moving in the wheat field. At this time, a tractor came in from the village entrance. The sound of the tractor attracted everyone's attention. Secretary Pring came running over and said with a serious face, "It's the people from the ideological committee." Captain Cheng's face turned black. What are these people doing here again? Gu Si, who got the news at the same time, also asked his friend to drive him to the Red Bull Brigade. The county's ideological committee was still one step faster. The tractor stopped on the wheat field, and the villagers and educated youth were shocked. According to their understanding, there was nothing good when people from the ideological committee came. When they got closer, Captain Cheng found that it was Lin Gudong who brought the people. His face changed again and again, and the Fanio cigarettes in his hand, which were usually precious, were deformed by him. Secretary Peng's face also changed. Why was it him? Lin Gudong was the deputy director of the ideological committee. He was famous in the past few years. He was ruthless and unscrupulous. I don't know how many people fell into his hands and their families were broken. In recent years, I heard that he was in poor health and rarely did anything in person. What evil wind blew this person today? At the same time, Lin Gudong has another identity. He is Captain Cheng's brother-in-law. But Captain Cheng's sister Cheng Yulian's ex-husband was indirectly killed by Lin Gudong. The Chung family, including Cheng Yulian's ex-husband's family, opposed them being together. As the saying goes, if it rains, it will rain. And if the mother wants to marry, there is no way to stop her. Cheng Yulian married Lin Gudong by fasting. On the day of their wedding, no one from the Chung family, who was her mother's family, went. Cheng Yulian's ex-husband's family also spread the word that from now on, the grandson's mother would be considered dead. After Cheng Yulian married Lin Gudong, she never returned to the Red Bull Brigade. Director Lin, welcome, welcome, Secretary Peng said, and he cursed several times in his heart. Accountant Yang also came forward, shaking hands and greeting them one by one, trying to find out what they were doing this time. Lin Gudong was not in good health, and his complexion was not very good all year round, but his aura was enough to make people ignore his weakness. Ahem. We received a report from the masses. Lin Gudong coughed a few times and said. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of the people around him changed. Which plague went to the ideological committee to report? What did they report? Secretary Ping asked with an embarrassed look. Could there be any misunderstanding? Every member of our Red Bull Brigade, whether in actual actions or in mental outlook, is actively moving closer to the organization and carrying forward the revolutionary spirit of hard work and plain living. Lin Gudong wiped the corner of his mouth with the handkerchief in his hand and said slowly, It's not a misunderstanding. Secretary Peng's face changed. Does this mean that the other party has evidence? Captain Chung said with an unpleasant look. Just tell me. Who did you report? Lin Gudong said with a deep look, the lifestyle problems of 2 educated youths in the Red Bull Brigade Educated Youth Point. Captain Chung's face darkened, and his eyes scraped at the group of educated youths in the Educated Youth Point like a knife. When Wang Chung and others heard that it was the people in the Educated Youth Point who were reported, their faces became panicked. When did they have any lifestyle problems? Lin Yutong covered his mouth and coughed again, then looked up and asked, Which educated youth Gu Jinyue is it? Gu Jinyue looked over in shock. Him? How could it be him? Everyone looked at Gu Jinyue, and they were surprised. It was his words. It seemed that they were not surprised. There is nothing wrong with my lifestyle. Gu Jinyue did not panic like the others. He felt that he was quite confident. Kong Mixue felt something was wrong and wanted to leave quietly. Unexpectedly, her name had been said by Lin Gudong. Who is the educated youth Kong Mixue? Kong Mixue stood up and said aggrievedly, Director Lin, I am a new educated youth. This report must be a deliberate frame-up. There is no evidence, and we can't just say whatever others say, right? Lin Gudong has his own rhythm of questioning, and he will not be led by Kong Mixue. What is your relationship with Gu Jinyue? Kong Mixue almost guessed the content of the report letter. She looked at Gu Jinyue. What should she say? She and I are both educated youth from Kyoto, and we are friends who grew up together as close as brothers and sisters. Gu Jinyue said first. Kong Mixue bit her lip. He was so eager to sever the relationship. Lin Gudong narrowed his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a knife. Is that what Kong Jiching said as well? Kong Mixue nodded, but did not speak. Captain Ching said, A misunderstanding. Lin Gudong raised his hand and continued, It's not a misunderstanding. After that, Lin Gudong coughed a few more times, probably because he was really not feeling well, so he asked another person beside him to speak for him. Before we came, we had someone come to the Red Bull Brigade to inquire. Luo Fong's eyes flashed with a sharpness. The relationship between these 2 educated youths is very close. They shared food in public and had a close and ambiguous relationship outside. If this kind of thing is not caught, there will be some gossip, but once the people report it and the officials investigate it, the matter will be serious. More than one person thinks they're a couple, and now you 2 say you are just ordinary friends? Childhood friends? Luo Fong sneered at them and mocked. Are you still saying that now? Gu Jinyue gritted his teeth and insisted. It's all misunderstandings. She and I are as close as siblings. We seem closer when we get along. There is nothing ambiguous between us. He was out of his mind at the time, so he deliberately treated Kong Mixue nicely in front of others. He just wanted to see Tong Hua jealous of him. He just wanted Tong Hua to admit her mistakes to him so that they could go back to the past. Lin Gudong sneered, Captain Chung, you know what kind of person I am. I would not have made this trip if I didn't have certain evidence. Captain Chung's face was as ugly as a dying factory, and he stared at Gu Jinyue with heavy eyes. At this point, he might as well admit his relationship with Kong Mixue. Gu Jiching, think about it again. Gu Jinyue said angrily. Captain Chung, what I said is true. I have nothing to do with her. My fiancé is someone else.
She is. Gu Jinyue.
Gu Si scolded. His eyes behind the lenses were 7 parts cold and 3 parts disappointed, like a cold pond, dark and deep. This idiot, he still wants to involve Tong Hua. Gu Jinyue has an instinctive respect for his uncle, and the courage that just rose in his heart has disappeared under his uncle's scolding. However, with the arrival of his uncle, Gu Jinyue's heart surged with hope. Luo Fong on the side whispered a few words in Lin Gutong's ear. In Qingping County, Lin Gutong is one of the local snakes. Gu Si is a young commune president, not a strong dragon, but the people behind him are. Lin Gutong made this trip today, first to give face to Captain Chung, the leader of the Red Bull Brigade, and second to give face to Gu Si, the president of Longping Commune. Otherwise, he could just send someone down to take the person away. He already had witnesses and physical evidence for this report. Uncle, explain to Director Lin that Kong, educated youth, and IR. Before Gu Jinyue could finish his words, he was slapped by Gu Si. Gu Si's slap knocked out the second half of Gu Jinyue's words and caught Gu Jinyue off guard. Gu Si narrowed his eyes, with a dangerous arc behind the lenses. If you can't speak, can you shut up? Gu Jinyue's face hurt and was embarrassed, but he subconsciously felt that if Director Lin didn't explain things clearly, he would regret it. Uncle. Gu Jinyue looked at him pleadingly, begging him to help him. Gu Si ignored the idiot and stretched out his hand, saying, Director Lin, I have heard of your name for a long time. I didn't expect to meet you in this occasion today. This young man in my family is really rude. I am sorry to embarrass you. Lin Gutong shook his hand with a smile of appreciation. Every family has a few disobedient young men. It is rare to find a young and promising young man like President Gu. Gu Si took advantage of the Red Bull Brigade headquarters to invite Lin Gutong and others over. As the objects of the report, Gu Jinyue and Kong Mixue had to go. At this time, everyone realized that Gu Si came here in a jeep. However, the jeep was parked at the entrance of the brigade headquarters, and there was a man and a woman in the car, both wearing military uniforms. Gu Si first gave a few instructions to his friend Xie Songnian in the car, and then followed him into the house. Xie Songnian closed the car window, turned the steering wheel, and turned back. Xie Wenyu frowned slightly. Doesn't he always care about the other people in the Gu family? His nephew's parents are not here. Gu Si can't let his nephew be taken away. Gu Si's face was also gloomy when a junior was sent to the farm for reform. If Tong Hua was here, she would definitely recognize that Xie Songnian was the soldier who led the team to rescue her from Dao Mountain in the previous life. When the jeep left the car, a group of children followed behind. The atmosphere in the house was quiet. Secretary Peng contributed the good tea that the family usually only took out to drink during the New Year. Luo Fong took out Lin Gutong's thermos cup from the black leather bag and placed it in front of Lin Gutong. Lin Gutong said, I am not in good health. Every time I go out, my wife will prepare a cup of wolfberry tea for me. Captain Cheng's face darkened, and the lid of the enamel pot was placed heavily on the table. Secretary Peng gave him a look. What's the fuss? Can you afford it? Captain Cheng's face became even longer. It's really not worth it. Secretary Peng said, Mrs. Lin is a good wife and a loving mother. She is Director Lin's blessing. Captain Cheng let out a long sigh and said he should go out for a walk. Lin Gutong squinted his eyes as he watched Captain Cheng leave. Secretary Peng said hurriedly, Old Cheng has other things to do and will be back soon. Lin Gutong smiled faintly and said nothing. On the other side, Gu Jinyue winked at Kong Mixue, asking Kong Mixue to say what he wanted. Kong Mixue lowered her head and pretended not to see Gu Jinyue's eyes. Gu Si's eyes hurt, and he turned away. Gu Jinyue's current situation obviously cannot be discussed in public. Gu Si and Lin Gutong did not mention Gu Jinyue's affairs again, and talked to Lin Gutong for a long time on the pretext of participating in the future. Gu Jinyue was a little dumbfounded. What happened? Weren't they going to talk about him and Kong Mixue being reported? Why were they talking about participating in the event again? Gu Jinyue stared at Gu Si, feeling a little anxious. Gu Si turned his head and glanced at Gu Jinyue, his extremely sharp eyes full of intimidating power. Gu Jinyue opened his mouth to speak, but because of his uncle's expression, he swallowed the words back in dismay. After a while, Lin Gutong covered his lips and coughed a few times. Okay, it's time for me to go back to the county. Gu Si invited Lin Gutong to have dinner at the commune. Lin Gutong smiled and shook his head. My lover waits for me to go back for lunch every day. Gu Si said, Director Lin and Mrs. Lin are in love and are really enviable. Lin Gudong paused slightly, with a bit of surprise in his eyes. Does President Gu really think so? Gu Si looked surprised, is it not? Lin Gutong's eyes floated with a tiny smile. President Gu has a sharp eye. What he said is right. Over the years, he and Chung Yulian's affairs have been criticized by countless people. He knows what kind of faces people who are not as good as him are behind the scenes of flattering him on the surface. Gu Si is the first person who does not look at him and his wife differently and even express support for him. He does not believe that Gu Si, who has been in Qingping County for half a year, will not know the situation of these people in advance. In this way, the haze and anger in Lin Gutong's heart aroused by Captain Cheng's attitude was suppressed. When Gu Si sent people away from the brigade headquarters, we already have witnesses and material evidence regarding the two educated youths. Lin Gutong's voice was so light that it made people feel nervous. President Gu is a smart man. I hope he won't make it difficult for me. Gu Si brought Gu Jinyue and Kong Mixue back to the educated youth site. The faces of the educated youths at the site changed when they saw the two people coming back. When they saw the commune president, his face changed again. Now it depends on whether Uncle Gu Jinyue can protect Gu Jinyue. But it should be very dangerous. How much face can a commune president have in front of the ideological committee? In the crowd, Su Man stared at the few people entering the room, with a strange dark light flashing in her eyes. The atmosphere in the room was depressing, and Gu Si glanced at the Tong brothers. Gu Jinyue said hurriedly, "Uncle, they are my friends, they are all family members." Gu Si was too lazy to care and said directly, "Director Lin has evidence of your lifestyle problems." Gu Jinyue said in disbelief, "What evidence can they have?" Gu Si looked at him coldly. He was not here to ask you questions. Now I give you two choices. One is to marry Kong Mixue. There is no problem with intimacy between partners. The second is that you two pack up your things. Pack up and go back to the city? Gu Jinyue's heart suddenly burst out with surprise. Gu Si sneered and said lightly, "Pack up and go to the farm for reform." Gu Jinyue's face changed instantly. "Uncle, Tong Hua is my fiancée. She is my wife." Tong Chunjing frowned slightly. "Gu Jinyue, my sister, and you have broken off the engagement. Gu Jinyue and Kong Mixue's affairs are already troublesome enough. Now it's Tong Hua again. Isn't this asking for trouble? Doesn't Gu Jinyue know?" But he couldn't care less now. Broken engagement is a matter between two people. I didn't agree at all. Tong Chunjing laughed angrily. "What's the point of you saying this now? It's been half a year since the broken engagement, and he just said he didn't agree at all? Was he dead before?" Gu Jinyue felt wronged. "Uncle,
Can you help me?
my dad said that if anything happens to me here, I'll ask you for help. My grandpa also said if I have any troubles, you will definitely help me solve them." Gu Si's dark eyes were heavy. "Gu Jinyue, do you think that if you were not in the Red Bull Brigade Youth League, if you were not my nephew, you could still stand here and talk to me nicely? But I am in the Red Bull Brigade Youth League now. I am your biological nephew." Gu Jinyue burst into anger in extreme guilt and broke through his psychological defense line in an instant. "Uncle, there is only Tong Hua in my heart." Tong Chunjing's face was ugly. "No. Tong Hua cannot be involved in this matter anymore.
Gu Jinyue.
If you are a man, you should know what the consequences are if a third person is involved in this matter." Gu Jinyue's face turned pale, and he said with a stiff face, "Uncle, you are my elder. Let me get married with Tong Hua here." Gu Si was also at Gu Jinyue's age, but he still didn't understand Gu Jinyue's train of thought. "As long as Tong Hua and I get married, I won't have any problems with my lifestyle." Gu Jinyue was stuck in a dead end and said stubbornly. Tong Chunjing punched him and cursed. "Gu Jinyue, wake up It's you and Kong Mixue who were reported. Not you and Tong Hua." Gu Si pressed his throbbing temple, and after a while, he opened his eyes and stared at Gu Jinyue for a few seconds. "You should explain this matter to your parents yourself. Discuss with your parents how to solve it." Gu Jinyue was panicked. Distant water cannot quench nearby fire, and a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. By the time his parents came up with a way to help him, it was too late. You are my uncle. You can control Tong Hua. You can help her. Why can't you help me? Gu Jinyue said angrily. Gu Si shook off his hand. His eyes, as dark as a deep pool, were extremely indifferent. 3 days at most. Within 3 days, either you marry Kong Mixue or wait to go to the farm. Gu Jinyue's face changed, and his brain, which was filled with anger, seemed to be poured with a basin of cold water, chilling his heart. Gu Si is gone. Gu Jinyue sat on the Kong as if he had lost his soul. Even Tong Chunshu had a heavy face. Since Tong Chunjing went to the countryside, he has rarely seen people from the ideological committee come to the Red Bull Brigade. But he has heard of Lin Gudong, who is not easy to fool or provoke. It's just who would report Gu Jinyue and Kong Mixue's lifestyle problems. A name popped up in Tong Chunjing's mind, and his brows knitted. Could it be Tong Hua? Tong Chunshu also thought of Tong Hua. Besides her, who else hates Gu Jinyue and Kong Mixue so much? Tong Chunshu jumped down from the Kong. I'm going to settle accounts with her. Tong Chunjing grabbed him. Stop it. Tong Chunshu widened his eyes. I'm making trouble? I just want her to withdraw the report letter. Or let her admit that the content of the report is false, right? Tong Chunjing said angrily. How do you know it's her? Do you have evidence? The incident without evidence is still vivid in our minds. Does he really have no brains? Tong Chunshu shook off his hand and said with gritted teeth, who else could it be if not her? She must be the witness. Physical evidence. Tong Chunjing grabbed him with a headache. This matter is of no benefit to her. Tong Chunshu's eyes were red, and he roared. Why is it of no benefit? She just wants to retaliate against us. She is retaliating against you. Why did she report us? Gu Jinyue raised his head blankly. Tong Chunshu had a look of insight on his face. She just wanted to prevent my second brother and I from getting Sister Schwer. Let us watch you get married and love each other in pain. Tong Chunjing. Gu Jinyue said angrily. What's getting married? What's loving each other? Nothing. Tong Chunshu said. What else could she do? Gu Jinyue jumped off the Kong. I'll go find her and ask her clearly. The person who reported him and Kong Mixue could be anyone, but it couldn't be Tong Hua. Tong Hua didn't know yet that the ideological committee was coming. It was Chung Xiaoyu who brought her the news. Sister Tong. Sister Tong. Chung Xiaoyu ran back with a belly full of melons, running back and forth in the house excitedly shouting for people. Tong Hua heard the noise and poked her head out of the cellar in the backyard. I'm here. Chung Xiaoyu ran straight over Sister Tong. Guess who's coming to our village? Tong Hua was burying radishes in the cellar, and she hadn't reacted yet. Who? The ideological committee. Chung Xiaoyu's face was shining with excitement. Tong Hua finally reacted this time. Chung Xiaoyu kept it a secret. Guess what they are here for? Tong Hua shook her head. Chung Xiaoyu said happily, someone reported that Gu Jinyue and Kong Mixue from the Educated Youth Point had improper work styles. She was not like her father and the others who were worried about their advanced production team next year. She just watched. These two people deserved it. Rascals. Tong Hua felt relieved. Did they take people away? Chung Xiaoyu shook her head. Gu Jinyue's uncle came. He didn't take people away.
But
it seems that he was not let go. My dad said that unless Gu Jinyue and Kong Mixue get married, this matter will not be resolved. Tong Hua said, Uncle Gu is here? Where is he? Chung Xiaoyu said, President Gu has left. Tong Hua was a little disappointed. Gu Jinyue came and shouted outside, Tong Hua. Tong Hua frowned. What was this unlucky thing doing here? Chung Xiaoyu guessed, is it here to deliver wedding invitations? Sigma. Tong Hua turned her head to look at her. He must have come to you to show off that he is getting married. Chung Xiaoyu said confidently. Seeing her so sure, Tong Hua thought it was possible. Coming out of the cellar, they went to the front yard. Gu Jinyue excitedly went over to grab Tong Hua's wrist. Hua Hua. Let us get married. Tong Hua slapped her with her backhand. Are you awake? Tong Hua looked into his eyes, which were cold without any temperature. Gu Jinyue's breathing stagnated, and his expression was slightly frightened. Tong Hua, I'm not kidding you. Listen to me, I really want to marry you. If it weren't for the misunderstanding before, you and I would have been married a long time ago. Gu Jinyue lowered his head. He lowered his head completely. I'm too noble. I'm too self-righteous. I always fantasize that you can bow your head back like before. Gu Jinyue admitted his mistake. Today, he really knows he was wrong. There is no relationship between Kong Mixue and me that goes beyond men and women. After Gu Jinyue finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that Tong Hua didn't believe his previous explanation. I swear, if I have feelings for Kong Mixue beyond those of a man and a woman, then let me never get the heart of the person I love. Chung Xiuyu couldn't help rolling her eyes. She thought she would hear some earth-shaking oath. Who could have thought that it would be just like this? Tong Hua's originally cold face was now covered with frost. If you don't have feelings for Kong Mixue, you'll be infertile for life and have a house full of children. Gu Jinyue didn't react. He was only moved, excited, and surprised by Tong Hua's response. I swear. If I don't have feelings for Kong Mixue, I will be infertile for life and have a house full of children. Chung Xiaoyu tilted his head and scratched his head. Why did it sound a little wrong? Tong Hua curled her lips. In that case, what are you doing here? Gu Jinyue's overwhelmed mind finally reacted. His face changed again and again, looking at her helplessly, as if he couldn't do anything about her. Tong Hua, I actually know that I was wrong on the wedding day, but I was too proud to admit it, nor did I want to bow down to you. I thought you would still be like before, giving in to me, coaxing me, and obeying me. The more Gu Jin thought about the past and the present, the more tears came out. I really didn't know that my parents would give you money to force you to go to the countryside. If I had known, I would definitely not ignore you. I would protect you. As Gu Jin spoke, he looked at her emotionally. Tong Hua, you forgive me this time. We will start over again. Tong Hua went into the house, collected a basin of water, and went out to pour it out. Gu Jinyue was poured with a basin of cold water from beginning to end. Gu Jinyue, who was stiff all over, looked at the indifferent Tong Hua, and the uncontrollable chill overflowed from the bottom of his heart. You pour it. You keep pouring it. As long as you can forgive me. Even if you pour out the whole tank of water, I won't blame you. In the current weather, Gu Jinyue was soaked through and shivered with cold. Tong Hua raised her eyebrows, looked straight into his eyes, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. From the beginning to the end, you have been saying that you and Kong Mixue have nothing beyond the love between men and women. But you didn't mention the special care you gave Kong Mixue at all. Gu Jinyue said stiffly, she has no father and has a heart disease. Her mother treats her normally. My care for her is just sympathy for her. Tong Hua's cold eyes were full of sarcasm. Why don't you marry her home and take good care of her and sympathize with her? Gu Jinyue thought she was jealous and was happy in his heart. I promise you, after we get married, I will keep my distance from her. Tong Hua said with disgust, I'm not a horse. I won't go back to my ex. Gu Jinyue looked at her affectionately. Can I go back to my ex? Tong Hua said sarcastically, even if you each shoot, it has nothing to do with me. Gu Jinyue stammered then. You don't have to say that about yourself. Tong Hua. Gu Jinyue, do you want to die? If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Tong Hua turned around, picked up the carrying pole, and hit him. Gu Jinyue was beaten and hid here and there. He ran away because he couldn't bear the pain. Chung Xiaoyu laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her waist. Tong Hua looked at Gu Jinyue's back from afar. A self-righteous man like Gu Jinyue would never be willing to be forced to marry Kong Mixue under such circumstances. She was waiting for Kong Mixue to beg her. She must find out who the old man was who had conspired with Kong Mixue to sell her out. Thinking of the numb and desperate tears of the abducted wives in the mountains. Thinking of the countless victims like her. Thinking of the officials there, the collusion between the police and the bandits. Thinking of the fact that in the end it was the country that mobilized the army to rescue people from the mountains. Tong Hua looked at the mountains in the distance, her expression deep and serious, her eyes tired and sad. There was too little she could do now. Jinyue returned to the educated youth point all wet, and his body was aching all over. Kong Mixue looked at him with great distress. Brother Gu, was it Tong Hua who splashed it? Jinyue saw her and said nothing. If it weren't for her, things wouldn't have turned out like this between him and Tong Hua.
Should he
tell Tong Hua why he took special care of Kong Mixue? But if he really told Tong Hua, would Tong Hua look down on him? Tong Chunshu was a little gloating. Brother Gu, have you found out? Was it Tong Hua who reported it? Jinyue didn't ask at all. It definitely wasn't Tong Hua who reported it. What Tong Chunshu said was simply impossible. How could Tong Hua watch him and Kong Mixue get married? He was inclined to believe that it was the educated youth from the educated youth point. If only we could get the letter of complaint about them, then we could tell who wrote the letter based on the handwriting on the letter. It's not her, Jinyue said, with certainty. Tong Chunshu was stunned for a moment. How is that possible? Who else could hate you so much besides her? Jinyue said in an unhappy tone. Tong Hua can't possibly report us. Tong Chuanjing's mouth twitched, and he didn't want to say anything. No matter whether it was. It was a good thing that Tong Hua didn't get involved now. What are you going to do?
Tong Chuanjing glanced at Kong Mixue.
Jinyue's expression became heavy, and he had thought about the worst outcome. As Tong Hua thought, Jinyue would rather go to the farm than agree to marry Kong Mixue. I'm going to the commune to find my uncle and won't be back tonight. The only person who can help him now is his uncle. Tong Chuanjing also thought of this. It's better to let your uncle help you figure out what the witnesses and physical evidence are. He saw that Director Lin still gave face to his uncle. Maybe if he gave some benefits in private, Director Lin would give his uncle this face. He didn't talk to Kong Mixue until Jinyue left. Kong Mixue, as one of the parties involved, seemed to be deprived of the right to put forward ideas. There was a confused look in her eyebrows and eyes. She hadn't figured out what to do now. How to choose. Jinyue was still unwilling to admit that Tong Hua had given up on him. But Tong Hua seemed to really not want him anymore. At this point, her ideas and plans have been disrupted. She found that once Tong Hua didn't listen to her, all her plans would be useless. What could she do if Tong Hua didn't want Jinyue? Would she still have the opportunity to borrow Tong Hua to stay by Jinyue's side? Would she still have the opportunity to implement her plan to replace Tong Hua? Kong Mixue gritted her teeth and leaned against the cold wall. Her fingers clenched subconsciously, almost tearing the flesh on her palms. Without Tong Hua and Jinyue, what kind of person could a woman like her who couldn't have children find? With someone like Jinyue in front of her, Kong Mixue had to make do with him. Kong Mixue shook her head. She didn't want to. So, this might be her last chance. There was a dark light in Kong Mixue's eyes, and she had no choice. Jinyue didn't know that there was a fire in the backyard, and Kong Mixue, who was not taken seriously by him, changed her mind. He borrowed Tong Chuanjing's bicycle and went to the commune to find his uncle. But today, Gu Si's friend came to see him, and Gu Si asked for leave and didn't work in the commune at all. Jinyue asked Secretary Li for the address of his uncle's house. Secretary Li had a complicated expression. The other party was President Gu's nephew, and he didn't even know the address. It can be seen that he didn't even have the most basic visits and visits. No wonder President Gu never mentioned his nephew. Jinyue didn't notice Li's expression, and took the address and left. The Xie brothers and sisters were all at Gu Si's house. Gu Si was also relaxed in front of his friends. You really don't care about your nephew's affairs? If necessary, I can also think of a way. Xie Songnian asked. Gu Si's eyebrows were indifferent. I have contacted his parents. He is my nephew, not my son.
I don't need to worry about it.
Xie Wenyu asked curiously. Where is his fiancée? Gu Si looked unhappy. This matter has nothing to do with her. Xie Wenyu was slightly stunned. Is Gu Si defending the other party? Defending his nephew's ex-fiancée? Xie Songnian was puzzled. Since there is no relationship, why did you send him to the countryside in the first place? Gu Si was in a complicated mood, and his expression was a little subtle. How can you get them together without getting into trouble? Is it your nephew's ex-fiancé who reported them? Xiao Wanyu was sensitive and repelled Gu Si, the ex-niece-in-law whom she had never met. Gu Si glanced at her indifferently. No. Xiao Wanyu half-jokingly said, "How do you know she's not? I see you re quite protective of her. She's a nice person?" Gu Si unbuttoned his collar. It was the Gu family that let her down first. Xiao Wanyu smiled, but her words were aggressive. It's not the Gu family that let her down, nor is it you who let her down. No matter how I look at you, it's not your character. Xie Songnian raised his eyebrows and looked at the two. His sister had decided on Gu Si. Gu Si refused thoroughly and firmly. These two were more stubborn than each other. What nonsense! If you spread it out, do you know what the consequences will be? Xie Songnian nodded a few times. Xiao Wanyu was good-looking, with long willow eyebrows and clever eyes. She came from an art troupe and danced for many years with an elegant temperament. Looking at her, she had a sense of confidence and confidence brought up by a wealthy family. Don't scare me. I'm just curious, which girl is so pleasing to Gu Si? Before Gu Si could speak, Xie Songnian said again, "That's not nonsense. Even if she is not his niece's wife, she is his ex-niece's wife, unless he doesn't want a future." Xiao Wanyu heard this and suppressed the hostility in her heart. Gu Si is so ambitious. How could he destroy his future? The brother and sister asked and answered, and finished their words. Gu Si's eyebrows were calm, and his expression was normal. Seeing this, Xiao Wanyu felt more at ease. "Uncle." Gu Jinyue knocked on the door outside the yard. Xie Songnian saw Gu Si frowning and laughed. He didn't want to worry, but trouble would come to him. Xiao Wanyu rolled her eyes at her brother and stood up and said, "I'll go and take a look." After a while, Xiao Wanyu brought Gu Jinyue in. As soon as Gu Jinyue came in, he saw delicious food and good wine on the small table in a room. His uncle's eyes, as deep as a pool, looked at him calmly. Gu Jinyue felt a sense of grievance in his heart. He hadn't eaten all day, but his uncle was eating and drinking with his friends so easily and didn't take his affairs to heart at all. "Uncle." Gu Jinyue didn't realize that there was a bit of complaint on his face. Xie Songnian's pupils were dark, and his nose and jaw lines were sharp. He glanced at Gu Jinyue, and with a murderous look in his eyes, he scared him out of his blaming and resentful mood. Xie Songnian took the position of battalion commander at a young age. It was his real military exploits in the mountains of corpses and seas of corpses in the war to aid the enemy. If he was not too young and was suppressed by his own father, he would have been a deputy regimental commander now. "Have you eaten? Do you want to eat together?" Xiao Wanyu asked. "Not yet." Xiao Wanyu glanced at Gu Si and decided, "Let's eat together." Gu Si said in a deep voice, "Is your hand disabled? Can't you get the bowl yourself?" Gu Jinyue immediately stood up, stopped Xiao Wanyu from getting up, and went to find the bowl and chopsticks. With the addition of Gu Jinyue, the atmosphere at the dinner table became much quieter. The Xie siblings have known Gu Si for a long time and have also met Gu Jinyue, but they have never spent much time together. Gu Si's connections are also something that Gu's father envies and is jealous of. Gu Jinyue didn't dare to look up at Xiao Wanyu. At the beginning, his mother was attracted by Xiao Wanyu's family background and wanted his uncle to introduce him to someone. But Xiao Wanyu didn't like him. She liked his uncle. Xiao Wanyu started, "Gu Jinyue, what do you think of the food? I haven't cooked for a long time, and I'm a little rusty. It's pretty good. Fish and meat. How can it not be delicious?" A look of satisfaction flashed in Xiao Wanyu's eyes. She glanced at Gu Si again and said happily, "If it tastes good, eat more." Gu Jinyue didn't need her to say anything. He didn't even raise his head while eating from the rice bowl. Gu Si frowned and looked away. Xiao Wanyu said, "You can only eat in the cafeteria here alone. Why don't I come over often to cook for you?" "No need." Gu Si refused. Xiao Wanyu looked dissatisfied. "I cook for you, but you still refuse. Isn't it too rude?" Gu Si frowned and said, "I don't need it here. I'm used to eating in the cafeteria." Xie Wanyu choked. "What's delicious in the cafeteria? Eat well and talk after you finish eating." Xie Songnian spoke up. If he continued to talk, old Gu would anger his sister away again. He hasn't finished eating yet. Xia Wanyu endured it and still went down the stairs given by her brother. At first, she thought Gu Si came here to be a small president to avoid her. She herself had spent a lot of effort to transfer the work to the art troupe here. She thought that after such a great sacrifice, Gu Si would be somewhat moved. Who knew that he didn't even ask why she came here? It seemed that there was nothing between them except the relationship of her brother. After eating, Xia Wanyu cleared the bowls and went to wash the dishes. Gu Jinyue looked at his uncle with a complicated expression. The rich lady was cooking for her uncle. But his uncle was indifferent. "Uncle, can you help me think of a way?" If the outsiders at this moment were not the brothers and sisters of the Xie family, Gu Jinyue might not speak. Now he spoke up, just in case his uncle couldn't do it. Maybe the brothers and sisters of the Xie family could help? Gu Si still said the same thing. Get married or go to the farm, choose one. Gu Jinyue was furious. If that was the case, why did he come to ask for help? "Uncle, even if I get married, I will marry Tong Hua, not anyone else." Gu Si looked at him fiercely. "If you don't want to involve her and go to the farm with you for reform, don't mention her in this matter." Gu Jinyue gritted his teeth and said, "I am willing to go to the farm with her." Gu Si sneered. "Have you asked her? Is she willing?" Gu Jinyue was not convinced. "How do you know she doesn't want to?" "Since you have decided, do whatever you want," Gu Si said indifferently. Gu Jinyue was choked again. "Uncle, help me." Xia Wanyu came out of the kitchen. "What's wrong?" Gu Jinyue took the opportunity to talk about the matter. "Tong Hua and I are a couple. All those things that were done to the outside world before were deliberately done to anger Tong Hua. In fact, Kong Mixue and I have no relationship between men and women." Xia Wanyu looked at Gu Jinyue with a subtle expression. His idea was really fresh and unworldly. Gu Si said coldly, "Don't worry about him. As long as the person he marries is not Kong Mixue, he will be useless." Gu Jinyue shouted angrily, "Uncle." Gu Si opened his eyes, and the coldness between his eyebrows spread to the depths of his eyes and turned into a mocking look. "The ideological committee has witnesses and evidence. The ironclad evidence is in hand. You can't escape." Gu Jinyue said unwillingly, "What witnesses and evidence? Aren't they just those people in the village? They are talking nonsense." Gu Si did get the news from Director Lin. If Gu Jinyue was more reliable, he will tell him. But judging from the side that Gu Jinyue showed, it would do more harm than good for him to tell it. The educated youths at the educated youth point reported you and Kong Mixue for improper lifestyles. As for who it was, you don't need to ask, I don't know. Gu Jinyue was so angry he knew it was the people at the educated youth point who did it. "Uncle, help me find this person. I have a way to make him shut up." Gu Si sarcastically said, "What ability do you have? Tell me and see." Gu Jinyue's face was ugly because he was blocked by him. "Uncle, don't you just want to help me?" The more they talked, the more tense the atmosphere became. Xia Wanyu said, "Since he wants to reconcile with that female comrade, let them." Gu Si's eyes were cold, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. "Comrade Xia Wanyu, this is my family affair." Xia Wanyu blushed, and tears appeared in her eyes of shame and anger. Xie Songnian looked normal and didn't say anything. He had said everything he should have said in the past few years, and he should let her hit the wall more. Seeing that no one gave her a way out, Xia Wanyu could only grit her teeth and swallow her anger. She coughed as if to cover up something. "Okay, I don't care. Why are you so fierce?" Gu Jinyue's heart sank again and again. His uncle didn't even care about Xia Wanyu's face. He really didn't want to care. "It's getting late. We should go back to the army." Xie Songnian raised his hand to check the time and said. Xia Wanyu was arrogant and didn't want to stay after being scolded by Gu Si. She followed him. Gu Si sent Xie Songnian out. Xia Wanyu snorted at Gu Si, walked out of the yard first, got in the car, and waited for her brother. Xie Songnian patted Gu Si on the shoulder and teased with a bit of apology. "If you find a partner, she won't pester you." Gu Si glanced at him. "Why don't you find a partner?" The two old bachelors laughed. Finding a woman will only delay their work. Only Gu Jinyue was left in the room. Facing the uncle who came in, he was under great pressure. Gu Si looked at him calmly. Don't talk from now on or get out. Gu Jinyue. A belly full of thoughts, the fetus is stillborn. Gu Jinyue opened his mouth and finally closed it. Forget it. Live under someone else's roof. We'll talk about it tomorrow morning. Gu Jinyue was under high pressure all day today, mentally and physically exhausted, and fell asleep quickly. Gu's father had already heard about Gu Jinyue's affairs in the Gu family in Kyoto from Gu Si. Unexpectedly, even after moving from Kyoto to the countryside, he still couldn't avoid this problem. Gu's mother was so anxious that blisters were about to appear in her mouth.
No.
Absolutely not. Who is Kong Mixue? She's just a widow's child. Isn't she sick? She can't even have children. Marry her? You might as well marry Tong.
Is he blind?
Does he have to choose between these two people? What did I eat wrong when I was pregnant with him? Didn't you give birth to his brain when you gave birth? Gu's mother couldn't bear it anymore. Even if it was her own son, she couldn't stand it. Other families spend a few hundred yuan to marry a daughter-in-law. She spent more than 5,000. Not only did she not marry her daughter-in-law, but she also sent her son to the countryside. Now it's even worse. A daughter-in-law who can give birth and raise a daughter-in-law has been replaced by a sick one who can't give birth. Mother Gu was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Think of a solution quickly. Father Gu's face was gloomy. What can we think of now? Weren't you present when Gu Si was talking? The people of the ideological committee already have witnesses and physical evidence. Mother Gu's face turned pale, and she said regardless, I don't care. My son must not marry a woman like her. Father Gu looked calm, but in fact he was as angry as Mother Gu. He only had one son. If Kong Mixue became his daughter-in-law, Mother Gu's face turned pale, and she said regardless, I don't care. My son must not marry a woman like her. Father Gu looked calm, but in fact he was as angry as Mother Gu. He only had one son. If Kong Mixue became his daughter-in-law, wouldn't his son have no descendants? If you don't agree, your son will have to go to the farm for reform. Starting from 10 years. Father Gu's words were like a knife stabbing her heart, piercing her psychological defenses. He still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. What if things were not, as Gu Si said?
Or
what if things were not as serious as Gu Si said? Mother Gu wiped away her tears. Since the matter could not be reversed, she would minimize the loss. We can get divorced even if we are married. At that time, I can give her some compensation at most. They got married in the countryside. As long as their own families and the woman's family did not tell anyone, no one would know that they were married after they came back after the divorce. Even if they knew that his son was married, what would happen? A woman who could not have children, no matter what, was not her son's fault for getting divorced. Father Gu glanced at Mother Gu. They had lived together for most of their lives and understood each other's intentions. If what Si Gu said was true, this was the best solution. Mother Gu complained angrily. He is still your son's uncle. How did this uncle manage such a big thing today? Father Gu was not happy either. Wasn't the purpose of placing his son in Qingping County because Si Gu and his son's friends were all in Qingping County, so his son could go there to take care of them? I'll go talk to Dad. My son went to Gu Si's place, and this is how Gu Si takes care of my son? He doesn't care about my son at all. Gu's mother said with hatred. Gu's father didn't stop him and leaned back on the sofa with his brows pinched. The next day, Gu Si went to work and took Gu Jinyue to the commune cafeteria. After breakfast, Gu Si took Gu Jinyue to the office again. Gu Jinyue was a little flattered. He thought his uncle was going to send him away in the morning. Gu's mother called the Red Bull Brigade headquarters early in the morning. After confirming that her son went to see his uncle yesterday, she called Gu Si's office again. The call was transferred in, and Gu Si handed it directly to Gu Jinyue without listening. Gu Jinyue took the phone blankly. The first thing Gu's mother asked on the phone was, Mr. Gu, how do you manage my son? Is this how you take care of my son? If you have any complaints against me, just come to me. Don't do this to my son. He is still a child. If the younger generation makes a mistake, it's the elder's fault. Irresponsible. Gu Jinyue's face turned red. Mom. It's me. Gu's mother's voice stopped abruptly, and she took several deep breaths before suppressing her overwhelming anger. Is what your uncle said true? What is your relationship with Kong Mixue? Gu's mother asked with gritted teeth. He had said in front of her earlier that he had no romantic feelings for Kong Mixue. Otherwise, how could she agree to Kong Linlong's mother arranging Kong Mixue to the same place? Kong Mixue was in poor health and had no acquaintances to take care of her in the countryside. What did it have to do with her if something happened? What did it have to do with her if Kong Mixue died in the countryside? She shouldn't have been soft-hearted. Jinyue explained countless times, Mom. How many times have I said it? I have nothing to do with her. Nothing. Gu's mother got even angrier. You have nothing to do with her. Will you be reported? Jinyue couldn't explain it clearly in a few words, so he could only say, I won't marry Kong Mixue, don't worry. Gu's mother laughed angrily. She's relieved? Can she be relieved? You have to marry her. Jinyue's face changed. She and I. Gu's father gave her a look, asking her to get to the point and not waste time on love affairs. Gu's mother interrupted him and confirmed again, Your uncle said that the ideological committee has evidence of your lifestyle? Jinyue was silent. Gu's mother felt anxious and let out a deep breath, looking at Gu's father. Gu's father sat back on the sofa with a gloomy face. Gu's mother said, You and Kong Mixue get married first, and then get divorced after returning to the city. Jinyue refused as soon as he opened his mouth. I don't agree. Gu's mother scolded angrily. Your disagreement means nothing. Jinyue. This was the first time he heard his mother scolding someone so rudely, and she scolded him. Jinyue felt complicated. Mom, I have thought it through now. I was wrong before. I want to get Tong back. I want her to marry me again. Mother Gu's hand holding the microphone trembled slightly, and the other hand slid down her chest, constantly telling herself, This is my biological son. My biological son. Do you know what you are talking about? Jinyue said. I know. Mother Gu laughed angrily. Go to the farm for 10 years of reform, and when you come out, Tong Hua's sons and daughters will be old enough to help with cooking. Jinyue's face changed, and there was a bit of unwillingness in his eyes. Then I can't be with Kong Mixue either. Doesn't this mean that I'm telling others that the reason why Tong Hua and I broke off the engagement was Kong Mixue? Mother Gu suppressed her anger and asked with gritted teeth. Isn't it? Jinyue's face turned green, but he couldn't find the words to refute, so he had to bite the bullet. It's different. It was a misunderstanding that made Tong Hua break off the engagement with me before. If I marry Kong Mixue now, doesn't it mean that Tong Hua didn't misunderstand me? Mother Gu saw that he kept talking about Tong Hua as if she was indispensable. You care about her so much. Why did you stand her up on the wedding day? You care about her so much. Why are you and Kong Mixue having an affair? Jinyue's face turned red because of what his mother said. He lacked confidence and explained weakly, I didn't. I don't care what you think in your heart. I want you to marry Kong Mixue. Gu's mother didn't listen to his nonsense. Jinyue gritted his teeth. I don't agree. Gu's mother reminded him with a dark face. You have been working on the farm for 10 years. Do you think Tong Hua will still wait for you outside obediently? Jinyue was certain. She definitely will. Last night, Jinyue dreamed of his and Tong Hua's childhood. Every time Jinyue went to Tong's house to play, Tong Hua's eyes would sparkle when she saw him. He always remembered her extremely lively eyes when she was a child. Even if he was impatient to play with the little girl, even if he was laughed at by his friends for playing with the little girl, he would go to see her. He could not refuse those eyes that showed hope, surprise, and enthusiasm when they saw him. She was the little wife he had chosen since she was a child. Even if he died, he would not let go. Jinyue knew that he could not convince his mother, so he hung up the phone. His parents were far away in Kyoto and could not control him. Uncle. Si looked at him with a smile. Have you decided? Jinyue made the worst decision, but he still tried for himself and Tong Hua. Uncle, Kong Mixue and I grew up together, and she is not feeling well, so it is understandable that I take care of her more. Not only me but also the two brothers of the Tong family, they also take care of Kong Mixue as a relative. Other people at the educated youth point also took good care of Kong Mixue. The rumors about her and me were just a conflict between Tong and me. I know I was wrong, I admit it, and I accept the punishment. But I hope my uncle can help me. If anything happens, I don't want Tong to wait for me that long. If you really want to investigate the things that Jinyue said, it's not impossible to find out. But it also depends on whether other people are willing to investigate, and whether they are willing to investigate in the direction he hopes. His family's connections are not enough, and the only person who can help him is his uncle. Si didn't know where his confidence came from. Just as he was about to speak, the call was transferred again. Jinyue suspected that it was his mother calling, so he stepped back a few steps and didn't want to answer. Si answered the phone, and Jinyue's guess was right. It was indeed a call from Gu's mother.
Jinyue.
If you don't listen, it's me, Si said lightly. Gu's mother choked. You let Jinyue answer the phone. Si glanced at Jinyue, who waved his hands at him, saying that he would not answer the phone. He also gestured. Tell my mom that I'm gone. Si retracted his gaze. He asked me to tell you that he won't answer the phone, he's gone. Gu's mother. Jinyue. Gu's mother was furious. Tell him to come over and answer the phone. Si didn't want to get involved in the affairs between mother and son, and directly handed the microphone over. Jinyue went over to answer the phone with a bitter face, staring at Si with resentful eyes. Si started to work as usual. Gu's mother scolded Jinyue on the phone. Let me tell you, there has never been a person in our Gu family who went to the farm for reform. Jinyue knew what his parents meant, but he didn't listen. He hung up the phone again. Gu's mother was halfway through her words when a beeping sound came from the other end of the phone. She was almost mad to death. People say it's better to raise a stubborn child, not a fool. I have raised a fool with all my effort? Gu's mother covered her chest. She was almost going to have a heart attack, even if she didn't have a heart disease. After Jinyue hung up the phone, her expression became silent. Si dialed the number and asked Secretary Lee to come in and take the documents to the communication room. After Secretary Lee took the documents, Si looked at Jinyue indifferently and asked him directly, You don't mind going to the farm, nor do you mind Kong Mixue going to the farm? Her body will not be the same as being an educated youth in the Red Bull Brigade. If she goes to the farm with her body, she will definitely die. Jinyue's face suddenly changed. Si leaned back in the chair, put down the pen in his hand, and there was a glimmer in his peach blossom eyes. Can you bear the consequences of the farm transformation? Can you bear a life? You made the decision on your own initiative. Have you asked Kong Mixue? Is she willing to accompany you to be willful for 10 years with her life? What if she doesn't want to? Do you still want to be willful, even if it forces her to death?